With blood-red eyes and pitch-black gaudamas like tadpoles, Uchiha Liwo faced the mirror, and the mirror reflected a figure with black hair and red pupils, and a figure with a round fan pattern on his clothes. The magnanimity in the population of the two races and the ominous eyes in the eyes of the villagers have finally awakened. Obviously I haven't been stimulated, my parents are still alive, and my grades in the class are also average. He just wanted to live a leisurely life without competing with the world, but he still awakened these eyes. Uchiha Liwo's tone was faint, but he didn't experience these eyes. At this moment, all his attention was attracted by the three blood-red options in his eyes. After opening the Sharingan, the world in the eyes tends to be blood-red. This is common sense among the clan, and it is also a major reason for the erratic temperament of the Uchiha clan. After all, as long as the eyes are activated, you will be in a blood-red world. It really makes people more and more manic. Shaking to disperse the distracting thoughts in his mind, Uchiha Liwo rubbed his eyes and closed Sharingan. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes again, only to find that the options in front of him had disappeared. Let me just say, it must be the first time I opened Sharingan and I had hallucinations, or I used an illusion to control myself. Uchiha Liwo muttered, but his body's chakra was quietly mobilized, and he said solution silently. He activated Sharingan again, and the world in his eyes returned to the color of blood and darkness, but the three options still stood in the center of Uchiha Liwo's sight, refusing to leave for a long time. Forget it, forget it. After dispelling the illusion several times and consuming most of the chakra in his body, Uchiha Liwo gradually accepted the reality. Now he is quite exhausted. Opening Sharingan is a very chakra-consuming behavior. Coupled with the chakra used by dispelling the illusion several times, his chakra, which is not rich at all, becomes even more empty. After dragging his exhausted body to finish his summer homework for ninja school, Uchiha Riho smelled the aroma of food when he walked out of the room. It was vegetables and meat stewed with spices, and the soft curry was poured on hot rice aroma. Liwo, come and eat quickly. A gentle voice came from the mouth of the middle-aged woman. Uchiha Tinko, Uchiha Liwo's mother, is a Uchiha tribe who has not opened her eyes. Like most people's mothers, she is gentle and euphemistic, acting as a loving mother. Strict father and loving mother, parents must act as the white face and the red face, and the red face has been played by the mother, so the remaining father can only helplessly take over the white face mask and act as the strict father. Sitting at the head of the table, Uchiha Tou with a stern face was silent, sized up his son with stern eyes, and watched him slowly take his seat. I'm going to start. Uchiha Liwo clasped his hands together, and said this sentence that made him ashamed, but everyone did it, so he could only do as the Romans did. They don't talk when they sleep, they don't talk about food. The good family style of the Uchiha family prevents them from talking and eating, but waits until everyone has eaten enough to mention some topics of study and life. Every dinner is like a family gathering, chatting about the day's events and communicating with each other. Liwo, how is your study today? Have you surpassed those ordinary people? Have you awakened to Sharingan? At the end of the chat, Uchiha Toshi began to ask Uchiha Liwo about some academic matters. Usually, at this time, Uchiha Tinko would go to clean up the dishes and leave the space for communication on the dining table to the two men at home. Father, mother, I have awakened Sharingan. However, today is different. Uchiha Liwo's words made Uchiha Tinko's body freeze. Even Uchiha Tou, who is usually not good at speaking, showed joy, and shouted yes 3 times. As expected of the son of Tou Uchiha, he has awakened Sharingan at such a young age, and he is no worse than those geniuses in the clan. Uchiha Toshi himself is a Jounin who has opened the Sanguya Sharingan. It is not surprising that his son can open the Sharingan, but he did not expect it to be opened so early. He was able to open it when he was in the ninja school. In the future, I am afraid that I will be able to become a powerful Jounin with Sanguya just like myself. Father, mother, I want to stay in the back mountain for a few days to experience the charm of these eyes. Uchiha Liwo spoke the words he had prepared for a long time. Stay in the mountains for a few days. What if you encounter danger? You are still just a student of the ninja school. Uchiha Toshi hadn't spoken yet, but Uchiha Tinko, who was a mother, began to worry. With these eyes, my strength has improved a lot, Mom. I'm only staying in the back mountains for a few days, and I won't go to the deep death forest. Mom doesn't have to worry too much. Moreover, living alone is the real training of the ninja's will. Uchiha Liwo explained, but at the same time he was still a little apprehensive. If his mother didn't allow him to go out, if he disappeared suddenly, they would definitely worry them. Tingzi, Uchiha Liwo has awakened Sharingan. He has grown up and has the strength of a strong man. Let's not interfere with him too much. Uchiha Dong is still the head of the family after all, he said. Finalize this matter. Uchiha Tinko still wanted to speak, but saw the firm eyes of her husband and son, and finally went to clean up the dishes silently. At the same time, Uchiha Liwo was relieved. He had no choice but to leave here. It is better to live alone in the back mountain than to disappear inexplicably. The former is just a child who has grown up and has his own opinions, while the latter is really worrying. After everyone finished speaking, the house suddenly became quiet, and the sound of bowls and chopsticks colliding in the sink was heard. Uchiha Toshi's opening broke the silence. Liwo, when will you go to the back mountain? Tomorrow. Pack up tonight and prepare to leave tomorrow. Uchiha Liwo replied. Okay. Uchiha nodded, and said again, in the box above the closet in my room, there is a sea-level ninjutsu training method and a detonating talisman, you can take it with you tomorrow. Got it, father. Early the next morning, Uchiha Liwo, who brought how fireball training method, detonating talisman, kunao, and some living supplies, bid farewell to his parents at the door and stepped into the depths of Konoha Back Mountain. After walking for 10 minutes in Konoha Mountain, Uchiha Liwo came to the junction of the Death Forest. After checking and clearing the surrounding area, after there were no other ninjas, Uchiha Liwo ran chakra and opened the pair of scarlet Sharingan. At this time, the world in his eyes was full of blood, and in the center of his sight, there were 3 options quietly docked. One Piece, Gray, Cabane of the Iron Fortress, Blade of Ghost Slayer. I choose the Blade of Demon Slayer. After making a decision, the Guyu in Uchiha Liwo's scarlet eyes began to spin rapidly, gradually changing into a kaleidoscope. And at this moment, Uchiha Liwo's figure disappeared into this world like a streamer. Ironclad ships made of steel blasted open the gate of the shogunate with artillery, allowing the shogunate, which had been closed for hundreds of years, to resume communication with the outside world. But at this time, the figure of evil ghost appeared in the remote areas under the rule of the shogunate. The body of the evil ghost is harder than steel, and its minions are stronger than tigers, but they are afraid of the sun. If it is irradiated, it will be wiped out. Decades later, arriving in this strange land for the first time, Uchiha Liwo didn't dare to be careless, and walked into this world with his scarlet Sharingan eyes open. There is nothing wrong with this being Japan. The low-slung houses, like the ninja world, have unique Japanese architecture, which made Uchiha Liwo firm in his mind. In terms of language, it is also Japanese. There may be many imported words that have not reached Japan, but there is no obstacle to normal communication. Uchiha Liwo walked on the snowy ground, looking at the civilians lying in a pool of blood around him. Their bleeding volume was huge, and their body temperature was close to freezing point. It was obvious that they had been dead for a long time. Walking into the villager's house, he took out a black robe from the wardrobe of the dead villager's house, and Uchiha Liwo put it on his body to resist the rain and snow and the cold of winter. If I have a cold, it will become very troublesome. I don't have antipyretics, and I don't know the herbs in the forest. If you catch a cold, your combat effectiveness will inevitably decline. In this world with evil spirits, you can't take it lightly. After all, he is just a ninja who is not much stronger than ordinary people. Mother, brother, sister. Heart-piercing shouts came from the houses in the distance. The young man in green plaid looked at his family members lying in a pool of blood, fell to his knees, and cried with his head in his arms. The dead mother hugged the young child tightly and protected it under her body, but the young child also lay quietly on the snow like the mother. The only exception was the girl in pink plaid lying on the snow beside her. Although her head was covered in blood, she was still breathing and her body was still twitching subconsciously. Why did this happen? Tanjiro hugged the dead family members, desperately trying to call them back, but without exception, they all had cold hands and feet, lost their breath, and were completely dead. Nezuko, don't die, I will definitely save you. Tanjiro was filled with despair when he saw his sister sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed. But when he felt his sister's weak breathing, the despair in his heart disappeared like water, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Everyone in the family died, but Nezuko was still alive, and he still had hope of living. Holding Nezuko and gently carrying it on his back, Tanjiro rushed out of the house and ran hard on the road, wanting to go to the town and find a doctor in the town to treat his sister. Running on the path in the forest, repeating the words to save my sister. However, at this moment, my sister's eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, the mouth was opened, showing sharp teeth, and it was about to bite down on Tanjiro's neck. Why did my sister attack me? Tanjiro dodged this attack clumsily, with an incredulous expression in his eyes. He stepped on the ground, and rolled down the hillside together with his sister. Because it was snowing and the ground was cushioned by snow, the brother and sister who hit the tree were not seriously injured. But before Tanjiro came back to his senses, the younger sister was standing on the snow, showing the eyes and claws of evil spirits, looking at Tanjiro like looking at a pile of walking meat. With a bang, Nezuko rushed towards Tanjiro, and Tanjiro also picked up the axe used for chopping wood at the critical moment, tried to support the axe with his hands, and used the handle of the axe to prevent his sister from biting himself. What's wrong with my sister? Why did she become like this? Tanjiro's doubts could not be answered, and he could only look at his sister in confusion. And the younger sister also looked at Tanjiro, her eyes filled with tears, and big teardrops fell on Tanjiro's body. Obviously, Nezuko has her own thinking, but because she was too hungry as a ghost and couldn't control herself, she attacked Tanjiro. Before the stalemate between the siblings, a sharp slash came through the air. A young man who was only a little taller than Tanjiro, with a blue sword in his hand and wearing a yellow robe, appeared in front of Tanjiro. Dodging the slash in a hurry, Tanjiro just wanted to speak, but found that his sister had disappeared and appeared in the hands of the young man in front of him. His hands were bound and he couldn't move, he could only hem and haw. Before Tanjiro could speak, the young man who held the dagger and pushed it in front of Nezuko spoke first and asked, "Do you know what you are doing? She has become a ghost." I'm saving my sister, she won't bite. After speaking, Tanjiro hid behind a tree, and began to plan to get his sister back. There was once a fool who was also a guarantee before me, but he died at the hands of relatives who turned into ghosts. Hungry ghosts don't care whether you are relatives or not. After a pause, he continued, maybe, I should say sorry to you. If I had come to kill the evil spirit earlier, maybe your family would not have changed as it is today, but the past is irreversible. I can only kill your sister, to prevent her from creating other tragedies. The boy holding the blue sword felt a little guilty towards Tanjiro, but then he gave a lecture. Tanjiro ignored this, but threw the axe and rushed out step by step pretending to be waving the axe, but was directly repelled by the boy holding the knife. But the axe flying in the air flew accurately the side of the knife boy. So that's it, the axe rotation just now was just to cover up the axe that was thrown in advance? The knife-wielding boy let go of Nezuko's hand, wanting to show Tanjiro how terrifying the irrational ghost is. But things didn't go as expected. I saw Nezuko running to Tanjiro's side, hugging her brother and yelling, and didn't make any move to eat. He really didn't eat people. The boy with the knife looked shocked. He didn't expect that there would be ghosts who would give up the food they got, and they were still hungry. Such patience is too hard for such a young child, let her sleep well. Following these words from the surrounding woods, the girl transformed into a ghost quietly fell into Tanjiro's arms and fell asleep peacefully. Who is it? The knife-wielding boy and Tanjiro said in unison, both a little surprised. The knife-wielding boy was surprised that he didn't find the owner of the voice, and suspected it was a secret enemy, while Tanjiro was purely worried about his sister, who fell into a coma for no reason. Shouldn't you say your own name first when asking someone else's name? From the mountain forest shrouded in rain and snow in the distance, a boy who was about the same age as them walked out, but this boy's eyes were scarlet like a ghost, and there was a tadpole-like Guyu that kept spinning. The boy who appeared in front of him was younger than himself and the others, but those eyes were different, attracting their attention all the time. Scarlet eyes, weird pitch-black Guyu, if it wasn't for the rotten smell on his body. The boy with the knife even suspects that the boy in front of him is an evil ghost disguised as a human. Tomioka, my name is Yoshiyuki Tomioka. My name is Kamadu Tanjiro. Seeing the boy with a pair of strange eyes approaching gradually, Tomioka, Yoshiyuki and Tanjiro said their names. What did you do with Miduze? Without waiting for the weird boy in front of him to speak, Tanjiro spoke first and asked. I just used some illusions to make your sister fall asleep. She is now in a state of severe hunger and is in great pain. The boy with weird eyes is undoubtedly Uchiha Liwoo, and it was he who used Sharingan to cast illusion just now, making his sister fall asleep. He watched a good show just now, but he didn't intervene in the middle, but waited until they calmed down before casting the illusion. Thank you, I made my sister fall asleep. It must be hard for her to look like that. After knowing that Nezuko was fine, Tanjiro said with emotion. I've already given my name, what about you? You shouldn't be someone who can use illusion. Tomioka Yoshiyong asked without putting down the long knife in his hand, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Uchiha Liwoo, as you can see, I am not a ghost, but a person, not within your killing range. And, I also want to deal with the rumored evil spirits. At some point, Uchiha Liwoo closed the Sharingan and restored the black eyes of normal people. Tomioka Yoshiyuki remained silent, and did not answer Uchiha Liwoo's words directly, but walked up to Tanjiro, took out a piece of bamboo joint from his carry-on bag, and let the sleeping Nezuko bite on the bamboo joint, and his teeth could not be used bite. Young man, if you want to save your sister, go visit the old man named Ryotaki Sa Kanji at the foot of Sajiri Mountain, and tell him that Tomioka Yoshiyuki called you here. Although it's cloudy today, in order to ensure your sister's safety, it's best not to let her see the sun. Perhaps because he was moved by the emotions of his brothers and sisters, or because he had suffered from the fact that important people turned into evil spirits, Yoshiyuki Tomioka still told Tanjiro, a persistent boy, how he might save his sister. Witnessing a tragedy and failing to solve the ghost that caused the tragedy, Tomioka Yoshiyuki couldn't find a reason to stay, so he planned to leave. Before leaving, he said to Uchiha Liwoo, who was smiling, do you have a pair of eyes that control the power of the heart? You do have the qualifications to be a ghost-slaying swordsman. If you want to kill ghosts, follow that boy to the place I just mentioned. The more swordsmen who can kill ghosts, the more ghosts that can wreak havoc on the ground, and the more power they have to deal with the king of ghosts. It's just that he doesn't have time to teach his juniors such things, so he should leave it to Zo-jin, who taught him. Before the words fell, Yoshiyuki Tomioka turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the snow. Then, next, please give me your advice, Tanjiro. After watching Tomioka Yoshiyuki leave, Uchiha Liwoo said to Tanjiro with a smile. He just had the idea of talking casually that he didn't expect Tomioka Yoshiyuki to really let him participate in the training of ghost swordsmen. Is it because of the lack of manpower facing the Ghost King's men, or because of his own eyes? Please give me your advice, Mr. Liwoo, Tanjiro said, hugging his sister who had not yet woken up, and walked towards the way home. Mr. Liwoo, I'm going to bury my dead family members, why don't you come with me? Maybe I can help too. Although I don't know when I will be able to return to the ninja world, right now I can only follow the protagonist of this world to see if there is any way to go back. After coming to this world, the options in Uchiha Liwo's eyes disappeared. Maybe it's because of exhausting his strength by traveling across the world. If it wasn't for not being able to return to Konoha village as soon as possible, he would have gotten into big trouble. Uchiha Riho, who followed Tanjiro back to the village, silently watched the two children as they worked hard to bury their family members. What are your plans for the future? Standing in front of his family's grave, Tanjiro's eyes were red, but seeing his sister who had turned into a ghost with a lonely face, he still didn't cry weak tears after all. Mr. Luo, I'm going to find Mr. Rinaki Sakanji and ask him if he has a way to become a human. Tanjiro said firmly. What if he doesn't have a way to turn your sister into a human? Uchiha Luo asked back. There will definitely be doubt if Mr. Rinaki Sakanji doesn't have a way to turn Nezuko into a human being, then there must be someone who can turn Nezuko into this appearance. I will find him, save my sister, and then kill him. Is it possible to kill Wumi? Maybe it is possible. Uchiha Luo said to himself. The source of the evil spirits is Wumi. Such an existence possesses the strength of the ninja Chikage, and it is definitely not something that Tanjiro can contend with now. Even the pillars have no good way to deal with him. Perhaps the grown-up Tanjiro can compete with him. After all, he is the protagonist. Dawn is less than 8 hours away. Tanjiro, find a way to keep your sister out of the sun before the sun rises tomorrow. As far as I know, if an evil spirit is exposed to sunlight, it will turn into ashes. Uchiha Luo reminded. Thank you for your advice. Tanjiro bowed to Uchiha Ryero, carried his sister on his back, and went out to find a way for her to hide from the sun. Watching Tanjiro run out, Uchiha Riho looked at the sleeping Nezuko, and ran towards the forest to find food. After coming here, I haven't eaten a meal yet, but there are no ingredients, so I still have to go to the forest to find them. There are not many ferocious beasts in the forest, at most they are small beasts like wolves. Uchiha Luo searched around, but barely found a few rabbits, which could serve as food. After using kunao to clean up the rabbit, Uchiha Luo raised a fire with a fire escape at Tanjiro's house, and grilled the rabbit on the stove. Where's Nezuko? Tanjiro pushed open the door, and saw Uchiha Riho setting up a charcoal fire in his home, roasting rabbit meat. In the back box, I found a light-proof box for Nezuko, and let her stay in it so that she can hide from the sun. Tanjiro sat in front of the stove, feeling the warmth brought by the flames. He pointed to the box behind him. I saw the box shaking for a while, and the petite girl got out of the box and sat beside Tanjiro. Her body returned to normal from the shrinking state. After becoming a ghost, Nezuko seems to have the ability to grow and shrink, so the box can hold her. Tanjiro explained. It seems to be not afraid of swords when it becomes bigger and smaller, and the wound heals quickly. It's really a terrifying ability. Uchiha Luo said with emotion. The body of ghosts is still much stronger than that of ninjas. If it is not for the strong attack power of a ninja, I am afraid that there is no way to deal with them. I don't know if creatures like ghosts are afraid of fire. If you are afraid of fire, your fire escape ninjutsu is their nemesis. Yes, they are very powerful. Tanjiro's eyes were full of seriousness. After understanding his sister's ability, he knew that Nezuko is much stronger than him now, and the enemy who turned Nezuko into a ghost must be stronger than his sister. More powerful. He didn't know what to do. The fat oozing from the rabbit meat dripped on the flames, exuding an irresistible aroma. After smelling the aroma of the food, Tanjiro's stomach growled in disbelief, and he remembered that he hadn't eaten yet after strenuous exercise today. At this time in the past, my mother would cook the meals, and the family would eat, drink and fight happily at the dining table. Today, such a scene is never seen again. Tanjiro recalled the warm days when his mother cooked hot dishes and rice, but in reality, he could only take out the leftover cold rice balls from yesterday from his luggage and put them next to the fire to heat them up. I really don't want to trouble others. Seeing Tanjiro growling hungry, but only taking out cold rice balls from his bag, Uchiha Luo was quite emotional, and cut the roasted rabbit leg with kunao, and separated apart. Here, how embarrassing. Tanjiro hurriedly pushed away the rabbit's leg, waving his hands again and again to refuse. Tanjiro, I also want to go to Sajiri Mountain. We can be regarded as partners along the way. Partner? Tanjiro was at a loss for what to do. Yes, before arriving at Sajiri Mountain, we were partners, and partners should share. Uchiha Luo took the rice ball in Tanjiro's hand, divided it in half, swallowed half of it, and put the rabbit the leg was delivered to Tanjiro. Well, the taste of the onigiri was poor, the rice grains were cold and loose. Thank you, Uchiha Luo did to this extent. Tanjiro could only accept his kindness, and carefully bit the rabbit's leg, feeling the satisfaction that the oil brought to his body. Nezuko. After taking a small bite, Tanjiro handed the rabbit leg to his sister. The younger sister shook her head, but she didn't accept it. As a ghost, she seemed to have no love for baked food. If you're afraid it won't be enough, I still have some here. Seeing Nezuko's innocent appearance, Uchiha Luo asked with concern. Nezuko grabbed Tanjiro's clothes, then shook her head. It seems that Nezuko can live without eating, so can creatures like ghosts only eat humans? Why do they want to eat humans? Uchiha Luo was full of doubts, and began to eat rabbit meat. After eating and drinking, Tanjiro took his younger sister back to the sheltered room, ready to fall asleep. Uchiha Liwo walked out of the room, and came to a private house far away from Tanjiro and the others. Start daily practice, refine chakra, and expand the upper limit of chakra. Chakra is a wonderful energy produced by trillion cells and spiritual power in the body. The nature of the ninja world is also full of chakra, but it is far from being as huge as natural energy. But in this world, there is no trace of chakra in nature. Perhaps it is because there is no sacred tree. After all, without the sacred tree, there would be no profession of ninja, and the ninja world has always been under the command of samurai, but there are very few people who can practice the rumored 3 Holy Land fairy arts. There are very few, only one will appear almost every 10 years, which can be called rare. It is precisely because of the existence of chakra that the hierarchy of the ninja world can hardly be broken. The family with blood successors ruled the ninja world for almost 1,000 years, and it was not until the emergence of the ninja village that it improved. It seems that the Sharingan should be opened carefully, and the skill of the fireball that has not been fully mastered should not be used lightly. The chakra consumed by these 2 ninjutsu is quite terrifying, Uchiha Liwo was thinking in his heart. After experiencing daily practice, Uchiha Liwo came outside the room and began to practice the use of Sanshin Jutsu. In the face of non-ninja existence, the strangeness of the 3-body technique will have a surprising effect. The next day, the genius shone slightly. Tanjiro got up early, put his sister into the bamboo basket behind his back, started to light the fire, and prepared today's breakfast. Mr. Liwo. Tanjiro woke up Uchiha Riho, who was sleeping soundly in the next room, and put a hot breakfast on the table. Breakfast is very simple. It is the leftover rabbit meat from yesterday, and a few bowls of rice porridge. After having breakfast, Uchiha Liwo packed his bags and headed to the town with Tanjiro, preparing to buy enough food in the town and getting ready to go to Mount Sajiri. Is Sajiri Mountain far away? On the way, Uchiha Liwo asked. It's a few days' journey, Mr. Liwo, Tanjiro said with his head down, showing the scar on his forehead. I hope there will be no trouble, Uchiha Liwo secretly said. If he remembered correctly, in recent days, there was a weak ghost wandering near Soa Mountain. A few nights later, Riho Uchiha and Tanjiro came to the vicinity of Mount Sajiri as they wished, and planned to ask the locals about the whereabouts of Seikanji Ryotake early in the morning. Not long after, Liwo and Tanjiro, who were wearing the stars and wearing the moon, set foot on Sajiri Mountain. At this time, Uchiha Liwo saw a dilapidated Buddhist hall. The door of the Buddhist hall was tightly closed, the walls were full of traces of time, and inside the Buddhist hall, there seemed to be the movement of chewing. Great, it's a Buddhist temple. Today we have a place to stay. Because of the need to take care of Nezuko, the two gradually chose to travel at dusk and early morning, and it is difficult to find a place to rest in this way of travel. Keep down, there seems to be some movement inside, Uchiha Liwo reminded. Then he walked to the gate of the Buddhist hall and pushed it gently inside. The gate was opened, but the Buddhist hall was not locked. It was just a Buddhist hall for offering sacrifices. It seemed to be abandoned by people, and it was not taken care of frequently. It was covered with cobwebs everywhere, full of signs of dilapidation. Uchiha Liwo looked inside, and saw a scene that people couldn't look directly at. An evil spirit was eating in the Buddhist hall, and the evil spirit's food was even more obvious, which was taboo for human beings. Are you ghosts too? The evil ghost who was eating put down the food in his hand, looked at the two people in front of him suspiciously, and spoke slowly. In its impression, there are only 2 types of people who go out at such a late hour. One is ghosts disguised as adults, and the other is ghost food. Ghost. Tanjiro was a little incoherent that he had experienced the tragic scene of the death of his family members, and also learned from his mouth that he had killed people and needed to feed on human beings, but he had never seen such a hellish scene with his own eyes. But the initiator of the hell scene looked at Tanjiro and Uchiha Liwo with a natural look on his face. Are you a ghost? Or, this trembling little devil is your backup food? Seeing Tanjiro's identity as a human being, the evil spirit didn't act rashly. That he felt that the Uchiha Liho in front of him might also be a ghost, because he smelled the smell of a ghost, and the same ghost, when there was plenty of food, they will try their best to avoid confrontation with each other. What's more, its strength can be considered quite weak among ghosts. Ghost? Uchiha Liwo didn't answer the ghost's question directly, but slowly opened the scarlet Sharingan. It is precisely because of this pair of scarlet eyes full of ominous, and Nezuko's ghost breath, so that the evil ghost mistakenly think Uchiha Liwo is its kind. The kunao in his waist pocket appeared in his hand in an instant, and Uchiha Liwo rushed towards the evil spirit with a sharp blade in his hand. I'm just for the food. If you're hungry, you can also eat together. The evil spirit was a little flustered, but his body didn't relax at all. He quickly backed away and blocked Uchiha Liwo's attack with his hands. Uchiha Liwo didn't answer his words. He is very calm now. Even though he had come an hour earlier, this kind of thing still happened. The Uchiha people are not good at expressing emotions, and like to deal with things with a blunt tone and a cold attitude. Uchiha Liwo chose to completely wipe out the evil spirit in front of him. Throwing kunao is a traditional art of the Uchiha family, and Uchiha is no exception. Under the guidance of his father when he was young, he practiced kunao throwing very skillfully. On the battlefield, there are not many cases where ninjutsu is used on a large scale. Usually, the contest between kunao shuriken and the collision of these cold weapons can determine the ultimate life and death of both parties. As kunao trembled across the air, Uchiha Liwo's kunao stabbed fiercely at the evil spirit, pierced his palm, and fixed it on the ground. Although the evil ghost can recover its own injuries, it doesn't mean that it can't feel the pain, and it is undoubtedly quite painful to have the palm pierced, which made the evil ghost yell. Taking advantage of the evil ghost's palm being pierced, Uchiha Liwo's hand kunao swiped towards the evil ghost's throat. At this time, the body of the evil ghost erupted with great strength, and he pulled out from the ground together with kunao, and ran towards the outside of the Buddhist hall. Regardless of whether the monster attacking him is a human or a ghost, in short, he will never be an opponent. With this in mind, the evil spirit ran out of the Buddhist hall and into the dense forest. Run fast, run into the forest, the monster will not be able to catch up with you. As long as you find a dark place before the sun comes out, you can survive. While running, the evil spirit kept turning his head to wait and see, but he didn't see Uchiha Liwoo chasing him, and he couldn't help but feel the joy of the rest of his life after the catastrophe. However, a flying axe that suddenly appeared cut it in half, and on the big tree in front of it, Uchiha Liwoo was standing on the trunk, watching the evil spirit silently. It turns out that running a race against ninjas in the woods is a very stupid thing to do. Due to the existence of chakra, ninjas can fly over walls and even walk on water. In a mountainous environment with very complex terrain, competing for speed with such existences is simply an act of death. So Mr. Liwoo is a ninja. In Tanjiro's mind, the only ninjas who fly around the walls and use kunao to fight are the rumored ninjas. It's not wrong to say that, but a ninja like me is not the ninja you imagined, you know. Jumping off the tree trunk, Uchiha Liwoo even had time to talk to Tanjiro, obviously not paying attention to the previous battle. This is because the evil spirit is really weak. Even Tanjiro's attack cannot be easily dodged, and his strength is only not much stronger than Tanjiro's. It's like an ordinary person who can't die if his head is cut off. Such ghosts can only take advantage of the darkness and quietly assassinate those who are asleep. It is obviously not enough to look at the other party's ninja who makes a living from war as an opponent. Ninjas are war machines. This is the reality of the ninja world, and Ninja Village also cultivates ninjas with this idea. I'm not actually a ghost. Stepping on the evil spirit to make it immobile, Uchiha Liwoo closed Sharingan, and said with a relaxed face, "You're a member of the ghost killing squad. I didn't expect that I would fall into the ghost killing squad." The evil ghost showed a look of despair, but then, it looked carefully at Uchiha Liwoo, but it didn't find that there was a sun blade burning on its body, and began to laugh wildly. "No, you are not the Demon Slayer squad. You don't have a sunwill knife. You are a powerful ordinary person. Even if you split me in half, I won't get tired, and the wounds will heal slowly. You can't really kill me." "Stupid," Uchiha Liwoo said in a cold tone. "Without the Japanese sword, there is no way to really kill you. But how long is it until the sun rises?" "Yes, the sun. I must immediately find a dark place to hide from the sun." Uchiha Liwoo's words reminded the evil ghost of the fear of facing the sun. Just being close to the shadow of the sun is unbearable. The burning feeling is so painful. New hands and feet gradually grew on the evil ghost's body, and he ran towards the canyon not far away. The canyon was dark and humid all year round, and it was a place where he often avoided the sun in the past. Seeing the murder slowly crawling towards the canyon, Uchiha Liwoo followed slowly behind it. "I would like to see if there is really no way to kill ghosts except sunlight." After finishing speaking, Uchiha Liwoo formed a seal with both hands, forming the spell required for the How Fireball art. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Following the name of the fire ninjutsu, a fireball the size of a wash basin spewed out from Uchiha Riho's mouth, reflected on the pupils of the evil ghost, and his body was gradually enveloped in flames. A huge bang appeared in the forest, and the evil ghost hit by the fireball was like a pile of coke, exuding an unpleasant smell. The evil spirit was lying on the ground motionless, silently. At this moment, the dawn appeared in the forest, and Nezuko, who was watching the battle, quickly hid in his brother's box. The charred ghost turned into flying ashes under the influence of the sun. The moment the evil spirit turned into ashes and disappeared, a stream of light invisible to the naked eye escaped into Uchiha's eyes. Uchiha noticed this streamer, quickly opened Sharingan, and saw the options again in the blood-red world. "So, do you have to kill enough evil spirits to return to the ninja world? But why didn't it prompt at the beginning, but waited until the evil spirits were eliminated before reappearing? Is it because the power to travel through the world is exhausted? What happened to my eyes? Why do I suddenly awaken Sharingan, suddenly able to travel through the world, and let me destroy enough evil spirits? I can only let go of the doubts in my heart." The warm sunlight shone on the blood-red Sharingan. Following his gaze, he set his gaze on the figure in front of the Buddhist hall. Uchiha Liwoo noticed the figure when he drove the evil spirit out of the Buddhist hall, and was secretly vigilant. It's just that the figure at that time was burying the people who died under the hands of the evil spirits, and did not participate in the killing of the ghosts. standing with his hands behind his back, wearing the mask of a Tengu, and at the foot of Mount Sajiri. That person was indeed Ryotaka Sakanu. He was the one who kindly gave his disciples masks and killed countless disciples. He is also a powerful ghost-slaying swordsman who cultivates a disciple of the first-level strength of Zazu. With such weird thoughts in mind, Uchiha Liwo looked at the old man wearing a Tengu mask in front of him, with a somewhat awkward expression. The child with the scar on his head is the child who Yoshiyuki mentioned with his younger sister, and behind you is your younger sister who turned into a ghost. Looking at Tanjiro, the serious voice of the old man came from under the Tengu mask, and the next sentence was aimed at Uchiha Liwo. And you, are you the Uchiha Liwo who has the eyes of evil spirits, illusion, and the ability to breathe fireballs? An existence like you is stronger than ordinary members of the Ghost Killing Squad. Do you want to find an old man to train you to become a member of the Ghost Killing Squad? Facing Uchiha Liwo, Zo Kinji didn't dare to be careless, and cautiously looked at the boy in front of him. In Tomioka Yoshiyuki's letter, he mentioned Tanjiro, a determined boy, and his sister who turned into a ghost, but more space is about the boy who has a strange power in front of him. The ability of illusion does not surprise him. After all, there are people in the demon killing team who can do it. It is not uncommon to use the power of flames. All the evil spirits with powerful abilities were reduced to ashes under the sword of the sun. What really worried him after all battles was undoubtedly that Uchiha Liwo did not use the power of breathing when he activated his ability. The power of the ghost swordsman comes from breath and the sun will knife made of orangutan iron that has been exposed to the sun. But the young man in front of him didn't use the power of breathing, but he used that ability, which shows that there must be some power behind him. I don't know if that force will disrupt the order of the island country like the Ghost King Wumi who was born thousands of years ago. As for the kunao and shuriken used by Uchiha Liwo, both were ignored by Rinaki Seikanji. If using kunao as a ninja, then holding a sword must be a samurai? Uchiha Riho looked into Rinaki's last silence, walked to the tree, pulled out the axe, returned it to Tanjiro, and spoke suddenly. As you can see, I have the power of fire and illusion, but it is only effective against such weak ghosts. What you lack is just a sun wheel knife made of jade. Zo Jinsi said firmly. No, Mr. Zo Jinji, I lack training in swordsmanship and experience in dealing with ghosts. If Mr. Zo Jinsi is willing to teach me, I am willing to kill more ghosts in the future as a reward. Uchiha Liwo said. The words were full of exchange of benefits. Even if his bargaining chip was to help the ghost killing team kill evil spirits, it was the number of kills he needed to return to the ninja world. It's really naked, but if you are willing to kill ghosts. Zo Rinaki didn't care about handing in one more breathing method. After all, the original function of breathing method is to eliminate evil spirits. The young man in front of him has enough aversion to evil ghosts and cannibals, and possesses impressive strength that if he tries his best to teach him, it is not impossible to become a pillar. The mission of the Ghost Killing Team is to eliminate the Ghost King Wumi and his many subordinates, but the current strength of the Ghost Killing Team is obviously insufficient. It is inferior to the strength of the pillar, not to mention the ordinary evil spirits that flood everywhere. If there is one more pillar in the Ghost Killing Team, the pressure on the Lord's plan will be relieved to a certain extent. Ryotaka Sakan nodded his head for the first time, expressing his agreement, and walked up to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, is that your name? I heard that you want to find a way to turn your sister into a human again, and to avenge the culprit who killed everything. Now your sister is still living in this world as a ghost. Then, let me ask you, if your sister ate someone, what would you do? Ryotaka Seikanji approached step by step, bringing unimaginable pressure to Tanjiro. He was stunned, not knowing how to answer. It's too slow to make a decision. Ryodake Seikuchi punched Tanjiro, who was still hesitant, and cursed. If your sister ate a man, you have only one choice: kill the man-eating ghost, and then commit seppuku. If you don't even have this awareness, how can you become a member of the Ghost Killing Squad? Let me see if you are qualified to be members of the Ghost Killing Squad. After saying these words, Rin Takazuo ran towards the top of Sajiri Mountain this time. To become a member of the Ghost Killing Team, one must have the physical fitness and strength comparable to that of ghosts. If you can't do it, you will only lose your life in vain. Uchiha Liwo knew this truth and immediately chased after him. Tanjiro looked at Ryotake left and then at his sister, and after carrying his sister on his back, he made up his mind and chased after her. Uchiha Liwo can naturally follow closely. Years of training in the ninja school has long made his physical fitness much stronger than the average person, because he can easily follow behind Rinaki Seikanji. But Tanjiro is not so relaxed. He is just an ordinary boy. His physical strength is much weaker than that of an adult, but he is gnashing his teeth and following behind Rinaki Seikanji as much as possible. Chasing Rin Takazuo for a long time this time, he came to a house on the mountain of Soa Mountain. Zo Jinsi also stopped here, and said to the two behind him, "Now, you return to the foot of the mountain alone, take out the house and leave. I will wait for you until it is completely dawn, and after it is completely dawn, I will leave without hesitation." Hearing these words, Tanjiro put his sister in the house and ran down the mountain. He didn't want to give up his qualification to become a ghost swordsman, because he hoped to find his sister and become a human again. Looking at the figure of Tanjiro running down the mountain, Uchiha Liwo no longer hides his clumsiness, and directly jumps up the big tree, taking advantage of the distance between the big trees, and goes down the mountain calmly. In half a cup of tea, Uchiha Lit returned to the mountain again. For him, the traps along the way can be easily avoided. Even if he can't, he won't suffer like Tanjiro. Before you came here, you must have been trained by other forces. I can see that there is a powerful force in your body, but there is no trace of breathing. Seeing Uchiha Liwo's agility, Zo Kinmo said with emotion. Uchiha Liwo nodded, but did not reveal much information. With the help of that kind of power, you already have the ability to fight against evil spirits. If you learn the breathing method, you will have the ability to protect yourself even if you encounter a string. In this case, you don't need to do basic physical training like Tanjiro. You can directly practice breathing and swordsmanship. But before that, I want to tell you how ghosts and ghost-killing teams exist. I would like to hear more about it. Uchiha Liwo is also quite curious about the existence of ghosts and the ghost-killing team. His memories of the past are not clear until now. He only knows that the king of ghosts is Uyumi, and that he needs to use sunlight to deal with ghosts. I almost forgot everything else. And how much information he knows about ghosts determines how difficult it is for him to deal with evil ghosts in the future, so Uchiha Liwo did not dare to be careless and listen carefully. Zo didn't directly tell Uchiha Liwo and the demon-killing team information this time, but waited until Tanjiro went up the mountain before telling them. Obviously he is optimistic about Tanjiro. The Ghost Killing Squad has hundreds of members. It is an organization that has not been officially recognized by the government, but it has existed since a long time ago, and it is still hunting ghosts. As for who is the supreme commander of the Ghost Killing team, it is still a mystery until now. As for ghosts, their staple food is human beings. They don't eat carrion corpses, but prefer to kill human beings before eating. Where they appear from has not yet been identified. Ghosts are also divided into many types, and their abilities are also different. Most of them have the ability to regenerate limbs, and their physical fitness is also extremely strong. Some ghosts even have the ability to change their body shape. Ghosts are usually unable to be completely killed. Only direct sunlight and beheading them with specific weapons can completely kill them. The ghost-slaying swordsmen of the ghost-killing team are ordinary people, and their injuries will not heal themselves, and they will not regrow their hands and feet. Even so, they will fight evil spirits to protect humans. I am an educator, responsible for cultivating swordsmen, and after training you, I will send you to Mount Fuji. Only by surviving the final selection of Fujishiyama can you become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Squad. Whether to participate or not, the final decision rests with you. Ryotake finished speaking. He looked at Uchiha Riho and Tanjiro quietly. Mr. Ryotake, may I ask, if there are ghosts who are not afraid of the sun, how should we deal with them? Uchiha Liwo expressed his doubts in his heart. Since there are ghosts in this world, there must be existences beyond common sense, just like the first generation of ghosts may be human beings. If a ninja is killed, he will die. This is the common sense in the ninja world, but the ninja world has the existence of resurrection from the dead, and there are not a few of them. I don't know what to do with ghosts who are not afraid of the sun. How can there really be ghosts who are not afraid of the sun? That would be a great disaster in the world. Ryotake answered Uchiha Riho's question before returning to the room. Time flies. Half a month later, Uchiha Liwo learned complete concentration of breathing and came to a clearing in the mountains. Before the daily practice, Uchiha Liwo remembered Mr. Ryotake's teachings. Concentrated breathing, that is, to speed up the blood flow in the body and the beating speed of the heart, so that the body temperature rises rapidly, so that people are as powerful as evil spirits. In short, it is to expand the lungs as much as possible, so that the blood can carry more air, and when the body temperature rises, the person becomes stronger. This is the source of the ghost swordsman's power, and the full concentration of breathing is to make this overloaded breathing more rhythmic and easier for people to control. This method of gaining strength through breathing is similar to Beiman Dunjia, both of which break the limits of the human body to achieve short-term strength. It's really confusing. Saying that, Uchiha Liwo opened the blood-red Sharingan, opened his mouth, and took a big breath. Because of Sharingan, he was able to clearly observe the changes in his body after inhaling. Huge air pressure accumulates in the lungs, and then oxygen is sent to every corner of the body through the blood vessels, and the heart also beats violently, generating huge heat. And as the body temperature rose, Uchiha Liwo felt a surge of power surging in his body. Bang! Uchiha Liwo pulled out the kunao he was carrying with him, and threw it towards the distant rock. The kunao brushed against the rock, changed the angle, and shot at the rabbit that was grazing, piercing it. The power of the throw is only a little higher, perhaps because I can't control the rhythm of my breathing. There is a huge difference in the strength of ghost-slaying swordsmen whether to use full concentration breathing. The former is like an ordinary person who has been trained for many years, while the latter has reached the level of evil spirits. It is said that if you practice breathing in a concentrated manner to a high level, you can breathe at a high intensity all the time, but such a person must have a very strong physical fitness. The almighty breathing method is a way to overload the body to become stronger. Every time it is used, it will squeeze the heart and lungs. If there is no strong body as a support, it will not exceed half a year at most, and the body will die of exhaustion. These ghost-slaying swordsmen are really ruthless, which is also the reason why they are all young. This way of gaining power is completely fighting for their lives. Give your body a chance to withstand the excessive pressure. In fact, the same is true of ninja training. In order to fight, ninjas are also trying their best to squeeze their bodies, hoping to gain greater strength. On the battlefield, there is nothing more important than survival. Uchiha Liwo expelled the air from his lungs, let out a long breath, and then took another sharp breath. One by one, Uchiha Liwo's Sharingan has been observing the speed of his breathing, so as to find his own breathing rhythm. After hundreds of times of control, Uchiha Liwo could barely grasp the rhythm, and with all his attention focused, his strength and speed could be increased by more than half. It's just that under such circumstances of full concentration, it is difficult for Uchiha Liwo to be distracted and use ninjutsu. I should need to get a sword and start practicing swordsmanship. Concentrating on breathing has greatly improved my speed and strength. Sharingan has brought a powerful insight, and my physical skills are more than a step stronger than before. As for the practice of ninjutsu, it is still a little bit slow, and I have returned to the ninja world. With the copying ability of Sharingan, it should not be too difficult to learn ninja. Maybe if I work hard to practice the full concentration breathing method, I can completely open the limit of my body like the Beiman Dunjia. After returning to the ninja world, I can get several times the chakra when using the full concentration breathing method. The power of Beiman Dunjia is unquestionable, and when you practice Beiman Dunjia to open the door of death, you can even stand shoulder to shoulder with gods with a mortal body. Even if it is open to 7 doors, it still has the strength of a short-lived shadow. For Uchiha Liwo, who is not even a ninja now, it can be said to be a great temptation. Looking at the afterglow of the setting sun, Uchiha Liwo returned to the hut on the mountain with his prey. Walking into the hut and opening the door of Tanjiro's room, Uchiha Riho saw Nezuko lying on the bed and sleeping peacefully, and Tanjiro squatting aside with a worried expression on his face. Nezuko has been lying in this invisible room, sleeping peacefully for more than half a month. If she is not breathing, it is suspected that she has fallen asleep completely. Nezuko, are you still awake? Uchiha Liwo asked with some concern. My sister has been sleeping for half a month, but there is still no sign of waking up, Tanjiro said. Maybe it's because I haven't eaten, my body has gone into hibernation. Mr. Reneki walked over. Although it was the first time he saw a ghost that didn't eat people, he still deduced based on his experience. Actually, ghosts should also be able to eat human food. After Nezuko wakes up, let's feed her some human food and see if the situation improves. Uchiha Liwo expressed his thoughts. Thank you, I will do this when my sister wakes up, Tanjiro thanked. Ticket, where are you? A month later, at the foot of Sajiri Mountain. Mr. Ryotaki and Tanjiro were looking at Riho Uchiha, who was about to bid farewell. After getting along for a month and a half, they both felt a little bit reluctant. Be careful all the way. Mr. Reneki and Tanjiro didn't have much to say, just a few brief words of blessing. Mr. Reneki, I will do what I promised you. Tanjiro also needs to practice hard. When parting, Uchiha Liwo also waved goodbye. Facing this old man who had the same voice as Son in Jiraiya, Uchiha Liwo also admired him very much. Although he knew that he was not using his intentions, he didn't give up the slightest bit of water when he taught himself the breathing and swordsmanship of the whole concentration. Instead, he taught himself wholeheartedly, hoping that after he finished his studies, he would be able to kill evil spirits and make the world less tragic. As for Tanjiro, Uchiha Liwo knew that his path of practice had just begun, and because he had the foundation, he learned things quickly, but Tanjiro was different. He was just a tenacious boy who started from scratch, and wanted to reach. I am afraid it will take several years for Mr. At the end of the farewell, Uchiha Liwo looked towards Mount Sajiri. The reason why he chose to go down the mountain early and not participate in the final selection of Fujishiyama, Uchiha Liwo has his own considerations. For one thing, he has his own power, and he is an out-and-out outsider to the Onisha team. Even with Mr. Ryodaki as a guarantee, he will still be puzzled when he uses his ninja power, and it will cause Mr. Ryodaki to get into trouble. Secondly, he has been in this world for a month and a half. Although he doesn't know how long it has been in the ninja world, his parents must be very worried about him. Only by killing enough evil spirits can he return to the ninja world. A few years later, Fujishiyama will participate in a new round of selection, and he no longer has enough patience to wait. Carrying the Japanese sword presented by Mr. Renekitaki and the information on where some evil spirits can hide, Uchiha Liwo headed towards one of the locations. The island nation in the Taisho period was neither big nor small. For dignitaries and dignitaries, it only takes 2 days to travel by train, but for ordinary people in mountain villages and small towns are where they live all their lives. After arriving in the town, Uchiha Liwo wrapped the Japanese sword in a cloth and carried it behind his back. He is not a person who wants to be noticed, because that means trouble. Looking at the wooden poles in the town, Uchiha Liwo remembered this modern civilization with electricity. Boom boom, with a silver flash across the sky, a bean-sized rain fell from the sky. Uchiha Liwo was planning to take a good look at the market in this town, but he didn't expect that it was raining heavily, so he quickly hid in a pavilion. Standing in the pavilion to take shelter from the rain, Uchiha Liwo looked at the dark clouded sky, thinking that the rain would not stop for a short time, and counting the time, it was almost summer, the season of frequent typhoons. Because it is right next to the Pacific Ocean, the torrential rain was raging, and the rainwater soon merged into puddles that flooded the cafe and the street. In this kind of weather, if Uchiha Liwo wants to go forward in the rain, it is naturally possible. Even on the river surface, for him who is chakra, it is just like walking on flat ground. It's just that it's quite uncomfortable, the taste of the rain on the body is not good, and I don't know where the evil spirits exist in those places. It seems that I can only rent a car, and I don't know if it is possible to rent a carriage that is willing to set off in such a heavy rain. The money is touching, and when they arrived at the car dealership, they took out these silver coins exchanged for the prey at the foot of the mountain. Uchiha Liwo found a convoy willing to travel, and agreed to set off when it rained. Uchiha Liwo plans to go to Tokyo. Of course, Tokyo may not have a population of 3,000 million, but there are several million people. In a city with such a huge population, there must be evil spirits hiding in it. It is definitely impossible to reach Tokyo with this carriage alone. To reach Tokyo, one must go to the nearest station and take a train. The carriage was not big, but it was well furnished. It was cushioned with soft tatami mats, and sitting on it did not cause any pain in the buttocks. Naturally, there is more than one person sitting in a carriage. In addition to Uchiha Liwo, there was also a middle-aged man holding a child. The middle-aged man had a simple and honest look, but his eyes looked at the girl in his arms with doting eyes. The girl in her arms has candies imported from the West, which should have been bought by the middle-aged man beside her. "Ah, Dad, open your mouth." After the girl removed the candy wrapper, she put the candy into the middle-aged man's mouth. "Ah." The middle-aged man ate the candy with a happy smile on his face. This situation made Uchiha Liwo miss his parents in the ninja world. Counting the time, he hadn't seen his parents for almost 2 months. Seeing the happy relationship between father and daughter made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Brother, are you going there?" The middle-aged man looked at the dark clouds outside the window, and then turned to talk to Uchiha Liwo, who was sitting in the carriage together. "I'm afraid it will be terribly boring." The appearance of Uchiha Liwo, whether in the ninja world or in this island country in the Taisho period, can be regarded as good. After all, he is only 11 years old, and his height is only about 1.3 meters and 1.4 meters. It counts as a child. "Tokyo," Uchiha Liwo said concisely. "Tokyo, then we just happen to be on the way," the middle-aged man said, and then smiled as if recalling something. "My wife went to Tokyo to work, and I heard that the place is incredible. There are everything, a carriage that can move automatically, a train that is as huge as a monster, and opportunities are everywhere. Working there for a month can be equivalent to half a year's income in the countryside. Later we will go to Tokyo on a monster-like train, and it only takes half a day to reach Tokyo with a whoosh." Tokyo is indeed big, but it's not as magical as you imagine, Uchiha Liwo said. "You can think of Tokyo as a bigger town, and like other places in Neon, there are things you can't find. To work, they have no home to go to, and they can't afford a ticket to go home, so they can only wander on the streets, rather than farming in the countryside. It turns out that it's the same everywhere," the middle-aged man said with a puzzled expression, thinking of his wife in Tokyo again. "However, my wife has a stable job in Tokyo, and I used to count her as my refuge. After arriving there, she and Daizai can go to elementary school for free, so he won't be like me not knowing a word in the future. Yeah, there is no harm in reading more books, and you will have more choices at work in the future." Uchiha Liwo nodded. Education is the best way for ordinary people to get ahead, but for the free education of Neon Elementary School, Uchiha Liwo's eyes flashed with anger. "Guests, it's time for dinner. The team is preparing meals for the guests." Just when the middle-aged man wanted to continue the conversation, the carriage stopped suddenly, and the driver came in and said, "It will take 2 days for the convoy to travel to the nearest station, and it will not arrive at the destination until tomorrow afternoon." The team was responsible for the board and lodging during this period, and the money had been prepaid in advance. Under the reminder of the coachman, Uchiha Liwo and his father and daughter got off the carriage and stood on the open space where they camped. At this time, the heavy rain had stopped, but the sky was still shrouded in dark clouds, and no light could be seen. A campfire has already started to rise in the open space. The wood used for the campfire is dry wood prepared in advance, which will not produce thick smoke. There is a crock-pot full of ingredients and fresh water hanging above it, and a pot of hot soup is being prepared. The food sent by the team was 2 fist-sized seaweed rice balls. The rice balls were still warm and didn't have that grainy feeling. They should taste soft and delicious. "Guest, I will send you a bowl of fish soup later to warm you up." After delivering the food and saying this, the coachman went to help. Complained. On this road to and from the train station, they are not the only ones in the convoy, and word of mouth is very important. Gilu gilu, the vegetable broth in the crock boiled, and the team members who were in charge of preparing the food filled up the soup and sent it to everyone in the team. Uchiha Liwo and the father and daughter also received a bowl of boiling hot soup, and they felt a warmth spreading in their hands just by holding it in their hands. The fish soup in the bowl is stewed with cabbage and fish. The neon is surrounded by the sea. Fish is the easiest meat to get. Cabbage is also a common dish, but together it is very sweet. After drinking the fish soup, the warmth radiates in the body, making the cold rainy night much warmer. The middle-aged man next to him was also clumsily feeding his daughter, waiting for her to eat enough before drinking the remaining fish soup in one gulp. "Father, I want to hear the story of the kappa." The little girl was tired after eating and drinking, crying and wanting to listen to her father's story before going to bed. The middle-aged man looked at his daughter helplessly, touched the back of his head to express his apology to Uchiha Liwoo, and then began to tell the story of the kappa. A long time ago, there was a patriarch named Jukianfong, who led the Kappa clan from a distant place to Kyushu, and settled down in a place called Kumachuan Onsen Hot Spring. The Kappa family looks like humans, but they have a monkey-like body, a turtle-like carapace, frog-like flippers, and a dish of water on their heads. At first they lived in peace with the local people, but as the population of the Kappa clan grew, the patriarch Jukianfong became vicious and began to plunder the surrounding villages. As for the surrounding villagers, they dared not speak out against them, so they had to swallow their anger. Later, the news of the increasingly rampant Kappa clan reached the ears of the daimyo of Kumamoto Castle. The daimyo was of course very angry and ordered to send samurai to defeat Jukianfong. Lots and lots of samurai. Daimyo was very annoyed, but very helpless, so he asked many people to find a way, and finally learned the news of the apes that the Kappa clan was afraid of, scaring those Kappa from running out of the water, and then daimyo designed Jukianfong to bow to him, let the water on the saucer pour out. Without the water in the dish, Jukianfong would not be able to survive on the ground, so he had to obediently admit defeat and made a promise not to harm humans. But as thousands of years passed, a Kappa family forgot the promise of their ancestors and began to stay by the river, waiting for passers-by to fall into the river, and then kill them. After killing many people, a warrior named Zuoei appeared in the local area. The warrior went to the river and saw the golden ring incarnated by the Kappa, so he slashed at the golden ring and cut off the Kappa's hand, so that the Kappa promised not to kill humans again. Save surrounding villagers. In addition, Kyandeazai, I heard that if the children who did not keep their promises fell into the water, they would also be used as food by the Kappa. Dad, it's scary. When she heard this, the little girl named Kyandeazai shrank into her father's arms in fright, while the middle-aged man laughed loudly and comforted him. Kyandeazai, don't be afraid, Dad believes in Kyandeazai is a good boy who keeps his promise and will not be eaten by the Kappa. Hearing this, Kyandeazai became even more frightened. Holding his father's hand, he said in a slightly weeping voice, but Dad told Kyandeazai not to be playful. Kyandeazai promised, but he still sneaked out to play. It's okay, the middle-aged man patted his daughter on the shoulder. Daddy will protect you. Besides, the Kappa is just a story. Dad has never seen a real Kappa. The crying little girl was a little tired, and fell asleep quietly under the comfort of her father. It was already late at night, and most of the convoy began to sleep. Only a few guards of the convoy were sitting under the trees, watching the night around the bonfire. The riverside at night is not safe. The guards can also wake up everyone in time, so as not to die. As for the ferocious beasts that appeared by the river, the guards were not too worried. Neon is an island country that has no space for large wild beasts to live. They existed in time and were hunted down by those adults who love hunting. The sharp teeth and claws of wild beasts are no match for the sharpness of bullets. Garo, how long do you think it will take until midnight? The caravan guard who was on guard at night put down his long knife, rubbed his palms, leaned against the tree and stretched, facing the sleeping man on the other side of the tree. Said the partner. Watching the night is very hard, not only physically, but also mentally. Looking at the surrounding forest swallowed by darkness, and not seeing the existence of stars above the head, it is really boring. This is also the reason for arranging 2 vigils, one in the first half of the night and one in the second half of the night. Even so, he almost fell asleep just now. Garo, you fell asleep so fast. Seeing that his companion was gone, the caravan guard smiled to himself. Smiling and laughing, the guard's smile suddenly became stiff, because he found that the surrounding area was too quiet, so quiet that there was no sound, only the creaking of flames and the ticking of rainwater could be heard. It was so quiet that he didn't hear his companion snoring. Garo was a fat man, and every night after falling asleep from exhaustion, he would make a loud, thunderous snoring sound. I used to complain, but it was useless, because there is no way to control the snoring, and I got used to Garo's bad habits over time. Now that he couldn't hear Garo's snoring, he was a little scared instead. Garo. The guard muttered his companion's name, holding a torch and tiptoed to the place behind the big tree, where his companion slept. Garo is gone. The guard was a little panicked, because Garo hid behind a tree to sleep because he knew he hated snoring, but now he was nowhere to be seen, and he didn't know where he went. Maybe I ran there to pee. The guard comforted himself like this, but he didn't stop, holding a torch, looking for the trace of his companion. Finally, he saw a slowly moving black shadow by the river. The guard pointed the torch forward, wanting to see the reality of the black shadow, but found that the black shadow showed scarlet eyes and was rushing towards him. The guard threw down the torch and yelled. The loud screams were as piercing as thunder in the silent rainy night. Saburo Inoka, what are you calling for? If you disturb the guests, be careful about your salary for this month. The boss of the team woke up from his sleep, his face was full of resentment for being disturbed, but he didn't dare to be careless, woke up the surrounding team members, and walked towards the place where Saburo and Ashita shouted, "It's a Kappa, it's a Kappa. The legendary Kappa." The guard who threw away the torch and ran back from the river appeared in front of everyone covered in blood, his tone broken. He ate Goro. Kappa, is there really such a thing? It can't be a crocodile that can eat Goro. The boss was a little puzzled, but when he saw the guard covered in blood, he didn't dare to be careless, and immediately ordered everyone take your weapons, there may be crocodiles by the river. Yes. The members of the convoy agreed, and quickly removed all weapons that could defend themselves from the carriage. Hatchet, spear, axe. These should be enough. Watching his subordinates take out all kinds of weapons, the boss was talking to himself, but he was still a little worried, and quickly took out a shotgun from the locked cabinet in the car. Holding the cold shotgun, the boss of the team felt a sense of security in his heart, and gave orders to his men. "Let's lean together, don't be alone, and go to the river with me to have a look." "What happened, boss?" The movement of the team members taking out their weapons woke up the guests in the carriage, rubbed the sleepy eyes of the guests, walked out of the carriage, and asked in displeasure. "One of the guards in the convoy disappeared by the river. We suspect that there are crocodiles." The crocodile. The guests were a little panicked. They had heard about the crocodile, a huge carnivore that would pose a threat to his life. "Please don't worry about the guests." The owner of the team comforted him, and at the same time showed his shotgun, and said confidently, "With the existence of this thing, there is nothing to be afraid of even facing crocodiles. I'll leave everything to the boss." Seeing the existence of guns and knowing the power of guns, the guests felt relieved. Don't worry, please don't worry, guests, maybe you can see the dead crocodile tomorrow morning." Holding a shotgun, the boss's confidence has greatly increased. This powerful weapon can indeed give people a sense of stability. "Boss." The team members who ran to the river came back with panic on their faces. Goro was really eaten, but it seems that it wasn't the crocodile that ate him. It's the legendary Kappa. It's really a Kappa. Hearing this, the team owner looked unnatural, and hurried to the river. With the help of the team members lighting torches, he managed to see clearly the monster walking slowly on the bank. The monster has the shell of a tortoise, the flippers of a frog, and the appearance of a human. It also has a small saucer on its head with shallow water on it. There is nothing wrong with the legendary Kappa. On the Kappa's human face, there were traces of blood red. "Boss, what should we do? Goro was eaten by that monster. Should we leave immediately or stay here?" Facing the legendary Kappa, the members of the team said that it was a lie, that they were not afraid. They retreated nervously one by one, and asked the team owner. The Kappa came out of the water and approached step by step, while the team members also retreated one after another. If it weren't for the boss organizing here, they might have fled in fright. The team boss was also infected by the emotions of his subordinates. His body was trembling, but he thought of the goods transported in the team and the pensions of the dead employees, biting his teeth. What about the legendary Kappa? It's not the same as being made of flesh and blood. In the past, the left back could defeat a Kappa with a katana, but now that I have a shotgun, how can I be afraid of it? I don't know if the Kappa can be sold for a good price to make up for my loss. Strangely reloading the shotgun, the team boss pointed at the Kappa's turquoise head and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet went out and successfully opened a hole in the Kappa's head. Hit! Looking at the blood hole on the Kappa's head, the team owner heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the hot barrel, and boasted to his subordinates, "So what about the Kappa in the legend? It's not just a bullet, but now it's not Jong households, times have changed. Boss, he doesn't seem to be dead." When the team boss boasted, his subordinates noticed something wrong with Kappa. Although a blood hole appeared on the Kappa's head, it did not affect its activities. It was still walking towards them step by step, and the blood hole on the head was slowly healing. How could this be? At the reminder of his subordinates, the team owner looked at the Kappa, and with normal eyesight, he naturally saw the abnormality on the Kappa. Bang bang bang. He fired all the bullets in one breath, but due to the panic in his heart, the bullet did not hit the Kappa's head, but hit its hard carapace, causing sparks from friction. What to do? What to do? The boss ran towards the convoy with a shotgun in his arms, while the other members of the convoy were even more chaotic and scattered like birds and beasts. Abandon, damn it. Abandon, damn it. The Kappa opened his eyes wide, revealing his scarlet pupils, repeated the same sentence hoarsely, and ran towards the direction where the team boss was escaping. "Whiteout, I'm the only one chasing after me." The team owner didn't forget to look back to observe the situation while running away, and when he saw that the Kappa was only chasing him, he shouted in panic. After all, human beings have limits, but monsters do not. The fleeing team owner realized this. The Kappa behind him obviously had a turtle-like bulky carapace, but he was able to jump a distance of 7 or 8 meters like a frog, and the bulky carapace easily smashed a pothole in the ground. It's over. As the distance got closer step by step, the boss's heart was filled with despair. "Perhaps I will die here today, my career is clearly just getting started." The shape of water, the water wheel. With the indifferent voice in his ear, a sky blue slash appeared in front of the team boss, separating him from the Kappa. It really is an evil spirit. Looking at the kappa who was cut off by the small plate on his head, but still alive and well, Uchiha Luo said. You are the ghost killers. Kappa, no, it may be the existence of kappa ghosts now, and said hoarsely when seeing the Japanese sword in Uchiha Luo's hand. Boss, you leave first and go to the convoy to evacuate the crowd. Confessed to the trembling convoy owner who was kneeling on the ground, after seeing the starting point to leave. Uchiha Luo pointed the blade at the kappa ghost, and said, it's an alternate member, it hasn't passed the formal assessment yet. Alternate members dare to stop me from eating, prevent me from eating those who abandoned my companions. The kappa smiled sinisterly, showing its sharp crocodile-like teeth, and its body hidden in the carapace was fully displayed, revealing its muscular appearance. I hope you don't show a pleasant look of despair like the 2 ghost-killing swordsmen who crusaded me before. When they abandoned their companions to survive one after another, but they still died at my hands, their lovely appearance was extremely beautiful. Oh, is that so? Next, please ask Kappa-sama to be more merciful. Uchiha Luo pretended to be a pitiful weakling, and provocatively said, I hope you can still laugh when your bones are broken. The kappa ghost was not angry, and lay down on the ground. The kappa is like a frog, lying on the ground, with all 4 limbs on the ground, slowly accumulating strength, and the moment it rose into the air, the 4 limbs retracted into the carapace, and slammed towards Uchiha Riho. Good guy, it really is a mixture of a tortoise and a frog. If I get knocked down, I'm afraid I'll vomit blood. Looking at the kappa ghost that was rushing towards him, Uchiha Luo clenched the handle of the knife in his hand, leaned his body slightly, and cut the blade towards the edge of the kappa's carapace. The shape of water wheel. Still the same circular slash, the kappa ghost was bounced away. The Mizu-type water wheel can be used to defend, and the way of using the sword is also simple. It is the most useful sword style that Uchiha Luo learned from Mr. Rinaki. Even so, Uchiha Luo's arm was slightly numb, and the kappa ghost shrank into the carapace like a stone made of iron, and it was difficult to find a flaw. It seems that you still have to use ninjutsu, otherwise it will be too troublesome. The kappa ghost in front of him must have eaten a lot of humans, and he is more than a little stronger than the ghost he met in the Buddhist hall before. Uchiha Luo opened his eyes, and the blood-red Sharinan watched Kappa's every move. Oh, what kind of eyes are those? I seem to smell my companion. The kappa who was bounced off by the blade fell to the ground, looked at Uchiha Riho's eyes full of ominous breath, and said, as a ghost, you turn to the swordsman who kills ghosts, and you also have a sun-will knife. What kind of thoughts are you holding? Since the human in front of him is a ghost like himself, the method of impact will be useless. The vitality of ghosts is strong, and it is difficult to lose them without sunlight. However, the same kind in front of him owns the sun-will knife. If his neck is cut off by the sun-will knife, he will die. But for a few breaths, the kappa ghost kept thinking of countermeasures in his small head, and he was not friendly in the world of evil spirits. In addition to worrying about the ghost-killing swordsman coming to them, they also worry about the vicious competition of their companions. There are always few ghosts with excellent food and no one to make trouble for them. Even one of the 12th moon adults who gave him blood showed a distressed look. But when he was thinking blankly, Uchiha Luo did not give up this opportunity to make a move. Holding the sun-will knife tightly in his hand, he stabbed at the weak point of the kappa ghost. Puff! The long knife cut across the kappa ghost's neck, leaving a deep mark on it, and the energy left by the sun-will knife was slowly burning. Without waiting for Kappa's reaction, Uchiha Luo continued to slash at the neck, trying to cut off his head in one fell swoop. Kill him directly on the spot. A smile appeared on the kappa ghost's face, his head was retracted into the carapace, and his outstretched hands were holding the sun-will knife fiercely. Regardless of the scorching heat on it, he wanted to break it off. Without the sun-will knife, his own life would not be in danger. At that time, when he ran into the river, he would have the initiative to fight or flee when he got to the river's home field. Art fire escape ho fireball. The sun-will knife touched by the kappa ghost turned into light smoke with a bang, and on its head, a fireball half a meter in size was ready to go. Boom, a huge fireball flew into the carapace and exploded directly inside. Is this blood ghost art? Why hasn't the adults wiped out a traitor like you? The body of ordinary evil ghosts is much stronger than that of ordinary people, not to mention kappa ghosts who have eaten countless people. After being severely incinerated by Hao's fireball, although he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to speak. Without talking to the kappa ghost, Uchiha Luo swung a knife and cut off the kappa's limbs, making him incapacitated. Tell me about the hiding places of the other evil spirits. Uchiha Luo picked up the log used for the substitution technique, sat on it, and watched the kappa ghost quietly. Abandon it, damn it, abandon it, damn it. The kappa ghost, who had lost both hands and feet, shrank into the carapace, did not answer Uchiha Luo's words, but lost his eyesight, and finally Nanan talked about his past memories. In his memory, as an orphan in the village, he tried his best to play with the children in the same village. Even if he was regarded as the object of pranks every day, he still had a smile on his face. But there was one, who was tied to an abandoned house on the bank of the river as the object of the prank, and when the storm came, the children ran home in all directions, and he was abandoned in the house by the river, hungry and cold. It rained heavily for a day and a night, and he was so tired that he passed out by the river, trying his best to break free from the rope, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, the river water spread to his neck, and when he waited quietly for death, the evil spirit in kimono appeared in front of him. That's interesting. Is it an abandoned child? Do you want revenge on your companions? The evil ghost's clothes were more gorgeous than those of the city people, but the smile on his face was exaggerated ferociously. Being flooded by the river, he couldn't speak, so he nodded subconsciously. A drop of blood appeared in front of him and melted between his brows. And his body also slowly grew a carapace, his limbs became like a frog, and a plate grew on his head, which was covered with a shallow layer of water. Interesting, Kappa, you will be the ghost of the Kappa in the future. As if seeing an interesting plaything, the evil ghost in front of him smiled and left, telling him a piece of news before leaving. The village's flood protection dam is about to collapse. When he got the news, he hurried to the village to tell those friends that the mountain torrent was coming. Are you dead and turned into a Kappa? The appearance of the Kappa let the little friends know that it was dead. In order not to be blamed by their parents, the little friends chose to catch it again and burn it to death so that it could no longer make a sound. During the struggle, he inadvertently injured his partner, tasted the blood and at the same time became ecstatic, revealing the appearance of a monster. The little friend ran away in a hurry, leaving only the injured one, who was trembling, revealing the desperate appearance of being tied to a tree. Don't go, save me, please save me. In exchange for the shrill cry, they ran away more quickly, and the friends ran back home quickly, and found the place where the Kappa was after faltering after their parents asked, "He's going to kill me, he's going to kill me." The rescued child was trembling in the arms of the adults, while the adults in the village picked up weapons and surrounded the Kappa coldly. You are the bastard in the village, the child who has no parents and dares to bully me. Monster, orphan. Before you die, no one wants waste, and after death, no one wants waste. The cold wooden stick and stone hit Kappa's body, and he could only shrink in his carapace, not daring to move, for fear that he would not be able to suppress the pain in his body. Power, incarnation of evil spirits. It's really a tortoise shell, very hard. Perhaps because of the tiredness of the fight, the adults and children in the village put down the tools to vent their anger. Talking around the Kappa. How to deal with this monster, let him go, or sign a promise not to harm the villagers with it. Kappa pays attention to promise that this is a story handed down from ancient times, and I don't know if it is true or not. In my opinion, he is also killed to avoid future troubles. Not good, not good. I still sell it. I heard that the big shots in the city like these strange monsters the most. If they sell them, they can be exchanged for a sum of money to make up for my frightened child. That, the one in the village. The Kappa wanted to speak, but was tied up by the villagers, took him home, and put him in the village's cowshed. You monster, you dare to hurt me. My parents said they would sell you and buy me candies and slingshots. You trash, you were tied up in the house by me. If you drowned, you would drown. Why did you come out to scare people and make me laugh at others? However, thanks to you, my parents will help me buy new toys. Looking at the mountains of excrement around him and the frightened child peeing on his head, the Kappa finally chose to remain silent. Only I, was outcast, waiting to die by the river, pointed at in the village, humiliated in the cowshed. I have no one to help me alone, and if I get the chance, I kill those who abandon their partners so easily. That night, the mountain torrent broke through the embankment and flooded the entire village. Countless people in the village were struggling in the flood, but the Kappa broke free from the shackles, silently walked up to the child who was peeing on him, swallowed him, and turned into a Kappa ghost. They're still dead. You didn't tell them about the embankment. The evil ghost in kimono reappeared in front of the Kappa ghost. Well, they should be damned. The Kappa's tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Damn them, food requires food habits, but your habit of wasting food like this is not good. Just eat those friends who abandoned you. Uchiha Liwo clapped his palms, got up from the log, picked up the Japanese sword on the ground, and walked in front of Kappa Oni. The story is very good, but you still haven't told the whereabouts of the other ghosts. Who is that evil ghost wearing a kimono? I won't tell you the name and location of that adult, Kappa said secretly. It's okay, if you don't want to say it, I won't make things difficult for you. To be honest, after hearing your story, I really want to hug you like Tanjiro. It must be very hard to say something, but I really can't do it. With strength in his arms, the jet black sunwheel knife turned into a phantom and stood on the head of the Kappa ghost. Oni wu shi wu mi. Uchiha Liwo said softly in Kappa ghost's ear. The Kappa stared wide-eyed, looking at Uchiha Liwo fiercely, and somewhere in the distance, a girl in a kimono suddenly frowned. After Uchiha Liwo chopped off the neck of the Kappa ghost turned into ashes and disappeared into the air, including the carapace. It is obviously as hard as steel, but with the death of the evil spirit, everything disappears. What is a creature like a ghost made of? Uchiha Liwo couldn't help being puzzled, but he didn't pursue it in depth, but focused on the options in front of him. The progress bar called killing 10 evil spirits has increased by 2/10. So this Kappa ghost is equivalent to 2 ghosts. Then if I kill evil ghosts with blood ghost skills, or the 12th moon, I'm afraid I can grow even more. I don't know if the progress bar has been accumulated. Can I really go back? After closing the big mana-consuming Sharingan, Uchiha Liwoo looked at the Japanese sword in his hand again. The Japanese sword was still pitch black, and there was no gap after World War I. It is said that this kind of knife can change its color according to the characteristics of the user, but in my hand it did not turn into the sky blue that represents water. Is it because I have no special qualities, or this knife is much worse than those real Sunwill knives? Putting the long sword back into its sheath, Uchiha Liwoo walked towards the convoy. That it was already so late at night, so he had to get a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, the team owner obsequiously walked to the carriage where Uchiha Liwoo was. At this time, Uchiha Liwoo had just woken up. Looking at the appearance of the team boss, he knew the purpose of his visit. Don't tell about what happened last night. That Kappa is an evil ghost. It is organized, you know. I know, my lord. This is your breakfast. If you need anything, just order. The boss nodded quickly, glanced at the samurai sword beside Uchiha Liwoo, left it for breakfast, and then retreated. This guy will understand at that time that he should be able to get to the station today. I don't know if the train will be able to get on it. Uchiha Liwoo has no household registration in this world and is a black householder. It's okay to take a carriage or something, but if you take a train, you have to find a way to get in. There was not much turmoil in the subsequent journey. Because of the boss's favor, he separated from the father and daughter and sat in a separate carriage with some tea and snacks. My lord, we're here. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at the station. At night, Uchiha Riho's destination is a city with trains passing by. After saying goodbye to the father and daughter who were in the same carriage before, Uchiha Liwoo left the car dealership and stepped into the city. The city has an obvious Meiji restoration style. After being in contact with Western society, Neon quickly stepped into modern society. Not only are the neatly planned roads, but also the roadside businesses are developing very well. After Uchiha Liwoo bought some new clothes at the store, he walked into a restaurant with a lot of customers. Excuse me, what do you need? Uchiha Liwoo just sat down in front of the narrow dining table, and the waiter enthusiastically came up to ask. A serving of pork chop rice, thank you, Uchiha Liwoo said. After more than 10 minutes of waiting, a pork chop meal was placed in front of him. The taste is surprisingly good. After moving his chopsticks, Uchiha Liwoo began to eat slowly, but his ears began to hear the chatter of the guests around him. Have you ever heard of a kimono girl in Gohara Street? In the past few months, I heard that someone saw a girl wearing a kimono wandering around at night. I've heard that girl in kimono has killed many people. She often pretends to be a girl in kimono who is lost, to deceive others' sympathy, and kills a girl in remote and dark places. It's really scary to look like a little girl, but kill a lot of adults with malicious intentions. Fortunately, I don't have such bad tastes. Listening to the conversations of the surrounding guests, Uchiha Liwoo remembered that Kappa Oni had said that the evil spirit who gave it blood was also wearing a kimono, so it must be what they call a kimono girl. In that case, I am one step closer to achieving my goal. After debiting the account and getting the change, Uchiha Liwoo left the restaurant and walked on the street. At this time, because of the heavy rain, there were few people on the street, only some off-duty workers walked with umbrellas. Opening a pitch-black umbrella, Uchiha Liwoo walked to the alley called Hawaiiwan Street in the city. Hawaiiwan Street is a street at the junction of the city and the countryside. Usually, few people pass by, and the light is very low. The street lamps used for lighting are flickering, making the sound of electric current. Uchiha Liwoo wasn't sure if he could encounter evil spirits, but if there were ghosts in this city, the chance of them appearing here was the greatest. The Japanese sword slowly unsheathed, and hid it under the newly bought coat. Uchiha Liwoo walked on the wall, walked up to the roof, and watched every move in the alley. As a ninja who has undergone 5 years of compulsory education in Ninja Village, Uchiha Liwoo has a strong ability to sneak. Under the cover of rain, the sound of footsteps and breathing is reduced to the extreme. In the depths of the alley, there was a sound of regular footsteps. Uchiha Liwoo watched a young man with yellow hair walk into the alley. If there are evil spirits, the target should be his. Uchiha Liwoo waited patiently, and after waiting for an hour, he still didn't wait for the evil spirit he wanted to meet. But in front of him, there appeared a girl with black hair and purple pupils with a thin sword pinned to her waist. The girl's black hair only turned dark purple at the ends, and she wore evening curly hairstyles, and wore mint-colored butterfly hair clips with dark purple edges. A uniform of the Demon Slayer squad is covered with a feather patterned with a butterfly wing pattern. You have been here for a long time, are you waiting for the evil spirit? The girl wearing the butterfly wing feather woven jumped onto the roof and walked towards Uchiha Riho. And Uchiha Liwoo also discovered the girl wearing the butterfly wing feather weaving early, but she didn't reveal her whereabouts, so she was discovered. It seems that my disguise is not thorough enough. Is it because I haven't graduated yet? A lot of knowledge is missing from the ninja school. I'm waiting for a girl in a kimono. According to people here, there are always girls in kimonos haunting the night and killing many idiots. Uchiha Riho noticed the thin green rapier around the girl's waist, and the Ghost Slayer uniform of the same style as Yoshiyuki Tomioka, and guessed the girl's identity. Butterfly Shinobi, one of the 9 pillars, the insect pillar, the owner of the butterfly house, because of lack of physical strength, made a thin sword, which is smeared with poison enough to kill ghosts. The venom is injected into it, and even a ghost will die. Now she should have inherited the position of the pillar not long ago, and I don't know if she has concocted the toxin that can kill ghosts. Which one are you? Why aren't you wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer squad? Butterfly Shinobu saw the Japanese sword in Uchiha Riho's hand, but wondered why he wasn't wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer squad. Mr. Ryotake once taught me for a while, and the knife in my hand was also given by him. As for the lack of the uniform of the Demon Slayer squad, it may be because I am not an official member yet. Uchiha Liwo withdrew his Japanese sword, stood up, and smiled slightly. You can come out to kill evil spirits even if you are not a regular member. It seems that Mr. Rinaki is very assured of your strength. But that girl in kimono is not a simple character. I advise you to give up this idea. Butterfly Shinobu's face was full of gentleness, and reminded. She came here because of the purchase of medicinal materials, but she heard the rumors here, and she had fought against the girl in kimono, so she knew the strength of the other party. Although that guy is not his opponent yet, he is definitely not something that ordinary members of the Ghost Killing Squad can deal with. She didn't want to lose another candidate for the already rare members of the Ghost Slayer Squad. You fought with her, and she escaped. If I go with you, the result should be different. Uchiha Liwo then introduced himself. He could see that Butterfly Shinobi seemed to have found the trace of the kimono girl in front of him, and seemed to be unable to kill her for some reason. With the strength of Butterfly Ninja, anyone of Shangqian has the ability to fight, and if he is on the string, he can only escape. Of course, if the kimono girl really winds up, I'm afraid Butterfly Shinobu has already started to escape. If you are not afraid of death, then follow along. Butterfly Shinobu glanced at Uchiha Liwo. It was hard to see the expression in the purple pupils, even though the tone was gentle, but it was cold. Butterfly stood in front, and Uchiha Liwo silently followed. Leaving the dark alley, Butterfly Shinobi walked into the street in the center of the city, switching routes constantly. Although I don't know how she determined the location of the ghost, Uchiha Liwo still followed closely. In the end, he came to a casino. If you go in, you can't carry weapons. The guard at the gate watched Uchiha Liwo and Butterfly Ninja's weapons at their waists, preventing them from entering the casino with knives. Let's go in. Uchiha Liwo looked into the guard's eyes, activated illusion, controlled the guard, and walked in with the weapon. Those eyes. Dai endured seeing Guyu in the guard's eyes, and walked into the casino with the weapon without asking any further questions. There was a lot of noise in the casino. The winners were smiling, the losers were frowning, and the red-eyed gamblers mortgaged their property and wanted to make a last-ditch effort, but finally fell into despair amidst the sound of dice. Filthy land. Butterfly said in a low voice, with undisguised disgust in his eyes. Master Daiezu, where is the ghost? Uchiha Liwo approached Butterfly Ninja and asked in a low voice. It's everywhere, those croupiers and the casino owners in the depths of the casino. Butterfly Shinobi said in a low voice without addressing Uchiha Liwo. Do you need to drive these ordinary people away? Uchiha Liwo looked at the crazy gamblers around him with a bit of pity. As the food of the evil ghost, he entertains in the casino run by the evil ghost. It's okay to win, but it's not like losing his life if he loses. You can do whatever you want. Butterfly endured with no expression on his face. After receiving such an answer, Uchiha Liwo silently walked behind the croupier, slowly unsheathed the long knife, aimed at the croupier's neck and stabbed it forcefully. He's dead, he's dead. Uchiha Liwo's actions frightened everyone. Seeing the bloody croupier lying on the ground, the gamblers in the casino all showed panic expressions. One by one took the chips in their hands, and retreated away from Uchiha Liwo. Guard, why didn't the guard come, or did they all get killed? The gamblers who were waiting to maintain order were very flustered in their hearts, and quickly gave up their chips and ran towards the gate. However, not all of them ran away. A few red-eyed gamblers took advantage of the chaos and picked up chips and money on the ground, hoping to obtain the capital to turn around. With a puff, the gambler who hadn't left for a long time was killed by the croupiers around him, and fell into a pool of blood, still clinging to the money in his arms. After killing ordinary people who hadn't left the casino, the croupiers twisted their bodies into the appearance of evil spirits. Are there only 2 ghost-killing swordsmen? You are no match for our group of ghosts. I heard that the flesh and blood of ghost-killing swordsmen is sweeter than that of ordinary people. Torture them to death first, then kill them. One by one, the evil spirits showed their prototypes, surrounded Uchiha Liwo and Butterfly Ninja in a small casino. Their eyes were full of jokes, as if they foresaw the tragedy of Uchiha Liwo and Butterfly Ninja. Ghosts living in cities are more intelligent than those in rural areas. As evil ghosts, they do not take the initiative to hunt and kill humans, but use casinos to collect money and hunt humans who repay debts unreasonably to satisfy their appetites. Uchiha Liwo guessed the reason why they built the casino, and he couldn't help but think highly of these intelligent ghosts. Let's go together. Don't underestimate any ghost-killing swordsman. If they escape, it would be bad to lead out the ghost-killing squad, but we will have to live a life of escape, where we can enjoy in the human world. These evil spirits are not fools, they also have desires and want to live in the city like normal people. Casinos that also operate at night are their best choice. The evil spirits operate at night, hunting prey, and let humans do it for them during the day. Hunting homeless people in the city from time to time to add a meal or something is also a pastime after work. But if it is discovered by humans, the peaceful life in front of them will be interrupted. This is what they don't want to see, and it is also the reason why they didn't attack the gamblers just now. Let's go together so that I can complete the progress as soon as possible. Uchiha Liwo showed the eyes of a cat catching a mouse, and swung his knife to kill the evil spirit struggling on the ground. It has to be said that the solar knife is really powerful. Just a weapon made of steel that is exposed to sunlight all year round has the same restraint on ghosts as sunlight. As long as the neck of the evil spirit can be cut off, the evil spirit will lose the ability to heal and die directly. The breath of water, the shape of the three, flowing and dancing. Uchiha Liwo concentrated his breathing, and a huge burst of energy burst out of his blood, which greatly enhanced his physical fitness. With the help of Sharingan, his whole body turned into flowing water, flowing among evil spirits. The evil spirits fell under Uchiha Liwo's sword like wheat, and the scattered parts fell to the ground. Strictly speaking, these evil spirits are not half as powerful as the Kappa ghosts, just as weak as the evil spirits they saw in the Buddhist hall that day. It is precisely because they are so weak that they need to gather together to report groups to keep warm, and the ghost who gathered them all should be the rumored kimono girl. So powerful. Could that guy be Zu? Only Zu has this kind of strength, and those eyes are even more ominous than our aura. Really, who is the ghost? Compared with him, we are ordinary people. The remaining evil spirits gathered together, looking at their companions who were lying on the ground and sleeping forever. Their fear felt the same. No ghost is willing to end their own lives to die, but at this time, it is no doubt that they are seeking death, and they retreat again and again, and the emotion of fear spreads on them. Finally, one couldn't hold back its fear, and rushed towards the gate guarded by Uchiha Liwo. The tip of the knife sliced AA through the air, and the escaped ghost was beheaded, and his body turned into ashes and disappeared into the casino. Everyone run away, he can't kill so many people. The remaining evil spirits fled in all directions. They were familiar with every corner of the casino and knew the correct way to escape. Of course Uchiha Liwo will not let him go, and Butterfly Ninja at the side will naturally not stand idly by. She, who has a deep hatred for the ghost owner, turns into a butterfly and dances among the evil ghosts. With the help of insect breath and venom, one by one, the evil spirits fell on the ground, with a shallow stab mark on their bodies. Butterfly Ninja's venom was running out, and Uchiha Liwo also spent a lot of energy to kill those minions. He had killed 11 evil spirits just now, and the progress bar in front of him reached the limit. You run really fast. Although those evil spirits knew that running fast would only kill their teammates, they were frightened by Uchiha Liwo's clone technique and ran back again. Also because of the clone technique, the chakra in Uchiha Liwo's body is only average now, which is not enough for him to continue to squander. However, it happened to use all his energy to use water breathing. In the battle just now, he had a deeper understanding of fully concentrated breathing. I can better understand the rhythm of my breathing when fighting, and it turns out that fighting is the most powerful growth. The kimono girl is inside. Uchiha Liwo speculated that if these ghosts gather in everything and need a leader, it must be the kimono girl, and being able to escape from Zuzu's hand has proved that her strength is at the level of Xia Xuanyu. Butterfly nodded, put the green rapier back into the scabbard to replenish the venom, and carefully smelled the air. The smell of the vine flowers is inside. Butterfly Shinobu's venom is extracted from vine flowers. This flower is a stench to evil spirits, but it is a very familiar smell to Butterfly Shinobi. Go through the lobby of the casino and come to the lounge. The short-haired girl in a kimono was holding a tamari in her hand, playing with it casually. Seemingly aware of the appearance of Uchiha Riho and Butterfly Shinobi, the kimono girl stopped playing with her hands, looked at Uchiha Riho and Butterfly Shinobi, and the tamari in her hand exploded like a bomb. Can't resist? Seeing Tamari moving at high speed, Uchiha Liwo hastily dodged. With a bang, Tamari hit the wall behind Uchiha Riho, and the powerful force pierced through the wall, causing slight cracks to appear. Looking at the wall that was pierced, after being away from Uchiha for a while, I was afraid, knowing Tamari's horror. Whoosh! Tamari, who disappeared behind the wall, broke through the wall at a wonderful angle and hit Uchiha Riho. Uchiha Liwo was highly concentrated, his breathing was slightly rapid, and he quickly inhaled air into his lungs. The air enters the lungs, and in the state of fully concentrated breathing, the blood vessels absorb oxygen, which can bring a huge improvement to physical fitness. Leaning away from Tamari's second attack, Uchiha slid the long knife away from the fire, using the side of the knife to flick Tamari to the other side. There is also a ghost there. Tamari smashed through the wall, and even if the evil spirit hidden behind the wall did not appear, Uchiha Riho could still feel his presence. Under the destruction of Tamari, the wall completely collapsed and turned into a piece of rubble. At this moment, the existence behind the wall fully revealed its real body. It was an evil spirit. The evil spirit who appeared in front of Uchiha Liwoo had short black hair and was wearing a monk's robe. There were no eyes in his eyes, but appeared in his hand with a huge exclamation mark on it. It was that thing that controlled Temeri's movement. The evil ghost and the girl in kimono wearing monk clothes in front of him reminded Uchiha Liwoo of his past memories and knew what kind of existence the two ghosts in front of him were. They are Susumaru and Uchiha, both of whom possess blood ghost skills. One can shoot Temeri like a cannonball, has 6 arms, and the other can change the direction of Temeri. The combination of the two greatly increases the strength, which is stronger than the ordinary Xiaxian. Didn't they meet for the first time after 2 years, though? Why is it here at this time? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Uchiha Liwoo opened Sharingan silently, and sure enough, after opening Sharingan, huge directional arrows appeared in midair. However, the owners of the casino may not be them. With the help of Sharingan, Uchiha Liwoo has an extremely keen sense of the surrounding environment. The loud ghost is moving towards the exit. Want to go? Uchiha Liwoo took out the kunao he was carrying with him, wrapped it with a detonating talisman, and exploded with a bang after passing through the gap in the wall. The huge force blew up the entire room, and the evil spirits were turned into pieces, but they tried their best to join them together, but there was nothing they could do. The aftermath of the explosion affected Uchiha next to the room. Uchiha's body was covered with smoke and dust. He was born with a cleanliness and couldn't bear the dirt on his clothes, and his face was full of anger. Angrily controlling Temeri, Uchiha made Temeri fly continuously in the room, trying to dazzle Uchiha Liwoo and Butterfly Shinobu and lose the ability to judge. Uchiha Liwoo's heart was beating violently, and the fierce battle made him excited and full of strength. Without waiting for Temeri to attack, Uchiha Liwoo stepped on the ground and swooped down on the rubble. He rushed to Uchiha with a few steps, and the long knife in his hand slashed at Uchiha's hands. As long as he loses his hands, Uchiha is no doubt like an ordinary evil spirit. On the other side, Susumaru's body changed, for arms grew out, and several Temeri suddenly appeared in his hands, and he threw them towards Uchiha Liwoo and Butterfly Shinobu. At this time, Butterfly Ninja couldn't really make an effective attack because the venom was almost used up. He jumped around the room lightly, avoiding Temeri's attack, and was ready to launch a deadly attack with the remaining venom at any time. Uchiha controlled Temeri to return to the defense, to find that Uchiha Liwoo would not dodge or evade, and would cut off his own attack if he died together, so he quickly made up his mind and turned Temeri to change direction towards him with all his strength. Boom! Uchiha Liwoo turned into a log, and suddenly appeared behind Uchiha, and the Temeri controlled by Uchiha was in front of him at this time, unable to attack Uchiha Liwoo behind him. Changing direction is a difficult ability for ordinary ghost-killing swordsmen. After all, it is difficult to observe with the naked eye. But in front of Sharingan, the arrow that changed direction appeared in midair. Long knife brandished. Blood splattered, Uchiha moved his body, and Uchiha Liwoo chopped off his hands effortlessly. Uchiha had seen such tricks as the substitution technique, and when he was attacked, he suddenly changed his position. Who would have thought that the enemy in front of him was just a substitute, and the real attack was hidden behind him? Without enemy intelligence, you will be frustrated everywhere, and it will take a lot of money to get information about the enemy's capabilities and obtain countermeasures. Taking advantage of this, Uchiha Liwoo easily chopped off Uchiha's hands. Losing his hands, Uchiha lost the ability to resist, and was easily beheaded by Uchiha Liwoo. On the other side, Butterfly Shinobu also touched the front of Susumaru, and the rapier pierced into the body wrapped in the kimono. Under the action of the toxin, Susumaru slowly fell to the ground, losing his fighting power, and was killed by Uchiha Liwoo. Wipe out. The corpses fell heavily on the ground. These two people may be rivals in front of Tanjiro, but they have no ability to fight back in front of the powerful Uchiha Riho and Butterfly Shinobu. They don't even have the name of the next string. In front of the strength of the first level, they are like newborn babies weak in front of adults. What's more, even if Xia Xian didn't have 2 of them, he would only flee in a hurry when facing Zhu. The evil spirit was beheaded. Thank you very much for bringing me to find such an evil spirit to practice. Uchiha Liwoo withdrew his long sword and thanked Butterfly Ninja with a sincere tone. If Dai hadn't found so many evil spirits, he wouldn't have killed enough evil spirits so easily to fill up the progress bar. After the progress bar has been accumulated, his Sharingan tells him that as long as he wants, he can leave the world of Demon Slayer Blade at any time and return to Konoha village. The initiative to go or stay is already in the hands of Uchiha Liwoo, which means that as long as Uchiha Liwoo is not killed in seconds, he can use Sharingan to leave the battlefield at any time. It's nothing. Butterfly Ninja was about to speak, but was choked by Uchiha Liwoo's words, and just put on an attitude of supporting the younger generation. You are a candidate swordsman, not only has the strength comparable to Zhu, but also has what odd abilities. It's no wonder that Mr. Reneki will let you go down the mountain. Your strength no longer needs to participate in the final selection. Master Butterfly praised it. If it wasn't for the tight time, I would have studied hard with Mr. Reneki for a few years. I am still not proficient in the use of water breathing, and I can't integrate the full concentration of breathing into my daily life. And your venom is really powerful. Even if you don't cut off the heads of evil spirits, you can kill them. Uchiha Liwoo pretended to be surprised and said, That's because I don't have enough strength to penetrate the head of the evil spirit. Compared with cutting off the head of the evil spirit directly, preparing the venom is quite troublesome. While speaking, Butterfly Ninja walked in front of the evil spirits, took out the medicine that he carried with him to deal with the battlefield, and cleaned up the traces caused by the battle. Since Butterfly Ninja was not tasked to kill evil spirits, there was no hidden existence by her side, so she had to clean up the battlefield herself. The Ghost Killing Team is not an organization recognized by the government, and the existence of evil spirits has never been announced to the world. Both of them are shady existences. Fight each other in the dark for hundreds of years. After dealing with the battlefield with Butterfly Shinobu, Uchiha Liwoo said goodbye to Butterfly Shinobi, ending their encounter in less than half a day. Butterfly Ninja needs to go to other places to buy medicinal materials, and Uchiha Liwoo misses Konoha and wants to reunite with his family. When dealing with the battlefield, Uchiha Liwoo found a few gold bars in the casino and regarded them as trophies. Things like gold are not only in Demon Slayer Blade, but also in the ninja world. Uchiha Liwoo is short of money in Konoha Village. Kunao, Detonation Talisman, and Storage Talisman are not cheap. Faye. The sky was getting brighter, and Uchiha Liwoo came to a mountain outside the city. Right now, he has no idea of going to Tokyo. Before, he thought that Tokyo had enough evil spirits to hunt and kill. Now that he has hunted enough evil spirits, he doesn't need to go to distant Tokyo. I hope I can come to this world in the future. Uchiha Liwoo planned to leave, and he was not sure if he could return here after returning to the ninja world. I have fulfilled the agreement with Mr. Ryotaki. Looking at the sun piercing the night in the distance, Uchiha Liwoo opened the blood-red Sharingan, and at the same time the world in front of him became blood-colored. He saw the options in front of him. One Piece, Gray, Demon Slayer Blade, current location, Cabane of the Iron Fortress, Gray, Naruto, returnable. Uchiha Liwoo chose the only option that was lit up and muttered silently to return. Immediately afterwards, the Guyu in Uchiha Liwoo's eyes kept spinning, turned into a kaleidoscope, and disappeared on the top of the mountain. The next moment appeared in a jungle. Sure enough, it disappeared, the option in my eyes. Uchiha Liwoo appeared in the forest of death. Looking at the options that disappeared in his eyes, it was not surprising. It was the same before. As long as you travel through time and space, the options in your eyes will be dormant as if they run out of energy, and will not appear until a period of time passes. I don't know what's wrong with my eyes. There is nothing bad about awakening Sharingan, but the sudden appearance of the ability is even weirder than the legendary Sharingan. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Uchiha Liwoo understood that now is not the time to think about these things, and he must ensure that his abilities are not discovered by the village. If Konoha's Dark Danzo discovers his ability, with his own strength and the fetters of his family, he can only obediently become the object of research. Looking around, Uchiha Liwoo found that he was still in the place he left, and the surrounding environment hadn't changed much. After careful inspection to ensure that there were no traces of human activities around, Uchiha Liwoo walked towards Uchiha's clan along the path he left. Is it Uchiha Liwoo? I heard that you have awakened Sharingan. It seems that you have the strength of a strong man. Walking in the Uchiha tribe, the surrounding tribes greeted him one after another, congratulating him on opening the symbol of the tribe Sharingan. Although the clansmen have a cold appearance to the outside world, they are quite gentle towards their fellow clansmen, but sometimes, they are not good at expressing emotions, and it is easy to say some sharp words. After responding to the congratulations of the tribe, Uchiha walked to his small courtyard not long after leaving the fire. Liwoo is back. Uchiha Tinko, who just stepped into the entrance and was doing housework at home, put down the tools in his hand, walked up to Liwoo and hugged him tightly, his voice full of worries for his son. You all go out for a week. Have you been hungry or cold outside this week, and have you achieved any results in your practice? A week doesn't seem to be very long. Nearly 3 months have passed in the past, and it's only been a week here. The time gap is almost 10 times, and the 10 times time flow rate must be used well in the future. It's not bad. Uchiha Liwoo broke free from Uchiha Tings's embrace, and talked about the practice life he had made up a long time ago. Mom, these days, I have been staying near the forest in the back mountain, practicing hard every day, practicing the skill of the fireball, and now I finally learned it. Have you learned it? Sea-level ninjutsu. I learned it in a week. My son is a genius. Although he doesn't understand his son's insistence on going out to practice. But if Uchiha Liwoo can come back safely, she doesn't care much about these details. Where did father go? Uchiha Liwoo was a little puzzled as there was no trace of his father at home. So many robots. Uchiha Liwoo's father, Uchiha Tou, is a Sango Jonin of the Uchiha family. When he was young, he participated in World War II and killed many ninjas from other villages. Later, because of her marriage and the birth of Uchiha Liwoo, she gave up the mission to go out, arrived at the institution controlled by the family, and became a member of the Konoha Security Department. Although the Konoha Security Department did things that offended people, because they stayed in the village, it was not common to encounter life and death crises, which also made the relationship between father and son quite deep. But now that it was time for the security department to get off work, his father did not appear at home as usual. Uchiha Liwoo was a little worried. After you left, your father received a notice from the village and went out to perform a mission with Master Fuya's approval. That's it. Uchiha Liwoo nodded. Now the ninja world is peaceful, all countries are cultivating and living, it is in a peaceful age, and the casualty rate of ninjas is not high. Had a peaceful night. 1 month later in the morning, after having breakfast, Uchiha Liwoo came to the backyard, entered the state of water breathing, took out the Japanese sword and practiced waving it in the air. The use of fully concentrated breathing can greatly improve physical fitness and reaction ability, just like the Reikage chakra mode. In order to make himself more adaptable to water breathing, Uchiha Liwoo spends a lot of time every day for full focus breathing, trying to adapt to this state, and can also improve his physical ability when he reaches the state of normal breathing. Once he adapts to this state, Uchiha Liwoo's strength will reach a new level. With the help of Sharingan, he may be able to achieve great fame with a long sword like Sakumo Heitake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Uchiha Liwoo's long knife kept cutting across the air, making crisp sounds. He tried his best to wield the sword style, trying to incorporate the sword style into every attack he had. Uchiha Liwoo practiced swordsmanship very hard. For him, practicing swordsmanship is a great improvement in strength. The Uchiha family's chakra is not as good as the whirlpool and the thousand hands, and he has a pair of sharing eyes that consume a lot of mana. Uchiha Liwoo thinks that he has no talent for practicing illusion, and he controls others only by relying on the domineering Sharingan, not his own understanding of ninjutsu. Compared with the illusion of controlling people's hearts, he prefers to use body skills, and the long knife in his hand makes him feel extremely stable. As for illusion, as long as it can't be confused by others, it's enough. There are so many illusion geniuses in the Uchiha family, he is not bad. The real strong will not be controlled by illusions, and even ninjutsu is difficult to produce effects. Only physical arts can adapt to various environments, and will not lose their power due to the exhaustion of chakra. Speaking of which, Uchiha Liwoo still attaches great importance to Sanshin Jutsu. These three kinds of ninjutsu, clone and transformation, are only the basic ninjutsu of ninjas, but the effect is huge after they are learned. Substitution technique can save life, clone technique can confuse the enemy, and transformation technique can change body shape. It is really an ability called a bug, which cannot be seen in the Naruto world, but it is terrifying in other worlds. Uchiha Liwoo's eyes have the ability to travel through time and space, and the enemies he faces in the future are not just ninjas, but other worlds. Shadow Clone Technique. Uchiha Liwoo used the Shadow Clone Technique with fast fingertip seals. Boom! As the smoke cleared, an identical clone appeared next to Uchiha Liwoo. Back home, Uchiha Liwoo found the Shadow Clone Technique from his father's study, and spent a certain amount of time learning this B-level ninjutsu. After Uchiha Liwoo awakened Sharingan, his father told him that he could learn all his ninjutsu. Although B-level ninjutsu is difficult to learn, Uchiha Liwoo still worked hard to master it, because he knows the power of Shadow Clone Technique. Different from the Clone Jutsu, which can be defeated in one blow, the Shadow Clone Jutsu is a certain endurance of the owner, and can use ninjutsu like the main body. After the Shadow Clone appeared, he jumped in front of Uchiha Liwoo, picked up the kunao and shuriken on the ground, and started throwing towards the main body. Using the Shadow Clone to practice against yourself is a way to quickly improve your strength. Uchiha Liwoo strictly demanded himself. When confronting the Shadow Clone, he must not use ninjutsu, but must use physical skills to resist. This is not only because of honing one's own body skills, but also because of one's own compromise with the scarcity of chakra. If he was asked to create hundreds of shadow clones like Naruto, he would never be able to do it, not only because he couldn't get it, because of the scarcity of chakra, but also because each shadow clone had when one's own memory is destroyed, the memory will return to the original body. Naruto was able to succeed because his brain was not very smart. If he did it himself, his brain would definitely be broken. After activating Sharingan, he easily picked up the attacking shuriken with the long sword, and Uchiha Liwoo moved towards the long sword and slashed at the neck of the shadow clone. After the shadow clone was defeated, it would be happy to feed back to the main body, but Uchiha Liwoo showed no mercy. Sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in wartime. As a student of the ninja school, he will definitely go to the battlefield after graduation, and it has been 45 years since Konoha, and peace has been in the major countries for several years. As the new generation of ninjas gradually grow up, the contradictions of ninjas are also increasing. Intensification. Fire escape, the art of fireball. Seeing that the shadow clone was about to be hit by the main body, his hands quickly formed seals, and used this powerful ninjutsu. The blade was wrapped around chakra, and Uchiha Liwoo swung vigorously, breaking the huge fireball in half, without stopping, directly crushing the shadow clone behind the fireball. The avatar really doesn't give me any chakra left. After accepting the memory fed back by the avatar, Uchiha Liwoo shook his head helplessly, and then created a new avatar. The shadow clone is a tool man. At noon, after Uchiha Liwoo ate a large amount of food prepared by his mother, Uchiha Tingzi, he felt the food turn into nutrients in his body, and after a short rest to condense chakra, he condensed a new shadow clone. He hopes to find his own flaws and make up for his own shortcomings in the duels. When the mother saw Uchiha Liwoo, who was practicing hard, she didn't make a sound, walked into the room, and silently prepared medicine for her son's bruises. She was naturally very happy that her son was able to work hard, but she was also a little worried about whether her son would be injured. As a mother, she had to be fully prepared. "Father, you're back." Uchiha Tinko heard the sound of the front door opening and walked towards the entrance, ready to welcome her husband. Uchiha Liwo heard the sound of the door opening. Looking back, he saw a middle-aged man wearing tuanfan clothes and trimmed short hair, greeted by his mother, walked into the house and walked towards him. "Li Huo, still practicing hard, he is worthy of being my son Uchiha Tou." Uchiha Toga laughed heartily, put down the package in his hand, and walked into the backyard. Standing in front of Uchiha Liwo, Uchiha Tou was a head taller than his son, except for the difference in height and hair. The two of them were carved out of the same mold. "The full concentration breathing method you created has a great effect, and my strength has improved a lot. If it weren't for the effect of your full concentration breathing method, I would have been injured during the task in the past few days." "I didn't create the breath of concentration," Uchiha Liwo corrected his father's statement. After his father returned home, Uchiha Liwo solemnly told his father to concentrate on breathing, and taught him how to use it. And Uchiha Toshi also quickly learned to concentrate on breathing because of the powerful copying ability of Sanguya Sharinan, and his strength has increased a lot. Concentrated breathing is a method that can improve one's physical fitness. Although it is much weaker than the Thunder Dun Chakra mode and the 8 Gates Dunjia, it is relatively simpler and not as demanding as the former two. "Didn't you tell the village and the people about the breathing method?" Uchiha Liwo and Uchiha asked again. "Don't worry, Liwo, I didn't tell the village. This is a secret technique that belongs to our family alone. Even if the family wants to ask for it, I have to give you a lot of benefits in exchange." That's good, that's good." Receiving his father's answer, Uchiha Liwo was relieved. The complete concentration of breathing method. Uchiha Liwo first did not intend to give it to the people in the village, which will increase the possibility of him being noticed by interested people. When he has not reached the level of elite Jonin, he will not give the breathing method to the village. As for the rest of the Uchiha family, as long as they get the secret technique, they will expand and provoke other families, and eventually they will be exposed. "Liwo, you will graduate next year, and you can officially become a ninja." Uchiha East looked at Uchiha Liwo. By observing his son's cultivation, he already knew that his son's strength had already surpassed the category of ninja, and reached the level of ordinary ninja, and there was no need to stay in ninja school. However, Uchiha Liwo persuaded his father to stay in the ninja school and continue his studies. Uchiha Dong knew that his son had matured since he was a child and was very powerful, so he didn't ask too much. "Yes, next year." Uchiha Liwo also sighed. In his vague memory, next year will be the year when he will graduate together with his classmates Uchiha Obito and Sarutobi Asuma. It is also the year that the 3 ninja world wars will start slowly. Not a few months. At that time, he will also go to the battlefield and become a member of the ninja village machine, fighting on the battlefield non-stop. It's better to improve your strength a lot after the ninja world war begins. A leisurely life like a ninja school will be rare. Everyone must fight each other with their lives. He cannot change major events in the ninja world, only his own strength can be changed, and only with enough strength can he survive the fierce battle. "Liwo, you haven't really fought a ninja yet." Looking at the traces of practice in the backyard, Uchiha Toshi's hands were itchy. Although he knew that his son's strength was not weak, he was not very clear about the details. After his son taught him to concentrate on breathing, his whole body seemed to be shrouded in fog. "Just right, I also want to see my own strength." Uchiha Liwo nodded. With that said, the two came to the forest on the edge of the clan land. Both father and son are ninjas, and the contest cannot be held at home, and they are not as stupid as huskies. It's time to start. Finding a clearing on the edge of the forest, Uchiha Toshi stood on a rock and said, "There is a huge gap in strength between the father and son, so it is impossible for Uchiha Toshi as the father to make the first move. That would be meaningless. The focus of this competition is to examine the strength of Uchiha Liwo. I'm going to go." The moment Uchiha Liwo spoke, his figure turned into a black shadow, and he raised his knife and slashed towards Uchiha Tou. The long knife turned into an afterimage, accompanied by Uchiha Liwo's left and right movements, making people dazzled and unable to see the specific direction of attack. Clang clang! Uchiha Toshi just drew out his dagger, looked at the direction of Uchiha Liwo's attack, and easily blocked Uchiha Liwo's attack. After being blocked by his father for a few moves, Uchiha Liwo found a gap in his father's defense, and slashed down fiercely with the long knife. Uchiha Toshi did not rush back to the defense with his dagger, and kicked Uchiha Liwo. Boom, it's a shadow clone. Uchiha Liwo turned into smoke and disappeared, and appeared behind Uchiha Tou, intending to backstab a wave. Uchiha Liwo's long knife stabbed Uchiha Dong's back. Uchiha Dong suddenly turned back and smiled, turning into a log. "Be careful, art fire escape ho fireball," with Uchiha Tou shouted. Severe high temperature appeared behind Uchiha Liwo. It was a huge fireball that brought a scorching sensation. If he was hit, his skin would peel off even if he was not dead. Uchiha Liwo leaned back, put one hand on the ground, and narrowly avoided the attack. Breath of water, flowing and dancing. Uchiha Liwo instantly entered the state of fully concentrated breathing, his body swam along with the long knife, and the long knife accompanied the water flow, the whole person danced like water, and his steps appeared in the shadow of Uchiha Dong's side. To Dun, to Liu wall. A stone wall suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Toshi, blocking Uchiha Riho's attack. Meeting the stone wall that suddenly appeared on the ground, Uchiha Liwo did not stop, but directly swung his knife to cut off the stone wall, and slashed towards Uchiha Tou who was behind him. Uchiha Toshi's eyes turned into the appearance of Sangautama, and directly activated the illusion to make Uchiha Liwo stagnate, and knocked out the knife held in Uchiha Liwo's hand with his hand. This kid. It actually forced me to use the 3-go jade to write sharing eyes. Uchiha Toshi stopped the illusion, but Uchiha Liwo also picked up the Japanese sword from the ground and smiled at his father. How about it, father? My strength is not bad. It's not bad, it has reached the level of Chunin. Sangoya's eyes turned into an ordinary look, and Uchiha Touyu's tone was a little helpless. However, you can't be complacent. On the battlefield, I can easily kill a Chunin level enemy like you. That's why I want to go to the ninja school. It's best not to pass the 3 body art, and stay a few more years, and try to defeat your father before you go to the battlefield. Uchiha Liwo smiled slightly, and his eyes seemed to show yearning. How dare you? Toshi Uchiha scolded, then shook his head. It's not up to you whether you graduate or not. In the war years, ninjas have to study for at most 2 years before going to the battlefield. As long as you have chakra, no one will care if you know the 3-body technique. Those commoner ninjas, after several battles, were lucky enough to be in the Chunin. When they died, they didn't have the chance to learn B-level ninjutsu. I was lucky to be born in a wealthy family like Uchiha. Uchiha Liwo said. If he was not born in a wealthy family like Uchiha, but as a commoner, he would not have the opportunity to learn ninjutsu at all. In the cruel ninja world, those who cannot learn ninjutsu can only be slaughtered. Even those ordinary civilian ninjas who the Konoha nobles look down on, in the eyes of most people in the ninja world, they are not the existence of nobles. Ordinary soldiers can only be regarded as ashigaru, while ninjas can be regarded as samurai. Konoha Village, Ninja School. The big characters of the exam are written on the classroom blackboard. As a teacher, Chunin sat in front of the podium, holding a pen and paper in his hand, looking at the ninja school students in front of him. First, Sarutobi Asuma. Hearing his name, Asuma Sarutobi, who was sitting casually in his seat, walked to the front of the podium, put on a lazy expression, slowly swayed his fingertips, and formed the handprints of the 3 body techniques one by one. Transfiguration, qualified. Avatar technique, qualified. Substitution, qualified. It's really boring. As the son of Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi received professional training and learned the 3-body jutsu early on. When he was in the ninja school, he was nothing more than a ninja from a wealthy family and a commoner among the common people. Genius makes a good relationship. Sarutobi Asuma finally expressed his dissatisfaction. As a teacher, Chunin did not respond. The second son of the Hokage family always has some privileges. Sunset Red is qualified. Nohara Lin is qualified. Hayagazo Uchiha Liwo lay on the table, boredly watching the performance of his peers from the ninja school, feeling sleepy. Yesterday he stayed up late to practice again. For some reason, he gradually began to like practicing at night. During the day, when he was leading the ninja school, he listened to the ninja teacher repeating some ninja knowledge, and fell asleep. Maybe it's too comfortable. After experiencing real battles with real knives and real guns, when the ninjas in the ninja school have fun, they just doze off. Uchiha Riho. Chunin teacher read Uchiha Riho's name, and the students in the class also focused on this Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is the most powerful clan in the village. Although the reputation in the village is not very good, it is undeniable that the Uchiha clan still has the most jonin in Konoha village. Uchiha Liwo, who is a wealthy family, naturally attracted the attention of his classmates. Teacher, can we start? Uchiha Liwo cheered up and asked the Chunin teacher next to him. Can. With a quick seal, Uchiha Liwo separated a clone that was the same as himself, and then turned into a wooden stake. In the end, it changed into the appearance of Obito Uchiha, with goggles on his forehead, and said with a smile on his face, Teacher, I was late today because I helped the old lady cross the road by the side of the road. Uchiha Liwo, pass. Although I don't know why Uchiha Riho turned into Uchiha Obito, Chunin teacher still ticked off the report card. Why is there me in the classroom? Uchiha Obito stood at the door and shouted in surprise when he saw Uchiha Liwo's transformation into himself. Obito Uchiha, you're late again. Seeing Obito Uchiha standing at the gate, Chunin teacher frowned and shouted angrily. Well, teacher, I was helping the old woman cross the road, so. Uchiha Obito stroked the hedgehog's head and said embarrassedly. Ha ha ha. The whole class laughed loudly. Yuanlin also covered her mouth and laughed softly. Well, teacher, can I go back to my seat? The whole class laughed heartily, and Uchiha Obito's eyes drifted past Nohara Rin, not daring to look at Chunin sensei. No need. Chunin teacher's face was livid, but he quickly returned to normal, perhaps because he got used to it. Next, Obito Uchiha. Just come and test on the stage. Yes, yes, yes. Uchiha Obito, as if he had been pardoned, glared fiercely at Uchiha Liwoo, who had turned into his original appearance. Uchiha Liwoo smiled apologetically and returned to his seat. Obito Uchiha, unqualified. Looking at Obito Uchiha's avatar that might collapse with him, Chunin teacher cruelly marked X. No way, teacher. I obviously worked very hard. Uchiha Obito wailed, and walked off the stage in a daze. Obito Uchiha failed again. He doesn't seem to have succeeded. Obito, don't be discouraged, come on. Uchiha Obito walked to the seat, and Nohara Rin next to him comforted him. Reassured, Obito Uchiha was full of energy. This kid. Uchiha Liwoo saw all of this, feeling a little sour in his heart. Number 1, Hayagazo. Number 2, Sarutobi Asuma AA. Number 5, Uchiha Liwoo AA. Number 25, Mikey. The last one, Obito Uchiha. After testing all the students, Chunin teacher reported the rankings, took out the lesson plans, and continued the class. Noon, rest time. He was sleeping on the table, and he was approached by someone who was practicing concentrated breathing. Uchiha Obito angrily walked up to Uchiha Liwoo and shouted loudly, Uchiha Liwoo. Why? Uchiha Liwoo opened his eyes, and looked at this young Atsutsuki Obito who would almost destroy the world with great interest. What do you think I am doing? Seeing Uchiha Liwoo's laziness, Uchiha Obito clenched his fists. Say, why did you want to look like me? And you said to help the old lady or something, so I was scolded by the teacher. Didn't you help the old lady? Uchiha Liwoo asked back. Helped up. That's fine, it proves that I imitated very much. Very good, thank you. Uchiha Liwoo said 3 times. The point is not here. Uchiha Obito became angry from embarrassment, and was dissuaded by a gentle voice just as he wanted to get angry. Okay, Obito, I brought a bento that I can't finish, so I'll give you some. Nohara Rin came to Obito to make a rescue. Come right away. Uchiha Obito glared at Uchiha Liwoo. Next time, if this happens again, I want you to look good. Uchiha Liwoo looked at this cheerful and optimistic clansman without speaking. Now that Kakashi has graduated ahead of schedule, only Obito and Meikai in the class can make Uchiha Liwoo care about him. Although these two people are at the bottom of the class now, their strength in the future will be much stronger and more terrifying than those so-called geniuses. Just when Uchiha Liwoo was about to close his eyes and continue to sleep, a figure appeared in front of him. Uchiha Liwoo, I heard that you have awakened Sharingan. It's me, that's right. Uchiha Liwoo nodded, and his father did not hide the fact that he had awakened Sharingan. Compete with me. The other party stood in front of Uchiha Liwoo, revealing the family crest of the Hyuga family on his clothes. Separation. Uchiha Liwoo raised his head and saw the undisguised cyan mark on the opponent's kowtow. Gamble the glory of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Liwoo just wanted to refuse, but he heard Hinatazo in front of him with a serious face, and bet on the family's glory. What glory is there for a small person like me? But if I avoid the battle, I will be talked about by the people in the clan, become the same as Obito Uchiha, and be looked down upon by the tribe. With family glory at stake, Uchiha Liwoo naturally would not avoid the battle, but came to the school's training ground under the leadership of Hinatazo. At this time, many students in the training ground were eating bento prepared at home, seeing the arrival of Uchiha Liwoo and Hyugazo. They all gave way, waiting to watch a good show. Sweeping the surrounding crowd, Uchiha Liwoshin said, Hinata-zang chose a good place at the time, and it was not easy for me to admit defeat directly under the eyes of everyone. But is he so sure that I will lose? Just ask for trouble later. Here, under the witness of the students around us, let's see who is better, Sharingan or Bien. Hyugazo's shouting attracted the attention of the students around him. Life in the ninja school is usually dull, and the contest between the geniuses of the two wealthy families naturally aroused their expectations. Uchiha Liwoo awakened Sharingan. Obviously he was still sleeping in class, so he awakened Sharingan. It seems that compared to Obito, Uchiha Liwoo is Uchiha's real genius. Listening to the discussion of the people around him, Uchiha Liwoo felt a little helpless. Awakening Sharingan represents a genius. What is Kakashi who graduated at the age of 6? Let's do it. Uchiha Liwoo said calmly. Hinata-zo nodded, made a soft fist move, opened his eyes and attacked Uchiha Ryukyu. Under the action of Bien, Uchiha Liwoo's body only has traces of meridians and flowing chakra left. Rukwin is good at melee combat. If it is close to the body, it will be attacked to the heart and internal organs by the boxing techniques of the Hinata family. Hyugazo's punch was weird, and he attacked Uchiha Liwoo. Uchiha Liwoo didn't dodge, stood still and instantly activated Sharingan, and rushed to Hinatazo with a stride. Hyugazo took advantage of the situation, and the soft fist had no effect on Uchiha Riho's scabbard. Uchiha Riho's sword was not out of its sheath, and he slashed towards Hyugazo. Slash on the water surface. Uchiha Liwoo smashed Hinata to the ground hard, with the end of the knife facing Hinata's throat. Victory and defeat. I lost. Hinata-zo looked at the scabbard against his throat, and said happily from the ground. But it's not because Bien is not as good as Sharinan, but because my strength is not as good as yours. Hinata Zhang admits that he is not as good as Uchiha Liwo, but it is impossible for him to admit that Bai Yan is not as good as Sharinan. Speaking of which, this time he came to challenge Uchiha Liwo, which was also arranged by the elders of the clan, and he himself did not want to do so. As the subfamily of Hyaga, it is enough to protect the main family well. However, the fact that he lost to Uchiha Liwo has spread to the ears of the family, and the elders of the clan will definitely blame him severely, so he just accepts it, and he is used to it anyway. Uchiha Liwo won. Bai Yan is not the opponent of Sharinan. Hayagazo is the top few of our class this year, but I didn't expect to be defeated by Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha Liwo awakened Sharinan. I am not surprised to be ranked first. After all, he is the genius of the no-wealthy family, and he awakened the blood successor of the family so early. Uchiha Liwo is interesting. Sharinan is so powerful. Obviously he was not my opponent before. Asma Sarutobi, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, said that he was still very interested in things like duels. Looking at the departing Hinata Zura, Uchiha Riho showed a lingering expression of fear. What he showed just now was only at the level of a ninja, and it would not attract the attention of the third generation. Shimura Danzo will know what the third generation knows. Although the Uchiha family is not afraid of the roots of Shimura Danzo, being targeted by a person with a dark heart will eventually make people feel uncomfortable. In the battle just now, he also used the blind spot of the corner of the white eye and the improvement of physical fitness brought about by the full concentration of breathing, so he defeated the students of the Hyaga family so easily. And that Hyaga Zhang of the Hyaga family is not proficient in the use of soft fist. If he can fully use the 64 chapters of Bagua or Hoshin, there is nothing he can do about it. In the level of Genin and Shuyunin, the Hyaga family is not weak. Under Bien's powerful insight ability, most body jutsu and ninjutsu can't hide. Just by observing the flow of the enemy's chakra, you can use soft fists to make the most effective restraint. And the opening of the white eyes is also very easy. Almost every clansman can open the white eye smoothly. Once the white eyes are opened, the Hyaga clan will become the best scouts in the village, and they are also protected by people in the battlefield, and because of the bird in the cage, not many people would covet the Hyaga branch. But the white eyes have limitations. Against the lower ninja and the middle ninja, it is natural to be invincible all over the world, but it seems dispensable to face the upper ninja. There is no way to fight back. In contrast, Sharinan, which is difficult to open but has unlimited possibilities, is more powerful. Sharinan is much more likely to evolve into Kaleidoscope than Tenseigan. Although the two are not at the same level, facing ordinary ninjas, there is not much difference between Kaleidoscope and Tenseigan. In the original book, there are several pairs of kaleidoscopes, and the eyes of reincarnation run through the entire plot, but the appearance of reincarnation eyes is very few. Compared with the reincarnation eyes evolved from the eternal kaleidoscope, the reincarnation eyes composed of countless pairs of white eyes are undoubtedly much more troublesome. But right now, these are all fantasy, and the current self is just a ninja school student who has opened his eyes and turned his eyes on the opponent. Uchiha Liwo, you really won. You defeated Hinata Zhang. That guy is cold. I can't bear it. Back in the classroom, Obito Uchiha, wearing goggles, walked in front of Uchiha Liwo. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Liwo defeated Hayagazo, just like the Uchiha family defeated the Hyaga family. There is light on the face. Show me quickly your Sharinan. Uchiha Liwo opened Sharinan as he wished, and the ominous breath was released towards Uchiha Obito. It's scary. Obito Uchiha backed away in fright, accidentally bumped into Rin Nohara, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Seeing Uchiha Obito's blushing face when he apologized, Uchiha Liwo shrugged and said with a smile, obviously they are the eyes of our family, they will be frightened. What should you do when you open these eyes in the future? At that time, naturally I won't be afraid. Obito Uchiha said loudly. Practice your Sanshinjutsu first, you unqualified guy. Uchiha Liwo shook his head and laughed. Don't wait until Nohara Lin graduates, you are still a kid from the ninja school. It seems that in the future, in the hot-blooded youth, I will have another goal to catch up with. Sitting in a corner of the classroom, the man in the green tights with one hand on the ground looked at Uchiha Liwo with burning eyes. Wearing green tights is naturally Mat Kai. At this time, because he cannot use ninjutsu, he and Obito Uchiha are called the two tails of the class. The world has never seen the horror of Baemon Dungia. Mat Dai, who was at the tail end of the class, watched the duel between Uchiha Liwo and Hinatazo, two giant geniuses, and the thought of challenge also arose in his heart. However, he didn't rush to challenge. As a commoner ninja in the village, he had a natural sense of dwarfing the wealthy ninja. Uchiha Liwo also noticed Mate Kai's eyes. He knew the potential of Mate Kai's Baemon Dungia, and planned to visit this young and passionate classmate after school. In the afternoon. Naruto Building. Third Hokage Hiruzuru Sarutobi, smoking a pipe, was dealing with a mountain of business affairs on his desk. At this time, he is in his prime, at the peak of his ability to deal with ninjas, and he is also fully in control of the village. He is far from the old and fatuous appearance in the future. Several senior advisors and elders worked together, and the 3 disciples under their knees earned the title of Konoha-Sunin in the last battle. Although Sakumo is dead, Konoha is still at the peak at this moment. Even in the face of several ninja villages, he is not afraid at all. Sakumo's son has completed all the A-level missions again, and Kakashi's child can be promoted to Jonin by completing as many missions as possible. The big tree Konoha is as you wish, the green leaves are flying, and the fire is endless, Mr. Night Aim. Breathing out smoke rings, Hiruzuru Sarutobi looked out of the window and was quite amazed when he saw the leaves flying outside the window. Master Sandaime. A ninja suddenly appeared in front of Hiruzuru Sarutobi's desk. The ninja was wearing a mask. He was obviously an ANBI member directly under Hokage. What happened at ninja school today? Hiruzuru Sarutobi asked. Ninja school is a place to train children with the will of fire, and it is a relatively important institution of Konoha. As Hokage, he must know the news of ninja school and ensure that he can control it in his own hands. Report to Lord 3. At noon today, Hayagazo of the Hyaga clan challenged Uchiha Riwo, was easily defeated by Uchiha Riwo, and Uchiha Riwo awakened Sharingan. Umbu Ninja Network reported. Uchiha Riwo, I remember that he didn't show up in the ninja school. Can he defeat the Hyaga Zang of the Hyaga family after awakening the Sharingan? This strength has reached the level of ordinary ninja. The Uchiha family is really talented, but it is still a lot worse than Sakumo's children. Kakashi really inherited his father's terrifying talent. But since he is a talent, he has to win over it well. After thinking for a while, Hiruzuru Sarutobi turned to Anbi in front of him and continued to ask, is there any news about Uchiha Riwo? Yes, Lord 3. This morning, Uchiha Riwo used the transformation technique to become Uchiha Obito during the test, which caused Uchiha Obito to be scolded by the teacher for being late. Hiruzuru Sarutobi couldn't help but smile after hearing Umbu's story. The 2 children of the Uchiha family really have a childish personality, not the gloomy personality of other Uchihas. It has the possibility of accepting the will of fire. After waving his hand to signal Umbu to retreat, Hiruzuru Sarutobi added new tobacco to the pipe, and began to deal with the business in front of him. As Hokage, he was very busy and had almost no free time. Sungay Tribe. The elders of the Zong family approached Hinatazo, who had already returned home, and his face was a little displeased. He had already heard that Hinatazo was defeated by Uchiha Zang. I heard that you lost to that Uchiha Riwo. Yes, Elder Lord, the rumors are true. Uchiha Riwo has awakened Sharingan, and I am not his opponent. Hayagazo lowered his head, his tone was a little low, waiting for punishment. The patriarch of the sect stretched out his hand to punish Hayagazo, but slowly lowered his hand in midair. Forget it. Sharingan was awakened in the ninja school. That Uchiha Riwo is indeed a genius. It's normal that you are not an opponent. After all, you are just separating, so you should work harder in the future. Before the words fell, the elder of the clan elder slowly left, but Hinatazo felt uncomfortable. He heard the disappointment in the voice of his uncle, who was the elder of the clan. Secretly vowed that he would work harder to practice, defeat Uchiha Riwo, and win honor for the family. Only I can learn all the Rukwon and comprehend the strongest defense in the family, Huishin. Defeating Uchiha Riwo should be pretty easy. After school, on Konoha's main street. Work hard, Kai, this is youth. For the sake of youth and passion, do 100 leapfrogs. If you can't do it, you will be punished by 200 push ups. In full view, the father and son in tights were exercising on the street without regard for other people's eyes. The intensity of the exercise was really frightening. Riwo, do you want to come and exercise to show off your youth? Matt Kai jumped to Uchiha Riwo's side and invited him. Uchiha Riwo shook his head. Although he didn't dislike exercising, it was a shame to do this kind of behavior on the street. I can't do it now, I still have other practices. Every day when I get home, I have to draw my sword 1,000 times. Uchiha Riwo pointed to the long sword on his back. So that's the case. Even though Li Huo you attend classes every day, have you been secretly practicing swordsmanship behind your back? No wonder, Hyaga Zangtu is not your opponent. Uchiha was speechless from the fire. What does it mean to secretly practice swordsmanship? Kai, is this Uchiha Riwo who is number 1 in your class? It looks really powerful. Dai, who was walking upside down, stared at the cocoon in Uchiha Riwo's hand. Uchiha Riwo touched the calluses on his hands from practicing sword skills and looked at Dai. As expected of being able to open 8 doors, his eyesight is really sharp. Uncle Dai, I want you to learn taijutsu. Uchiha Riwo cut to the chase, stating the purpose of this trip. Will the geniuses of Konoha's wealthy family also ask me to learn taijutsu? Daibaya looked at Uchiha Riwo's eyes and the round fan on his body, with an excited expression on his face. Finding myself to learn taijutsu is a recognition of myself. As a 10,000-year-old ninja who can only find cats and dogs in Konoha and plow the fields, except for his own son, he has never recognized himself. Excited, he wanted to immediately agree to teach the martial arts of the wealthy kid in front of him, but he didn't have confidence in himself. Li Huo, you are a genius from a wealthy family. I'm just a 10,000-year-old forbearer. If I teach you physical skills, I'm afraid I will mislead your disciples. Dai spoke slowly and said, "It's just the practice of taijutsu, Uncle Dai. I think you are the strongest taijutsu in Konoha village." Uchiha Liwo said. Muie village has the strongest physical skills. This sentence may not be worthy of the name when it is applied to others, but it is well deserved when applied to Matt Dai. In today's ninja world, in the field of taijutsu, apart from the third Raikage chakra mode, and the 8 spots with half a foot in the coffin, Mai today, who can complete the opening of the 8-door dungeon, can be called the most ninja taijutsu. Powerful. Of course, because of being humble, I just call him Konoha the strongest. Mai today is a powerful ninja who possesses extremely strong strength, but has no channels for promotion. When he has not opened the 8-door dungeon, he only has the strength of an ordinary ninja. However, once all the 8 gates are opened, they have the power to kill Ying. In the original book, in order to save his son who was besieged by the Kirigakure's 7 swordsmen, Meitei burst out with a powerful force that burned his life, and directly defeated the Kirigakure's 7 swordsmen, defeating Kirigakure's determination to attack Konoha. It was in that battle that he played the majesty of Baemon Dunjia, let the world know how powerful the peak of physical skills is, and also cleared the obstacles for Kai to be promoted to Jonin in the future. Right now, the powerful ninja who will shine instantly in the future is standing in front of him, saying that he is not worthy of teaching him taijutsu. Physique is the strongest, don't dare to be. Any Jonin can clean me up. Although Dai expressed that he was ashamed and dare not be ashamed, at the time he was happy with Uchiha Liwo's praise. Uncle Dai is too modest, but I really have to leave this matter to you. Okay. Dai nodded, agreeing to his request. Uchiha Liwo even said that this person was involved, and he couldn't refuse. Mr. Dai, it's time to eat now. Why don't you let the students treat you and have a good meal? Watching the sky gradually darken, Uchiha Liwo invited. The first meal should be. Dai rubbed his stomach and grumbled, remembering the money on his body, and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry to trouble you, Liwo." "It's all right, Uchiha Liwo said. Uchiha Liwo led Dai and his son into a barbecue restaurant. It wasn't that he looked down on ramen restaurants, but they were all people who had to practice intensively. Compared with bowls of ramen, it was more convenient to barbecue. Because the 3 of them had practiced physical skills, they all had a big appetite. After a while, a large pile of bowls was piled up on the table, and Matt Dai and Kai showed happy smiles on their faces. They haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. As Konoha shinobi, Matt Dai's salary is very low, and Kai has no source of income. They usually can only eat all cheap food after intensive exercise. "Thank you, Liwo." Kai rubbed his bulging belly, thanking Uchiha Liwo. After drinking and eating, Dai took Kai and Liwo to the back mountain of the village. Because of their poor family, Dai and Kai lived on the edge of the village. Intensive training is required every morning before heading to the ninja school. In fact, the schoolwork of the ninja school is not easy, but the ninja school students of elementary school age not only have to learn complex knowledge of physical geography, but also work hard to practice ninjutsu. Behind the scenes, he still needs to practice the family's ninjutsu and provide extracurricular tutoring to ensure the improvement of his strength. This is the consciousness that children had during the war years, and it is also their helplessness. Standing on the front yard by the door, Dai faced Liwo, talking about Baemon Dunjia. "Liwo, the physical technique I practice is called Baemon Dunjia, and it is a secret technique that can break the limit of the body. This is a secret technique that releases the body's restriction on chakra and releases the power in the body. In the meridian system where the ninja's chakra flows, there are 8 places that restrain and control the chakra in the body. There are 8 gates: the gate of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of injury, the gate of duplication, the gate of scene, the gate of surprise, and the gate of death. Each of these 8 portals can provide powerful strength to the body. But when it is opened, the body will also suffer huge damage, so we must exercise our body at all times to improve our physical strength. Let the body adapt to the damage caused by using the 8-door dunjia. I don't have any tricks for opening the 8-door dunjia, I just know how to work hard, and work hard. When the strength of the body reaches a certain level, the 8 portals will automatically open, bringing great strength." Uchiha Liwo nodded. He was familiar with Baemon Dunjia for a long time, but now he has to listen carefully, maintain an appearance of just knowing it, and memorize the key points. Dai took a look at Li Huo's serious appearance, and spoke slowly. "Now let me demonstrate it again. Baemon Dunjia. Open the door, shut the door, Shenmen." With the opening of the 8-gate dunjia, a powerful chakra erupted from Dai's body, and its scale was so large that it had reached the level of Chinin. And as the doors behind opened one after another, Dai stopped when he opened the 6th door. I saw Dai making huge movements. Green light began to appear around his body, and the powerful power contained seemed to set off the surrounding earth. The 8-door dunjia is really powerful, and it seems that it is comparable to the huge amount of chakra possessed by his father, which is only at the level of the 6th door. It's hard to imagine the scene of opening the last door. Under the red steam, even the shadow-level powerhouses may have to avoid the edge temporarily. After demonstrating the power of Baemon Dunjia, Meitei called his son in front of him, and began to teach the essentials of Steel Fist together with Liwo. If we talk about the way to increase the amount of chakra in Baemon Dungia, the steel fist taught by Dai is now the move. While the Baemon Dungia brings enormous power, it also makes the body stiff, and the attack can only be straight, and cannot be as weird and changeable as the soft fist. People who practice Baemon Dungia can only take the path of Gangkwon, and the increase in strength and speed brought by physical fitness makes Gangkwon ninjas more and more powerful in the later stages. After telling the essentials of Gauntlet, Mat Dai and his son Kai competed. Uchiha Liwoo opened Sharingan and watched silently. The current mate Kai is still young, and the 8-door Dungia can only barely open 1 or 2 doors. Even so, a lot of power can erupt. In sparring with his own son, Dai did not open the 8 doors of Dungia, but used his own physical fitness to forcibly resist all the attacks. Although the father and son did not use any ninjutsu, the movement was not small at all. When the two changed their body shapes to fight each other, there was the sound of fists drawing air around their bodies. Although one of them is just a ninja, and the other is even a student of the ninja school, their physical confrontation is not inferior to that of ordinary ninja. The Whirlwind of Konoha. The battle was finally over when Kai used Konoha Whirlwind to force Dai out of the Baemon Dungia state. After Uchiha Liwoo accepted Dai's instructions, he headed home towards the path. If he didn't go home again, he would miss the time for evening practice. In the early morning, Uchiha Liwoo was practicing in the backyard. Liwoo, I heard that you come back so late every night. Did you find a ninja apprentice? Uchiha Liwoo went to Dai there every night to practice Baemon Dungia, so of course he couldn't hide it from Uchiha Tou, who was a member of the security team. At this moment, he walked in front of Uchiha Liwoo, with a somewhat displeased expression on his face. As a child of Konoha's wealthy family, he actually asked his teacher to be a commoner, and it was Konoha's 10,000-year-old forbearance. After this incident, the clan members were all talking about it, saying that Liwoo's apprenticeship would make the Uchiha family lose face. And he also felt that this was inappropriate, so he came to Uchiha Liwoo and asked. Yes. Uchiha Liwoo didn't deny it, and there was nothing wrong with his apprenticeship. Uchiha East said, why, ask a ninja to learn taijutsu, isn't it us Uchiha taijutsu that can't do it? Teacher Dai's taijutsu is very strong. Uchiha Liwoo said bluntly, it is normal to have a teacher who is stronger than himself. It's just because Mate Day's strength is not known to the family that if the family knows the power of Mate Day, they will naturally not feel ashamed, but feel honored. How strong is it? Uchiha Toshi disapproved of the little-known genin. As strong as Hokage-sama, and even stronger than Hokage in terms of physical skills. Uchiha Liwoo said lightly. Stronger than Hokage-sama. Tou Uchiha didn't believe it, but he believed in his son. His son could create the secret technique of breathing in the whole concentration, and he would definitely be stronger than himself in the future. He believed in his son's vision. Forget it, you should settle your affairs by yourself, I believe in your choice. However, for things like apprenticeship, if you can worship under sun and sect, it would be great, and you can be regarded as entering the direct line of Hokage. The Uchiha clan has always been far away from the center of power in the village, and firmly controls the security department, which provides many benefits to the clan, but also completely loses access to the center of power. However, if you can worship Sunin as your teacher, the situation will be very different. Sunin is not only powerful, but also has political resources that can be called Hunmiajang. According to the rumors in the village, after the third generation resigns, the position of the next Hokage is likely to be held by Orochimaru and Jiraiya among the 3 ninjas. With their background and strength, no one in the village will have much opinion on who will be the next Hokage. 3 ninjas. Uchiha Liwoo thought of the 3 ninjas called Yellow, Gambling, and Poison. Although these 3 ninjas are powerful, they all have unacceptable minor problems. If I can learn from Sunin as a teacher, it will indeed be a powerful help. Not only can I be regarded as the Hokage family, but I can also obtain powerful ninjutsu from them. But unfortunately, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are naturally hostile, and it is impossible for Tsunade to accept him as a disciple. Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen at this moment, and he didn't know where to cultivate enemies for Konoha, and Orochimaru was too gloomy, and Uchiha Liwoo was worried about his body. After Uchiha Toshi left, Uchiha Liwoo continued to practice. He has so many places to practice now that he has already started to use Shadow Body to go to school instead of himself. Clean up from the fire and go to Nanhi Shrine with me. In the afternoon, Uchiha Touyu's voice came from the house. Want to hold a clan meeting? Uchiha Liwoo put down the long sword in his hand and returned it to the scabbard. Wiping the sweat on his forehead with a towel, Uchiha Liwoo changed into clean clothes. Yes, to hold a clan meeting, you have opened Sharingan and have the qualifications to participate in the group meeting. Uchiha Toshi walked out of the room and put on the clothes of the security department. Clan, what to talk about in the clan? The current Uchiha is not qualified to compete for Hokage. Follow the father out of the family, and follow the trail all the way to the Nanhi Shrine in the depths of the clan. To Sama. The Uchiha tribe guarding the shrine looked respectful when they saw Uchiha Tou. After Uchiha Tou defeated many Junin in the clan, his status in the clan has improved a lot, and his power in the clan will always be the greatest. This is young Master Li Huo, who opened Sharingan at such a young age. It really is a tiger father without a son. The guard saw Uchiha Liwo and complimented him. He's not bad. After leaving this sentence, the father and son walked into the shrine. At this time, the shrine was already full of clansmen. These clansmen are all able to open their eyes, and only those clansmen who can open their eyes are eligible to join the clan association. The Uchiha clan is really powerful. Looking at the dozens of clansmen in the shrine, they are all people who can open their eyes, and they are at least at the level of Chunin on the battlefield. It is worthy of being the No-family in Konoha, and its strength can be seen. Patriarch Uchiha Dongchao greeted the young Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and looked at Uchiha Riho beside Uchiha Tou. It's Uchiha Liwo, right? You defeated the Hinata family at the ninja school and won face for our Uchiha family. It should. Uchiha Liwo said flatly. As expected of a member of my Uchiha family. Seeing Uchiha Liwo's reaction, Uchiha Fugaku was very satisfied. As time went by, the ninjas who participated in the meeting gradually arrived, and the meeting began. This meeting is about how to enhance the influence of the Uchiha clan in Konoha and seek the position of Hokage. Our Uchiha clan is one of the two major families that founded the village. With the passage of time, the Senju clan has collapsed. It is not polite to say that we are the elders of Konoha village. The position of Konoha Hokage has been monopolized by the Senju clan for 3 generations, and it's time for our Uchiha clan to take over. A jonin from Uchiha stood up, and when he talked about Hokage's position, his expression became more and more excited. The idea of the Uchiha clan seeking Hokage has never stopped, but due to various reasons, they were not elected successfully. The first generation and the second generation were intimidating in the ninja world, and Uchiha Kagami, who was a member of the third generation campaign, was brutally murdered, which made the Uchiha family miss the opportunity to serve as Hokage. Calm down, the third generation is now in the prime of life, and there are disciples like Sunin. Relying on the strength of our Uchiha clan, we can't hold the position of Hokage at all. There are many members of the Uchiha clan who are calm, pouring cold water on the head of the excited ninja. Now the strength of the Hokage family is too strong. Just one member of the 3 generations is enough to overwhelm the entire Uchiha family, not to mention his 3 genius disciples who are already in charge. Competing for Hokage, the Uchiha clan is only talking about it verbally, and it is impossible to really win the position of Hokage after being addicted to it. Father, are all the clansmen so arrogant? Uchiha Liwo was a little puzzled seeing the excitement of the clansmen. It's not arrogance, it's ideals, it's ambition. Uchiha Toshi glanced at Liwo. Of course, the Uchiha clan knew that it was impossible to take up the position of Hokage at present, but they had ambitions. Once ambition grows, it is like a weed that can't be controlled. A ninja who doesn't want to be Konoha Hokage is not a good ninja. It is naturally impossible to subvert the regime of the 3rd generation, but the position of the 4th generation can eventually be contended for. Seeing the Uchiha clan's jonin quarrel in full swing for the thought of being the 4th Hokage, Uchiha Liwo sighed silently in his heart. The people of the tribe only have strength in their minds, they have no politics, and they dream of relying on the power of the tribe to become the 4th Hokage. But I never thought that the Uchiha clan is considered the strongest in the village, but it is far from reaching the level of crushing, ignoring the strength of other families. Naruto was elected through the jonin voting. Although there are many Junin in the Uchiha clan, they are not worth the addition of other families. If you want to become Hokage, you must have a good relationship with other families in the village, and Uchiha and other families in the village are not good. Even in the Warring States period, they were considered enemies. Even after 3 generations of Hokage, the Uchiha clan was still out of tune with the village and never integrated into the village. The clan meeting was held for a whole afternoon, and the members of the clan did not discuss any good solutions, but only said that they would show the strength of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. After the clan meeting ended, members of the Uchiha clan left the shrine one after another, while Uchiha Liwo was left behind. Li Huo doesn't know much ninjutsu yet. If you have time in the future, you can visit the clan's secret storehouse. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep look at Liwo, and handed Liwo a mark in the shape of a round fan. His eyes were full of concern for the younger generation. As a member of the clan, he naturally cannot give up any opportunity to improve Uchiha's strength. Liwo, who opened his eyes when he was still in the ninja school, will definitely become an elite jonin in the future if nothing happens. Thank you, Patriarch. Uchiha Liwo nodded his thanks. Frankly speaking, he doesn't know much ninjutsu now, and most of them are at the C-level level. There is nowhere to dabble in B-level and A-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku's behavior can be regarded as a solution to his urgent need. The feeling of being backed by the family is not bad. Fire escape, Fangxian fire technique. Win done, a big breakthrough. 2 done, the technique of beheading in the heart. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Leaving from the secret library of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Liwo held a scroll recording powerful ninjutsu in his hand. Most of the ninjutsu recorded on these scrolls are C-level and D-level ninjutsu, and a few are B-level. As for A-level ninjutsu, even the Uchiha family does not have many. Have access. His chakra attributes are fire and wind. Currently, he can only use fire and wind ninjutsu, but there are not too many ninjutsu. As long as he remembers them in his mind, he will use them when he learns the transformation of chakra attributes in the future. After returning home, Uchiha Liwo opened Sharingan, memorized all these ninjutsu and returned them to the family. Early the next morning, Uchiha Liwo sent his shadow avatar to attend classes at the ninja school, took out his longsword, and opened Sharingan to prepare for training. The option that had disappeared for a month reappeared in front of my eyes. Current location, Naruto. Previously visited place, Demon Slayer Blade. There are 240 hours left until the next crossing time. Traversable world, Demon Slayer Blade, Gray, Tokyo Ghoul, activating, tasks, none. Are my eyes a system? Looking at the flat panel in front of him, Uchiha Liwo couldn't help complaining in his heart. But I seem to be going to the world of Tokyo Ghouls. Or go to Tokyo, where there are so many foodies, you still have to prepare in advance. Uchiha Liwo has no choice about crossing the world. As long as the time is up, he will open Sharingan again. The power contained in the Sharingan will automatically take you through time, without any embarrassment. Unless you give up the practice of Sharingan and don't open Sharingan, but that will delay the progress of your strength improvement, not to mention that after going to other worlds, you can get a lot of time to practice and become stronger. The Ninja World War will start soon, and one have to hurry up to improve my strength to deal with the fierce battle between ninja villages. It's best to travel through a few more times. When the Ninja War starts, you will have the strength of Shadow, so you can rest assured. Teacher, I want to apply for early graduation. Uchiha Liwo appeared in the ninja school office and spoke to the school teacher. Application for early graduation. The teacher of ninja school looked surprised, but it was expected after thinking about it. A few years ago, 6-year-old Kakashi applied for early graduation to become a ninja. Now that he is Sharingan Uchiha Liwo, it is normal to apply for early graduation. The children of these big families often have the strength not weaker than ordinary ninja during the ninja school period. Liwo, I have no right to give you an answer. To apply for early graduation, Master Hokage must agree. Then I will trouble you, Uchiha Liwo said. In the Hokage building, a report appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The kid from the Uchiha family applied for early graduation. Hiruzen Sarutobi was puzzled. Tell Uchiha Liwo to come here. Hiruzen Sarutobi ordered to Anbi beside him. Yes. Umbu nodded, turned into a black shadow and left the Hokage building. More than 10 minutes later, Uchiha Liwo appeared in front of the gate, while Umbu around him turned into a shadow and disappeared. Master Sandaime is waiting for you inside. Uchiha Liwo stepped in, curious in his heart. This is the first time he has seen Hokage, and he doesn't know what the 3 generations look like now. As soon as he entered the office, Uchiha Liwo saw a table full of documents and the 3rd Hokage sitting in the pile of documents. The 3rd Hokage is in his prime, and there is no trace of the passage of time on his face. Now he is at the peak of his strength and power, exuding an unquestionable aura. Smoking, Sandai Hokage looked at the child of the Uchiha family with great interest, and said kindly, Uchiha Liwo, you have to apply for early graduation. Tell me why. I've already learned the stuff of ninja school, there's no need to stay and waste time. Reiho Uchiha looked into Hokage's eyes, and there was a fiery look in his eyes. I want to apply for early graduation, become a ninja, and do something for Konoha. Contribute. Since he wants to apply for early graduation, he must say something nice to the 3rd Hokage, making him think that he is the successor of the Will of Fire. In fact, I am. Contribute to Konoha, what a good boy. 3rd Hokage nodded, very satisfied with Li Huo's words. The children of the Uchiha family can speak for the sake of the village, which shows that they are competent as Hokage. However, graduating early is always an act of breaking the rules, and I, Hokage, cannot condone it. After all, graduating early is a violation of the rules. If everyone graduated early, there would be no rules in ninja school. Let's do this. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while. Liwo, if you can hold on to the Chunin for 5 minutes, I will approve your early graduation. Chunin, okay, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Liwo nodded, but he was thinking in his heart how to defeat a Jinin without revealing too much strength. Go back to the ninja school. Later, a ninja who has experienced war will go to the ninja school to assess your graduation ahead of schedule. Hiruzen Sarutobi beckoned Uchiha to leave the fire. After Uchiha Liwo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought again and said to Anbi next to him, look for Kakashi, as Uchiha Liwo's graduation assessment. At this time, Kakashi has the strength close to that of a Jonin, and his identity is only a Chunin. It is perfect for Uchiha Liwo's graduation assessment. In this case, Uchiha Liwo's strength should be measured. Sarutobi Hiru said with a puff of smoke ring. For the strength of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, the 3rd Hokage is still quite concerned, which is related to the balance between the Uchiha clan and other clans. Sarutobi, this kid is a good seedling. Let him join the route after he graduates. My route was hit hard before, and now there are not many capable ninjas. In Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen like a ghost, with complaints in his tone. The root was severely injured for no reason. I haven't troubled you yet, and I want to reach out to the Uchiha clan. Hiruzuru Sarutobi looked at his old friend, Shimura Danzo, who was the root leader of Konoha's advisor, and felt angry. If you don't want to be the root leader, I can replace you. Just talking, I don't pay attention to the little ghosts of the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clan is a clan that even the teacher is extremely afraid of. Shimura Danzo did not dare to contradict Hiruzuru Sarutobi, and left quietly. Today's third Hokage is the pinnacle of the ninja world, and there are 3 cage-level powerhouses under his knees that even if he is as strong as Shimura Danzo, he still dare not make a mistake in front of him. It's been a long time since I returned to the ninja school. The black mask covered half of his face, and Konoha's forehead protector suppressed his hedgehog-like hairstyle. The white-haired kid looked at the familiar ninja school in front of him, feeling a little nearly nostalgic. I don't know what happened to that guy with soil. There are also Lin, Kai, and Asma. I haven't seen them for some days, and I really miss them. But this mission actually defeated that guy Uchiha Liwo. Why doesn't that guy have no existence in the class? Forget it, I'd better complete the task of the 3rd generation. Ninjas who don't follow the rules are called trash. Kakashi thought of his father, Konoha Shiraido. Such a powerful ninja would be worthless if he failed to complete the task, let alone a little chunin like himself. Laughing at himself, Kakashi stepped into the familiar ninja school, and walked to the classroom that had been with him for several years. Well, excuse me, I'm here to find Uchiha Liwo. Is he here? Kakashi, you bastard, I haven't seen you for so many years, where have you been? Uchiha Obito rushed in front of Kakashi, shouting at him. Complete the mission, and a ninja who can't complete the mission is a waste. It's not understandable for a guy like you who is late for class every day, Kakashi said lightly. I was going to help the old lady cross the road, don't you have any sympathy? Obito put his hands on his hips angrily. A granny crosses the road every day, Kakashi taunted with a blank expression. Okay, you two don't quarrel. It's not an option to continue arguing like this. Nohara Rin stepped forward to stop the matter from getting worse, and at the same time noticed what Kakashi said before. Mission, Kakashi, what is your mission when you come to school? Assess Uchiha Liwo to see if he is qualified to graduate. The task of the assessment is not a secret, and Kakashi did not hide it. That guy from Liwo actually wants to graduate early. What's going on? Why is he like Kakashi? Obito asked with wide eyes, surprised. Who knows, maybe he has awakened Sharingan. The Uchiha clan are all elite ninjas. After being from a famous family, you are not even proficient in the 3-body technique. Who do you look down on? I'm going to be Hokage in the future. When the time comes, I'll open Sharingan and want you to look good. Okay, I won't argue with you. Where is the fire? I have to complete the task. Kakashi did not forget the task. For him, the task is the most important. Li Huo seems to be at the training ground. Nohara Lin pointed in the direction of the training ground. Okay, I see. Kakashi walked towards the training ground. Kakashi. Obito yelled and followed behind, followed by Nohara Rin. Obito, you don't feel that Kakashi has changed? Halfway through the run, Rin Nohara said to Obito. He has changed a lot. Obito stopped, and he also felt the same way. I don't know what happened to him. Nohara Lin sighed. Obito and Nohara Rin rushed to the training ground. The training ground had been demarcated by the Chunin teacher, and Kakashi and Uchiha Liwo stood in the center. Uchiha Liwo, according to the instructions of the mission, I will only use the strength of Genin in the future. You have to hold on for 5 minutes. Kakashi said, standing in front of Uchiha Liwo. Understood. Uchiha Liwo nodded, and put down the long knife at his waist. Kakashi cannot be harmed without the sheath, and it is even more worried about hurting him if it is out of the sheath. Kakashi took out a few kunao from his pocket and watched Uchiha Liwo. Genin's graduation assessment only needs to assess the 3 body skills, but Hokage even requires him to use the strength below the Chunin, and he can't go against it. Be careful. Kakashi quickly threw several kunao with his right hand, and threw them towards Uchiha Liwo's position. At the same time, he swooped down to Uchiha Liwo's side, turning his palm into a fist to hit Liwo's lower abdomen. Puff, the fists and palms of the 2 sides intersected, making a dull sound of fists and palms colliding. So fast, Uchiha Liwo was secretly startled. Compared with the previous Hinata Zang, who was rigid in routines, Kakashi's attacks are more flexible and changeable, and his moves are aimed at the vital points, and every shot has a purpose. Such an attack can already threaten oneself and cannot be taken lightly. Puff, puff. The figures of the 2 sides changed, fists and shadows intertwined, and they fought together unceremoniously on the training ground. It seems that if you don't open your eyes and use the 8-gate Dunjia, you can't defeat Kakashi. After several months of practice, full concentration breathing has become Uchiha Liwo's habit, providing him with a lot of vibration, which is not enough to erase the gap between himself and Kakashi. Kakashi's strength at the moment is close to that of a Junin. Even if he is only showing the level of a Chinin, it is still very tricky. Uchiha Liwo opened his eyes, and a pair of blood-red 1 Guyu Sharingan appeared in front of Kakashi. After turning on Sharingan, I can clearly see Kakashi's attack Uchiha Luo, and his attack is not so fast in the eyes. The powerful eyesight endowed by Sharingan allows Uchiha Luo to see clearly every movement of Kakashi, the moment of making moves and even the floating eyes. The battle continued. Uchiha Luo and Kakashi were still fighting fiercely on the training ground, and the Chunin teachers on the side all looked surprised. These two young children are better and stronger than them in terms of physical skills. Obito, Uchiha and Rin Nohara were even more stunned. Luo and Kakashi are the same age as us, why are they so powerful? How should I catch up and surpass them? Obito wanted to cry but had no tears. Boom, Uchiha Luo pierced through the log used by Kakashi's stand-in with a punch, and his elbow suddenly jumped back. Kakashi hastily received Uchiha Luo's elbow with his palm, jumped back, quickly formed seals with his hands, and shouted loudly. "Two done, the technique of beheading in the heart." Kakashi disappeared, and suddenly appeared under Uchiha Luo, trying to bury him in the soil. Seeing that his feet turned into a quagmire, Uchiha Luo had no choice but to make madras with both hands, with flames hatching in his mouth. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha Luo controlled chakra, so the fireball was only 1 meter in size, but it was enough to make Kakashi Underground think of avoiding it. Jumping from the dangerous quagmire to the open space next to him, Uchiha Luo smiled at Kakashi. "Kakashi-san, 5 minutes is up. You're qualified," Kakashi said blankly, while regretting his actions just now. In the mission, it was clearly required to use only the power of a Jinin, but he used the technique of beheading in the heart, which is only used by ordinary Zongnin, which violated the details of the mission. However, Uchiha Luo is really strong, and he will never be weaker than a senior ninja. After completing the task, Kakashi walked up to Obito Uchiha, patted his best friend on the shoulder, and turned his gaze towards Riho Uchiha. After a blink disappeared, Kakashi returned to the Hokage building. "Is this guy saying that I'm not as good as Uchiha Luo?" Uchiha's rustic goggles were ripped off. "Kakashi is asking you to work hard, and you will be as powerful as Luo in the future." Nohara Rin walked up to Obito, tilting her head and smiling. "After the assessment, that guy Kakashi almost forced me to use the Baemon Dunjia. It really shouldn't be underestimated. But just like that, I graduated. If it weren't for the fact that I would go missing in other worlds, I would really like to be able to gain the strength of Jonin in the ninja school." Looking at the forehead protector with the swirl pattern engraved in his hand, Uchiha Luo walked on the street with nothing to do. Due to graduating early, he does not have his own teacher to lead the team. Generally, the rich and powerful children like him are led by a Jonin teacher. As far as the level of teachers is concerned, compared with those civilian ninjas led by Chunin, I don't know how much stronger. Uchiha Obito, Kai is the tail of the crane in their class, but it does not mean that he is the tail of the crane in other classes. "Luo, you've become a genin, that's amazing." Mate Kai suddenly appeared from the crowd, and stretched out his thumb towards Uchiha Luo, showing his white teeth. "As expected of my rival." When Dai was learning Baemon Dunjia, Uchiha Luo and Kai had a duel. Uchiha Luo won easily, and at the same time, he was entangled by Kai, thinking that he was his target and rival. Kai's popularity in the class is mediocre, because he is obsessed with exercising every day. He has neither the time nor the capital to socialize with his peers. Most of the students yearn for the powerful ninjutsu with gorgeous moves. They don't care about the basic taijutsu, and Kai, who knows only a few ninjutsu, naturally cannot integrate into the group. Apart from his lifelong friend Kakashi, only Uchiha Luo is willing to compete with him. "Kai, let's compare and see who will run to teacher Dai first." Uchiha Luo made a running posture. "Okay, this is the youth I yearned for." Mate Kai geared up and nodded in agreement. Then, the two galloped through the streets of Konoha like arrows leaving the string, causing the passers-by on the street to sigh and maddening another ninja school student. After a while, the two appeared in the hut on the edge of Konoha village. Matt Dai had just returned home, with ingredients in his hands, weeds and flowers on his head, and his clothes were very messy. Matt Dai has just returned from a mission. A ninja like him who cannot use ninjutsu proficiently can only do some chores in Konoha to barely make ends meet. These D-level chores are specially prepared by Konoha for the benefit of the ninja, which is time-consuming and not too dangerous. Kai and Luo are competing again, and their youth is really nostalgic. Matt Dai walked into the house and cooked a large pot of ramen noodles, garnished with a few slices of pork. "Eat, you will have the strength to be youthful when you are full." Matt Dai's voice came from the cabin. Kai and Luo looked at each other, stopped the discussion and walked into the house. Looking at the steaming pot of ramen, their appetite suddenly increased. "I'm going to start," Kai and Luo said in unison. Because of his practice, sometimes Uchiha Luo couldn't go home for dinner in time, so after giving Dai enough money, Uchiha Luo stayed to eat from time to time. "Mr. Dai, I have become a ninja. I have to complete the task recently. I may not have much time to practice Baemon Dunjia with you." Uchiha Luo sucked on the ramen and looked at Matt Dai. "The blood of youth can be practiced anywhere. After becoming a renunciation, you can't neglect your practice." Matt Dai took a sip of the noodle soup, his tone flat. "I see, sensei, I will take you as my target." Uchiha Luo said seriously. Puffed. Matt Dai almost spat out the noodle soup. I'm just a ninja, don't talk about chasing or not. What's more, you are already a ninja, equal to me. Uchiha Luo shook his head and said, the teacher's strength is at least a junin. If his physical strength can be as good as Teacher Dai, not to mention playing a huge role in the Third Ninja World War, at least there is no problem in self-protection. A new moon is rising. Uchiha Luo returned home, and the family members looked at the forehead guard Uchiha Luo tied on their foreheads, and their faces were full of relief that their son had grown up. After greeting his family, Uchiha Luo put all his enthusiasm and energy into his practice. Practice is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Uchiha Luo is far from developing his potential to the limit. How can he play with confidence? In the exhaustion after practicing swordsmanship and ninjutsu, Uchiha Luo gradually fell asleep. Uchiha Luo's sleep quality is very good, as long as 6 hours of sleep a day can meet the needs of the body. When I opened my eyes again, a red sun appeared on the edge of the horizon. Uchiha Luo prepared his parents for breakfast and walked towards the mission base. There are not many people in the mission base, and there are only ninjas who can come here, only the principals of the released missions. What tasks can I receive? Uchiha Luo reported the ninja number. You are Genin, where are your teammates and captain? The staff looked at Uchiha Luo. It's just me right now. Then you can only accept ordinary D-level tasks. The staff strictly followed the rules. Okay. Uchiha Luo nodded, took the task list and selected it. He knew that Genin had to complete enough D-level tasks before he could accept C-level tasks. As for B-level tasks, he had to form a team. This, and this. Uchiha Luo picked out 5 or 6 relatively simple D-level tasks and handed them over to the staff. So many. The staff cursed and crossed off the task list from the task list. Walking out of the gate of the mission center, Uchiha Luo summoned several shadow clones. After the unremitting efforts of the shadow clone, Uchiha Luo completed those D-level tasks and reappeared in front of the staff. I want to accept a C-level task, and it is best to complete it alone. Has the previous task been completed so quickly? The staff handed over the reward to Luo, but did not directly hand over the C-level task list to Uchiha Luo. C-level mission, if you want to leave the village, you may encounter enemies. The staff kindly reminded that Uchiha Luo's age is really unreliable. Leaving the village, I just want to leave the village. Uchiha Luo cursed, unbuttoning a layer of clothes, revealing a top with a round fan pattern. It is very dangerous for young Uchiha members to go out to complete the task. Because of the Sharingan, it is easy for enemy ninjas to target them. Konoha rich family. The staff no longer doubted, and handed over the list of C-level tasks to Uchiha Luo. Uchiha Luo took the list and read it carefully. Because of the peaceful age, there are not many high-level tasks in Muye village, most of them are guard tasks. These babysitting tasks are not only time-consuming, but also earn very little money, only tens of thousands of taels. After finding the task of exterminating bandits in the country of fire in the task list, Uchiha Luo's eyes lit up. Tokyo at night is still brightly lit, and the roads are full of traffic. Living in a remote alley in Tokyo, Uchiha Luo still feels the prosperity of the city. Compared with Konoha Ninja Village, the night here is very lively, whether it is a colorful intersection or a remote and dark street. You can feel the enthusiasm from Tokyo. Current world, Tokyo Ghoul. Task, collect 1000 copies of RC cells, 0/1000. Uchiha Luo opened Sharingan, looking at the traffic coming and going on the street, lost in thought. Collect RC cells. RC cells are the cornerstone of the world of ghouls. Whether it is humans on the bright side or ghouls in the dark, there are RC cells in their bodies. It's just that there are a large number of RC cells in the body of ghouls, and the demand is also large, and they also target humans who also have RC cells as prey. Strictly speaking, here, humans and ghouls belong to the same kind of creature, and it is only because of individual differences that the two races are divided. Collect 1000 copies of RC cells, let alone how to obtain them. Who should I give these RC cells to? Uchiha Luo was greatly puzzled. Fortunately, he had one more option in front of him. Task, collect 1000 copies of RC cells, 0/1000. After obtaining RC cells, open Sharingan, and Sharingan will collect them by itself. It's still a real and humanized design that's really thoughtful to live in my eyes. Uchiha Luo complained slightly, leaving the bustling street and entering the dimly lit alley. Now he looks like a young man, wearing strange clothes and carrying a long knife. If he is seen by anyone, he will definitely be sent to the police station. Ah! A shrill cry came from the alley. Uchiha Luo climbed the surrounding houses, climbed to the top of the building, stood on the top of the building to hide his figure, and looked down condescendingly. Right now, he still doesn't know the surrounding situation, so he should wait and see before making any plans. Boom! With a loud noise, the black-haired young man was pinched to death against the wall by his neck. What will happen if you break into someone else's territory? The blonde young man with scarlet eyes said viciously, his face was full of anger. You know it, don't you? No, it's not. The black-haired boy struggled with his neck being strangled, struggling to breathe. I don't know anything, I just happened to be passing by. Imagine, the blonde youth said coldly, when your girlfriend is sleeping with someone else. The man who tells you, I don't know anything, I just happened to be passing by. Isn't that the same thing you're telling me now? That kind of bad guy, he must be killed. The blonde young man's hands became more and more forceful. So, I'm going to kill you. This is your punishment for disturbing my hunting ground. Just as the blonde young man said these words, a girl jumped off the roof opposite Uchiha Liwoo. Uchiha Liwoo looked at the girl curiously. He knew that the girl's name was Kirishima, and she was an A-level ghoul. With light blue hair and a coffee shop uniform, Dong Xiang jumped behind the blonde young man, revealing the unique eyes of ghouls, and said with a cold expression, "Whose hunting ground do you think this is, Ziwei Jin?" Dong Xiang. The blonde-haired youth turned around and let go of the black-haired youth. Don't think I don't know. The woman with the big stomach is dead. So this place has become your territory. The territory of District 20 is under the jurisdiction of Antique, and this is our territory for Antique. What? Why should I be made irresponsible remarks by you guys who watched from the other side? The blonde young man walked slowly towards Dong Xiang. The land here was originally mine, but it was snatched away by that guy with a big stomach. It can only be your fault for being too weak. Dong Xiang's tone was flat, and Yui gradually appeared behind him. The territory of the ghouls is strictly divided, only the big enough ghouls can survive, and the weak can only survive. Tokyo is not only a force of ghouls, but also the CCG that is hostile to it. CCG is directly funded by Neon, aiming to drive out all ghouls in Tokyo. Seeing the fierce fight below, and Yui who almost affected him, Uchiha Liwoo ignored him, but picked up Yui who was on the edge of the roof. Yui's touch is cold, and the texture is like a sheet of iron, which can be easily recorded on the wall. Yui was hatched by the Hiba formed by RC cells. Unlike ordinary humans, the ghouls with a large number of RC cells in their bodies are extremely powerful. The body is covered with thick layers of RC cells, which cannot be hurt by ordinary knives and guns. Them. You wait for me, Dong Xiang. After the defeat, Ziwei Jin scrambled away from the battlefield. At this time, in the alley, there were only 3 people left on the ground, Dong Xiang and the black-haired young man. Okay, if you're hungry, eat something. Dong Xiang looked in the direction of Nishiojin's escape, and at the black-haired young man crawling on the ground. The black-haired young man raised his head silently, revealing the ghoul's eyes and a frightened face. He wanted to take the food, but hesitated, interrupted the desire of the right hand with his left hand, curled up on the ground in pain unbearably. I'm a human, how could I eat that kind of thing? Human, are you Kaneki-kan? But now you are a ghoul. Dong Xiang kicked the black-haired boy. Looking at the handsome face she had just seen a few days ago, she did not hesitate, and kicked the hesitant Jin Wuyan away. Ignoring Kaneki-kan and Dong Xiang's love and hatred, Uchiha Liwoo quickly got up and chased towards the place where Nishio Nishiki escaped. After escaping from Dong Xiang, Shiwujin clutched his bleeding wound and changed his blood-stained clothes in the dark. If this appearance is seen by humans, it will definitely attract CCG. In this highly developed modern society, ghouls who reveal their true identities can only wait for the reward of death. Damn it. That damned woman, Kirishima, actually took over my territory and prevented me from cleaning up the garbage that invaded the territory. Nishio Nishiki slammed hard against the wall, and Okesu at the tail overturned the trash can next to it. Uchiha Liwoo hid in the darkness, silently watching this S-class ghoul known as Orakai in the future. His current strength is between B and A, far inferior to Kirishima. Uchiha Liwoo slowly pulled out his long sword from the darkness, and walked behind Nishio Nishiki. The undisguised footsteps startled Nishio Nishiki, who was in a powerless rage. Another ghoul. Everything dares to challenge me now. Nishio Nishiki didn't smell the smell of food, thinking that the boy walking towards him in front of him was a ghoul. TCH, it turned out to be just a child. A child who hasn't graduated from junior high school dares to come to my territory to hunt, and my brother will tell you to be a man. Wait, Nishiojin sniffed the surrounding air vigorously, but did not smell the unique smell of RC cells. You are not a ghoul, you are human, but you don't have that fragrance. It's really strange, but I'm in a bad mood today, so just cry and die. Nishio Nishiki saw the long sword in Uchiha Liwoo's hand, but he didn't care. Except for the battle between ghouls, only Kukin can hurt ghouls. Kukin is packed in a huge white handbag, not the kind of dark and slender long knife. Uchiha Liwoo looked at Nishio Nishiki, his legs suddenly exerted force, and he rose into the air. The next moment, he appeared in front of Nishio Jin, and lightly swiped the long knife in his hand. Nishio Nishiki, who wanted to launch Weihi to attack, was a little surprised. He didn't have time to react, and his arm was cut by the long knife. Nishio Jin only felt his arm lighten, and his whole arm fell to the ground. This guy is a monster. Nishio Nishiki didn't dare to pick up the lost arm, and took a few steps back, looking at Uchiha Liwoo in a panic, full of fear in his heart. Gollum. Nishio Nishiki felt his throat was dry and swallowed involuntarily. The arm was cut off across the board, and the reaction speed was amazing. This is the special investigator of CCG, why am I so unlucky? Whether the long knife in Uchiha Liwo's hand is quinky is important, and the important thing is how he escaped. The body of the ghoul is not as hard as imagined. Uchiha Liwo withdrew the long sword. He felt very relaxed, although the body of the ghoul was extremely hard, but under the long sword in his hand, it was vulnerable. I don't know how many RC cells there are on this section of the arm, but if I don't even get one, wouldn't I have to kill hundreds of ghouls? CCG investigator. Just as Uchiha Liwo was thinking, a dull hoarse voice gradually came from behind. No, what you have in your hand is not quink, it's just an ordinary long knife. In the dimly lit alley, a huge figure appeared. Nearly 3 meters tall, his whole body was wrapped in hard feathers, and his face could not be seen clearly through the white mask. Owl, it's Owl. Nishio Nishiki wrote Uchiha Liwo without paying attention, and quietly ran aside. His face was full of joy. Xiao. Uchiha Liwo didn't have the time to take care of Nishio Nishiki, and looked at the figure deep in the alley. The owl who does not kill. Through the place where Kaneki Ken and Dong Xiang met, Uchiha Riho deduced the identity of the huge figure in front of him. According to memory, the huge figure in front of him is Kozen Yashimura, the leader of District 20, known by the world as the Unkillable Owl. On weekdays, he runs a coffee shop named Antique in the 20th District, which attracts many ghouls and maintains the order in the area, making the 20th District a rare peaceful area in Tokyo. As a hero, Fanken Gongshan has SSS level strength. Although he is in the lower reaches, it is still very easy to deal with ordinary SS level. However, Uchiha Liwo didn't dare to believe the rumor of Unkillable Owl. People's hearts are always fickle, and they will change their minds in the next second. But fortunately, Uchiha Liwo possesses a strong strength, and from Nishio Nishiki just now, he can judge the strength of the ghoul world. Even if he loses to the Unkillable Owl in front of him, he can easily escape by using ninjutsu. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful ghoul in the 20th District. Uchiha Liwo had the confidence to fight. Without Quinky, you would not be my opponent. The store manager Fanken gradually walked into Uchiha Liwo, trying to force the boy in front of him away. He once made an oath to let the ghouls and humans live in peace, so he would not kill humans easily. Uchiha Liwo has no nonsense, has the chakra in the body, opens the open door and the shut door, and the huge chakra is released in the body. Facing the world's peak combat power here, he dared not be careless. Fanken Gongshan had a solemn expression on his face. He felt the power contained in the young man in front of him and knew that the battle was inevitable. The Yuhi behind him condensed one by one, and the complete wings emerged from the back, revealing the terrifying appearance of the He. Yuhi ghouls are extremely fast, explosive, and capable of long-range attacks. The disadvantage is that they lack stamina and are easy to retreat in protracted battles. If you can't defeat the enemy as soon as possible, you will be defeated in a protracted war. Yuhi behind Fanken Gongshan turned into a sharp feather and shot out like a violent storm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sharp feathers were embedded in the nearby wall, and the root of Uchiha Liwo's attack continued to lock. Uchiha Liwo opened Sharingan, and as the eyes turned bright red, the world in his eyes gradually slowed down. This is not because the world is really slowing down, but because the opening of Sharingan has improved Uchiha Liwo's dynamic vision. Uchiha escaped Yuhi's attack by using body skills, and Uchiha Liwo held a knife in the seal, and a chakra spread around his mouth. Wind done, a big breakthrough. A huge gust of wind formed in front of Uchiha Liwo, and the powerful wind and waves made the feathers in the air crumbling and scattered on the ground. Yashimura Kozen was a little dazed. He didn't expect Uchiha Liwo to defuse his attack in this way. A gust of wind spewed out of the mouth. Is this still human? Could it be the legendary magic? At the moment when Yashimura Kozen was stunned, Uchiha Liwo burst out at a speed far faster than before, and suddenly appeared in front of Yashimura Kozen. So fast. Yashimura Kozen used Kazuko to sweep towards Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha Liwo dodged with a low body, and the long knife unceremoniously plunged into Yashimura Kozen's body, opening several blood holes in his body. The recovery ability of the ghoul is too strong. It is really uncomfortable for this kind of enemy with strong recovery ability and no obvious restraint like the Japanese sword. Looking at the gradually healing wound on Yashimura Kozen, Uchiha Liwo complained. Isao Fanken suffered from pain, his hands turned into sharp thorns, and went to Uchiha Liwo's shoulders. While he is a hell ghoul, he is also a hell. Hedge is a powerful existence produced by mutual phagocytosis of ghouls. There are more RC cells than ordinary ghouls, and the recovery ability and physical strength are naturally greatly enhanced. Boom! Uchiha disappeared from the fire, smoke appeared around him, and a trash can appeared in the smoke. The spikes broke the trash can into several pieces, crushed the ground along the way, and formed a spider web of cracks on the ground. This power is enough to penetrate stubborn stones and cut steel. Uchiha Liwo was secretly startled, thinking that if he hadn't avoided it, life and death would be unpredictable. Right around eye. Uchiha Liwoo looked directly into Yashimura Kozen's eyes and activated the illusion. Yashimura Kozen's eyes turned into Sharingan, and his body was so stunned that he couldn't move. Even though Uchiha Liwoo is not good at illusion, but the penetrating Sharingan directly controls it. Uchiha Liwoo took advantage of the momentum and drew his sword. Instead of attacking the heavily protected neck, he slashed at Yashimura Kozen's Hebeo. Yashimura Kozen's Hebeo is very hard, like dirt and steel compared to Nishio Nishiki. One slash and another slash. Uchiha Liwoo slashed at the same position, and finally managed to cut off a henna. At this time, because of the severe pain, Yashimura Kozen was out of control. He no longer dared to look into Uchiha Liwoo's eyes. Losing Hebeo, Yashimura Kozen's fighting ability has been greatly reduced, and he has already begun to plan to escape. If he is controlled a few more times, his life may be in danger. He doesn't know what Uchiha Liwoo's strange ability is, but he can feel from the fight just now that Uchiha Liwoo has a pair of weird eyes. His physical fitness is no less than that of ghouls, and he can also use weird abilities. That young man has come up with endless tricks, but he is already at the end of his rope. Facing such an enemy, he could only run away. He is an old man who sells coffee, so he has no strength to fight young people. Uchiha Liwoo took advantage of the momentum to pursue, and used Fengtun Ninjutsu to cut another bag, and finally stopped the chase on the busy street. He ran away, but my purpose was to test my own strength, and I took a few gold bags by the way. Looking at the frightened and panicked crowd, and Yashimura Kozen who ran to the sewer, Uchiha Riho turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the darkness. The ghouls can't be killed. They are the same kind of creatures as humans, and my goal is to get enough RC cells so that I can't conflict with them. For a peaceful ghoul organization like an antique shop, Uchiha Liwoo tried his best not to be a killer, and Hebeo, who just got Yashimura Kozen, was to see how much progress the SSS level ghouls could complete their tasks. Current world, Tokyo Ghoul. Task, collect 1000 copies of RC cells, 6/1000. Uchiha Liwoo held the collected bag in his hand, opened his eyes and silently read the collection. The next moment, Hebeo turned into a mass of pitch-black ashes, lying in Uchiha Liwoo's hands. Did the SSS level Hebao only reach -- of the progress? Uchiha Liwoo looked up at the sky, but couldn't see many stars because of the air pollution. It really is a difficult task. Guys like Kozen Yashimura, I have to defeat 20 of them to complete the task. Kozen Yashimura has 8 kurtas on his body, and he only reached 6 after getting a progress. Uchiha Riho estimated that if he wanted to kill ghouls like Nishio Nishiki to complete the task, he estimated that he would have to kill 200 of them. After a little calculation, Uchiha Liwoo ran to the roof of a nearby building and began to refine chakra. He has not mastered the celestial arts, so if he uses chakra, he must refine it in advance, so that there will be no shortage of chakra during the battle. It is the basic quality of a ninja to keep in the best condition at all times. In the 20th district, inside the coffee shop named Antique, taking off his jet black windbreaker, Yashimura Kozen covered the wound on his back, and opened the back door of the coffee shop with great patience. "What's the matter with you, manager?" Kirishima Tuka, who was making coffee, looked at Yashimura Kozen who was covered in blood, and quickly took out the bandage from the room, and went up to treat Yashimura Kozen's wound. Hebao was taken away. The store manager Fankin smiled kindly, but his heart was not so peaceful. Hebo. Kirishima Tuka was startled. He knew the store manager's strength, he was definitely above S rank. Even the store manager was taken away. The enemy is so powerful. Is the CCG's special investigator showing up? No, it's an unknown boy who doesn't hold Quinker in his hand, but his strength is comparable to that of an SSS level ghoul. Kozen Yashimura was lying on the bed, and after alcohol disinfection, his brows eased a little, and he reminded Tuka Kirishima, the young man is holding a long black knife in his hand. If you meet him, never reveal your identity. After revealing your identity, don't hesitate to run away immediately, maybe you can save a life. Is it so powerful? Kirishima Tuka was secretly startled, and skillfully bandaged the store manager's wound with both hands. Shop manager, will the appearance of that guy break the peace in District 20? No one knows, I can only say, let the big guys be more careful these days. Fankin Gongshen said solemnly. He also doesn't know whether the peaceful environment he created in District 20 can continue. Originally, there was a tacit understanding between CCG and District 20, and since there were few cases in District 20, CCG would shift its work focus to other districts, so that humans and ghouls could maintain a relatively peaceful situation here. Now, one thing after another broke the tranquility of District 20. First, the big stomach who was close to the SS class was crushed to death by the steel bars falling from the construction site, and then a mysterious boy who could defeat himself appeared later. Fankin Gongshan had such a premonition. The peace in District May 20th not last long. Ken Kaneki, who was subdued by Kirishima Tuka, woke up from a coma, and saw Kirishima Tuka who was dealing with Yashimura, the store manager. Seeing Kaneki Ken wake up, Yashimura Kozen got up from the sofa, signaled Kirishima Tuka with his eyes to stop talking, and walked to the coffee counter. Pour boiling hot water into the pre-ground coffee beans, and a scent of coffee rippling in the teacup. It must be very hard. As a human being who has become a ghoul, this change of position is not acceptable to ordinary people. The store manager took the coffee and walked up to Kaneki Ken. Awaited. Kaneki Ken bent over the bar, his eyes were 7-point blank and 3-point doubtful. He didn't understand what the store manager's intention was, and he didn't know what exactly he was serving to him. Let's try it. Kaneki Ken reluctantly refused, turning his head to one side. Jin Mujun, please take a closer look. The store manager's tone was very kind, which made people unable to bear hostility. What do you think? It looks very delicious. Jin Nguyen recalled the deliciousness of coffee, but now he is a ghoul, and he can't swallow any food in his mouth. This is an ordinary bowl of coffee, try it. When Jin Nguyen heard that he picked up the coffee, he took a sip by his mouth and sat down to prepare to spit it out. Unexpectedly, the coffee was not as hard to swallow as other foods, but it really tasted sweet. It's delicious, it's delicious. After several days of hunger and the unbearable taste of food, Kaneki Ken's eyes almost burst into tears. For a split second, he thought he was human again. But that is unrealistic after all. Becoming a ghoul is like a nightmare, but this nightmare can never wake up. Kaneki Ken looked at the store manager in doubt, expecting the store manager's answer. Coffee is the only delicacy that ghouls have been able to taste since ancient times, just like humans. But this alone won't satisfy your hunger. So just take this back and use it when you're too hungry. Come back when you need it, don't be shy. The same thing passed like a dream, and she left the antique coffee shop led by Kiri's Himatuka with a disdainful look. When he came back to his senses again, Kaneki Ken had already appeared on the street, holding the package of so-called food in his hand. Jin Nguyen thought in a daze that he had heard a hallucination, and continued to walk on the way home. Jin Nguyen turned his head and saw a young man with a long knife on his back. The young man was looking at himself indifferently. What's the matter? Kaneki Yen asked the boy in front of him, enduring his own hunger. Money, give me 10,000 yen. The boy with the long sword on his back is of course Uchiha Liwoo. After watching Kaneki Ken leave the antique shop, he appeared in front of Kaneki Ken. Why do you ask me for money? Jin Nguyen couldn't help asking. 10,000 yen. Uchiha Liwoo said, he has no yen on him now, and no place to live, so he can only follow Kaneki Ken to prevent the protagonist from running away. Hey, sighing in his heart, Kaneki Ken took out a small amount of yen from his wallet and handed it to the boy in front of him. If he didn't go home, he was worried that he would suddenly violently hurt others and hurt the boy in front of him. The life of a young man. This boy is carrying a cosplay knife on his back, it looks real. Watching the boy leave, Jin Nguyen took the food and walked towards home without looking back. Yen, I will give it if I say so. Uchiha Liwoo took the yen in his hand, walked into the nearest convenience store, and exchanged all the yen for food. Uchiha looked at Kaneki Ken outside the window. If you are soft-hearted, I will be soft-hearted. Carrying a large bag of food, Uchiha Liwoo silently followed Kaneki Ken. Kaneki Ken didn't notice Uchiha Liwoo behind him at all. After going through such a thing, he just wants to go home and be alone quietly. Think about life. Use the key to open the door of the room. Kaneki Ken's living place is not big, only about 20 square meters. The bedroom is connected to the kitchen, and the bed and sofa are placed in a small space, but because it is well organized, it makes people feel less crowded. Putting the food wrapped in yellow letter paper on the table, Kaneki fell silent, struggling inwardly. I'm a human, how could I eat this kind of thing? The coffee he just drank and the food he was forced to eat kept him from losing his mind. Still struggling inside, Uchiha Liwoo opened Kaneki Ken's refrigerator, took out a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, and walked to Kaneki Ken's side. You are the boy who just appeared. Kaneki Ken was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the voice, and when he saw that the person in front of him was not a ghoul, he calmed down the ups and downs in his heart. I didn't give you yen just now, why did you come to my house? Galam Uchiha Liwoo didn't answer, he drank all the milk in one gulp, and took out a cake from the convenience store to eat. Leave from my house quickly. Kaneki watched Uchiha Liwoo's behavior, and wanted this uninvited guest to leave. He wasn't worried about the food in the refrigerator. As a ghoul, he couldn't taste the deliciousness of those foods. He could only taste the taste of coffee. The reason why he wanted Uchiha Liwoo to leave was because he was worried that he would not be able to suppress the fierceness in his heart and do things he didn't want to see. I don't have a cent on me, don't worry. Uchiha Liwoo went to lie on the sofa, and turned on the TV as if nothing had happened. A late-night show was playing on the TV, and the screen was filled with inappropriate scenes. Minors are not allowed to watch these programs. Kaneki Ken grabbed the remote control, turned off the TV, and smelled the surrounding air. It's true that you don't have a scent on your body, and I didn't think about it. Kaneki Ken noticed that something was wrong, and looked at Uchiha Liwoo with surprise. Ghouls can't eat any human food, they can only feed on human beings. They can smell a fragrance from human beings. This fragrance is like the only color in the black and white world. Ghouls who eat any food are like chewing wax, and only blood food can bring them satisfaction. Normally, ghouls can suppress their own desires, but once they are hungry, no ghouls can suppress their desire to eat. That's why Kaneki Ken was surprised by Uchiha Liwodot. The young man in front of him obviously looks like a human being, and he doesn't have a scent on him, even if he is a ghoul. Are you a ghoul? Jinmu RND asked. No. Uchiha Liwo shook his head. Humanity. Uchiha Liwo nodded. You know I'm a ghoul. Uchiha Liwo didn't deny it, took advantage of Kaneki Ken's inattention, and regained the remote control. This time he changed to a variety show to watch. Kaneki Ken was silent, not knowing what to do. His identity has already been discovered, and it is estimated that people from CCG will come to the door tomorrow and take him into custody. He used to think that the white figure of CCG was an angelic patron saint, but after becoming a ghoul, the people of CCG turned into white gods of death. You don't have to worry that I will report you. In fact, if you were a little guy like you, why bother with those white pigeons? White dove is what ghouls call those CCG investigators, because there is a white dove symbolizing peace in front of them. Is that so? Kaneki Ken looked at the long knife beside Uchiha Liwo, even though his current fruit knife could not cut through the steel-like film on the body surface. But when he saw the pitch-black long knife, a sense of fear and cold still shrouded his heart. Is there any way you can turn me back into a human? Maybe you don't believe it, but just a few days ago, I was just a human being. Kaneki Ken did not give up any way to transform back into a human being, and asked Uchiha Liwo, who was like a fog in front of him. There is no way. Uchiha Liwo shook his head. Ken Kaneki survived by transplanting the organs of the big stomach, and his body gradually moved closer to the direction of the ghoul, which cannot be reversed. I heard that you survived by transplanting the organs of ghouls, otherwise you would have died in the first place. The organs of the ghoul. Ken Kaneki thumped the table vigorously. Thinking of the object of his first crush, that woman with purple long hair, that woman is gentle and considerate, has the same hobbies as himself, like Takatsuki Izumi's Black Goat Rebellion. But when he sent him home, he turned into a ghoul and severely injured himself, which still reverberates in his mind from time to time, torturing himself. Uchiha Liwo knew whose organ Kaneki Ken transplanted, and who Dewey was. Big Stomach's name is God Dai Lishi. She is a female ghoul at the SS level, with a brutal and crazy personality, possessing huge greed. Lishi is one of the few ghouls who don't wear a mask. Although he has the outstanding power in Kunko among ghouls, and will help the safety zone collect food, but when facing prey and hostile ghouls, his personality is extremely bad. And it has a huge appetite, always preying on more humans than necessary. When hunting Kaneki Ken a few days ago, he was seriously injured by a gecko dropping a steel bar, and the organs in his body were transplanted into Kaneki Ken's body. It was Kaneki Ken who became the culprit of the ghouls. In the world of ghouls, humans and ghouls are fighting endlessly, but they are interdependent and maintain each other, and they dare not easily break the balance between the two. However, humans and ghouls always have ambitions, unwilling to maintain the status quo, and want to completely maintain the balance, by creating monsters that humans and ghouls have to unite to fight, so as to achieve the possibility of peace between the two sides. And the timid Kaneki Ken in front of him will be cultivated into a giant monster that can deter ghouls and humans in the future through many calculations. A dragon. Ding dong, ding dong. The mobile phone reminded Kaneki Ken to accept text messages. Watching Kaneki Ken take out the flip phone from his pocket, Uchiha Liwo was a little nostalgic, and at the same time secretly thought that he needed a mobile phone. In the modern world, like ghouls, many things are inconvenient for him without a mobile phone and identity. Kaneki Ken opened his hand, and the text message in the phone was only a few words. Alone, bored to death. Why are there so many days without classes? Issuer, Yanjin Yingliang. Your friend, Uchiha Liwo asked. Kaneki Ken nodded, and then he remembered that he had become a ghoul. He hadn't gone to college for a long time, and he hadn't seen Ying's face. Best friend. Kaneki Ken added. Cherish it well, you who have become a ghoul, your relationship is very expensive. Uchiha Liwo turned off the TV, and the old variety show made him feel that his time was wasted. Instead of looking at these unnutritious things, it is better to practice sword skills and physical skills. Think about how to accomplish the task of collecting RC cells. After completing these, he has the capital to retreat from the ghoul world at any time. Kaneki Ken looked at the screen of the phone, motionless, not knowing what he was thinking. When the sun just rose from the horizon, Jin Nguyen opened his eyes, opened the window, and saw a long knife waving in the small courtyard under the room of the uninvited guest in his home. Kaneki Ken was really worried that Uchiha Liwo would cause trouble to the people around him, but after witnessing Uchiha Liwo completely splitting the rock, he gave up the idea of reminding him. Obediently put away the books needed for today's class, closed the door of the room and left without leaving the key for Uchiha Liwo. He witnessed Uchiha Liwo's way of going out last night. He never took an unusual path and jumped directly from the window. After an hour of exercising, Uchiha Liwo broke out in a sweat, unraveling the little illusions in the minds of the neighbors around him. If he hadn't used the illusion, the neighbors living in the apartment would have come to disturb his practice. This is not the illusion that controls people's actions, but just some psychological hints, making them subconsciously ignore the movement of Uchiha Liwo practice. Call after eating 5 cups of cup noodles with soup, Uchiha Liwo stood in front of the road and changed into a student uniform that suited his identity. And the conspicuous long knife on the back was stored elsewhere by Uchiha Liwo, and would be channeled out when needed. Taking the bus, Uchiha Liwo came under a bridge hole in the suburbs of Tokyo. This suburb is sparsely populated, even the vehicles on the bridge are not many, and there are no newcomers passing by. It is said that cases of missing people often occur here, adding to the desolation. What happened to those who disappeared? In a world with ghouls, their fate is self-evident. Uchiha Liwo also heard rumors of ghouls appearing, so he came to this sparsely populated river, expecting to catch a lot of fish. All the way down the river, Uchiha Liwo had nothing to gain. Maybe it's because it's not easy to shoot because of the daytime, or because it has been searched by CCG, there is no trace of ghouls here. Instead, there were a few young and bold children playing nearby to exercise their courage. I heard that there are ghouls here. Aren't you afraid? Uchiha Liwo walked up to the group of children and reminded them. Hey, you guy, you are obviously not more than us, but you sound like an adult, it's really annoying. That's right, I am a child, and I came here to tell others to leave. There's nothing scary about ghouls. If they dare to show up, kill them. Uchiha Liwo was left speechless by the unceremonious opening of the children. After all, he is only 9 years old now. Although his body is the same as that of a teenager, he still belongs to the category of children. Yeah, I'm a child too. Uchiha Liwo touched his nose and showed a sinister smile, making the child in front of him feel creepy. It would be too pitiful if they lived here. It's like a dark city mouse. As Uchiha Liwo walked into the center of the area step by step, a pair of red eyes began to stare at him gradually. Uchiha Liwo heard the sound of beasts biting and smelled a strong smell of blood, and felt a burst of emotion in his heart, feeling for a certain unfortunate person and feeling for his own luck at the same time. Even walking casually by the river, you can spot the movements of the ghouls. Because of the existence of CCG, the living habits of the ghouls are like rats in the sewer, and they usually try their best to hide their identities. When hungry, he turns into a devil and attacks nearby people. Usually a ghoul only needs to hunt once a month to meet its physical needs. After successfully obtaining food, the ghouls will turn into humans and live a normal life like humans. Ghouls who incarnated as humans tried their best to hide their identities, and even swallowed human food forcefully, making it impossible for CCG to tell the difference between humans and ghouls from the outside. The clues can only be found through the clues left by the ghouls, and then the identity of the ghouls can be determined. And finding out the identity of the ghouls and expelling them is a very simple matter. The ghouls who have lost the cover of their human identities, besides choosing to live in the darkness underground forever, will never see those who reveal their identities appearing in the sun. If you catch one ghoul, there will be another one. Uchiha Liwo muttered, and channeled a long sword from the scroll. With the long knife in hand, Uchiha Liwo calmed down and didn't have to worry about blood staining clean clothes. Humans, ghouls, investigators. The eating ghoul heard the movement around it, stopped eating, and showed a red face. You don't have a scent on you, you're not human. The ghoul's nose is very sharp, and it can smell the smell of RC cells. Humans with a small amount of RC cells are an unbearable aroma, and ghouls with a large number of RC cells are a kind of smell of the same kind. But the young man with a long knife in front of him has nothing on him, just like wild beasts that can be seen everywhere on the roadside, unable to attract the attention of ghouls. You really have a lot of doubts. Uchiha Liwo walked in front of the ghoul. The ghoul in front of him looked like a middle-aged man, wearing light gray staff clothes. Apparently he was an employee of a nearby company, and now he was hunting here. It's really duplicity. The one in your hand is not Quinky. The middle-aged ghoul concluded. His shoulders suddenly swelled up, and thick layers of knuckles appeared, turning into a hard shield. You're not a search officer, and you're not a ghoul. You're dead today. The middle-aged ghoul looked at Uchiha Liwo with the long sword behind his back, a little dismissively, moving slowly, waving the bulky kayaku. Sherinan, open. Uchiha Liwo did not move, and opened the Sherinan silently. When Uchiha Liwo and the middle-aged ghoul came together, the shape of hooked jade appeared in the middle-aged ghoul's eyes. Ordinary ghouls can still be controlled, Uchiha Liwo said. He was right in thinking that ordinary ghouls are extremely weak because of their twisted hearts, and they will explode unbearably when they are stimulated. It is easy to be manipulated by Sherinan. After all, there are only a few ghouls with mental toughness like the store manager, and most ghouls can still be controlled by themselves. It's just that it consumes some pupil power, and the pupil power of Sherinan recovers slowly. After finding the channel of the ghoul's news, you can't waste the pupil power wantonly. Where is your companion? Do you know other ghouls? This guy is an orphan. After asking for a long time, Uchiha Liwo secretly said that the middle-aged ghoul in front of him hardly has any friends or family members, and he is usually a social animal who works from morning to night when he is in the company, and is the object of bullying. There is only one ghoul he knows, and he is still a member of the ghoul organization who threatens him to hand in food every month. Take me to your upline. Uchiha Liwo activated the illusion, while the middle-aged ghoul looked towards a nearby riverbank covered by bushes with dull eyes. This group of ghouls really know how to pick a place. Uchiha Liwo followed up, looking at the even more invisible riverbank in front of him, silently formed seals in his hands, and changed into the appearance of a young man. Following the progress of the middle-aged ghoul for a long time, Uchiha Liwo covered his figure and turned into a pitch-black shadow. After Daiei's death, there are a lot more investigators in District 20, which is really harmful. That group of white pigeons patrols it every day. How can I still hunt for food? That group of dogs. Patience, the white pigeons will leave without gaining anything, and now they will only lose their lives in vain. Soon, they will leave. The 20th district is not like the 14th district. It doesn't need too many white pigeons to be stationed. The ghoul that was bleeding from his shoulder had just escaped from the searcher with his life, and quickly found his companion. While ensuring his safety, he also came to ask about his countermeasures when facing the white dove. Leave a bait, and the fish will take the bait by itself. The investigator with the appearance of a white-haired old man walked slowly from the shadows, smiling, followed by a 190-meter-tall man in a suit with a cropped-cut young people. They are the investigators transferred to the 20th district. One is Mato Ryuguzu, who is the top investigator, and the other is the second-rank investigator Kotaro Amon. Seeing humans, the ghouls did not show the gaze and smile of a hunter, but looked like a desperate beast. They knew that their strength was not enough to compete with the professionally trained investigators. The ghoul stared fiercely at the injured ghoul. It was precisely because of the blood on his shoulder that he attracted the attention of the investigators. He secretly regretted that he went out casually, knowing that the 20th district was under the attention of the CCG. Mato Ryuguzu admired the fearful expression of the ghoul in front of him, pressed the electric button, and the white suitcase in his hand instantly turned into a green umbrella. This is an umbrella-shaped quinquo, which can be attacked from close range and defended when retreating. It was made by him with a lot of energy, and it is a sharp weapon against ghouls. After witnessing his wife being gnawed to death by the one-eyed owl, Mato Ryuguzu became crazy and became obsessed with quink, leaving no more ghouls in his hands. Kukin is made from the ghoul's heap, and it is a living weapon. This weapon can change its shape and send out attacks as swift and violent as ghouls. Quinky and Mato Ryuguzu's hand turned into 4 huge tails and attacked the ghouls that were about to escape, just as they were about to drive them away. Mutation startled. Guya's appearance suddenly appeared in the eyes of the 2 ghouls, and then a young figure gradually stepped out of the shadows. Who is it? Amon Kotaro pulled out Quinker in an instant, and pointed it at the corner where the voice came from. The smile on Mato Ryuguzu's face became stiff, and he looked at the dark corner solemnly. He could feel that the visitor was definitely not a kind person. Investigator. Are you interested in cooperating? The young man transformed into Uchiha Liwo walked out from a dark corner, and beside him stood the middle-aged ghoul who led the way. It's a human being, but the person next to him is a ghoul. Mato Ryuguzu was very calm during the battle, and whispered to the subordinate next to him. Amon Kotaro nodded, indicating that he understood. He believed in the ability of his boss. Although he was only a high-ranking investigator, the number of expelling ghouls was no less than those quasi-specials. What cooperation? Mato Wusu paid no attention to the middle-aged ghoul next to him, and focused all his attention on the young man in front of him. Intuition told him that the young man in front of him was not easy to mess with, and was even more dangerous than ghouls. Where is the common food area in District 14? The young man did not answer Mato Wusu's words, but asked the ghoul next to him. I don't know. The controlled ghoul shook his head. He was just an ordinary ghoul, and he was fine for hunting ordinary prey. How dare he go to the common food area? Who is your boss? The ghoul still shook his head, and the next moment the ghoul's head fell to the ground, and Uchiha Liwo skillfully cut open the bag on his body. What about you, do you know? Uchiha Liwo asked another ghoul next to him. I have a relative who eats together in District 14 brush. As soon as Uchiha Liwo saw the light of the sword, the hebeo of the middle-aged ghoul fell down, lying on the ground weakly. From the beginning to the end, the faces of these ghouls showed indifference, and no other extra emotions could be seen. These 3 ghouls were controlled by the young man in front of him. The investigator at the side was terrified, and he couldn't help thinking that if he was controlled like this, he might not even have consciousness when he died. What is your plan? Before becoming investigators, they had the will to risk their lives. Therefore, after a short period of fear, returned to a normal look. District 14, a total of ghouls. My goal is there. Do you have the awareness and courage to enter there with me? Uchiha Liwo looked at Mato Ryuguzu and Amon Kotaro with a half-smile. District 14. Ryuguzu Mato and Kotaro Amon looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. The 14th district, where the ghouls kill each other, is also the place where Hedge was born. Although Tokyo is not as scary as the first 4 districts, it is more chaotic. The long-term ghouls can't control the suppressed rage and madness, often made some incredible moves. Promise him, with our little strength, going to the 14th district is undoubtedly courting death, Mato-senpai. Amon Kotaro felt that the plan to break fire with Uchiha was absurd. Mato Wusu looked thoughtfully at the ghouls controlled by Uchiha Liwo, and instead of rejecting immediately, he began to think seriously. If the ghouls can be controlled, it is impossible to enter the 14th district. The young man in front of him is undoubtedly a human being, but is it worthwhile to enter the 14th district with him? Okay, but what's your purpose? Expelling the ghouls is the bounden duty of our search officer. As long as I don't die, I'm willing to do anything to expel the ghouls. But what about you? What is your purpose, and what is your true face? Mato Wusu asked. Senior Mato, if you go to the 14th district, you will die, don't promise him. Kotaro Amon tries to stop his out-of-sane boss. My boss, because of the death of his wife, has lost the logic of normal people's thinking. Mato Ryugu glanced at Amon Kotaro, and ignored what this subordinate said. Now he is only concerned about his daughter, and he is wholeheartedly devoted to expelling the one-eyed king. Time and place and prove your strength. Mato Wusu actually agreed in his heart, but right now he still wants to see the strength of the young man in front of him. Naturally, he would not do things like hitting a stone with a pebble, but as long as there is a slight possibility, he is still willing to kill the ghouls. Uchiha Liwo swung the sword, and the light of the blue sword flashed, and a knife mark 1 inch deep and 3 meters long appeared on the ground made of cement. That was the effect of the surface slash. Mato Wusu nodded in satisfaction, and said to the subordinates beside him, this level of strength can already open the killing ring in the 14th district. As long as you don't encounter the legendary SSS level ghouls, it is enough to traverse the entire shared food area. However, Amon Kotaro, your strength is too weak to participate in this grand event. Let's go back to the branch and practice hard for a few years. Amon Kotaro struggled, as if he had made some important decision. Senior Mato, you can also help. I don't need you. Mato Wusu scolded, you are an investigator who has the potential to expel SS ghouls. Only when you become stronger can you expel more ghouls. I see, Mato-senpai. Amon Kotaro showed a farewell expression, and left the area with a white suitcase. Uchiha Liwo looked at Mato Ryugu and Amon Kotaro with a smile without saying a word. This Mato Wusu didn't intend to go back, the scolding just now was more like a last word. What should you call your young man? Mato Ryugu raised his head, and after Amon Kotaro left, he regained his energetic appearance. Black Sword. Uchiha Liwo glanced at Mato Wusu, spoke slowly, and uttered a codename that was obviously made up temporarily. Is it a black knife? Wusu Mato glanced at the pitch-black knife. It was obviously not quinquo, but it was even more destructive than quinquo. Is it because of using it? I know the location of the 14th district, but I don't know where the common food area is. Since we are going to the common eating area, we naturally have to inquire about the location of the common eating area, and then sit down and make adequate preparations. I don't know, but he should know. Uchiha Liwo motioned to the only living ghoul beside him. Riding a taxi, driving through the bustling streets of Tokyo, the two of them came to a private house in the 14th district. Cousin. The ghoul knocked vigorously on the door. What are you doing? Don't you guys know that it's impolite to interrupt other people's food? Be careful, I'll eat you too. There was a cursing voice in the room, as if impatient with the knock on the door. Here we come. Soon the door opened, and the ghoul cousin saw that it was not his cousin, but a white pigeon holding a white suitcase. You guys. Cousin Ghoul just wanted to release Kazuko, and the appearance of Sherinan appeared in his eyes. And behind him, behind the half-closed door, lay the corpse with Hibao. A wild beast is a wild beast, and co-eating is just a more powerful beast. Seeing the dead body of the ghoul, Mato Ryugu was very excited, and wanted to use it to make a new quinquo, but was stopped by Uchiha Liwo. It's not the time yet. What a pair of useful eyes. Mato Ryugu looked at Uchiha Riho's eyes, a flash of greed flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that you are a human being. Uchiha Liwo saw Mato Ryugu's eyes in his eyes, and he could find all the clues in the gaze of Sherinan. After closing the door of the ghoul's cousin's house, the bag on the corpse inside the house also disappeared. Mission collection progress, 20/1000. Cousin Ghoul, who is a co-eater, naturally knows the area of co-eating. The time of co-eating starts at 9 o'clock in the evening, and the location changes every few days. It can be said that the entire 14th district is a place where ghouls eat together. This group of brainless beasts that hunt and kill the same kind has no scruples other than following the regulations of the district administrator. Boom! Throwing the head of the ghoul's cousin into the ghouls who were eating together, Uchiha Liwo and Mato Ryugu appeared in front of the ghouls. You kid, you actually interrupted my eating, do you want to be killed? The ghoul who was eating was red with smoke, and looked at Uchiha Liwo with malicious intentions. Because Uchiha Liwo carried the unabsorbed Kazuko on his body, the ghouls regarded Uchiha Liwo as the same kind. White pigeon. The ghoul saw Mato Ryugu's white uniform and the white suitcase in his hand that represented the investigator's logo. It's a disgusting combination that the ghouls will cooperate with the white dove. Hearing the movement, the ghouls rushed towards Uchiha Liwo. Real anger. Mr. Mato, please protect yourself next time. Uchiha Liwo called Mato Wusu to come here to play a role in pulling monsters, and his ghouls without RC cells on his body would not be able to smell it. But Mato Wusu is different. He has the fragrance of human beings on his body and the stench of the blood of ghouls stained with the blood of ghouls who have been fighting on the front line all year round. Mato Wusu did not speak, and the suitcase turned into two quinquas to resist the attack of the ghouls. Uchiha Liwo looked at the dozen or so ghouls in front of him, and silently opened the 8-door dungeon, releasing a huge chakra from his body. Uchiha Liwo put the long knife horizontally, his body accelerated suddenly, and rushed straight towards the ghoul population. With the chakra shrouding the whole body, the aura on his body became more and more fierce, and there was a strong wind that seemed to be real. With the sword in hand, Uchiha Liwo swam in the center of the ghouls like a 9-curved yellow river, harvesting a ghoul's life every time he made a move. Skulls soared into the sky one after another. Although the number of ghouls gradually increased, there were not many ghouls who dared to go before. This group of ghouls are afraid. Although they are bloodthirsty, they will not hit a stone with an egg when the gap between the enemy and ourselves is too large. Where is that monster from? Arima Kisho is nothing more than that. No wonder this kind of guy dares to come to District 14. He doesn't have a human scent on him, so he must be the legendary One-Eyed Man. One-Eyed is the king among the legendary ghouls, possessing the eyes of a ghoul and the highest and strongest strength. No, he should be human. He hasn't opened his red eyes until now. That he is human. Is there another Kisho Arima among the human race? The ghouls gathered next to them felt withdrawn, and they already planned to escape. They gave up today's shared food one by one, and headed towards the depths of the darkness. Click, a sound of bone shattering appeared in the ghouls' ears. Although the sound of the bones breaking was very small, it still reached the ears of the ghouls. Apart from their poor brains, the physical fitness of the ghouls far surpassed that of humans. They could hear the sound of bones shattering coming from there. The arm of the young man who started killing was broken in two by Uchiha of the ghoul, and the knife he was holding tightly in his hand fell. His face was filled with pain and confusion. That person was really injured. Had his arm cut off by an ordinary ghoul? If they rush forward now, will there be an opportunity to take advantage of? The ghouls all thought this way, but none of them dared to step forward. They all stopped and observed silently. I can't fool you just by looking at it. Uchiha Liwo smiled with his head lowered, and his disappeared arm reappeared, still holding a jet black long knife. Just now Uchiha Liwo used a large-scale illusion, but it obviously failed. Even in the eyes of the ghouls, he appeared to be incapacitated, but still no ghouls dared to take a step forward. The fighting power he showed just now scared them a little. Continuing to move forward with the knife in hand, Uchiha Liwo fought from the street to the end of the street and from the end of the street to the street with a smile. The killed ghouls fled everywhere, and the killed ghouls were frightened. It is now 10 o'clock, and none of the ghouls that have appeared in the common food area up to this point are good, but most of them died at the hands of Uchiha Liwo. It is estimated that there are 50 or 60 ghouls expelled today. 1/5 done. Uchiha Liwo looked at the options in front of him. Task: collect RC cells, progress 200/1000. Uchiha Liwo did not chase those ghouls who were fleeing in a hurry, but after collecting RC cells with Sharinan, he refocused his attention on Mato Wusu. This old man among the investigators was still alive. Even if most of the ghouls were killed by Uchiha Liwo, a few fish that slipped through the net will eventually be used. These few fish that slipped through the net are definitely a strong enemy for Mato Wusu. It's still alive. Pack up your things and prepare to leave. Uchiha Liwo wiped off the blood on the long knife, and said to Mato Wusu, who was bruised and bruised, "Careful, Happy." Mato Wusu, who was full of scars, didn't care about his body, and he was laughing wildly in front of the fallen ghouls around him. Poor lunatic. Uchiha Liwo looked at Mato Wusu, climbed up the nearby buildings, and disappeared into the night. Half an hour later, CCG troops appeared near the 14th area. With the throwing of grenades that suppressed RC cells, Amon Kotaro rushed into the common food area. "Senior Mato, it's good that you're fine. What happened?" The ghouls all over the ground shocked Amon Kotaro. He couldn't believe that there would be so many ghouls in the 14th district. All he saw along the way were dead ghouls, and those who survived ran away from anyone, not daring to fight him. A dead ghoul is a good ghoul. Mato Wusu's mental state was very unstable, and with Amon Kotaro's support, he still had a crazy expression. What happened? The hexagrams on these ghouls are gone too. Amon Kotaro was wondering, and suddenly found that the ghouls lying on the ground all had a common characteristic. Bao was taken away. Is that guy's target Hebeo? Amon Kotaro pressed his doubts in his heart, and helped his boss walk step by step to the range of the 14th district, and arrived outside the 14th district, among the troops of CCG. "Wait, Amen, what's going on inside?" asked Shinohara Yuki, the special investigator who was in charge of the operation and brought the CCG troops. If it weren't for his trust in Amon Kotaro, as a special investigator, he would not have taken the risk of being blamed by his superiors to bring his subordinates to District 14. Many ghouls died, estimated to be 50 or 60. When I went in, Senior Mato stood there with blank eyes, but that person disappeared. However, judging from the fact that all the ghouls lost Hebeo, I suspect that person's target was Hebeo. Amon Kotaro tried to restore everything he witnessed with words. Habeo. Shinohara Yuaki nodded, looked around, and as the surrounding CGG members carried corpses of ghouls into the car, his eyes flickered, and thoughts flowed out of them. What was the purpose of that mysterious figure, and why did he seize them after driving out the ghouls? Yukio Shinohara couldn't figure it out, but he still had to wait until Madouyubzu was in a normal state of mind and said that now his subordinate was already insane. Leaving from the 14th district, Uchiha Liwo cancelled the transformation technique, took a taxi back to the 20th district, and returned to Kaneki Ken's home. At this time, there was coffee in front of Kaneki Ken, in which a special sugar cube that ghouls could eat was dissolved. Uchiha Liwo, do you think ghouls can really be friends with humans? During the day, after experiencing unbearable hunger and witnessing his best friend being almost hunted at the hands of ghouls, he just woke up from a coma and left the stable area. His mind was still in a mess. I don't know. Uchiha Liwo replied bluntly, and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. He had a strong bloody smell that needed to be dealt with. If he hadn't used illusion to control the driver, he wouldn't be able to get out so easily. I can only tell you that the relationship between ghouls and humans is actually far more sophisticated than you imagine. Uchiha Liwo wiped off the blood stains on his body, changed into home clothes, walked out of the bathroom, sat on the sofa and turned on the TV indifferently. You smell blood, what did you dare to do just now? Kaneki Ken realized the faint blood on Uchiha Riho's body. The sense of smell of ghouls is much stronger than that of humans. Killed some ghouls who eat together, Uchiha Liwo said indifferently. Share food means that ghouls eat each other's bounties, and can quickly improve their strength in a short time. Together. Jin Nguyen's face changed. He never thought that the ghoul world would be so cruel. Looking at this boy who was called Scary by the store manager once mentioned that a boy monster with a black knife appeared in the security area. Kaneki Ken soon thought of the boy in his own family, and now Uchiha Liwo mentioned the ghouls who eat together lightly. He should be the boy with terrifying power in the store manager's mouth. Don't worry, I won't kill you. As long as you don't harm humans, I won't stop you from eating together. Uchiha Liwo saw Kaneki Ken's eyes, and his attention was still on the TV. Thank you so much. Kaneki didn't dare to say more. In his eyes, Tuka Kirishima was a terrifying ghoul, but Tuka Kirishima thought that the store manager was extremely powerful, but said words that the young man in front of him couldn't provoke. How terrifying it would be for a boy living in his own home. Contract on the way. Uchiha Liwo ignored Kaneki Ken, opened the happy water and drank it. After the TV show ended, he left Kaneki Ken's house through the window and came to a nearby park, pulling out the long sword and skillfully waving the sword flower in the air. Uchiha Liwo began to practice the sword technique in Breath of Water. The sword technique of water breathing is divided into 11 moves. After a long period of practice, Uchiha Liwo has been able to use it proficiently, but there is still a certain distance from fusion. In today's battle in the 14th district, Uchiha Liwo deliberately used sword skills to fight against the enemy. The purpose is to improve the degree of running in of sword skills. There is no greater improvement than actual combat. A night of fighting can bring greater improvement than a month of practicing sword skills, but without the usual accumulation of days and months, the improvement of sword skills is even more impossible to mention. Tired of swinging the sword, Uchiha Liwo sat cross-legged on the ground, let go of his mind, and began to refine chakra. Chakra is the cornerstone of ninja. A ninja without chakra is just an ordinary person who is good at assassination, and cannot release perverted ninjutsu at all. 130 trillion cells, combined with spiritual power, continuously provide chakra for Uchiha Liwo. People in the ninja world have 130 trillion cells, while people in other worlds only have 40 trillion. The cell proficiency in the body is 3 times worse. This is also one of the reasons why ninjas are so powerful in the ninja world. Time passed quickly, and it was dawn in a blink of an eye. Uchiha Liwo returned to Kaneki Ken's home to rest. Time flies. 3 nights later, Uchiha Liwo reappeared in the common food area. This time he did not choose to pretend to be a young man, but appeared in the common food area with his original appearance. Due to the killing spree yesterday, there are no ghouls in the common food area at this moment, and the group of ghouls obtained has changed to the common food area. These ghouls are thugs of the ghouls, who can hunt down their own kind and eat their flesh and blood. They are much more rebellious than those who were forced to hunt, and being able to eat together at a fixed time and a relatively fixed location, the ghouls in District 14 are undoubtedly organized. There must be a powerful existence of S and SS level in the organization, otherwise it would be impossible to formulate rules for this group of villains. Uchiha Liwo came here today, not only to see if there is a chance to continue to complete the task, but also to contact the ghoul organization. Let's see if we can reach a cooperation with them and help them clean up the recalcitrance among the ghouls. If this indiscriminate killing continues, I'm afraid it will attract other forces to intervene, which will be quite troublesome. On the top of the building not far away, the blue-haired young ghoul, the owner of the telescope, looked at the location of Uchiha Liwo. ATT. A human appeared in West Street District, with that knife on his back, but he was not a young man, but a junior high school student. With doubts on his face, Kirishima Ayato reported to the girl beside him. The girl next to Kirishima Ayato is not very old, her whole body is wrapped in bandages, her face cannot be seen clearly, and her petite body is completely covered by a black robe. Junior high school student? The girl named I took the binoculars with some doubts, and frowned when she saw Uchiha Liwo walking on the street through the binoculars. At this point, there will still be junior high school students wandering on West Street. Even if he is a ghoul, it is impossible. Send someone to test it first. Okay. As the cutter of the bronze tree, Ayato Kirishima nodded, took out the phone, and notified the ghouls under him to go and test it. Send his subordinates to the ghoul area to test whether that person is the investigator named Heideo who appeared yesterday. The young investigator who was holding a black knife but not wearing a white uniform caught the attention of Bronze Tree, the owner of this area. The common food in the West Street district provided a lot of soldiers for the Bronze Tree, but the appearance of the black knife yesterday made those ghouls frightened, and they all hid back home in fright, not daring to go out. The supply of troops to the Bronze Tree was a big blow. In order to get rid of this powerful new investigator, Bronze Tree sent heavy soldiers to wait in the West Block for 3 days. Finally, he waited until the person with the black knife on his back appeared. Ite raised his binoculars and carefully stared at the movement in the West Street. Here, Uchiha Liwo was walking in the West Block. He was wondering how sparsely populated the West Block was, and looked around aimlessly. Suddenly, 2 or 3 ghouls appeared in front of Uchiha Liwo, looking at Uchiha Liwo with the expression of a villain. I haven't eaten meat for many days. The ghouls are so unpalatable. The ghouls had a look of hatred in their eyes. If it wasn't for becoming stronger, how could he risk his life to come here? That. The ghouls noticed the long knife behind Uchiha Liwo. His expression became flustered. The peerless murderer who appeared in the West Block a few days ago had already spread throughout the 14th district. No one knew the characteristics of that peerless murderer. A long knife as black as jade. Recognize me? Uchiha Liwo smiled slightly, and drew out the long knife behind his back. He would not show mercy when he threatened to eat his own ghoul. Flee. The 3 ghouls turned around and fled. He had just received news from his companions that human beings needed to be dealt with here, but he didn't expect to be tricked by his companions and sent to die here. If you survive, you must eat the guy who told me the news. The leader of the ghouls spread out Hezi, and beat the surrounding ghouls to the ground with Hezi, while he ran forward as hard as he could. As long as you don't run to the end, you won't die, the leader ghoul thought so. The ghouls in the West Street district are all villains of the ghouls. Naturally, they don't have the concept of companions. They usually fear each other and unite together. Now, naturally, they fly separately when disaster is imminent. Click! A burst of knife light flickered, and the body of the last ghoul turned into several pieces and lay on the ground. Uchiha Liwo's figure was very fast, and he continuously cut off the legs of the remaining 2 ghouls, looking at the ghouls on the ground begging for mercy. Say, where are all the ghouls in the West Street district going? Just the 3 of you? Only 3 ghouls appeared, which made Uchiha Liwo feel wrong and smell a conspiracy. We'll tell you if we let you go. The ghouls struggled to survive. Uchiha Liwo ignored it, directly cut off the hands of the ghoul, and continued to ask, say, I don't know. I just received a summons saying that there are humans infesting here. Because of the pain, the ghoul's speech was a little slurred. Seeing that there was no news, Uchiha Liwo ended the pain of the ghouls struggling. Uchiha Liwo doesn't have much affection for this kind of ghoul that eats each other. On the roof in the distance, Ite, who used a telescope to observe the situation, said to the lying sniper beside him, confirmed, it is indeed the black knife. Sniper, shoot, pay attention to the body. The investigator who can kill so many ghouls in a short time cannot be human. It could only be a half-ghoul like Arima Onisho, and a sniper rifle might not be able to kill a half-ghoul like that. This is her Ite's warning to the new half-ghoul. Ite has multiple identities. She is not only the one-eyed king among the ghouls, but also the cutter of the bronze tree, Takatsuki Izumi, who wrote the black goat's egg among humans. With this shot, if he is killed, that person deserves it. If he is not killed, he must carefully consider the matter of inclusion. Hi! The sniper took the order and gathered himself together to aim at Uchiha Liwo. Calculate the wind speed, calculate the trajectory of the target, and calculate the thickness of the target's bunker. After calculating numerous variables that affect sniper accuracy, the sniper pulls the trigger, flames spewed out from the slender muzzle, and the bullet shot towards Uchiha Liwo at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. The bullet from the sniper rifle easily pierced Uchiha Liwo's body and hit the asphalt road. Uchiha Liwo's body fell to the ground, the flowers gradually gathered into a pool of blood, and his body struggled a few times meaninglessly. It's so easy to solve? Ite and Kirishima were full of doubts. Humans who were able to easily kill ghouls just now died in the hands of human guns. Ghouls are not afraid of human firearms, and can only be killed with Quinker. This is a rumor of people with ulterior motives. The RC cells in the ghoul's body may be able to resist the damage of cold weapons, even small caliber pistols, but they absolutely cannot defend against the continuous fire of automatic rifles. Automatic rifles can penetrate steel plates, let alone mere ghouls. Not to mention the sniper rifles used for one-hit kills. Ordinary ghouls would naturally die directly if they were hit by a sniper rifle, but an existence that was far more powerful than ordinary ghouls and was considered by Ite to be a half-ghoul just died in front of the sniper rifle. It really made her feel ridiculous, even wrong. Be careful. I'd had a keen sense and jumped down from the top of the building with Kirishima Ayato. The moment they jumped off the roof, a huge fireball appeared on the roof, engulfing the bewildered snipers on the roof. That guy even has a bazooka. Looking at the huge flames produced by the explosion above his head, Fangmora 8 was frightened for a while, and Kirishima Ayato in his hand showed an incredible expression. Human weapons. Fankinite showed a disgusted expression. It is precisely because of the powerful weapons of humans that the power of their bronze trees can only be limited to a few districts of Dongjin. While expanding their power, they must be careful of the revenge of the human army. The emergence of firearms has narrowed the gap between ordinary humans and ghouls a lot, not to mention those large-scale weapons of destruction. Uchiha Liwo was walking forward in the dark, and just now he felt that something was wrong. He used his shadow clone early on, dodging the bullets of the sniper rifle, and at the same time, he was afraid for a while. If you are hit by a sniper bullet, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. Luckily, he was more careful and used the technique of shadow clone. The moment the memory of the shadow clone returned, Uchiha Liwo rushed towards the direction of the bullet. The shadow clone can transmit memory, feel the memory of the body hit by the bullet. Uchiha Liwo was furious in his heart, and immediately launched the fireball technique of Huajinhao. While the fire was flickering, the sniper who threatened the most on the roof was dealt with first. Came to the downstairs where the sniper was, watching the ghouls jumping down from the top of the building. Uchiha Liwo pulled out his long sword and instantly opened 3 of the 8 doors. The huge chakra was released from the restriction, oppressing the surrounding air, forming a wind pressure. Uchiha Liwo's charging speed was too fast, and he approached Ite in an instant. The sharp long knife crossed like a sickle without swinging, cutting on the petite body in midair. At this moment, one of Ite's eyes turned red, like a red-eyed monster. The hemp bag on her back swelled instantly, and the whole person turned into a giant beast more than 3 meters high. Ayato Kirishima was thrown out. The sharp claws collided with the long knife, and the sharp long knife could not cut off Hez's weapon. There was a clang, a metallic symphony, and sparks flew. Long knives and sharp claws collided with each other, and Uchiha Liwo and Ite, who turned into an owl, fought on the street. Kirishima on the side was extremely flustered. He didn't understand the situation, and why Ite in front of him turned into the legendary One-Eyed King. It is a secret that Ite is the One-Eyed King in the Bronze Tree. Even a coder like Kirishima Ayato has nowhere to know. Only the most core members of the Bronze Tree know that Ite is the leader of the Bronze Tree, the One-Eyed King, and the ultimate plan and purpose of the Bronze Tree organization. Ite, transformed into the One-Eyed King, was fighting Uchiha Liwo. The more she fought, the greater the shock in her heart. Although the boy in front of her had red eyes like ghouls, she didn't smell like a ghoul at all. But those weird eyes make people wonder if the boy is human. Ite didn't dare to look into Uchiha Liwo's eyes. During eye contact, she was able to temporarily lose control of her mind. This is especially deadly on the battlefield, but if you don't use your eyes, you can only passively launch defense and suffer the blow of the long knife. Ite was gradually suppressed by Uchiha Liwo's long knife and retreated, and Hez's transformed feet left scratches on the ground, and sparks appeared. Ite's strength is stronger than that of Uchiha Liwo, but he is retreating steadily with fierce blade force. Kirishima Suin 2, Fire Support. Although Ite is a feathered ghoul, he has no time to use a feather-like attack at this moment. Although Kirishima Ayato had doubts in his heart, he suppressed the doubts at the moment, jumped high into the sky, and formed purple crystals like wings on his back. Whoosh whoosh. The purple feathers spread out like real wings, and countless purple crystals shot out from the wings. Uchiha Liwo, who was fighting with Ite, retreated suddenly, and pulled away from the feathered place. The crystal feather cut a section of clothes, and Uchiha Liwo looked at the crystal feathers that continued to shoot out, took advantage of the dynamic vision of Sherinon, and used the long knife to flick all his feathers away. Yuhi, it's really troublesome. Uchiha Liwo looked coldly at Ayano Kirishima in midair. The body of the ninja is not much stronger than that of ordinary people. Once he is hit by a metal-like sharp feather, he will bleed and get injured. Affect combat effectiveness. Boom! Uchiha Liwo formed seals, activated the shadow clone technique, and a clone exactly like him appeared beside him. Instead of holding a long knife in his hand, the clone held a sharp kunao. It's 2-on-2 now, barely fair. Uchiha Liwo's body suddenly accelerated, and he pushed himself close to Ite's body, and the shadow clone also leaped into the air, appearing in front of Kirishima Ayatsu. Uchiha Liwo knows who the enemy is, Takatsuki Izumi, who is the incarnation of a bandage girl, and a young man with sky blue hair who looks similar to Dongxiang. They are the coders of the Bronze Tree, and their behavior in the common food street has attracted the attention of the Bronze Tree. They want to kill themselves, so naturally they can't sit still. Takatsuki Izumi is a Hezi who can use various forms, so he is not easy to deal with. Kirishima Ayato is a feathered ghoul with extremely strong explosive power and speed, and can shoot crystal feathers as powerful as bullets, but if he gets close, he cannot use the crystal feathers. Cannot interfere with the battle between Uchiha Liwo and Takatsuki Izumi. Why are there two enemies suddenly? Kirishima Ayato stood on the street lamp, looking at the two identical Uchiha Riho below. His head was full of doubts and surprises. But the reality couldn't help him to think about it. The shadow clone carried kunao and attacked towards Ayano Kirishima. Uchiha Liwo only has a long sword, so the shadow clone can only carry a kunao, but even a kunao still brings a huge sense of oppression to Kirishima Ayato. The shadow clone's combat skills are very high. Uchiha Liwo has fought the shadow clone dozens of times, which makes him have a good grasp of the combat distance. You can't press every step of the way to let the opponent's attack succeed, and you can't stay too far away to give the opponent a chance to breathe. The shadow clone grabbed kunao with one hand, forcing Ayano Kirishima to reveal his flaws, and kicked Ayano Kirishima in the side ribs. Kirishima Ayato felt a strong force, blood overflowed from his mouth, and he retreated again and again. As a feathered ghoul, his physical fitness was slightly inferior to that of his kind. Usually, he relied on his skills and speed to outwit his enemies, but now when he encountered an enemy whose speed and skills were superior, he felt frustrated everywhere and felt powerless to be beaten, which was very aggrieved. I secretly decided in my heart that in the future, I will hone my skills and speed, and at the same time exercise my physical fitness to increase my ability to withstand blows. Speed AA and skill are important, but if you encounter an opponent with equal speed and skill, you will lose your fighting ability after being hit a few times, and you can only wait for death. The legendary One-Eyed King is nothing more than that. Uchiha Liwo and Yashimura Atlas separated from each other and were confronting each other, and their attacks could not do anything to each other at all. Although Fankenite is not as good as Fanken Gongshan in terms of combat skills, he is far superior in strength, speed, and recovery ability. Perhaps due to old age and frailty, and not devouring ghouls for a long time, Yashimura Kozen's physical strength has dropped greatly, and he seems powerless in the battle with Uchiha Liwo. The Fankenite in front of her is different. She is one-eyed. Although she does not have the strength to suppress all ghouls like the One-Eyed King, she eats together all the year round. Kazuko's coat cut off by the long knife can be repaired quickly, so that Uchiha Liwo's attack did not play a key role. It would be great if there was Quink. Uchiha Liwo is not afraid of the opponent, he occupies the upper hand in the current situation, and he has the final say on whether to fight or fight. It's just a headache for Fankenite's recovery ability. This recovery ability makes his attack a waste of energy. Besides, Fankenite has not become the final form at this moment. Uchiha Liwo was cautious. Since you know my identity, why did you make trouble in the West Street District? Fankenite now secretly regrets that he has provoked a monster. The monster in front of him is obviously not a ghoul, but it has the same physical fitness as a ghoul, and its fighting skills have also undergone special training. There must be an organization behind it, because it is extremely uneconomical to provoke such a powerful opponent in this training ground in the West Street District. Fankenite originally thought that the opponent was a half-ghoul that interfered with the plan, or a real ghoul, and wanted to use the newly acquired the weapon taught him a lesson. But he didn't expect to cause so many troubles, so that the posture of Incarnation Owl fell into a hard fight. Controlling the Hezi in the body, Fankenite grew 4 arms transformed from Hezi on his back, and white Hezi armor appeared all over his body. This is the whole picture of Fankenite's fighting state. The 4-meter-high monster stands on the street, giving people a huge sense of oppression, and she herself is in the mouth of the monster, protected by the hard-boiled Hezi. The attack just now was really powerful. Due to the change in form, Fankenite's voice changed from a gentle female voice to a weird and creepy one. Now she has completely entered the form of Hedge, approaching the One-Eyed King. Her brain's thinking began to become violent. Uchiha Liwo looked at Fankenite, who had fully entered the Hedge form. Although his strength and defense had been greatly improved at this moment, his corresponding speed and physical reaction ability had dropped a lot, which was considered a gain and a loss. Fire Escape, the fire art of Fengxian. Fireballs condensed in front of Uchiha Liwo, and the fireballs carried intense heat, enough to melt the asphalt on the ground. The second, third, fourth. More fireballs appeared beside Uchiha Liwo. Fankenite felt something was wrong, and suddenly realized in his heart that the huge fireball before was not a bazooka, but an attack launched by Uchiha Liwo in front of him. Uchiha Liwo, who condensed fireballs in front of him, looked more like a monster than her, and couldn't be explained by common sense. Boom, boom, boom. Fankenite twisted and ran, jumped onto the tall building, pierced the gap of the building with 6 arms, and climbed to a higher place. One by one fireballs exploded on Hez's coat, and the intense high temperature made Fankenite's body surface burnt, and the deactivated Hez fell from his body. What kind of ability is this? Why can humans spit out fireballs? Is it a legendary magician? Fankenite's face changed, and he clearly sensed that the fireballs exploded on his body, impacting his own body. The Fengxian fire technique worked. Fankenite Hezi was stripped a lot, but more Hezi were being regenerated. The recovery power of the ghouls will be astonishing when they reach the S level. At the level of Fankenite, even if they lose half of their body, it will take time to grow back. Uchiha Liwo stepped forward with the knife in hand, jumped onto the wall, stepped on the wall, and slashed at Fankenite's climbing arm. The shutdown of the arm joint is very fragile, and it was easily cut off by Uchiha Liwo. Fangmuraite, who lost his ability to balance, simply jumped off the wall, and the huge Kazuko in midair changed into a spiral shape and stabbed towards Uchiha Riho. Uchiha Liwo crossed his left shoulder with his right hand, swung the long knife in a perfect circle, and lifted Heze flying, and the whole person was separated from the wall. The tip of the knife was pointing down, aiming at Hedge's head, where Fankenite was. Fankenite landed on the ground, forming a large pothole on the ground, and quickly ran towards the other side of the street. Uchiha Liwo stabbed away with the long knife, quickly adjusted his position, jumped to the top of Hedge's head, and aimed at the weak part of Hedge's coat neck. He wanted to break Heze's defense and attack Fankenite inside. No matter how much Heze cuts off, it will regenerate. Only by directly attacking the body can it produce a winning effect. It's going to be bad if it goes on like this. Fankenite was incredible. She could feel that the coat protecting her was decreasing, and that guise was about to attack her body. She had to control Kazuko, turned into sharp tentacles, and strangled Uchiha Liwo on his back. In the siege of more than 10 tentacles, Uchiha Liwo had to give up the act of breaking open his neck and attacking Fankenite. Jumping to the intersection, Uchiha Liwo's eyes were cold, looking at Kazuko who was regenerating, and he formed a seal in his hand, ready to launch another ninjutsu attack. Ninjutsu, which lacks precision but has great power, has miraculous effects when dealing with such huge enemies. However, when the Fengtun ninjutsu was about to complete the seal, Uchiha Liwo frowned and looked in the direction of the shadow clone. Uchiha Liwo's face changed slightly. He received the memory passed by the shadow clone. This means that my shadow clone has been solved by others. With the strength shown by Kirishima Ayato, it should be -- with my shadow clone, and it is even at a disadvantage. It will definitely not be able to solve the shadow with the same memory as myself. Pelgo unspecified currency injure. Then it means that the enemy's support has arrived. The Bronze Tree is one of the largest organizations in the ghoul world, and masters emerge endlessly. There are several S-level ghouls alone. S-level ghouls, even if they are solved by themselves, will take some hands and feet, and it will not be as easy as dealing with ordinary ghouls. An enemy has been dealt with. Is this enemy easy to deal with? The Cotter of the Bronze Tree appeared in front of Fankenite, who was incarnated as a hero. There were 3 people who appeared in front of Fankenite, all of whom were Cotters of the Bronze Tree, namely Kirishima Ayano, Tatara, and Nora. They are all core members of the Bronze Tree, and their strengths are all at S rank or above. This guy is very difficult to deal with. I suspect that his strength is not inferior to Kisho Arima. Fangmora-ite's voice returned to normal, and he said to Tatara, who was wearing a red mask, "Also, this guy can spit out extremely high temperature flames from his mouth like you, which is very tricky. Is it comparable to Kisho Arima, such a high evaluation?" Tatara looked at Uchiha Riho with fear in his eyes. Kisho Arima is the strongest investigator of CCG, possessing a terrorist force above the average hero, who once led people to expel the SSS-level ghoul killer whales, and wounded the leader of the Bronze Tree, who is the One-Eyed King, Yashimura-ite. It can be said to be the strongest in the whole of Tokyo. Evaluating the strength of the person in front of him from the mouth of his own leader, Tatara had no choice but to look at the boy in front of him and think about countermeasures. Duo Liang's elder brother used to be the leader of the ghoul organization, and he also learned a lot of ways to manage the ghouls through his ears and eyes. When the leader of the organization is unwilling to manage things, he manages most of the affairs in the organization. This time the leader Yashimura-ite has offended an enemy comparable to Arima Kisho, and he is very distressed. Whether to fight or retreat. Duo Liang asked Fankenite. She is the leader of the Bronze Tree, and she has to make important decisions. Fankenite came out of Hedge's mouth, with a look of indecision on his delicate face. The arrival of the members of the Bronze Tree organization gave her some confidence, but she wasn't sure if she could eliminate them here. Uchiha Liwo looked at Tatara and Nora. Tatara is a double S-level ghoul, not weak in combat power, and has a high IQ. It is the brain of the Bronze Tree, and has inherited his brother's ability to spew out flames. The temperature of the flame spouted is as high as 3,000 degrees, enough to melt metal. Standing motionless and not speaking at the side is Nora. Nora is Fankenite's adoptive father. Many years ago, Yashimura Kozen handed over his half-human, half-ghoul daughter to Nora when he fled. Nora died not long after. Now wearing a mask, he has lost consciousness, and his whole body is composed of Kazuko. At this time, he can be called an immortal body, and he can easily heal after cutting off his head. It is really Uchiha Liwo unwilling opponents. The 4 people in front of them can be regarded as half of the high-end combat power of the Bronze Tree. Even though Uchiha Liwo is full of confidence in his own strength, he is unwilling to face such opponents. Now the tide of battle has turned. Uchiha Liwo looked at the opponent in front of him, and didn't make any attacks, but silently recovered his physical strength. If the enemy of the Bronze Tree made any moves, he would immediately launch a thunderstrike. Is this the patience of the Bronze Tree ghouls? Uchiha Liwo stood in the middle of the street, looking at the people looking at the Bronze Tree indifferently, with contempt in his eyes. Can't even please me? Uchiha Liwo's tone was full of disdain, but everyone in the Bronze Tree was powerless to refute. Through the communication just now, they knew that the enemy they solved before was just a clone of the person in front of them. Although it is very fantasy, the previous enemy who dissipated like smoke has exactly the same face as the enemy in front of him. Even if they solved the clone, they spent a lot of energy, at the cost of Kirishima Ayano being injured. These ghouls at the pinnacle of the ghouls were shocked by the endless tricks of the opponent, and had to use all their attention to observe the opponent's actions. Fankanite didn't reply, and Uchiha Liwo's arrogant words made her unhappy, but after all, she had a huge mission on her shoulders. It's okay to be willful once or twice, but if the bronze tree is in danger of being destroyed, she will also feel a headache. Without enough power, how could she negotiate with Kisho Arima and work together to find the real One-Eyed King? The One-Eyed King is the most powerful ghoul. Although Fankanite has the One-Eyed blood, she cannot be called the most powerful. She is the One-Eyed King, but the strongest person is Kisho Arima, who is also a ghoul. The two of them met for many years and decided to work together to create the real One-Eyed King and lead the ghouls to the road of peace. Bronze Tree apologizes for attacking Your Excellency. As a Bronze Tree, Duo Duoliang opened his mouth, and this stalemate would not be good for them. The huge movement produced by the battle has already sounded the security alarm, and the CCG guys are likely to feel it here. Although the ghouls and CCG did not confront each other, they both maintained relative restraint and kept the conflict within a certain limit. It is not possible to let the military forces really intervene, which is not good for CCG and ghouls. If possible, I hope that Your Excellency can cease the war with us, and Bronze Tree will try its best to compensate you. Uchiha Liwoo glanced at the Bronze Tree. How could the matter of being attacked just be forgotten? Fight, as long as you accept my next attack, I will let you go. Uchiha Liwoo's tone was light and light, but it weighed on the hearts of everyone in the Bronze Tree like black iron. The other party said such words, and they must have their support. Facing the power they have never seen before, they have the fear of facing the unknown in their hearts. Just like ordinary people who first saw that ghouls were invulnerable, they were also under great pressure when they saw an opponent who could release their clones. They don't know how it works, and they don't know how to deal with it. The opponent's intelligence can only be obtained step by step from the battle, and Uchiha Liwoo knew the types of their abilities from the beginning. This is obviously an unfair game. Uchiha Liwoo always pays attention to the movements of the people in the Bronze Tree, and the imprint of the substitute technique has been formed early, and can be cast instantly at any time. Boom, boom. Uchiha Liwoo separated into two avatars, which were guarded on both sides of his body, and his fingertips quickly formed a fire escape gesture. Fire escape, fireball. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Wind helps fire. Three huge fireballs appeared in front of Uchiha Liwoo, emitting a frighteningly high temperature, and at the same time a powerful gust of wind was gradually condensing into shape. In the next moment, the How fireball blasted towards the Bronze Tree people, and the lingering wind added a lot of speed to it, allowing it to appear in front of the Bronze Tree people. The range covered by the three fireballs is very large, and there is no way for everyone in the Bronze Tree to avoid it at the speed of the strong wind. No one doubted the power of the huge fireball, just like the power of a rocket explosion. Yashimura-ite and Kirishima-aya are still vivid in his memory. Although the ghouls were able to defend against the attacks of ordinary bullets, they naturally did not dare to take it too seriously in the face of the powerful fireball technique that was comparable to the power of the bazooka. Ayato Kirishima hid behind Ite Yashimura. Ite Yashimura took the form of Hedge. Tatara hid behind the former, and Nora stood at the front with a blank face. His whole body is composed of Hezi. As long as he can't be killed completely, his recovery ability can be called immortal. The three huge fireballs finally landed on the ground, and with the help of the strong wind, a huge explosion was set off on the street. The huge shockwave shattered the glass, and even set off the signboards and trash cans on the roadside. The flames splashing everywhere were burning on the street, and after a burst of thick smoke cleared, everyone from the Bronze Tree appeared in front of Uchiha Liwoo. There were several huge holes in Nora's body, and Kazuko was slowly gathering to recover from his injuries. Yashimura-ite in the form of Kazuko turned into a pitch-black charcoal color. Under her protection, Tataro and Kirishima-aya were just his hair turned black, and he was a little embarrassed. There is still some ability. Uchiha Liwoo looked at the people in the Bronze Tree. His tone was cold and without any emotion. The moment he just performed ninjutsu, he felt that the chakra in his body was drawn by 4/5, and now there was a feeling of emptiness in his body. It seems that sea-level ninjutsu wastes chakra wantonly. Although the ninjutsu used by Uchiha Liwoo just now is only sea-level ninjutsu, its power is greatly enhanced under the chakra output regardless of cost, making it more than ordinary sea-level ninjutsu. The category of ninjutsu power has reached the level of B-level. Although I have no successors now, I can only barely have the chakra that escaped, but I can't expose my weakness. I must deter the Bronze Tree cotters in front of me. Cough, cough, cough. Thick smoke entered Tatara's lungs. Even though he was wearing a mask, he couldn't feel well. Looking at the young man with the same expression as before, his eyes ignoring everything in the distance, Tatara looked towards the leader beside him. Fankanite still has the eyes of a successful prank, but the eyes are full of fear. The young man in front of him can not only use powerful magic, but also the sharpness of the sword can suppress himself, a speed ghoul. Kind. It is an unbelievably strong human being. Fankenite even suspected that the boy in front of him belonged to the Hexia family just like himself, and was the secret weapon of the Hexia family. Seeing the leader's eyes, Tatara sighed helplessly in his heart. The leader of his own family is obviously able to publish books and is called Mr. Takatsuki Izumi, but he still has the face and mind of a girl. Your Excellency, we accept your move, can we leave now? Kazuko's ability to recover is limited. The regeneration of the leader Fankenite has almost reached its limit. Kirishima Ayato and himself are not the opponents of the young man in front of him. Now he just wants to bring the Katas of the Bronze Tree back to the base camp of the 24th district, to recuperate well. Uchiha Liwo didn't answer. He was thinking about how to answer so that the Bronze Tree Katas in front of him would not notice his weakness and retreat from here. Uchiha Liwo did not speak, and the officials of the Bronze Tree did not dare to act rashly. The two sides were deadlocked here, standing silently on both sides of the street. Suddenly, a siren bell sounded from a distance, and the sound became louder and louder. Both sides in the stalemate frowned, focusing on the sound of the alarm bell. District - is the territory of ghouls, and humans can hardly survive here, so no ordinary person would dare to patrol here. Human beings who can come here can only be members of CCG. As an organization established to fight against ghouls, the members of CCG are ordinary people with death consciousness. After years of hard training, they can obtain the ability to fight against ghouls. Ability to fight. Only those who are not afraid of death dare to come to the territory of the ghouls. It's from CCG. Fankenite glanced at Tatara, who nodded with seriousness in his eyes. Ordinary members of the CCG, they will naturally not be afraid. Even the special investigators are not opponents of powerful ghouls like them. As long as they are not facing the strongest Arimakisho, any investigators have a slim chance of winning against them. Right now, their condition is not good. Although their bodies are recovering by relying on the quality of ghouls, there is a powerful enemy here that they have to go all out for. CCG is here. I didn't expect them to dare to come to the -th district. They are quite brave. The sharp alarm bell rang beside my ears, and the red and blue lights flickered in the night. Uchiha Liwo felt that the alarm bell was very pleasant. He and the members of the Bronze Tree have been at a stalemate, observing each other's actions, and no one dares to act rashly. Such a state is very tiring, not only the physical oppression, but also the mental tension. Whoever shows his flaws first will be attacked by the opponent. The battle has reached such a point that both sides have no intention of continuing, they are just afraid of the other party's sudden attack. Fortunately, the arrival of CCG broke this deadlock and made them relax a little bit. Fully armed vehicles appeared on the street, their lights illuminating the dark road. Ordinary members of CCG picked up their mobile phones and called the fire department to deal with the fire in advance. Uchiha stayed away from the fire, watching the bunches of headlights hitting his body, and put the Japanese sword back into the scabbard around his waist. Let's go. Tatara looked at Uchiha Liwo, who retracted his long sword, and made a look at his companions around him. The members of the Bronze Tree saw the vehicles gradually gathering, and the Heze gradually grew behind them, climbed to the top of the building, and disappeared into the darkness. As ghouls, their physical fitness is much stronger than that of humans, and they can use human weapons. They are not much different from humans except that they want to hunt and kill humans. It is also like this that human beings have never had a good way to deal with them. Raise your hands. The heavily armed troops got out of the vehicle, and they pointed at Uchiha Liwo with Quinken pistols, their eyes full of fear. Uchiha Liwo didn't do what they wanted. He stood still and didn't want to move. Are you a ghoul? Can I kill you? A boy with ambiguous gender appeared in front of Uchiha Liwo. He had white hair, sickly fair skin, thin body, and it was difficult to distinguish between men and women in his voice. He was holding a knife-like quinker, playing in his hand, looking at Uchiha Liwo with clear eyes, but finally said unkind words. Uchiha Liwo ignored the sick young man in front of him. He knew who it was. Yozo Suzuya met a rich woman ghoul when he was young. Because he resembled a girl, he was raised as a girl and cruelly lost his gender characteristics. Later, he was adopted by Shinohara Yuki, but his personality was distorted when he was young, and he became cold and sick. He acted without scruples and didn't know the difference between good and evil. He only relied on his own preferences and orders from his superiors. He is a rather immature teenager. Quink, who was like a knife in his hand, was no threat to Uchiha Liwo, so he ignored it. Go back to the car. Shinohara Yuki, who had a cropped hair, called out to Suzuya Yozo, who was Suzuya Jozo's adoptive father and the teacher who trained him to become an investigator. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Shinohara Yukiro looked at Uchiha Liwo with a very enthusiastic attitude. After Mato Uebizu woke up, as a former teammate, he asked about what happened that day, and learned that the young man who committed the killing that day had a black knife as black as jade on his body. Although he didn't know the relationship between the young man in front of him and the young man who had killed in the common food area that day, but with that similar black knife, it was worth his smile and enthusiasm. When facing ghouls, CCG's high-end combat power is obviously insufficient. Except for the strongest investigator Arimakisho, no special investigator has the ability to fight SS-level ghouls alone, let alone SSS-level ghouls. Therefore, Shinohara Yuki hoped that there would be strong players in the CCG to join, so as to reverse the battle between CCG and the ghouls. "What's your name?" Shinohara Yuki asked. "Uchiha Liwo." Uchiha Liwo said lightly. "What happened here?" Shinohara Yuki saw the fire spreading around him, and the pitted ground due to the fighting. "I just had a fight with the leader of the bronze tree." Uchiha Liwo looked at Shinohara Yuki, explaining a fact. He has long had the idea of contacting CCG. CCG is an organization that specializes in dealing with ghouls and has information about ghouls. His task is to collect RC cells from ghouls. If he can join CCG or get a name, it will be of great help to him to complete the task. The leader of the bronze tree, the one-eyed owl. Shinohara Yuki was a little unbelievable, but seeing the battle marks around him, he still chose to believe in his heart that he believed that fighting Uchiha Liwo was the one-eyed owl. Shinohara Yuki is a special investigator. When he was young, he and his companions faced the one-eyed owl. The CCG suffered a disastrous defeat in that battle, and he had to let Mato Uegzu's wife stay behind, and his former partner lost his lover. He has always kept the one-eyed owl's strength in his heart, and now there is a person who can fight the one-eyed owl and still get out of the body, which has to shock him. "Can you join CCG?" Shinohara Koki invited. "What CCG lacks now is high-end combat power." "Yes, but my identity may not be found in the file, and I need money to kill ghouls," Uchiha Liwo said, looking at the special investigator in front of him. When he came to this world, he had been suffering from having no identity, and it was inconvenient to do anything, so he just stayed at Jin Muyan's house temporarily. Shinohara Yuki fell into deep thought. Money is not an issue, but people with unclear identities cannot join CCG. This is to avoid the entry of ghoul spies. If it doesn't work, forget it. Uchiha Liwo didn't force it, and without an official status, he still killed ghouls. "I'm willing to be a guarantor." A figure got out of the car. It was a handsome young man in a suit, holding a white suitcase in his hand. "The older ones are better." Shinohara Yuki looked at the handsome young man in front of him, and his tone seemed to regard him as an equal. Nihon is a country that pays great attention to hierarchy and order. As a special officer, he has such an attitude towards the first-class investigator because Jidorfu is the son of the chairman of the CCG, and he will definitely become a special investigator and the first-class investigator in the future. Sit on an equal footing. "Mr. Shinohara, the Bureau has always lacked high-end combat power. If the young man in front of me joins CCG, he will definitely be a big fighter. I guarantee that other people in the Bureau will not have any objections." Juduo Urfu put on an attitude of thinking about CCG wholeheartedly. Uchiha Liwo solemnly looked at the old Tair Fuku in front of him, his eyes full of fear. Jidorfu is the son of the chairman of the Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau. His strength is at the top of the ghoul world. He is the only CCG investigator who can deal with Fankanite. It is also the final boss that runs through the ghoul world, and its strength is enough to kill Fankanite. Identity is not a problem. As long as you are not a ghoul, I can guarantee you to enter CCG. How about it? Juta Urfu invited, and at the same time observed Uchiha Liwo. For those strong people who appeared outside his plan, he had to gather or suppress them in order to ensure the smooth execution of his plan. "Every time I kill a ghoul, I need a sufficient amount of money." Uchiha Liwo fabricated a clumsy reason. If he joined CCG for no reason, it would inevitably attract suspicion. "No problem, the detailed plan can be discussed at CCG, this is not a place for talking." Uchiha Liwo nodded and sat in CCG's car. After half an hour's drive, a group of people came to the CCG building. The CCG building is a pure white building, which is very conspicuous in the Nerima area, and it can be regarded as a landmark building in the surrounding area. After entering the CCG, a group of people have to pass through a huge security gate, which was built by CCG at a huge cost. It can determine whether it is a ghoul by detecting the number of RC cells, which is a security protection of CCG. It is also because of the huge cost of money that this kind of security gate has not been popularized in Tokyo, but only set up in some important places. Of course, this kind of security gate is not without its drawbacks. First of all, human beings, like ghouls, have RC cells, which are useless to ghouls that can suppress RC cells, and the security gate is set with a back door. The recorded ghouls have no effect. After passing the security check, Uchiha Liwo sat in the reception room, and in front of him was the person in charge of the CCG area. They still have to talk about the bounty after expelling the ghouls. In principle, CCG will not agree to expel ghouls for rewards. They are part of the regular government and have a reasonable reward and punishment system. But for a talent like Uchiha Liwo, there are always exceptions. Favorite, recommend. Did you find out the identity of that person? Juduo Urfu asked the clerk who was checking the information in front of him. No. The clerk shook his head, he didn't find any information about the boy. Old Tajifu frowned, and the others didn't see it, but he saw the scene of Uchiha Liwo and Fankanite fighting. For such a powerful person who appeared out of thin air without any background information, Juduo Urfu was very afraid, worried that he would ruin his long-prepared plan. Forget it, let him join the CCG for observation for a few days to see if he will hinder his plan. If it might get in the way of the plan, I'd have to. Juduerfu muttered, took the elevator, and walked into the depths of the building. In the reception room, Uchiha Liwo was negotiating with the person in charge. This way. After some negotiations, Uchiha Liwo joined CCG as a non-staff member. As a non-staff member, he has the same salary as an official investigator, and he doesn't need to check in every day, and he can get an extra monetary reward when expelling A-level and above ghouls. The person in charge of the original area did not agree with such a plan and wanted to treat Uchiha Liwo like an ordinary investigator, but after Uchiha Liwo showed a sword to cut through the rock, they shut their mouths obediently. At this time, what CCG lacks is high-end combat power, not those inspector trainees who graduated from school. CCG receives a large amount of funds every year to expel ghouls. Talents like Uchiha Liwo naturally have to be treated differently. Mr. Uchiha, your identity certificate will be completed tomorrow. Let's rest at the branch tonight. It's getting late. Shinohara Yuki walked into the reception room. As a special investigator, he could not avoid working overtime, and staying overnight at the branch was commonplace. Uchiha Liwo was a little tired. The previous battle with the bronze tree left little chakra in his body. Agreeing to Shinohara Yuki's suggestion, Uchiha Liwo, led by Shinohara Yuki, came to the lounge. Staying in the lounge, Uchiha sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, began to meditate, and refine chakra. Chakra is the prerequisite for all ninjutsu to be cast out. Without chakra, Uchiha Liwo's strength would have to be reduced by at least 9 out of 10. It is necessary to maintain sufficient chakra at all times in order to face various emergencies. With the passage of time, the chakra in Uchiha Liwo's body gradually recovered, and the minor injuries in the previous battle also recovered a lot with the help of chakra. Today's battle with the bronze tree made him realize that he has no good way to deal with ghouls. The recovery ability of the ghouls is too strong, and I don't have the martial arts to restrain the ghouls like the Japanese sword restrains the ghosts, so it is very difficult to fight. In the end, he spent a lot of chakra to cast ninjutsu, just to frighten the Katas of the bronze tree, and he was not fully sure to deal with those enemies. Ninjas are essentially assassin mages with high attack and high agility. Although their attack power is powerful, their bodies are very fragile. If he had the physique of a ghoul, why would he be afraid of any ghoul, even the old Duerfu who didn't know the details, and he was sure to defeat it? But this is just thinking about it. It is impossible for him to transplant Hebeo and become Quinxes. Ghouls need to eat humans, which is unacceptable to him. The potential of a ninja is very high. He is only at the level of Chunin now. Once he reaches the level of Jounin or even Cage, these ghouls will have no power to fight back against him. In the final analysis, the amount of chakra is still insufficient. As a member of the Uchiha clan, chakra is much more than ordinary people, but compared to the Senju Uzumaki clan, it is still pitifully small. He also wanted to learn about the legendary Uzumaki pill, but due to the lack of chakra, he had to save money. After refining the chakra in his body to a sufficient level, Uchiha Liwo is ready to sleep. Meditation cannot replace sleep, but he must have a good sleep to ensure he is full of energy. In the early morning of the next day, there was a knock on the door of Uchiha Liwo's room. Uchiha Liwo opened the door, and outside the door was an investigator he had never seen before. He rubbed his eyes, as if surprised by Uchiha Liwo's age. After carefully comparing the information, he handed the file bag to Uchiha Liwo. This is your entry document and certificate. Please keep it safe. It will be very troublesome if you lose it. Uchiha Liwo nodded, took the file bag, and after watching the investigator leave, he opened the file bag. In the file bag are Uchiha Liwo's identity and documents, and a bank card, which has stored this month's salary in advance for Uchiha Liwo's use. Finally, I am not a black household anymore, Uchiha Liwo said with emotion. The identity of Tokyo Ghoul World is much stricter than that of Demon Slayer, Blade. Without an identity, it can be said that he is struggling in Tokyo. Unable to rent a house, unable to buy a phone, brought great inconvenience to his life. Walking in the bustling Tokyo, Uchiha Liwo bought a contract phone on the bustling street. Neon's mobile phones are all contract phones, and they must sign a contract with the operator. After purchasing the mobile phone, Uchiha Liwo took a taxi to go to the 14th district. The 14th district is an area where ghouls are severely ravaged. There are few people living there, only some poor people and beggars who are not afraid of death. Because of the lack of manpower in the 14th district, CCG assigned Uchiha Liwo to this district, hoping that he can improve the situation in the 14th district. The change for you. After getting off the car at the edge of West Street in the 14th district, the taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and ran away quickly. It is said that there are ghouls in the West Street of the 14th district, and the driver who got the money drove away quickly. He didn't ask much about Uchiha Liwo, and he didn't dare. Looking at the sparsely populated 14th district, Uchiha Liwo was quite moved when he saw the familiar building. I still have a relationship with District 14. Uchiha Liwo's job is to patrol around Area 14, find and drive out the ghouls. It is said to be expelled, but it is actually captured or killed. The ghouls are of great value, and they need to be handed over to CCG by the investigators. Uchiha Liwoo is naturally no exception, but the ghoul's Kerbo will inevitably be damaged during the battle. There is no way to do it. Uchiha Liwoo's collection task is to collect RC cells, and when handing them over to CCG ghoul corpses, he naturally has to deduct them. Walking on the streets of the 14th district, Uchiha Liwoo used the transformation technique to turn into a villain in the middle school, hiding the weapons on his body, trying to use his status as a student to lure ghouls into the bait. The 14th district is sparsely populated, and most of the poor civilians live there, and there are a lot of ghouls living in it. The ghouls hide their identities on weekdays, hiding among the crowd in the 14th district. The same face as a human is their best protection. It is impossible for CCG to investigate every ordinary person. There are more than 3,000 million people in Tokyo. If the population is checked one by one, the investigators will be exhausted. The investigators could only wait for the ghouls to be exposed among the crowd, and expel them when they couldn't bear it anymore. The relationship between ghouls and investigators is like a cat and a mouse. The mice usually hide in the crowd and do not show up, and the lone cat will attract the rats to attack. Uchiha Liwoo has a lot of experience in the game of cat and mouse. Task: collect RC cells 632/1000. It has been more than half a month since he joined CCG and became a non-staff member, and Uchiha Liwoo has already gotten used to a 9-to-5 life. The content of the daily work is to expel ghouls based on CCG's information, and occasionally enter the shared food area through sharing eyes, and play with those ghouls who want to become powerful. Most of the time, Uchiha Liwoo is a kind-hearted person. He is not even willing to hurt those ghouls in the common food area. Expulsion of ghouls is a very tiring and boring thing. Most ghouls have no threat to Uchiha Liwoo, not even a whetstone. Only in order to complete the task, he worked hard. If the ghoul can obediently and take the initiative to hand over the bag, he will still consider letting it go, as long as it has not committed a heinous crime. But the reality is always skinny, and the ghouls will never get what he wants. Shizeo, it's almost time. Have you played enough today? Uchiha Riho looked at Yozo Suzuya as a temporary teammate, who was carrying the body of the ghoul. Fortunately, I think I can still play for a while. Yozo Suzuya held the quinker knife, his face full of nostalgia for fighting. Becoming an investigator for the first time requires seniors to be familiar with the work process, and Uchiha Liwoo only knew such rules on the second day of work. Therefore, Suzuya Jijo became his predecessor, leading him to drive out the ghouls in the 14th district. Suzuya Jozo's strength is good, and his combat experience is quite rich. As the investigator who once entered the 24th district with Kisho Arima, his strength is far beyond the level of a second-class investigator. Just because they have no qualifications, they cannot be promoted. In the entire CCG branch, only Yozo Suzuya is suitable for missions with him. After all, the area Uchiha Liwoo is going to is too threatening, almost going deep into the ghoul's lair. Uchiha 3rd class, Suzuya 2nd class, can you be more gentle? The members of the department responsible for disposing of the corpses drove up to Uchiha Riho and Suzuya Yozo, looked at the unidentifiable ghouls on the ground, and couldn't help but say, Uchiha Liwoo and Suzuya Yozo both have the habit of making up swords, and the scene of expelling ghouls is indeed a bit messy. Next time, definitely next time. The two touched their heads with a smile, and smiled awkwardly. They knew that such a habit was not good and would cause trouble to others. Back at the 14th branch, put on clean clothes, Uchiha Liwoo sat in the office, waiting for CCG's information about the infestation of ghouls. Uchiha Liwoo can no longer do the killing spree in the west block of the 14th district like before. After that time, the bronze tree reduced the scope of the common food area, and the common food area moved from the surface to the underground, and Uchiha Liwoo had no way to start. But it's good to enjoy office life in advance now, but it's much more convenient to go out to work only when there is information about ghouls infested in the area. Uchiha Liwoo, Suzuya Yozo, congratulations, the investigator's rank has been promoted. Shinohara Yuki came in with a file bag and congratulated you. Especially you, Uchiha Liwoo, you have been patrolling the 14th district for the past half-month, and the number of special cases in the 14th district has decreased a lot. It is reasonable to say that it is not an exaggeration to be promoted to the first-class investigator, but there are rules in the CCG Bureau, and everything must be done step by step. Uchiha Liwoo expressed his understanding. He didn't enter CCG to promote his position, he just used CCG's huge intelligence agency to speed up the progress of his mission. Besides, to CCG, I am just an outsider, and it is possible to be a first-class investigator, but it is impossible for a special investigator. The special investigator is the countertop of the CCG, and it is used as a publicity for the public. Mr. Shinohara, do you have any news about ghouls? I'm still idle, but I want to earn some extra money. So far, Uchiha Liwoo has expelled several A-level ghouls, and 1 or 2 S-level ghouls, making a lot of money. Not for the time being. Uchiha Liwoo talked about money unabashedly, which made Shinohara Yuki's face darken, who was devoted to expel ghouls and maintain peace. But he knew very well that in the face of those dangerous ghouls, other people might be life-threatening, but Uchiha Liwoo never missed. Okay, then I can get off work. Seeing that there was no information about ghouls, Uchiha Liwo got up from his seat, ready to clock in and leave. With the consent of the person in charge of the area, Uchiha Liwo left work early. He now rents a house in the 20th district, which is not far from Kaneki-ken's home. He is not clear about the timeline of Tokyo Ghoul. Only by observing Kaneki-ken can he obtain an accurate timeline. Outside the suburbs of District 24, a group of ghouls are fighting the investigators in white. Escape, to be precise. The searcher in white held a spear and a sharp sword, and pierced through the ghouls in front of him with one spear. The powerful electric current directly knocked the nearby ghouls to the ground, easily harvesting their lives. This was a one-sided massacre. Facing a group of ghouls, Kisho Arima was not afraid at all, harvesting the ghouls with a deadpan expression like a machine. As the strongest of the 7 special investigators, and the only investigator who can deal with SSS-level ghouls alone, Arima Kisho has the titles of White Death and Undefeated Investigator. Only Takasho Arima can go deep into the 24th district. The 24th district is the lair of ghouls, and no one exists here. The One-Eyed King is still so easy to kill. Fankin 8 appeared from the darkness wrapped in a bandage. What's the matter with me? I didn't say that you don't contact me if there is no important news. There is a risk of exposure. Kisho Arima raised his eyes, retracted the 2 kunkers, and looked at the one-eyed owl in front of him. He seems to be accustomed to Fankinite's appearance. A tricky human appeared in District 14. Although he is a young man, his strength is comparable to yours. Fankinite told what happened that day, and the sudden appearance of a strong man made her worry that it would destroy the plan that had been prepared for many years. I've heard of it. Arima Kisho nodded. He and Fangmura 8 seemed to have known each other for a long time, and they had secrets. That person shouldn't affect our plans, but we're planning to speed up. Fangmura 8 nodded, looking at Arima Kisho with a hint of jealousy. They are the strongest investigator and the strongest ghoul respectively, the strongest of the 2 camps. Fankinite is the current One-Eyed King, commanding all the underground ghouls, but she knows that the title of One-Eyed King is not her own, but the man in front of her gave it away, and he is the One-Eyed King with the strength of the King, and he himself is nothing but a counterfeit. Years ago, they met to discuss the future orders of the ghouls and set a goal to train the next One-Eyed King. For this goal, they have been working hard for more than 10 years, and they will never give up halfway. District 20, Anding District, Antique Coffee Shop. Uchiha Liwo came to the entrance of the antique shop and stared at the signboard at the entrance of the shop. The antique coffee shop is a gathering place for a group of peaceful ghouls who may have been bad guys once, but are now good law-abiding citizens of the ghoul world. It is forbidden to harm human beings and protect the weak and weak. This is the purpose of the stable area, and it is also the reason why the 20th area is so stable and peaceful. In Anding District, the antique coffee shop gathers a large number of powerful ghouls. In addition to the store manager Yashimura Kozen, who is known as the Owl Who Does Not Kill, there are also 3 SS-level ghouls, Demon Ape, Black Dog, and Sifang Renchi. Organizational strength is not under the bronze tree. Uchiha Liwo pushed open the door of the coffee shop. Welcome, what do you need? The high school female clerk with dark blue hair and bangs covering her eyes greeted her with a professional smile. A cup of coffee with milk and sugar, thank you. Uchiha Liwo sat in a corner of the coffee shop and ordered a cup of coffee with sugar and milk. Coffee is bitter, but sugar and milk can neutralize the bitter taste and make the brain feel happy. Yes. Kirishima Tuka wrote down the coffee that the customers needed. As a female high school student in the 2nd year of high school, in order to earn pocket money, she would come to the coffee shop to work part-time after school. Guest, coffee. Kirishima Tuka, who was carrying a plate, walked up to Uchiha Ryano and put the coffee on the seat. Uchiha Liwo looked at the youthful, beautiful, and energetic female high school student with a smile on his face. Excuse me, where did Kaneki-ken go? Uchiha Liwo didn't see Kaneki-ken in the antique coffee shop, so he asked a question. The guest knows Kaneki-ken. Kirishima Tuka thought of Kaneki-ken, that troublesome guy. Kaneki-ken is a ghoul but doesn't have the self-consciousness of a ghoul, and is still thinking about turning back into a human. She has been a ghoul since she was born, and she has never known the taste of cake. Well, I once lived in Jin Nguyen's house for a while. Uchiha Liwo remembered the scene where he was at Kaneki-ken's house, eating delicious food in front of Kaneki-ken's noodles. Why didn't I hear him mention you as a guest? Kirishima Tuka was a little surprised, and wanted to continue to understand Kaneki-ken's life with Uchiha Riho, but the store manager stopped her. Little Dong Xiang, come here. Yashimura Kozen's tone was full of urgency, and Kirishima Tuka had no choice but to walk into the counter where he was working. He's the boy who injured the store manager, Kirishima Tuka said in a low voice with shocked eyes, turning Uchiha Riho slightly. Fankin Gongshin nodded, his eyes were full of dignity. He was quite afraid of the young man in front of him. If the antique coffee shop hadn't been his foundation for many years, he would have wanted to flee immediately with Kirishima Tuka and take refuge in District 24. Uchiha Liwo paid attention to the actions of Yashimura Kozen and Kirishima Tuka, and picked up the coffee to taste it carefully. It tastes good. The manager also has Xiao Dongxiang. Uchiha Liwo praised, not paying any attention to the fact that this is the lair of ghouls, and Kirishima Tuka is older than him. I, as the store manager, feel very happy to satisfy the customers. The squinting store manager walked to Uchiha Liwo with the dessert. This is a special dessert from our store. Customers like it. It looks good. Uchiha Liwo took the dessert, took out the bag in advance, and packed it into the backpack. I want to take it home and taste it slowly. Of course, Uchiha Liwo would not taste the dessert in the hands of the store manager. Before that, he only tasted the coffee after confirming that he could not poison it through sharing on. As long as the customers like it. The store manager still had a smiling expression on his face, completely in line with the amiable appearance of a retired old man. Manager, I am the newly appointed investigator, Uchiha Liwo, please give me your advice. Uchiha Liwo no longer concealed his identity as a non-staff member of CCG, and went straight to the point. CCG investigator. The store manager secretly said that sure enough, the magic ape black dog and others standing at the counter concealed their surprise and showed a normal appearance. Although they are not afraid of ordinary investigators, the antique coffee shop is their last pure land. They used to have blood on their hands, and they came to Anding District for a piece of redemption in their hearts. If the existence of the stable zone is exposed, it will definitely attract a massive attack from CCG. At that time, they can only be forced to fight humans, or flee to the 24th zone. Those who have seen the sunlight on the surface are willing to return to the dark underground. Master Investigator, what's the matter? Our antique coffee shops are good law-abiding citizens, and the 20th district is also very peaceful, but we don't know the whereabouts of the ghouls. The store manager was a little nervous. He was considering whether to attack Uchiha Liwo. Now that most of the combat power in the Anding area is here, they have a great chance of winning. The store manager finally gave up the idea of besieging. He heard the news that Bronze Tree was defeated by a teenager. Presumably Bronze Tree was the same opponent he met. The Bronze Trees have suffered a disastrous defeat, so why should they, as peace-loving people, go to war again? It's nothing, I just heard about the reputation of the coffee in the antique coffee shop for a long time, come here to try something new, and relieve the pressure. As a CCG investigator, you have to deal with ghouls every day, and the mental pressure is greater than the sky. Uchiha Liwo inspected the elite of the ghouls in front of him, and found that all the combat power in the antique shop except Sifang Renchi had arrived, but he didn't see Kaneki Ken, which was very strange. If you are under a lot of mental stress, you should take a good rest. Only by combining work and rest can you not harm your body. The store manager left from Uchiha and returned to the counter. Even if Uchiha Liwo didn't plan to reveal their ghoul identities, it meant that they didn't want to start a fight with the antique shop. It would be great to be able to avoid fighting, but the location of the antique shop has been discovered by CCG investigators, and it is inevitable to move away. The store manager. Kirishima Tuka saw that the store manager had no intention of going to war, and silently took back the unfolded Kazuko. After hearing about Uchiha Riho's identity, she was ready to fight at any time. Treat it carefully. From the current point of view, the other party has no plans to make a big deal. Everything will be discussed after the other party has left. How much is the coffee? Uchiha Liwo asked. He almost knew the location of Kaneki-ken, and was about to leave from the antique coffee shop. Although there are ghouls in the antique coffee shop, they are very dangerous. He is not sure how to deal with the siege of several SSS and SS level powerhouses. Ghouls are everywhere. He doesn't need to stare at the strong among them. The way to build a tower is king. The issue of the stability zone should be left to CCG to deal with it. I don't know what kind of expression they will have when they learn that the 20th district of Andingping in Heping hides the legendary owl who is not to be killed. The coffee is free. The store manager took the initiative to say he was looking forward to the monster Uchiha Liwo leaving early, so that he could discuss countermeasures with the store staff as soon as possible. That is to thank the store manager for the treat. Uchiha Liwo stood up, walked towards the store door, and was about to leave. With a creak, the store door opened from the outside. Uchiha Liwo and everyone in the coffee shop focused on the figure opening the door. Well, can I come in? A little loli with a floral headband came in. She had brown hair, was wearing a gray dress and a light blue dress, and there were tears running down her delicate face. Hina mai. Kirishima Tuka shouted, right now, Fuegake Hina is next to someone whom even the store manager is afraid of, and he has to worry about it. Uchiha Riho glanced at Tuka Kirishima, and then looked again at the little loli who had just lost her parents. Apart from losing her parents, how could the girl in front of her cry so sadly? But she didn't know if his parents would be expelled by his old acquaintances. His old acquaintance, Mado Wusu, has an almost crazy hatred for ghouls, so he will not hesitate to die for this, and also wants to hunt down the owl who killed his wife. Hina mai. Kirishima Tuka wanted to rush over, but was pulled by the store manager and gave her a powerless expression. At such a short distance, even if Uchiha Liwo is an ordinary investigator, there is no way to rescue Futaguchi Hinamai from him. Kirishima Tuka was very distressed, and clenched her fists fiercely, but she knew the gap with the store manager, an enemy that even the store manager couldn't deal with. She might be killed in a single blow if she charged forward. Everyone is here, what's the matter? Daigakai Hinamai was immersed in sadness, did not notice the atmosphere in the store at this time, raised her head, revealing the unique red eyes of ghouls. Flutaguchi Hinamai didn't smell the aroma from Uchiha Riho, so she decided that it was a ghoul, let go of her guard, and revealed the true face of the ghoul. It's nothing. Uchiha Liwo raised his hand, and touched the head of the little loli in front of him who was not much shorter than him. Feeling the softness of the brown hair and the slight trembling of Fuegaku Hinamai's body, he silently activated Sharinan. Scarlet eyes appeared in the eyes of Hinamai Daigakai. When Hinamai Daigakai saw the Guyu clearly in Shilunian, she immediately lost control of her body, and a wave of drowsiness flooded her. Sleep well. Uchiha Liwo put Hinamai Futaguchi on the seat of the coffee shop, opened the door and prepared to leave. What did you do to Hinamai? Kirishima took a rush to Fuegaku Hinamai, and asked Uchiha Liwo loudly. Just let her get a good night's sleep. Her mental state is very unstable. According to my guess, she may have lost a loved one. Uchiha's voice from the fire became smaller and smaller, as if he was some distance away from the coffee shop. Lost a loved one. Kirishima took against Uchiha Riho's words, and accidentally saw the tears on Fuegaku Hinamai's face. Could it be, Aunt Liangzi has already? Damn white dove. Kirishima took a punched the ground angrily, her eyes turned into red eyes, and she was extremely angry. Xiao Dongxiang. The store manager walked up to Kirishima Tuka, put his hand on her shoulder, wanted to comfort her but couldn't say anything. Tuka Kirishima, with red eyes, walked into the coffee room with Hinamai Fuegaku in her arms. Seeing Tuka Kirishima entering the room, the store manager sighed inwardly, and kept silent to the side. Demon Monkey Black Dog, the coffee shop in Anding District has been discovered, we need to think about countermeasures and solutions. Future plans. Children like Tuka Kirishima can still be willful, but adults like them can only suppress their inner emotions and discuss ways to face CCG. Hey, let's eat. Facing the wildcats looking for food in the trash can in the alley, Uchiha Liwo took out a piece of dessert presented by the store manager and threw it on the road. The wildcat meowed, took the dessert in its mouth, and began to swallow it slowly. Soon, the wildcat ate up the dessert, and there was no sign of poisoning after more than 10 minutes. Uchiha Liwo picked up the bag with confidence, and threw the whole thing into the trash can. Just because there is no problem with one piece of dessert does not mean that there is no problem with the others, but seeing how delicious the wildcat eats it, it should be delicious. In order to compensate himself, to comfort his empty stomach, Uchiha Liwo walked into a dessert shop by the side of the road, and when he came out, he had a lot of desserts in his hand. This food is delicious and makes people doubt life. I don't know, it's because of being a teenager, Uchiha Liwo doesn't like meat like in his previous life, but fell in love with desserts. Maybe it's a common problem of the Uchiha clan. Taking out a piece of cake, Uchiha Liwo took a satisfied bite, and gradually walked towards the depths of the alley. This is District 20, and the ghouls living here have been warned by the Anding District not to hunt humans in exchange for the qualification to obtain food from the Anding District. The source of food in Anding District is human beings who commit suicide. Due to the high pressure of life, Neon has become the country with the highest suicide rate. The safety zone has strict regulations, but it is very safe that you don't have to worry about the attacks of white pigeons and the like all day long. But there are always accidents in everything, and not all ghouls are accepted in the stable area. As beasts with human faces, they just suppress their own nature in the stable area, but the darkness in their hearts never disappears. The ghouls are still divided into upper and lower levels. The powerful ghouls enjoy the food quota alone, while the weak ghouls can only endure hunger to attack humans, and are finally expelled from the security zone. A ghoul hiding in the sewer is one of the oppressed ones. He dare not violate the regulations of the security zone, and is too weak to protect the food. He can only steal the manhole cover in the alley and wait for the food to come. You can't do it. Stealing the manhole cover of the sewer is really the scum of a ghoul. A ghoul like you should stay in the 14th or 24th district. District 24 is the country of ghouls, where the sun can never be seen, but there is food that can barely sustain life. He wants to go to District 24, but he can't pass the underground and ground barriers, as well as the Black Death guarding their Kisho Arima. The ghoul hid under the manhole cover, listening to the approaching footsteps. He wanted to suddenly pull out the manhole cover to get food that fell from the sky when humans stepped on the manhole cover above. The sound on the ground is the child's, that's right, only the child's footsteps can be so light, not the muffled sound. The ghoul emptied the manhole cover, and he prepared for a full month from the moment he conceived the idea to taking action. Now is the time to get food, and I will let those who make fun of me kneel before me and be awed by my wisdom. Did it fail? The ghoul emptied the manhole cover, but didn't hear the sound of humans stepping on it and falling down. He was puzzled, and climbed up the ladder, ready to go up to find out. No, why? The ghoul poked its head out and looked around, looking for signs of its prey. The ghoul put his eyes on the top of his head, and at this time on the wall of the alley, a pair of Sharinan was watching him. Crazy! Uchiha Liwo kicked the ghoul back into the sewer, and resealed the manhole cover. The ghoul, which had lost the ability to manipulate its body, fell violently into the sewer, and half of its body fell into the dirty and smelly sewage. Walking on the road, Uchiha Liwo added enough sugar and began to think about Kaneki Ken's whereabouts. Ken Kaneki is missing, not in a coffee shop, not in Uiwell University, and not in a rented house. Even Tukakiri's didn't know his whereabouts. Uchiha Liwo used the power of Sharingan when ordering coffee, and Tukakiri's couldn't lie at all. Then Kaneki Ken can only be taken away, and he only needs a bronze tree or Yueshinshi to take him away. Bronze Tree was busy dealing with CCG's investigation at this time, unable to take Jin Lian away. Then there is only Yu Shangzi, the young master of the Yushan family, who is known as a gourmet ghoul. He is obsessed with Kaneki-ken's fragrance, and wants to keep it for himself, and enjoy it alone. Kaneki-ken at this moment should be in District 7, the terrible place called Ghoul Restaurant. Where is the Ghoul Restaurant? Uchiha Liwo is unknown, and the location of the Ghoul Restaurant is a secret among the ghouls, and only friends invited by the Yueshin family know the specific location. Everyone in the Ghoul Restaurant wears a mask and does not know the true identity of the rest. After all, the ghouls who will enter the Ghoul Restaurant can be regarded as different among the ghouls. But Uchiha Liwo knows that there is a ghoul who must know the whereabouts of the Ghoul Restaurant. That is Idari. As a SS level ghoul, Idari has its own news channels in the major organizations of the ghouls and even human beings. As long as you find Idari, you can know the location of the Ghoul Restaurant. Idari runs a bar in the 14th district, and Uchiha Riho remembers Idari's location. Taking a taxi on the side of the road, Uchiha Liwo soon arrived at the location of the 14th district. Where is the Helter Skelter bar? Uchiha Liwo used the transformation technique, turned into the appearance of expelling a ghoul before, walked to the side of the road, and asked a pedestrian. Helter Skelter is not far away. The bar opened by Idari not only caters to ghouls, but also humans. It is a well-known bar in the 14th district. Uchiha Liwo found Helter Skelter without much effort, pushed the door open and entered. The decoration of Helter Skelter is in a dark style, with chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and emitting light yellow light, giving people a feeling of dusk and twilight. It was still daytime at this time, and not many people came to the bar for entertainment. As the boss, Idari sat in front of the bar, flicking the goblet lightly with his fingertips, and the red wine added with special materials kept rippling in the goblet. Guest, what kind of wine do you need? Our wine here is a bit special. Idari greeted the guest. I need information on the Ghoul Restaurant. Uchiha Liwo cut to the chase without any nonsense. Ghoul Restaurant, I didn't expect the customer to be a unique person. Idari shook his glass and said unhurriedly, guests have a glass of red wine first. Ghouls can also drink the wine from our Helter Skelter. Idari didn't smell the scent on Uchiha Riho, so he decided that he was a ghoul. I'm not interested in wine, I'm interested in ghoul restaurants. Uchiha Liwo shook his head. He didn't have the habit of drinking red wine, it was still seasoned red wine. Money is not a problem. Uchiha Liwo added, because of the rewards for hunting ghouls, his current money is not a small amount. I have to go to the Yueshin family for the matter of the Ghoul Restaurant. We, Helter Skelter, don't care about the restaurant. Idari doesn't want to get involved in the restaurant's affairs. The Yueshin family's influence is huge. Will easily intervene. That can't be helped. Uchiha Liwo's eyes were dim, and he left his seat with regret. If the guest wants to know, I can provide the contact information of the Tsukiyama family. Idari just wanted to raise the price, but Uchiha Liwo turned around and left, which surprised her a little. Although Idari is not involved in the affairs of the Ghoul Restaurant, it is no problem to provide the contact information of the Yueshin family. She is originally in the intelligence business, and the bar is just a sideline. Really, there is contact information. Uchiha Liwo turned around, his eyes suddenly turned into Sharingan, and the Guyu in his eyes kept spinning. Where is the Ghoul Restaurant? Uchiha Riho saw Guyu in Idari's eyes and asked him. District 7 Restaurant. Uchiha Liwo memorized the specific location of the Ghoul Restaurant, and released the control of Sharingan. What is the contact information of the Yueshin family? How much does it cost? Uchiha Liwo asked repeatedly. Idari was a little dazed. She seemed to be in a trance just now, like a fragment of drinking, but she quickly adjusted her state and said a number. 1 million yen. The contact information of the Yueshin family is actually not a secret among the ghouls, but as an information provider, it is natural to use the advantage of information in exchange for money. Uchiha Liwo happily gave the money. 100 million yen is actually not much, only half a month's salary. He was rewarded for expelling ghouls. After getting the practice method of the Yueshin family, Uchiha Liwo remembered it in his heart, lit the note with a lighter and threw it on the side of the road. The note turned into embers and disappeared into the air. After Uchiha Liwo left, a young man with stud earrings and a mouthful of nails came out from the depths of the Helter Skelter bar. The young man showed red eyes and did not hide his ghoul side at all. Idari, you were controlled for 5 seconds just now. The young man came to Idari's side, his tone flat. I know, I just lost 5 seconds of memory, and the clock on the wall proves it. Idari drank the red wine in the glass. Hey, do you think the investigator who defeated the bronze tree is the man from before? That man has, say, your ability to change his appearance, he can clone himself like a priest, and he can breathe out flames like Tatara. There is no human scent on his body yet. If he is said to be human, I really don't believe it. It's better to say that he is the same monster as Arima Kisho, and the Hexia family has cultivated another monster. As expected of Neon's strongest ghoul organization. After drinking the red wine, Itari blushed, seemed to be a little drunk, and leaned against Bai's body. And Bai Bulletin dodged, letting Itari lean on his body, with a serious face on his face. The power to control people's hearts is too terrifying. Itari was controlled for 5 seconds, and his strength was not much stronger than Itari. If he was controlled, he would only die. In 5 seconds, most things can be done in battle, enough to decide the outcome. This kind of thing, let the Bronze Tree and Ueshin's family have a headache. I really want to see the Bronze Tree and Ueshin's family, those guys look so deflated. Itari and Bai are both members of the clown organization. Their clown organization is a loose organization without an official leader, and they have no scruples about the situation on weekdays, determined to be the last clown who laughs. Clown organizations do not have fixed goals and plans, but they all have common characteristics. The strength is powerful, and the lowest members of the organization are also SS-level ghouls. In the antique coffee shop, the clerks are discussing what happened today. At present, Mrs. Liangzi has been executed by the investigator, and the antique shop has been exposed. The store manager told all the things that happened today. His tone was full of melancholy and loss. He couldn't decide the future path alone, so he summoned all the store staff. Mrs. Liangzi, damn it, damned dove. Tuka Kirishima tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart, and punched the wall hard to vent her anger, thinking of Hinamai Fuegake, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed. What happened to Dikao Hinako and how she knew her, once had a happy family, but they were all destroyed by those white pigeons. Antique shops are obviously not allowed to take it. Our faces were all seen by the young ghoul officer. We are in a very dangerous situation now. Ghouls live together with humans under the sun on weekdays, and investigators cannot distinguish them. Once the identity of ghouls is confirmed, troubles will continue to come, and they will no longer be able to live a stable life. Although the ghouls present are all elite figures in the ghoul world, if they reveal their true colors, even they can only hide in the darkness. Dongxiang, you may need to suspend school. When the time comes, Sifang will take you and Chushi to District 24. The store manager made the best decision. The antique shop has been exposed. The powerful ghouls can still live in the human world, and the weak ghouls can only go to the 24th district for refuge. Are you kidding? Go to that kind of cesspit. Kirishima Tuka collapsed powerlessly on the ground, supporting her body with her hands on the sofa. How can Hina survive there? Tuka Kirishima stood up. She knew the environment in District 24, where the ghouls could barely survive, and never saw the prosperity of the human world again. Kill the white doves. As long as we kill all the white doves, we can continue to stay here. Mr. Sifang is here, as long as we work together. No, if the white doves in District 20 die, I'm afraid CCG will send white doves continuously until we are all wiped out. Sifang Lianxi leaned against the window and refuted Tuka Kirishima's proposal. Tuka Kirishima was still a high school girl, so she could rely on her enthusiasm, but he was different. Besides, we found out that we are that young man, and that young man can defeat even the store manager. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to the white god of death. Is that person? Kirishima Tuka thought of the young man who was smiling and drinking coffee, stroking the head of Fuegake Hinamai, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. For everyone's safety, it's just the best thing to do. The store manager sat in the center with a serious expression. Obviously all my companions have been killed, but I can only swallow my anger here. Kirishima Tuka murmured, her hands hanging down feebly. We want to avenge Mrs. Liangzi and kill that investigator. If you don't take revenge, wouldn't Hina be too pitiful? She knew that there was an opponent on the side of CCG that even the store manager couldn't beat, and the hope of revenge was really slim, but she still said it. Poor is not that you can't take revenge, but that you can't get out of hatred and live in your own life. The store manager was unmoved. He was a staunch pacifist and insisted not to kill human beings. The most urgent task now was to arrange for his companions to evacuate the antique store, not to take revenge. Understood. Kirishima Tuka knew that the store manager was talking about herself, walked out of the living room with her head down, and returned to the dark bedroom. Squatting in a corner of the bedroom, Tuka Kirishima's eyes were dim, and she calmly picked up the rabbit mask that was placed on the ground. That was the mask she used to disguise her identity when she went out, and the ghouls needed to use a special mask to cover up their identity when fighting. In the CCG file, Kirishima Tuka is called Rabbit and is an A-level ghoul. After wearing the mask, she is the ghoul rabbit, not an ordinary high school girl. Kirishima Tuka. Confused in hatred, Tuka Kirishima suddenly thought of the shy, clumsy guy who worked with him. Where is Kaneki Ken? That guy has gone somewhere. I haven't seen his whereabouts today. AA District 20, CCG branch. As the most peaceful branch of the 20th district, CCG investigators often work very easily. As long as they patrol after a certain period of time, they can complete their work. All this is the credit of Antique. While Antique restrains the ghouls, CCG puts very little power in the 20th area. Only a few investigators are responsible for maintaining law and order, and other forces are devoted to the hardest hit areas. At this moment, in the CCG building, the investigators are holding a memory meeting to discuss the issue of ghouls in District 20. Sure enough, Jason's stronghold is not in District 20. Amon Kotaro rushed to the meeting room just after returning from the battlefield, and Mato Ryugu was also on the move with him. Judging from the report, Jason is more likely to be in District 11. Mato Ryugu closed the report. You mean, the previous organization activities were related to Jason? Amen. Kotaro recalled all kinds of things that happened in District 20. That's my intuition. Mato Ryugu nodded. At this moment, he didn't have the crazy look when he was fighting the ghouls, but was approachable. Although I'm not reconciled, but our jurisdiction is the 20th district, let's leave the matter of Jason to Merit and others. Then the only S-class ghouls left in District 20 are big stomachs and gourmets. The investigator at the side looked at the document in his hand. Whether it is a big stomach or a gourmet, it seems that they disappeared and never appeared again. Judging from this situation, we will not gain anything even if we track it down. As an investigator at the same time as Shinohara Yuki, Mato Gore could actually be promoted to a higher position because of his record, but he gave up the promotion because he wanted to fight on the front line for a long time. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary investigators, apart from his eccentric personality, he has a surprisingly good reputation. In this case, we can only wipe out one by one in a down-to-earth manner. Until I meet a big fish. As a partner, Amon Kotaro learned a lot from Mato Ryugu. Then, please send everyone back to have a good rest. The meeting was about to end, and Mato Ryugu got up to leave, and he still had to continue working. The hebeo he obtained today has not been forged into a weapon yet, so he is looking forward to it. Amon Kotaro and other investigators sat in their seats. They did not understand Mato Gore's never-ending workaholic behavior. By the way, the ghoul who escaped today saw our faces, so please be careful. Mato Ryugu turned around and reminded. It's just a child. The investigators dismissed it. Ring ring ring. The phone in the meeting room rang, and Amon Kotaro answered it. This is CCG, may I ask who you are? Master Shinohara, I am Uchiha Liwo. Second class Uchiha, Chief Shinohara isn't here, what's the matter? Amon Kotaro has a serious expression, he knows how powerful Uchiha Liwo is. I found a gathering place for ghouls. Do you want to come and play? Shizao and I are not enough. After learning the location of the ghoul restaurant from Itari, Uchiha Riho called his partner, Yozo Suzuya. But only relying on Suzuya Juzo and him can't deal with the ghouls in the ghoul restaurant, and must get the help of CCG. Where? Hearing Uchiha Liwo's voice, Mato Ryugu snatched the phone. He and Uchiha Liwo fought together. Knowing the scene of Uchiha Liwo's battle, it was like a tiger entering the flock. 7th district, but I'm about to act, it's better to send more people, just like last time. It's the same as last time. Mato Ryugu's eyes lit up, and he quickly turned to the investigators around him. Hurry up, tell Chief Shinohara quickly, and send a large number of people to District 7. Well, Mr. Shinohara may still be outside, and the phone has not been connected. It's a pity. Mato Ryugu was silent for a long time, hesitating for a moment, and left the building with a white suitcase. Amen, please go and inform the special officers, I'll go first. He couldn't wait to go to the 7th district, to be able to watch the ghouls die in large numbers. That was the scene he longed for the most. Senior Mato. Amon Kotaro looked at the phone that Mato Ryugu had hung up, and dialed Shinohara Yuki's cell phone. On the other end, Uchiha Liwo hung up the phone. Shizao, you wait for me outside. If you encounter ghouls later, shoot them to death. If you meet other investigators, follow their advice and walk. Yozo Suzuya nodded obediently. After instructing Suzuya Yozo next to him, Uchiha Liwo used the transformation technique, turned into the appearance of the ghouls that were expelled at this time, and walked towards the ghoul restaurant. Please show the invitation letter. Outside the door, the security personnel of Ueshin Group stopped Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha Liwo opened Sherry Nan, walked in directly, and came to an elevator entrance after going through various safety measures. Ghoul restaurant, I'm here for delicious food. I heard that this time the gourmet will cook the food himself. The food made by the gourmet will never be forgotten once you eat it. Uchiha Liwo was not the only one taking the elevator, there was also a lady with a white mask making a sick voice. Because eating is similar to human beings, most of the ghouls are psychologically distorted, and the ghouls that come to the ghoul restaurant are even more twisted. The psychology is so horribly sick that it would not be a pity to kill them all. Uchiha Liwo stared at the ghoul who couldn't see his face clearly, but made strange sounds and movements, and couldn't see any expression on his face. Uchiha Liwo also wears a mask, and ghouls will not be honest with each other. In fact, the battle between ghouls and ghouls is not as easy as fighting with humans. If you show your face in front of hostile ghouls, it is very difficult. It may be reported to CCG, and the enemy will be eliminated by the hand of CCG. In order to avoid such a situation, among the ghouls, wearing a mask has become a customary rule. Everything is to protect their own safety. With the stagnation of the elevator, Uchiha Liwo left the elevator and appeared inside the ghoul restaurant. The interior of the ghoul restaurant is protected by thick walls, without windows, and the three-story stands are full of gourmet-loving ghouls. Although this ghoul wears a mask, he can still feel the greedy face under the mask. Uchiha Liwo stood on the stand, hidden on the back of the ghoul, looking down at the audience like a coliseum. The food I bring to you today is different from usual. Yu Shangzi, wearing a half mask, appeared from the most dazzling place, and beside him stood a slender masked girl. Yueshin, she is the young master of the Yueshin family. The Yueshin group is well known in Nihon for being rich and powerful, taking both black and white. Who would have thought that such a large consortium would be created by ghouls? Yu Shangzi is a gourmet among the ghouls, but even the ghouls don't know much about his status. Different from the usual delicacies? The masked lady standing beside Uchiha Riho made frenzied movements. Food-loving ghouls are an oddity, and they regard gourmets as a religion. Let's wait and see. Gourmet makes an exaggerated motion expression as he presses a button in his hand. There was movement under the stage, as the lifting platform slowly rose. All eyes were on the lifting platform. There will be today's highlight. Uchiha Liwo also looked at the lifting platform. According to his memory, Kaneki Ken should appear from there later. What appeared on the stage was not Kaneki Ken, but a strange ghoul. Uchiha Liwo was not locked tightly, which was different from what he expected. Kaneki Ken did not appear in the ghoul restaurant, but disappeared completely. Uchiha Liwo hid in the toilet, took out his mobile phone, and called Yozo Suzuya. What, is there anyone from the headquarters? No. Juzo Suzuya's voice was low. He had been hiding in the dark, waiting for the appearance of ghouls or CCGS. I haven't come yet, so I can't control so much. First, find an opportunity to catch Yu Shangzi and ask Jin Muken's whereabouts. Uchiha Liwo returned to the stands. At this time, in the arena, the ghouls, which were trapped beasts, fled frantically in the arena, trying to escape the chase of the disintegrator. The decomposer is a deformed ghoul with a height of nearly meters. He is huge and bloated, holding a saw-like tool in his hand, with a cold light flowing on it. Mom. The disassembler looked at the host who was cheering on the stage. It was a ghoul lady wearing a mask, graceful and luxurious. Come on. It seems that Ms. A's subordinates are quite strong. That ghoul has almost no strength to fight back. It just hides and hides. The gourmet looked at the venue playfully, and said involuntarily. Compared to Mr. Jinmu, this ghoul smells so bad. It's a pity that Mr. Jinmu couldn't be found today. The gourmet took out a blood-stained handkerchief, put it on his face to cover his nose, and smiled foolishly. Amidst the cheers of many ghouls in the stands, the ghouls in the audience were caught by the disintegrator. The ghoul's thin body was caught by the dismantler. Although the dismantler had a low IQ and was still drooling, he possessed pure skills under the master's training. Decomposing, processing, and the dismantling master's skillful skills caused the ghouls to exclaim again and again. Some covered their eyes in fear, while others watched with relish. When many ghouls focused their attention on the field, Uchiha Liwo quietly separated his avatar and walked into the depths of the crowd. The art of psychic. Clutching the Hikari sword in his hand, Uchiha Liwo felt that his self-confidence had stepped up to a new level. Finally finished the ghouls. I haven't read it for a long time and forgot too much. It's so boring. Crouching in the bushes, Suzuya Jizo muttered with his head leaning against the leaves. Ling, why don't you say that CCG doesn't come? It seems to be taking a shower and then going to sleep. It's true from Liwo, if you go in, you won't come out, and there are no ghouls around here. It's boring, boom. There was a loud noise from the building guarded by Yozo Suzuya. A huge crack appeared on the wall, and a fireball blasted out, hitting the ground and burning a raging flame. Quickly put out the fire quickly, and evacuate the guests in the building. The security personnel at the door gathered together, picked up the emergency fire extinguisher, and extinguished the flames on the ground. Thump! A figure flew out of the building and landed heavily on the ground, scarred and covered in blood. Save people. The security personnel hurried to the figure, and after a glance, they backed away in fright. Ghoul, it's a ghoul. He looked at the sky with scarlet eyes, and the broken bones were slowly regenerating. The ghoul that fell to the ground stood up and walked towards the security personnel in a shaky step. Ghouls, why are there ghouls here? This is the property of the Yueshin family, how dare the ghouls? The security guard rolled over, took a dry powder fire extinguisher, and ran towards the corridor. He wanted to take a fire axe to protect himself. Yo, a ghoul appeared. Yozo Suzuya suddenly appeared, and jumped in front of the slowly advancing ghoul, playing with the kunk knife in his hand. Play with me. The injured ghoul had lost his mind, and his injured body was desperate for food. The kunk knife made by Yusuza Suzuya flew out and pierced the ghoul's eyeball, and then took out several identical knives from his body, and concentrated them on each joint of the ghoul, and the ghoul fell powerlessly to the ground. It's too weak, it's not fun, Suzuya Yozo said to himself, and the knife cut across the ghoul's neck, ending it. That guy Uchiha Liwo was having so much fun, but he didn't ask me to play with him. Looking at the cracked wall, Yozo Suzuya grinned, and found a place to hide again. At this time, an unprecedented turmoil is taking place inside the ghoul restaurant. The sudden appearance of a huge fireball exploded into bursts of smoke, suffocating the ghouls staying in the closed ghoul restaurant and coughing violently one by one. The ghouls are still flesh and blood, they still need to eat and breathe fresh air. Uchiha Liwo stood in the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos of the crowd and the cover brought by the thick smoke. He harvested the lives of the ghouls inside. A series of sharp sword lights flashed, and the masked ghoul covered his nose, only to realize that his shoulders lightened and he lost his life. Most of these ghouls are at B level or A level. Their strength is not outstanding, and they are similar to ordinary investigators. Facing Uchiha Liwo's deliberate sneak attack, they quickly lost their lives. Bell, bell, bell. Smoke alarms went off and the ceiling was spraying water droplets as the fire protection system kicked in and the smoke from the flames was sucked away from the restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was littered with corpses, and some guests wearing masks fell on the ground, blood stained the ground, and flowed to the drain with water droplets. The remaining ghouls looked at the fallen ghouls with red eyes. They were not angry for the same kind, and the ghouls who came here had no feelings for the same kind. They were just worried about themselves, gathered together, and the rudiment of Heze gradually appeared in the body. Looking coldly at Uchiha Liwo, who was the only one holding a weapon in the field, flames almost burst out of their eyes. Investigator. The voice of gnashing teeth came from the mouths of different ghouls, and all kinds of knuckles grew out of their bodies, twisting in the air. The ghouls don't know how to use weapons. Their best weapon is Heze, which is made up of RC cells and is harder than teeth, making them not afraid of swords or even ordinary bullets. Only investigators would use Quinker, a sword. Those weapons made by Kazuko were as flexible and changeable as real Kazuko, able to break through the defenses of ghouls. A mere investigator dares to come to the restaurant. Today you ruined the dinner, so you can serve as the main course. Yushangzi jumped down from the high platform and landed lightly on the ground. There was anger in his eyes, but most of them were looking at food. Suck, suck. Investigator, you don't have any fragrance on your body. It makes me feel as disgusted as if I were facing human food. I don't know how you smell. Tsukiyama. She lightly sniffed Uchiha Riho's scent, looking excited. Take the way of death. Uchiha Liwo said suddenly, pointing the tip of the knife at Yushangzi and many ghouls in a frivolous tone. Let's go together, maybe it can make me feel stressed. Even with a mask on, the anger of the ghouls still inevitably overflowed, and a large group of ghouls rushed towards Uchiha Liwo. Yushangzi's Heze turned into a spiral shape and formed spikes on his right hand, which is an ability only possessed by A-level and above ghouls, and can change Heze's shape with his own thoughts. The spikes were dodged by Uchiha Liwo, piercing through the concrete, and the emerging steel bars could be faintly seen. Uchiha Liwo swayed in his body, and the long knife danced among the ghouls, constantly changing directions. He didn't use chakra, but only relied on physical strength and knife skills. With the blessing of water breathing, his strength was just like ordinary ghouls, beyond the scope of human beings. Ninjutsu is too strong, especially in the face of a large number of enemies. He doesn't want these ghouls to escape so quickly, but makes them feel that the chances of winning are great, and then use ninjutsu when they are exhausted. Water breathing, 2 types, water wheel. Swinging a knife to block Kazuko's siege, Uchiha Liwo took advantage of Kazuko's attack and slid sideways across the ground, attacking the ghouls without Kazuko's protection. The breath of water, the shape of 9, the spray of water. Uchiha Liwo's attack was fast and accurate, and the attack accurately killed one of the ghouls, breaking its upper and lower body in 2. Baby, baby, come and save me. Seeing that her companion was killed, Ms. A in a mask called her son, and she fled towards the crack. Uchiha Liwo took a look at Ms. A. He seemed to have an impression of this Ms. A. She accepted a large sum of money from Dr. Kano to train the incomplete products after the experiments failed, and called them sons. The huge disassembler before was the son of Ms. A. Such a huge body and low IQ were obviously the product of a failed experiment. Uchiha Liwo ignored such a small character. Kunao appeared in his hand, and threw it towards Ms. A. Puff! It was the sound of Kunao piercing into the flesh and blood. The disassembler who was first solved by Uchiha Liwo, who was lying on the ground and could not move, stood up and blocked Kunao for Ms. A. Due to the different angles, Kunao plunged into the disintegrator's heart, and the huge body fell heavily to the ground because the heart was punctured. Mom, mom. The disassembler was drooling, looking at Ms. A, whose skirt was being held down by his body, and murmured unconsciously, "Useless things." Ms. A tore off her skirt and ran towards the crack. The restaurant was too dangerous, and she still had a lot of money that was useless, so she wanted to hold on to her precious life. Tears flowed from the corners of the disassembler's eyes, and his body could no longer move. Ms. A ran to the crack. The crack was half a meter wide. Standing on the edge, she could see the scenery of District 7. It's so high. Standing on a high place, Ms. A was a little dizzy, but thinking of the killing god behind her, she jumped down without hesitation. Whoosh whoosh. The Ms. A who greeted her in midair was not only the joy of being rescued from a desperate situation, but also a handful of Quinker knives that came through the air. The knife made by Heze easily pierced Ms. A's body, forming a bloody hole. Ms. A, who was neglected to fight, fell to the ground, grinning her teeth from the wound on her body. Her strength is only comparable to B level, which can be regarded as a normal ghoul level. He was attacked in mid-air again, and 9 out of 10 of his combat strength was gone, but he was killed by the small knives that followed one after another. Cut, it's boring. Yozo Suzuya appeared and pulled out Koing's pocket knife. He had a total of 54 pocket knives like this. In the restaurant, with Ms. A's successful evacuation, many ghouls who didn't want to fight saw hope. They are not members of the organization, and they have no reason to fight. For them, life is the most precious thing. So, that crack became the best choice for them to escape, where the Uchiha and Uchiha were farther away from the fire, and they didn't have to work hard to break through the wall. The ghouls scrambled towards the crack, while some ghouls took advantage of Uchiha Liwo and left towards other passages without paying attention. Uchiha Liwo watched the ghouls flee, and when the first ghoul started to flee, it meant that the ghouls would definitely lose, and their little will the fight was completely wiped out. A mob is just a mob. Relying on strong physical fitness alone can play a big role in facing ordinary humans and a single investigator, but once facing multiple enemies, under the coordinated attack, they will only be defeated. Compared with these ghouls who have no will to fight, those guys from the bronze tree are undoubtedly much more organized. Fire escape, Fangxian fire. Wind escape, vacuum jade. The compressed air wrapped fireballs and flew to the ghouls beside the crack, lighting up the gradually darkening restaurant. Under the terrified eyes of the ghouls, the ninjutsu burst like a bubble, and the fireball broke through the restraint and exploded in the air, forming a huge sound barrier and shock wave. The shock wave shattered the internal organs of the ghouls, and the sound barrier made the ghouls cover their ears. This compound ninjutsu of fire escape and wind escape is actually not very powerful, but it can have unexpected effects. The focus of Uchiha Liwo's practice is only on taijutsu swordsmanship, and ninjutsu only plays an auxiliary effect. Instead of blindly pursuing power, he develops new uses of old ninjutsu ingeniously. The effect is surprisingly good. It's a pity that this kind of ninjutsu is an indiscriminate attack and can only be used without teammates. Even the caster Uchiha Liwo has just been affected. Uchiha Liwo appeared next to the fallen ghouls. Although the ghouls were still able to move, the Kazuko released was as weak as an eggplant. The long knife cut a silver-white line, and the struggling ghoul lost the ability to move. On the other side, the ghouls who used the corridor to escape were also attacked by the clones and lost their lives, leaving less than half of the fish that slipped through the net. The little monsters are all dealt with. Now let's face the elite monsters. Uchiha Liwo's eyes focused on the only standing ghoul at the scene, Tsukiyama Shi. Don't come here, don't come here. Yushengzi showed panic on his calm face. He is indeed an S-level ghoul in District 20, but he has never encountered such a strong opponent. If those ghouls swarmed him just now, he insisted. Less than 5 seconds. But in the hands of the investigator in front of him, it fell down like wheat, which completely refreshed the 3 views. Where is Kaneki Ken? Finding Kaneki Ken is the purpose of Uchiha Liwo. As for the elimination of the ghouls in the ghoul restaurant, it was just incidentally, fulfilling the responsibility of the investigator. Kaneki-kun. Upon hearing Kaneki Ken's name, Yushengzi's expression changed, and he took out a handkerchief stained with Kaneki Ken's blood, smelling the blood. I don't know where Jin Myu-jun is. Obviously today I went to look for Mr. Jin Myu, but I couldn't find him. It seems that Mr. Jin Myu disappeared. When I think of Jin Myu-jun's smell, I sink. Yushengzi made no secret of his fascination with Kaneki Ken. He was greedy for Kaneki Ken's body. Really perverted. Uchiha Liwo labeled Yushengzi in his heart. Although the ghoul was distorted psychologically, it was the first time he had seen such a distortion. Thinking that among the ghouls, there is also Jason, the pervert of the shemale, and Uchiha Liwo can understand. The ghouls were already distorted in their hearts, and they couldn't suppress their nature after eating together. Where do you think Kaneki Ken might be? Uchiha Liwo asked. This time it was Kaneki Ken's disappearance that made him smell something abnormal. Logically speaking, the arrest of the bronze tree should still be Shende Lishi. Shende Lishi is an elite ghoul of the Hexia family, and the Hibao in his body has extremely powerful abilities. After escaping from the Hexia family, Shende Lishi has been hunted down until he was captured by Juduerfu recently. Recently, there have been ghoul organizations appearing. But what do you, a CCG investigator, want to do with Kaneki Ken? Tsukiyama put the center of the problem on Uchiha Liwo, and he didn't tolerate others thinking about Kaneki Ken. I used to live in his house for a while. Uchiha Liwo held up the long knife and pointed at the ghoul in front of him. His tone became cold. Gourmet, the question is over, you can choose how you die. Uchiha Liwo didn't intend to let go of Tsukiyama Shi, which was different from the ghouls in Anding District. Tsukiyama opened a ghoul restaurant, so Uchiha Liwo couldn't find a reason to let him go. Yushengzi himself is just an S-rank ghoul. Although the Yushan family behind him is powerful, if they reveal their identity as ghouls, they will be uprooted, and the huge power will collapse in an instant. Seeing that Yushengzi had no choice, Uchiha Liwo had a heart and helped him make a choice. Leaping into the air, the long knife slashed towards Yueshinshi fiercely. The blade cut across the hard Hzi, separating Hibao from the person. S-level Hezi is indeed hard, but it is much weaker than Hezi of the one-eyed owl. Uchiha Liwo is playing with Tsukiyama's heap, which is very hard, with a bone-like texture, and the inside is still surging, full of vitality. The Hebeo is full of RC cells. This is the difference between humans and ghouls. Compared with humans, ghouls have one more organ, which is used to store RC cells. If you control Hebeo, you can control Hezi. Hezi is a powerful weapon of ghouls. Ghouls that cannot use Hebeo are as weak as children in ghouls. Collect. Opening Sharingan, Uchiha Liwo muttered silently, wanting to test whether it is possible to directly collect RC cells from living ghouls. As a result, it failed without any suspense. I still can't directly extract the RC cells of living ghouls. Otherwise, all ghouls will not be their own enemies. Putting the head of the gourmet, Uchiha Liwo left the restaurant. Outside the restaurant, a small team of investigators arrived at the scene and saw Yozo Suzuya standing guard outside. Yozo Suzuya was squatting on the open space and drawing circles, surrounded by corpses of ghouls. What? You're acting too reckless. On the way back to the branch, Shinohara Kotaro received a call from Amon Kotaro, and rushed here through positioning. I believe in the second-class Uchiha, that guy is very interesting. Yozo Suzuya stood on the open space nonchalantly, waiting for the ghouls to fall from the crack, having fun. It's too messy, it's too messy. Seeing the corpses of ghouls all over the ground and the unscrupulous expression on Zazeo's face, Shinohara Yuaki was angry and helpless. Prince Shinohara, I think the second-class Uchiha has done a lot. You can't delay the opportunity to deal with ghouls, and you have to make a decisive move. Although Uchiha Liwo has never revealed the ability of the transformation technique, Mato Ryuzu told him intuitively that Uchiha Liwo is the mysterious person who accompanied him to make trouble in the West Street district that day. Although the appearance has changed, the smell and tone of speaking will not change. Master Mato. Shinohara looked at his contemporary, not knowing what to say. Flames were burning outside the restaurant, and investigators used firefighting measures to extinguish the flames and deal with signs of fighting at the scene. Prince Shinohara, this is an industry of the Ueshin group, and a large number of corpses of ghouls were found, which should be the work of the second-class Uchiha, the Ueshin group. Shinohara frowned. The Ueshin group has a wide network of contacts in Tokyo's political and financial circles, and is a powerful force in Tokyo. In this way, there was a gathering of ghouls at home, and the situation of Ueshin's family had to be reported to the headquarters. Just as Shinohara Yuki was thinking on the spot, Uchiha Liwo stepped out of the crack and jumped down, holding the body of the gourmet in his hand. Is this an S-class ghoul gourmet? Yuki Shinohara was familiar with the information on ghouls, and he immediately recognized the identity of the ghouls in Uchiha Riho's hands. It was an S-rank ghoul, a gourmand. But gourmets don't appear in District 20, so how could they appear in District 7? Well, Uchiha Liwo was covered in blood, and nodded with a smile, but the most urgent thing now is to move out the corpses above, and you should have enough manpower. He just used ninjutsu, and the shadow clone killed almost 100 ghouls, and now the situation inside should be corpses everywhere. Moving the corpse, the support you want is to move the corpse? The investigators in the open space had question marks in their hearts, but under the leadership of Chief Shinohara, they rushed into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant at this time, countless ghouls were lying on the ground, and the ground was stained red with blood. Is Uchiha a monster? Chief Shinohara looked at the scene inside the restaurant, shocked in his heart, and followed the crack in the wall towards the smiling boy who was sitting next to Suzuya Yozo. I just went through a bloody battle and still laughed. Is this guy a born fighter? The ghoul investigators cleaned up the battlefield, their hands trembling uncontrollably. They had never seen such a bloody scene. Fortunately, they had excellent psychological qualities and quickly adjusted their status, but when they saw familiar faces among the corpses of the ghouls, they couldn't help but yelled out, "It's a grade A ghoul! Another grade A ghoul!" The name of the Ueshin family resounded throughout the ghoul world, and those who could be invited by Ueshin Shi to participate in the feast were naturally not ordinary ghouls. In the eyes of Uchiha Liwo, the strength was not weak in the eyes of ordinary investigators. Uchiha Liwo squatted next to Suzuya Yozo. He was very tired now, and suffered a lot of scars on his body. When fighting ghouls, he was actually hit many times, but most of them were scratches on the skin, nothing serious. The chakra he possessed in his body now has bottomed out. In order to block the retreat of the ghouls, he created several clones. These clones consumed Uchiha Liwo's chakra so much that he couldn't use it much. In ninjutsu, task, collect RC cells 843/1000. In the restaurant just now, Uchiha Liwo harvested a large number of RC cells, and he is not far from completing the collection task. As long as there is another battle like this, he can leave the world of Tokyo Ghoul at any time and take the initiative. You still have to be careful. If it weren't for the large-scale damage of ninjutsu, so many ghouls would stand there for him to cut, and he would be too tired to cut to death. Chakra and ninjutsu are really easy to use. It would be great if you can get the CRC grenade from CCG. A grenade that can suppress RC cells is tantamount to a tiger with wings added to a person with strong physical fitness like him. I don't know when my Quinker will be finished. Uchiha Liwoo knew that his Japanese sword would not play a big role in the face of ghouls, but Quinky was different. Quinky had strong extensibility and destructive power, and was a sharp weapon against ghouls. Sitting in the CCG vehicle, Uchiha Riho looked at Suzuya Yozo, who was humming in front of him. Suzuya Yozo had just gone through a similarly intense battle and killed many fleeing ghouls. Logically speaking, he should be very tired, but at this moment he was still very energetic, wiping the quinker knife with a cloth. It will take a while for the investigators to deal with the battle scene. Uchiha Liwoo lay on his side in the car and began to close his eyes to rest his mind and refine chakra. In the sewer of District 20, the ghoul who was kicked into the sewer by Uchiha Liwoo gradually recovered his senses. He ran out of the dirty sewer pipe and walked into the dark alley. Zuzhong, why did you come out of the sewer again? Why don't you go to the antiques to get food and come back and offer us an offering? Several figures appeared in the darkness, and they opened their red eyes and looked at Zuzhong maliciously. Take Naka, antiques, food, offerings. Take Naka raised his head in bewilderment, looking at the ghoul in front of him. He felt his mind was like a mess. Take Naka, you bastard won't lose your mind. The ghouls surrounded Zuzhong, punching and kicking. Tomorrow is the time for the antiques to distribute food, remember to make an offering. Otherwise, we have the habit of sharing ghouls. Perhaps because they were bored, the ghouls turned into ordinary people, bid farewell and left the alley. Antique shop, ghouls, let's share ghouls. Take Naka muttered in his mouth, and Heze gradually grew out of his back, and walked towards the lonely ghouls outside the alley. Without even making a scream, a ghoul that had just bullied Take Naka lost its life and lay on the ground. Take Naka's eyes were glowing red, his hands were covered with blood, and there were many strange things in his mind. What kind of ghouls, common food, bronze trees, etc., are very powerful organizations in memory. He clearly remembered that eating together can make him stronger, and after he becomes stronger, he can join an organization like the Bronze Tree, without worrying about being oppressed anymore. The status of the contract has not changed. In the early morning of the next day, the CCG branch, Shinohara Yuki looked at Uchiha Riho with the eyes of a monster, and the latter was eating snacks during working hours. Second class Uchiha, no, it may soon be first class. In view of your achievements in expelling ghouls these days, your promotion speed in CCG is likely to exceed that of Matt and others. Yamad and others are a special case of CCG. They have the strength to deal with SSS level hurts when they were senior investigators, and they are called the undefeated white gods of death. In the face of ghouls, Arima Kisho has never had a defeat. The first class and the special class are all trivial matters, as long as the money is enough. Uchiha Liwoo was eating potato chips. If he didn't take advantage of eating more delicious food in the modern world and return to the backward world, don't mention how bad the diet is. Shizeo, catch it. Uchiha Liwoo threw a bag of potato chips to Shizeo, who caught it with ease, and began to eat snacks together. Fighting with Yozo Suzuya for more than half a month, they have cultivated a tacit understanding. One is a child who doesn't grow up, and the other is a real child. Looking at the two troubled children, Shinohara Yuki felt a headache in his head. If it wasn't for CCG's lack of combat power, these two people should return to school to study hard and change their bad habits. Prince Shinohara, the 7th and 14th districts have almost been cleaned up, and the ghouls there dare not show their faces in a short time. I want to take a leave of absence and have a good rest. Kaneki-ken hasn't been found yet. Uchiha Liwoo feels that he can't stay in the office anymore. He must find Kaneki-ken as soon as possible. Ask for leave? Alright, you really need to ask for leave and take a good rest. The ghouls haven't moved much recently. If something happens, you'll be notified on the phone. Yesterday, Uchiha Liwoo and Shinohara Yuki exchanged phone numbers to avoid Uchiha Liwoo making decisions without authorization. To deal with ghouls, how to deal with ghouls, CCG uses a detailed plan and can't mess around. Shizeo, you should also take a good rest for a few days and go to paint for a few days, Shinohara Yukiro said to Yozeo, who was playing with his nails. After asking for leave, Uchiha Liwoo left the CCG building and immediately stopped the taxi. Go to the antique coffee shop. Riding in the taxi, Uchiha Liwoo was thinking about Kaneki-ken's disappearance. Kaneki-ken did not show up at the ghoul restaurant, but Yushengzi wanted to strike at him but was preempted by someone. Will the striker be the Bronze Tree or the Clown Organization? The strength of these two organizations is currently beyond Uchiha Liwoo's ability to fight alone. They both have huge forces and their own goals. The Bronze Tree should still be active in District 11, waiting for an opportunity to destroy the CCG branch in District 11, and the current Clown Organization should have no specific plans and is in a loose state. The taxi stopped, and Uchiha Liwoo got out of the car and went downstairs to the antique shop, and walked up the stairs slowly. Welcome to Goo. It's you? Ken Kaneki, wearing a blindfold and wearing waiter clothes, exclaimed in surprise when he saw Uchiha Liwoo. It's me. Uchiha Liwoo walked into the antique shop, found a seat and sat down. The staff of the coffee shop watched Uchiha Liwoo in unison, and Nishio Nishiki, who was holding a plate beside him, was so frightened that the plate fell to the ground and broke. Why is he here? Nishio Nishiki panicked, and the appearance of Uchiha Liwoo holding a long knife is still engraved in his mind. Ken Kaneki, why did you disappear yesterday? Uchiha Liwo ignored Nishio Nishiki, and even ignored the other SS-level ghouls next to him. Yesterday, I fainted on the road, and when I woke up, I found myself lying at home. Jin Nguyen rubbed his head and said, I see. Uchiha Liwo suddenly realized, looking at the menu in his hand, 2 cups of iced coffee, thank you. Okay. Kaneki Ken wrote it down, walked into the counter and started working, grinding coffee. Jin knew, how do you know that kind of guy? Nishio Nishiki said in Jin Nguyen's ear. That kind of guy, Liwo is easy to get along with. Kaneki Ken was puzzled. Idiot, it was this guy who shot and cut off my arm that night, causing me to reconnect it and spend more than 10 days recovering from the injury. It's so noisy. Kirishima Tuka walked out of the door. She was comforting Fuegaki Hinamo, worrying about the ghouls and investigators. Why did he appear here again? Kirishima Tuka saw Uchiha Riho, feeling puzzled, walked to Kaneki Ken's side. What's the matter? Nishio is like this, and Dong Xiang is also like you. Kaneki Ken was puzzled by his companion's behavior at the moment. That guy is the investigator. Tuka Kirishima revealed Uchiha Liwo's identity in a low voice. Investigator? Jin Nguyen was taken aback. Of course he knew what the investigator was doing. The investigator was a person who specialized in fighting against ghouls. He was a god that he didn't realize when he was a human being. Now he only thinks that the investigator is the god of death who deprives lives. Hina's parents died at the hands of the investigator. Obviously they did nothing. Coffee. Uchiha Liwo sat on the seat, listening to Kaneki Ken and their conversation. Yes, come right away. Ken Kaneki added ice cubes to the coffee, and hurried to Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha Liwo, are you the investigator? Now he is indeed working part-time as an investigator. Uchiha Liwo did not deny his identity, he is indeed an investigator now. Kaneki swallowed his saliva. The fate of the ghouls found by the investigators is self-evident. Don't worry, I won't drive you away if nothing happens, after all we are acquaintances. Uchiha Liwo patted Kaneki Ken on the shoulder and said with a smile, Uchiha-kun, what's your opinion on ghouls? After more than half a month, Kaneki Ken asked a similar question again. It's just that his heart was still human a month ago, but now he is gradually moving closer to the aspect of ghouls. Ghouls and human beings are both owner RC cells, in my opinion there is no difference. Uchiha Liwo expressed his opinion. Then why did you join CCG, become an investigator, and hurt the store manager? Kirishima Tuka asked. She hated the investigators so much now. It was just an accident, Ms. Rabbit. Uchiha Liwo took a sip of his coffee. This kind of bitter thing is really hard to swallow without sugar. It was his mistake. Kirishima Tuka's delicate body was startled. Her ghoul code name was said by Uchiha Riwo, which means that she has been completely exposed to the eyes of CCG, and she will never be able to return to normal high school life. Sorry, I was too quick to talk. Uchiha Liwo apologized, took out the snacks he carried with him, and started to eat in front of all the ghouls. Uchiha Liwo ate with relish, but the ghouls beside him didn't like it. As ghouls, they can only taste coffee and cannot know the taste of other foods. Uchiha Liwo's move is completely provoking the endurance of ghouls. If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha Liwo couldn't beat Uchiha Liwo, the irritable Kirishima Tuka would have exploded long ago. But at this moment, she could only endure as much as she could, and boiled hot water to make coffee. As a ghoul, it is a great misfortune in life not to be able to taste the delicious food, Uchiha Liwo said flatly. Uchiha Liwo is still so bad. Ken Kaneki sighed in his heart. As early as half a month ago, he experienced Uchiha Liwo's evil taste, knowing that ghouls can't eat human food, but still sarcasm. Kaneki, Nishio. Kirishima Tuka served coffee to his companions. Amidst the delicious coffee, they felt that Uchiha Liwo was not so hideous. Today's District 20 is also very stable and peaceful, and it's thanks to your antique shop, Uchiha Liwo said casually, looking at the ghouls in the shop. With a ding-dong, the door of the coffee shop opened. A girl with a small body and disheveled hair came in, saying that she was a girl, but it was just her appearance. Takatsuki Izumi is now in her 20s, but because of her size, she looks like a high school student. Uchiha Liwo glanced at Takatsuki Izumi, and continued to eat food indifferently. Izumi Takatsuki glanced at Riho Uchiha, sat on the seat opposite, and said to Ken Kaneki, brother, have a cup of iced coffee without sugar. Okay. Jin Nguyen hurriedly went to prepare coffee. He was a little excited to see his idol. Brother, how is the coffee here? While waiting for the coffee, Izumi Takatsuki looked at the layout of the antique shop, and finally set his sights on Riho Uchiha. As soon as she came in, she saw Uchiha Liwo, this ruthless man who once singled out the bronze tree, said in her heart that it was impossible not to be afraid, but she thought that her true identity had never been seen by Uchiha Liwo, so pretend like you don't know him. It's okay if you add sugar and milk. Uchiha Liwo replied briefly, continued to eat snacks, and stared at the TV in the coffee shop. Really, my brother's hobby is really unique, but if you add sugar, you won't be able to drink the mellow coffee itself. Takatsuki Izumi smiled. In the identity of a novelist, she is an intellectual and elegant woman. It's just a personal hobby. If there is no sugar, I can't drink bitter coffee. Uchiha Liwo waved his hand. He was considering whether to get violent now, and solve the leader of the bronze tree in front of him who had an old grudge with him. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. His solar knife was still in the scroll, and the attack would be one step slower. Besides, I'm here to relax today, not suitable for fighting. After the collection task is completed, I will deal with her properly, end her pain, and prevent her from becoming a cross brother really doesn't know how to enjoy. Saying that, Takatsuki Izumi took out a pen and paper from his handbag and began to write in public. Is this Takatsuki Izumi's new work? Ken Kaneki offered coffee, feeling a little excited. On weekdays, he loves reading books the most, and Takatsuki Izumi's black goat eggs fascinate him even more. It's just a record of daily life, casually written essays, novels come from life, and the collection of bits and pieces is a classic. Izumi Takatsuki took the iced coffee, drank it all in one gulp, and looked at Kaneki Ken with aggressive eyes. Kaneki Ken is the next one-eyed king that she and Kisho Arima decided by default, and he is the best candidate to lead ghouls and mankind to peace in the future. In order to cultivate the next one-eyed king, she have been preparing for more than 10 years, and even built a bronze tree for it. At that time, Uchiha Liwo appeared around Kaneki Ken, which made Takatsuki Izumi have to be vigilant, worried that Uchiha Liwo would destroy his plan. As expected of teacher Izumi Takatsuki, when Kaneki Ken faced the idol, his expression was unnatural and somewhat reserved, and he took out the book of black goat's egg that he carried with him. I'm your loyal fan, Takatsuki Izumi-sensei, could you please sign me? Of course, Takatsuki Izumi skillfully signed his name on the title page. Uchiha Liwo looked at this, and still ate the unpacked snacks calmly. A park near a forest on the edge of Tokyo. Takenaka was squatting on the ground, gnawing on a dead ghoul in front of him. He originally just came to this park to rest and eat some reserve food casually, but the ghouls in this area found out that they were going to put him to death, so after a battle, he got another reserve food. Takenaka had a cowardly personality, but after losing his memory, he had some strange knowledge in his head. Not only did his personality change drastically, but he also became irritable. He, who usually dared not even deal with humans, killed one of the 3 ghouls that bullied him before. It feels good to be strong. As long as we eat together, I will be stronger. You can join the bronze tree to take revenge on those who bullied me. 2 scarlet-tailed hermits grew from behind Takenaka, waving them in the air. A waste like you wants to join the bronze tree? Jason appeared in the forest wearing a white suit, holding conch steel to make pliers. He seemed to see his favorite prey, showing excitement in his eyes. Takenaka looked back, feeling a little scared in his heart. In his new memory, the man in the white suit in front of him was Jason, an S-class ghoul, who had a hobby of torturing people. Takenaka stood on the ground, stopped eating, and looked at Jason. Jason walked up to Takenaka step by step. That he was not worried that the ghouls in front of him would run away. That he needs men now, and if the ghoul in front of him kills his men, he will subdue him. And the best way to subdue it is to use physical means. Join the bronze tree, right? As long as you pass my test, you can join. A ferocious smile appeared on Jason's face. In battle, he had a penchant for torturing people. There was fear on Takenaka's face, and Jason's smile made his scalp tingle, and he turned and ran away. Jason chased after him, knocked Takenaka to the ground with a punch, and the pliers in his hand began to work. What is 1000 to 7? 994. What is 993 minus 7? 988. It didn't take long for Takenaka to surrender to the ocean of mathematics, and even a simple subtraction operation was enough to convince him. Boss Gecko, I will definitely look up to you in the future. Takenaka begged. His fingers were slowly regenerating. Jason looked at the math idiot and felt that his torture method was useless, so he gave up the torture. District 11, OTA District. As the headquarters of the Bronze Tree, there are many ghouls here, and there are almost no traces of humans. Even if there are humans, it is the fate of being captured by the ghouls. Even in such a harsh environment, the CCG branch still stands tenaciously in the 11th District as a landmark of the 11th District. At this time, an unprecedented turmoil is taking place in the CCG branch, as the strongest ghoul organization Bronze Tree attacked here. With the screams of guns, a ghoul with a red mask appeared in the CCG building. Boom, boom, boom. Even the bullets made by Hezi were still pale and weak in the face of SS-level ghouls, falling to the ground one by one. Duoliang moved forward in the white passage with a blank face, and behind him grew a snake-like Hezi, who easily harvested the investigator's life while dancing. The investigators fled frantically, but lost their lives at the hands of the members of the Bronze Tree who came later. The physical fitness of the ghouls is vastly different from that of humans. Without Quink's use, the CCG members fell one by one. The surviving search officer, hiding in the corner of the building, took out the phone to call the headquarters. "Hello, this is the CCG headquarters," the operator answered the phone. Merritt, who wandered around anxiously, snatched the phone. "Hi, I'm Merritt," explained the situation quickly. "According to intelligence, District 11 has been attacked, but the specific reason is unknown. As a special officer, Merritt Isai is eager to know the situation. The Bronze Tree, suspected of being a ghoul organization, attacked the branch." The voice on the other end of the phone stopped abruptly, and there was a scream. "What's the matter?" Merritt Isai wanted to continue asking about the situation, but he heard gunshots coming from the phone. "The ghouls have guns and weapons, which are an overwhelming massacre to human beings. That was the last one just now." A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, who are you?" Merritt Isai's face was livid. There was no response, only the sound of leaving footsteps on the other end of the phone, and Duoliang walked out of the gate of the branch. Outside the gate, Fankanite was sitting on the roof, shaking his bandaged legs, waiting for a long time. In order not to reveal her identity, she kept wearing a bandage, and the only outsider who knew her identity, Ayato Kirishima, was also severely warned. "Solved? Well, let's go, Art." "Okay, Senior Tatara." Fankanite stood up, left with Tatara, and disappeared into the night. Originally, Bronze Tree didn't plan to attack Area 11 so early, but under the threat of Uchiha Liwoo, they launched their plan ahead of time. District 20, a division of CCG. After receiving the order from the headquarters, Uchiha Liwoo rushed here quickly. Standing in front of the branch building, Uchiha Liwoo lazily looked at the busy members of the branch. After leaving the coffee shop a few days ago, he didn't find a suitable place to do it, so Fankanite left smoothly, and after he left the coffee shop, he practiced his body and ninjutsu in a remote place. The headquarters mobilized Uchiha Liwoo to the 20th district to participate in the meeting about the Bronze Tree. Uchiha Liwoo had heard about the Bronze Tree. Yesterday, Bronze Tree led a team to attack the CCG branch in Daishin District, District 11, and killed all the members inside. It's just that Bronze Tree's provocation to CCG is also a warning. Of course, CCG couldn't tolerate such a thing, and immediately held a meeting to discuss dealing with the Bronze Tree. Uchiha Liwoo walked into the building and entered the conference room. In a corner of the meeting room, Yozo Suzuya was humming a song in the corner. When he saw Uchiha Liwoo coming, he quickly greeted him. "Uchiha Liwoo, you are here." Suzuya Yozo is Uchiha Liwoo's teammate, and they have been on vacation for the past few days, so they didn't fight together. "I heard that District 11 was attacked and there are many ghouls. That we can have a good time then." "Well, it's fun." Uchiha Liwoo nodded. CCG is definitely going to retake District 11, and the time is not certain. At this time, in the conference room, many investigators were having a meeting, and Mr. Merritt stood at the front of the conference room, facing all the investigators in front of him. Special Class Merritt is a commanding talent in CCG, and he has always been in charge of large-scale battles against ghouls. Compared with other special classes who come to the battlefield in person, he is considered a think tank in CCG. The above is all the information about the Bronze Tree. I also want to launch an attack immediately, but I have to endure it. It will take a week before I can start the action. Before launching the operation, the evacuated residential area of AA District 11 must be evacuated safely. This matter will be handed over to the police, and I will deal with the media. The above is the whole content of this meeting. Merritt Isai's tone was agitated. The battle against the Bronze Tree was about to start soon, and he had to complete all preparations before the battle. After the meeting, most of the investigators left, while Uchiha Liwoo and several investigators remained in the meeting room. "Is this Yozo?" Merritt Isai walked to Yozo Suzuya. Yozo Suzuya was expressionless, looking at the ceiling and shaking his feet. "She's as thin as a bean sprout. Have you eaten well?" "Oops." Seeing this scene, Shinohara Yukiro hurried over. "By the way, do you have eggs?" Merritt Isai was very displeased with Suzuya Yozo's casual attitude at the meeting. Suzuya Yozo was taken aback, a little touched by Merritt Isai's words. Okay, Brother Maru. Yozo has arrived, he's a little tired." Shinohara Yukiro pushed Merritt Isai away. He was the adoptive father of Gozo, and he was very concerned about this traumatized child. Suzuya Yozo looked at Merritt Isai with a dangerous expression on his face that he recalled bad memories about the gender. Merritt Isai followed the conference room all the way to the area, and saw the figure of Uchiha Liwoo. "Second Class Uchiha, I heard that you can expel gourmets and a group of A-level ghouls alone, and your strength is not inferior to that of a special class. This big battle in District 11, please." Merritt Isai left Uchiha Liwoo in order to ask Uchiha Liwoo to deal with District 11. He knew Uchiha Liwoo's strength and his status as a non-staff member, so it was not easy to force him. "Okay, if I say it, I should be able to hold the leader of the Bronze Tree, but not for too long, at most 5 minutes, and I have to escape." Uchiha Liwoo thought for a while and replied, 5 minutes, this is not a long time. He does not want to lose the balance between ghouls. He intends to change his identity to deal with the Bronze Tree to get the maximum benefit. Dr. Kano, standing on the side of the Bronze Tree, has the ability to perform ghoul surgery and can turn humans into ghouls. The recovery ability of ghouls is strong. Although there are disadvantages, Dr. Kano also has a solution to those disadvantages. Although Uchiha Liwoo did not intend to become a ghoul, but in times of crisis, it is also a whole card. 1 minute is enough. Meruti-sai nodded. He had heard rumors about the battle between Uchiha Liwoo and the leader of the Bronze Tree, and he also knew Uchiha Liwoo's record. He was very satisfied with Uchiha Liwoo's ability to resist for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough to save the lives of many investigators. Attacking District 11 will inevitably lead to the sacrifice of a large number of investigators, but this is unavoidable, and there will be sacrifices in the battle. But he was satisfied with being able to sacrifice less of his colleagues. Fighting against ghouls and sacrificing their lives is the awareness that every investigator should have. Many of the people who can become investigators are orphans who lost their relatives because of ghouls. Facing ghouls, they have the awareness that they must die. Even him, Meruti-sai, is no exception. It's finally time. After deciding to attack District 11 a week later, Uchiha Riho received a blank suicide note. It is a CCG tradition to write a suicide note in advance, and every investigator does not know whether he will survive the next battle. Before facing the life and death crisis of the ghouls again and again, it is necessary to write a suicide note in advance and make a plan to die. Pass down your will to the next generation and inherit it. Uchiha Liwoo crumpled up the blank suicide note and threw it into the trash can. He didn't need a suicide note, and he didn't have anything to leave to the investigators. The existence of CCG was originally a joke. A group of humans under the leadership of ghouls attacked another group of ghouls. In the end, the investigator was asked to turn into a ghoul to deal with the ghoul. Xiao Ling, there seem to be a lot of ghouls in District 11. I might get a new conch. I'm looking forward to it. Yozo Suzuya sat on the roof and muttered to himself. His legs were shaking. The abuse he suffered in his youth split him into two personalities. Represents the innocence of Ling, and represents the identity of the investigator. Yozo Suzuya suddenly let go of his hands, and the whole thing was suspended on the roof. Only his feet were left as support, and he smiled recklessly. If you don't be a good child, you will make your mother angry. Yozo. Uchiha Riho appeared next to Suzuya Yozo. After throwing away the suicide note, he came to the rooftop and saw Suzuya Yozo, who was alone. Shinohara Yuki, as a special investigator, is making pre-war plans with other special officers. As a first-class investigator, Yozo Suzuya has a withdrawn personality and doesn't get along with many people, so he can only stay alone quietly. Fortunately, Uchiha Liwoo's character is also quite casual, and he doesn't want to be restrained if his strength allows. Uchiha Riho. Suzuya Yozo got up and jumped onto the roof. Uchiha Liwoo is one of the few investigators who is willing to form a team with him. His popularity among the investigators is the same as that of Mato Ryugzu, and he is respected and kept at a distance. They love fighting too much, often putting the safety of their teammates at risk. Before his partner Uchiha left the fire, Suzuya Yozo's last teammate was Kisho Arima, the man known as the White Death, who stayed in District 24 all year round to exterminate the ghouls inside. Yozo Suzuya, come to discuss and learn from each other. Uchiha Liwoo invited. Yozo Suzuya's combat skills are among the best in CCG. Compared to those ghouls, I don't know how much better it is. The ghouls are endowed with unique physical fitness, but they are lax in systematic exercise. Although their physical fitness is far better than that of the investigators, they are still expelled by the investigators. But of all the ghouls who have been trained for several years, too many have a level or S level. Okay. Juzo Suzuya's eyes lit up. He likes to fight the most, but the opponents in the battle often don't satisfy him, and they always die immediately. Uchiha Liwoo is different. He is far superior to himself in strength, and he can enjoy the battle to his heart's content. Go to the training ground, the old rules, real swords and guns. Uchiha Liwoo and Suzuya Yozo are not the first time to exchange ideas, so they walk to the training ground very skillfully. The two sides stand on the training ground. Here we go. Because of the sparring, Uchiha Liwoo didn't draw his sword out of its sheath, nor did he use the power of chakra, and he just relied on his own quality to fight Suzuya Yozo. The training ground occupies a large area, so the battle can be carried out completely. Uchiha stepped forward from the fire, and soon approached Suzuya Yozo. Even without using chakra, the physical fitness brought by the breathing method should not be underestimated. Yozo Suzuya quickly retreated. He knew that if Uchiha got close to the fire, he would not have enough strength to resist him. Whoosh whoosh. The knives flew out one by one, and Yozo Suzuya revealed rows of knives inside the shirt. These small knives were just forged by Kunk. The small knives passed by Uchiha Liwoo, and the sharp blades carried a deadly threat. Uchiha Liwoo is not afraid of these small knives. Uchiha's family has inherited throwing skills. Although his throwing skills are not up to the standard of using chakra lines, they are quite good. Uchiha Liwoo approached Yozo, and the scabbard hit Suzuya Yozo on the shoulder. It's so strong. Yozo Suzuya was in pain, but his face showed a happy expression, as if he was enjoying the pain. Yozo Suzuya grabbed the knife with both hands, and used his excellent sword skills to deal with Uchiha Liwoo. Shizao's fighting style is very dexterous, jumping repeatedly, holding a knife in both hands while also wearing a throwing attack. After 15 minutes of fighting, Shizao sat weakly on the training ground. Even though his physical fitness was very good, he still couldn't stand the high-intensity combat. Uchiha Luo, you are so strong. Shizao picked up the knife he threw out on the ground. You will be so strong in the future. Juzo Suzui's physical fitness and combat skills are stronger than most investigators, and it is not a problem for him to defeat the S-class ghouls now that he has a suitable quinker. If you get new, even SS-level ghouls are not without the power to fight. After the battle, Uchiha Luo took out chocolates and threw a few pieces to Shizao. He had just experienced a battle and needed to replenish his energy. After discussing with Suzuya Yozo, Uchiha Luo left the CCG branch. Today's overtime work made his stay at home shorter. I don't know if overtime is paid or not. After half an hour's journey, Uchiha Luo saw the apartment he lived in. When passing Kaneki Ken's house, Uchiha Reho saw a yellow-haired college student who was similar in size to Kaneki Ken running towards Kaneki Ken's house. Yahide Yonjin, Uchiha Luo muttered. Yoshihide Nagaken is a good friend of Kaneki Ken, who has been friends since elementary school, and is still in the same school until university, and has an indelible bond with Kaneki Ken. Back in the rental house, Uchiha took a shower, sat on the bed, and began to refine chakra. After many battles, Uchiha Luo obviously felt that the upper limit of chakra in his body had become higher. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Luo has more chakra than ordinary ninjas. In the entire ninja world, there are only a few ninjas who can surpass Uchiha chakra. Chakra is extracted from physical and mental strength, and mental strength is innate and difficult to improve the day after tomorrow. As for the Uchiha clan who inherited the immortal eye, their mental power is naturally higher than others, so it can be said that they won at the starting line. However, due to the eyes of the sage, the bodies of the Uchiha clan are far from being able to carry the Sharingan, which leads to the reason for the Uchiha clan to escape from the shadows after the eyes are opened. The body has become the shortboard of the Uchiha clan. When facing the Senshou and Uzumaki clan with the body of a sage, the Uchiha clan often retreats because they are not durable enough. Therefore, Uchiha Luo has never neglected physical training, and only a strong physical fitness can support the consumption of Sharingan. Uchiha Luo always pays attention to the training of physical fitness and gymnastics, so much so that he has overcorrected now that he is not good at ninjutsu and genjutsu, and when he sees people, he opens Sharingan and chops with a knife. There is no Uchiha style at all. A week later, because of preparing to attack the 11th area, CCG temporarily stopped hunting ghouls and mobilized personnel to shrink their forces. Uchiha Luo is currently in the state of waiting for orders, so he is relatively leisurely. Riding a car to the forest on the outskirts of Tokyo, Uchiha Luo began to prepare to practice ninjutsu. Unlike before deliberately saving chakra in Tokyo, he wanted to test his limits. Fire escape, how fireball. When done, a big breakthrough. A series of powerful ninjutsu spewed out from Uchiha's mouth and hit a river in the forest. Hao's fireball exploded in the water, setting off a huge spray several meters high, and hitting the forest along the coast. Uchiha Luo frowned, looked at the place where the ninjutsu was attacking. He was very dissatisfied, and used ninjutsu for not seal. After using ninjutsu twice at the same time for many times, he found that the amplitude of the wind escape to the fire escape was not as high as expected, perhaps because the chakra distribution of the two ninjutsu was the same, and it did not reach Uchiha Luo's expectation. The situation where the power is doubled. Uchiha Luo opened Sharingan and used ninjutsu again. This time he chose to change the chakra output of the two ninjutsu. Carefully kneading the wind escape ninjutsu into the fire escape ninjutsu, Uchiha Luo controlled the wind escape to make the fireball spin. Before losing control, he slammed into the river at an extremely fast speed, and Uchiha Luo aimed at the rocks on the riverbank. There was a loud noise, and after the flames dissipated, the reefs on the riverbank showed obvious cracks. Compared with last time, the power has been improved. Hao Huakia used 6 parts of chakra, while Big Breakthrough used 4 parts. The ratio of different chakras will indeed change the power of compound ninjutsu. Uchiha Luo recorded the ratio of chakra in his heart, and began to test the power of other ratios. The ratio of 2 ninjutsu chakras in compound ninjutsu will definitely change the ultimate power of ninjutsu. Regarding the idea of compound ninjutsu, Uchiha Luo has 2. The first is to focus on the power of compound ninjutsu. Use the wind escape to compress the fire escape, further enhance the power of the fire escape ninjutsu, and achieve an effect similar to the whirlpool pill. Uzumaki Maru, Uchiha Luo tried to practice early, but suffered from insufficient chakra, and then focused on compound ninjutsu. The other is to focus on the range of ninjutsu. Use the wind escape to expand the area of the fire escape, so that the range of the fire escape can cover the surrounding area and the enemy cannot dodge. Even in the later stage, it is possible to burn the surrounding air with flames, exhaust the oxygen, and suffocate the enemy. These two directions require a huge amount of chakra to support, and Uchiha Luo just came up with these ideas not long ago, and the amount of chakra is not enough for him to spend recklessly. He must save chakra, accurately calculate the ratio of chakra. Any chakra is precious in battle, and there is no room for waste. Uchiha Liwoo knows that he is not the Shitanla pervert of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, and his chakra is still in units of grams. No matter what kind of development direction it is Uchiha Liwoo's idea and plan that if you want to finally develop compound ninjutsu, it is now in its infancy, and everything depends on Uchiha Liwoo's efforts. After a day of hard work, Uchiha Liwoo continued to refine the chakra release ninjutsu, performed more than 10 releases, and finally obtained considerable data. 7 to 3, 3 to 7. This is the ratio of compound ninjutsu chakra in 2 different directions. This is the result of Uchiha Liwoo's hard work all day, but Uchiha Liwoo feels that this is not the best ratio, and there must be a more precise ratio that can make compound ninjutsu more powerful. Uchiha Liwoo still wants to continue to develop ninjutsu, but the chakra in his body is exhausted right now, so he can only return to Tokyo for the time being. Tonight, he has other arrangements. Antique coffee shop. Kozen Yashimura, who had just returned from inquiring about the news in District 11, looked at the messy coffee shop and the scarred clerk, with a hint of anger on his kind face. The store manager. Kirishima Tuka stood beside Hina, with a tone of concern for Kaneki-ken that she had just informed others that the coffee shop was attacked and Kaneki-ken was taken away. Fanken Gongshin frowned and did not speak that he went to District 11 to investigate the bronze tree in the morning, and was attacked by the bronze tree in the store in the afternoon. The bronze tree was an organization created by his daughter Art, who originally wanted to investigate the situation and warned them not to spread to Area 20. But he never expected that the shop would be attacked by bronze trees as soon as he went out. Antiques were the place where he tried to let humans and ghouls coexist peacefully. For more than 10 years, he recovered the demon ape and black dog, and established the rule that ghouls should not harm humans. Now it has only begun to bear fruit, but it is being targeted by my own daughter, who wants to destroy it completely. Fanken Gongshin sighed in his heart. If he hadn't abandoned it at the beginning, maybe it would not be so extreme now, but became a one-eyed owl. Up to now, he is really afraid to face his daughter, the child born by himself and human Yuna. Kozen Fangmura took off his hat, put it on the shelf, and looked at the clerk in the living room. Basically, all the members in the store were present. It seems that everyone is here, that although some people will come back later, the meeting can start now. Fanken Kozen's tone paused, and he sat on the sofa, while the surrounding shop assistants looked at the store manager, who was the leader of District 20. Aiming at the problems that occurred in District 11, how should Antique deal with it, and how should Jinyu's matter be resolved? Before that, everyone had better be prepared to never see Kaneki again. Hearing the sentence, Dong Xiang's body was shocked, and Nishio Nishiki, who was favored by Kaneki-ken, stood up directly and shouted angrily, "Hey, store manager, what are you talking about? Stop arguing, stop arguing." Dong Xiang said suddenly. Her heart was very disturbed. Too many things happened in the past few days. First Mrs. Liangzi was killed, and now Jinyu was taken away by Bronze Tree. Nishio Jin glanced at Dong Xiang, and then at the store manager. We're going to save Kaneki, right? The ghouls of the Bronze Tree are all born for fighting. It is very difficult to sneak into their stronghold and rescue Jinyu. No, don't. Funaguchi Hinamai opened her pupils slightly, and buried her face in the sofa. She remembered Kaneki-ken's gentle comforting appearance, and she couldn't bear it. The store manager continued to add, and I'm still watching CCG's movements. They're going to attack Area 11 recently, so we have to be on our guard. Even if we are going to save Jinyu, the possibility of our total annihilation will be relatively high. Hey, what do you mean? Don't you want to see Kaneki die? Nishio Jin said. I'll go, said Dong Xiang on the side. Her tone didn't seem to be fake. What is the purpose of this store? If the store manager doesn't go, I'll go alone. After saying that, Dong Xiang stood up, eyes wide open, and sat down with the consciousness of sacrifice. I'll go too. Nishio Jin thought of Kaneki-ken's help to him. If it wasn't for Kaneki-ken, he would have died at the hands of ghouls. I still owe him a favor. Hinako also wants to help. Brother Jinyu has always helped me, so as long as Hina can do it, she will definitely help. Although Chushi's voice was low, she grabbed Dong Xiang's hand, but her tone was very firm. Chushi. Dong Xiang was a little moved, but she didn't expect so many people to think the same as her. In order to avoid misunderstanding, I want to make it clear that I plan to save Kaneki. The store manager said slowly. He had originally planned to save Kaneki-ken, but just wanted to see the determination of the shop assistants. Dong Xiang, Chushi and others looked at the store manager. They were a little surprised. They thought the store manager didn't intend to save Kaneki-ken. Under their gaze, the store manager continued. I just hope everyone understands that this time it is very likely that they will not be able to escape unscathed. I already understand everyone's thoughts that if you want to save Kaneki, you have to risk your life. On the other hand, Sifang and I will do our best to protect everyone, because helping each other is the purpose of antique shops. The store manager has a smile on his face. He is proud of the awareness of the store staff. It seems that his original intention of creating antiques is not in vain. One more thing, it's not just us who rescued Jinwei this time, but also an unexpected person. Unexpected. Dong Xiang, Hinami, and Nishio Nishiki showed doubts on their faces. Besides Antique, who else would save Kaneki-ken? Please come in. The store manager's tone was quite kind that he just ran into that person by chance just now, and he didn't expect that person to participate in saving Kaneki-ken. Perhaps this rescue operation will be easier than ever. The wooden door opened slowly. Dong Xiang and Chu Shi waited with question marks on their faces. They were guessing who the unexpected person would be. As the wooden door opened, Dong Xiang and Hina's faces were full of surprise. Ah, why is this guy here? From none other than Uchiha Liwo. In the past few days of practicing at home, he put all his energy on compound ninjutsu, so he ignored other things, and he didn't know that Kaneki-ken was missing. After learning the news of Kaneki-ken's disappearance, he spent a lot of time convincing the store manager to let him join the rescue operation. Promised to cover Antique Shop's ghoul retreat in CCG's operation. Uchiha Liwo didn't just save Kaneki-ken, there was another person he was interested in at the bronze tree, and that person was more important than Kaneki-ken. Why is he here? Nishio Nishiki hid behind the sofa. His voice was not as loud as before, and he still remembered the loss he suffered from Uchiha Liwo. My goal is the same as everyone else's, to rescue Kaneki-ken. Uchiha Liwo walked to Fueguki Hinami's side, and patted her head. Uchiha Liwo's height is only a little taller than that of Fueguki Hinami, and they look like people of the same age standing together. In fact, Uchiha Liwo was only 10 years old, and he is now a few years younger than Fueguki Hinami. It's just because of his strength that people often ignore his age. How do you save brother Kaneki-ken? Flutaguchi Hinamo said timidly. She remembered Uchiha Liwo. The day after she lost her mother, he was the one who made her faint and fall asleep. White Pigeon. Kirishima Dong Xiaonin wrote, she never trusted Uchiha Liwo. Her parents were killed by the investigator. Just a few days ago, Hinomi's parents also died at the hands of the investigator, and Kirishima Tuka harbored hatred for the investigator. Uchiha Liwo saw Kirishima Tuka's subtle expression, but ignored it. He knew that Tuka Kirishima's father was still alive, but he didn't tell. Dong Xiang's father is Kirishima Shin, a SS-level Hezi, who is being held in the Ghoul Detention Center at the moment, providing CCG with Hezi who makes weapons. It seems that everyone knows the identity of Uchiha Liwo. As everyone thinks, Uchiha Liwo is the investigator, but he only joined CCG in the last month, and he is a non-staff member of CCG. It has nothing to do with CCG. With his joining, we will avoid direct contact with CCG. The shop manager comforted the shop assistant. To be honest, it was a dream for him to reach a cooperation with Uchiha Liwo. He originally thought that he would fight Uchiha Liwo, but he didn't expect that the other party also came to Kaneki-ken. If the two sides have the same purpose, there is no need to do it. In the final analysis, the conflict between the two of them was just a misunderstanding. After arranging a plan to rescue Kaneki-ken, Uchiha Liwo left the coffee shop and walked on the dark street. Regarding Kaneki-ken being taken away by the bronze tree, Uchiha Liwo is not surprised at all. Kaneki-ken was chosen by Arima Kisho and Yashimura 8, and he will become the one-eyed king in the future, incarnated as a dragon. From the moment he was stared at by Kami Torai Tashio, his fate was tightly bound, and he obediently became the marionette of Arima Kisho and Yashimura 8. Although Uchiha Liwo paid attention to Ken Kaneki, he was more concerned about the situation of Dr. Kano, the mad scientist who can turn humans into ghouls. He has the latest information about ghouls in his hands, and he is also in charge of the dragon plan. Whether it is the potion that turns people into ghouls, or the framework that allows ghouls to eat normally, they are all in his hands. Dr. Kano is still affiliated with the CCG organization. Uchiha Liwo is not easy to do anything with him, and the best time to do it is to wait for him to join the bronze tree. According to Uchiha Liwo's hazy memory, Dr. Kano should be targeted by CCG at this time, and has reached the point where he has to take refuge in ghouls. Uchiha Liwo's second class, your quinqua is finished. Uchiha Liwo's cell phone lit up, and the message on it was only a few words. It was a message sent by Mr. Shinohara. After closing the phone, Uchiha Liwo smiled. His quinker is finished. He was a third-class investigator before, and he can only use the Barrett quinker, which is a kind of quinker similar to a firearm, especially for third-class investigators and investigators' help use. Simple to operate and less powerful. But the quink he is about to get is different. It is a high-quality quink made by a S-class ghoul and a gourmet. With Quinky, he no longer has to worry about damage to the Sunwheel knife. The Sunwheel knife is just a standard knife made of jade mountain iron. After such a battle, it has begun to wear out and is close to collapse. Uchiha Liwo came to the CCG building. It was already late at night, but the inside of the building was brightly lit. Everyone was busy with the preparatory work. When they looked up and saw Uchiha Liwo, there was slowly admiration in their eyes. The young man in front of him destroyed the ghoul restaurant by himself, expelled an unknown number of ghouls, and indirectly led to the demise of the Ueshin family. The Ueshin family was destroyed when the young master of the Ueshin family, Ueshingzi, appeared in front of CCG as a ghoul. The Ueshin family had a countdown to death. Even though the Ueshin family in Tokyo's political and business circles have considerable influence, but the Ueshin family side as a ghoul is exposed, and after being known by the public, they have to perish. An explanation must be given to the people. As a result, CCG dispatched a large number of troops to wipe out the Ueshin family. When the famous head of the Ueshin family appeared on the TV, countless people were amazed. Second class Uchiha, please follow me. The staff who had been waiting early were full of admiration, and let Uchiha Liwoo into the interior of the building. In order to prevent the attacks of the ghouls, the construction and storage of Quinky are underground and heavily guarded. After going through 3 gates made of alloy, Uchiha Liwoo followed the staff into the elevator and came to the underground laboratory. The underground laboratory has a large space, and there are neat rows of quinkers. The surface of these quinkers is smooth and has a metallic luster. Second Uchiha, this is the quink you wanted. The gray-haired doctor led Uchiha Liwoo to an experimental platform. On the stage was Quink with a black appearance and the appearance of a sword. Uchiha Liwoo took Quink and waved it casually in the air, making the sound of cutting the air. Uchiha Liwoo nodded. He was satisfied with the weight of the knife, but he didn't know much about the sharpness and toughness. A good knife must not only be hard and sharp, but also have enough toughness so that it will not be too rigid and easy to break. How should I try this knife? Uchiha Liwoo's eyes lit up, and he saw a pile of special steel used to make quinkwa in front of him. The steel used to make quinkwa is very hard, which is just right for practicing knives. Clang! Before the doctor could react, the whole piece of steel in front of him turned into 2 pieces. What are you doing? The doctor was a little annoyed. These quinker steels were valuable and important strategic resources, so how could they be wasted at will? Sorry, itchy hands for a while. Uchiha Liwoo smiled apologetically. He was also happy to see Liexin, so he decided to try the knife temporarily, but he didn't expect the quality of the knife to be very good, which basically met his needs. I'll call you Mo Feng. Uchiha Liwoo thought to himself while looking at the quink sword in his hand. Now Uchiha Liwoo has 2 swords, but because he is not a dual sword style, he can only use one, and the other is for emergencies. P.S. After twists and turns, I finally signed a contract. Let me talk about the update rules first. At present, the ability is limited, 2 updates a day, and 3 updates if there are recommendations. Let's talk about it after it is on the shelves. The sun set on the hillside, and the night gradually enveloped the earth. As a member of the Bronze Tree guarding District 11, tonight is destined not to be peaceful. The White Dove of CCG will attack here tonight. As a CCG in the open, he has never concealed his desire to take back District 11, and made his determination to attack ghouls clear on TV every day. After they conquered the CCG 11 District branch, they had the awareness to face the encirclement and suppression early on. Therefore, they all took standard firearms, recharged their batteries in the unfinished building in District 11, waited for the arrival of CCG, and fought against it. They are members of the Bronze Tree. Ghouls and humans are irreconcilable. This is the purpose of the Bronze Tree, and they have been ready to face the investigators since they joined the Bronze Tree. The Inquisitors took the lives of their loved ones, and they were avengers of faith. Well, Jin Wuyan woke up from a coma. Slowly opened his eyes. Kaneki Ken felt pain before his consciousness fully recovered. The guy is gone. Looking at the hands whose nails had been pulled out, Kaneki would feel a piercing pain when he moved a little bit, and the piercing pain made him wake up gradually, watching the surrounding environment. The surrounding area is a dark and closed space, with only one exit behind him. He was firmly tied to the stool and could not move at all. There are centipede-sized scars all over his body, and the nails on his hands have been pulled out, and dark red flesh and blood can be seen. In the iron bucket beside him, half a bucket of bright red liquid was filled, exuding a strong rusty smell. It was the blood left by his own wound. The guy who brought him here said that he wanted to fill that iron bucket with his own blood. What a brutal guy. Kaneki Ken thought again of the man in the white suit, with pliers in his hand, pulling out his nails cruelly. It was a kind of severe pain between fingers and heart, because as a ghoul, he was able to grow nails quickly, and then he was tortured by that lunatic. Repeatedly, endlessly. Kaneki Ken hated that he had become a ghoul, so he could be tortured by that lunatic all the time. If he was still a human being, he might have died long ago and would not have to suffer such torture. I don't know how Dong Xiang and everyone in the antique shop are doing. Kaneki Ken has become numb to the situation he is in, probably because he cannot get out of this dark space and falls into despair. He gave up struggling, but he was worried about everyone in the antique shop. Yo, are you awake? The gecko came in from behind the door, with a toy smile on his face and pliers in his hand. Is he here? Jin Wuyan was taken aback, and when he heard the footsteps and the familiar perverted voice, he couldn't help trembling and fearing. Sure enough, I still haven't adapted to the pain. Obviously, it has been done many times, and I am used to it. The gecko came to Jin Wuyan. Looking at Jin Wuyan, who was covered in bruises, he was very satisfied. Ever since he was captured by CCG and experienced the torture, he has learned how to use those tortures on others, and he never tires of it. Very nice. My room. Because Mr. Tatera doesn't need you, so I brought you back. This is great, I've always wanted to entertain you, you have a nasty smell that I'm familiar with. It's exactly the same as that woman, it's disgusting. Jealousy flashed in the gecko's eyes, he hated that woman not only made him fail the mission, but also tried her best to mock and ridicule him. So, don't let me down. The gecko put on the mask, took out the torture tools, and repeated the same words again. What a lunatic. Kaneki-ken struggled vigorously, the lunatic in front of the words just now had obviously said it once, but still wanted to repeat it the last time. The gecko picked up the scalpel, because Kaneki-ken had been injected with RC inhibitors, his body was so fragile that it could be easily cut by a scalpel. Even though he had endured enough pain, Ken Kaneki couldn't help but scream when the blade cut across his body. How far? Putting on the mask, the gecko turned into Jason, a ruthless and icy torturer. 559 Kaneki-ken's voice was intermittent, and the severe pain made him almost faint. But Jason forced him to count the numbers, to keep his head clear and not numb to the pain. Ken Kaneki could not speak clearly, but still calculated the numbers mechanically. 552 546. Clean it up. Jason left the room, instructing his younger brother, whom he had just taken in, to attend the meeting of the Bronze Tree Cotters, to discuss countermeasures against CCG who would attack later. It must be very painful. Take Naka sighed to the young child in front of him, dragging the blood on the ground. He had also tasted Jason's torture before, but it was not as long-lasting as Kaneki-ken. You are. Kaneki-ken's voice was not loud, his spirit was on the verge of collapse by resisting the torture. Wanzang told me to come here, Kaneki-ken, you must persevere. The people from CCG are about to call, as long as we can hold on, we will definitely take you away while we are in the chaos. Take Naka was regained by Jason, and there was still resentment in his heart, and he felt the same way for Kaneki-ken. This child, like myself, is a bullied person that we have not done anything bad, but we are oppressed by the same kind. Only by becoming stronger can this fact be changed. Why did you save me? Kaneki-ken said in a low tone. Because I want revenge, I want to kill Jason. As for Wanzang and the others, it's because I believe you are a good person, nice guy. Kaneki-ken was silent. Wanzang and the others will change shifts later, so if you need anything, tell them that after we escape, we must avenge Jason. So, hold on, Jin Yukun. Take Naka left from the room. Although he had eaten together, he was still too weak against Jason. He had to join forces with other ghouls who hated Jason. Revenge. Tears flowed in Jin Wuyan's eyes. He didn't know if he could survive that lunatic now. That lunatic is stronger than Dongxiang, and he is being watched to suppress Heze's potion. How can he escape from that lunatic's hands? The severe pain in his body made him almost faint, but the gradually recovered body of the ghoul's physique stimulated his body all the time. He didn't know how he provoked that lunatic. Jin Wuyan. The gentle female voice recalled from Jin Wuyan's mind, that was the woman Jin Wuyan fell in love with at first sight, and also the chief culprit that led to his current situation. God Dai Lishi, that beautiful but dangerous woman. Just as Kaneki-ken was trying to get rid of the voice of Kamde Rishi, Jason walked in with a centipede. In the CCG armored vehicle, Uchiha Liwo was leaning against the carriage with his eyes closed. Because of the upcoming battle, he is recharging his energy and extracting enough chakra. The armored vehicle stopped suddenly, which meant that he had arrived at his destination, Area 11, the base camp of the Bronze Tree. Leave the fire, District 11 is here. We can have a good time. Hearing such a voice, Uchiha Liwo slowly opened his eyes. There is a flash of light in the eyes, which is a sign of energy. As soon as he opened his eyes, Uchiha Liwo saw a fair face and light red eyes. This face is as cute as a girl's, but the thick dark circles under the eyes add a little depression. Shizeo, don't get so close. Uchiha Liwo hurriedly dodged away. Yozo Suzuya squatted in front of Uchiha Riho, smiling like a child, blinking his big eyes with an innocent face. Liwo, District 11 is here, do you think there will be any ghouls who can play with us later? Attacking the 11th district is a very dangerous thing, you must be a first-class investigator to participate, and you must have the consciousness to sacrifice your life. But in Juzo Suzuya's eyes, it was more like a game, he had no concept of life or death, he just thought it was fun or not. There will be. The ghouls of the Bronze Tree are not the trash fish in the ghoul restaurant. When it came time to fight, he cared about whether it was fun or not. Uchiha Liwo didn't think he had this kind of mentality. He also showed a look of not caring because he was confident. If so, his strength is the same as that of ordinary investigators, and he is probably in a state of all-out preparation for battle, and he will never be so leisurely. Second Uchiha, it's time to fight. Merodisai walked in. He was the commander of the battle, so he appeared here to inform Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha Liwo and Suzuya Yozo relied on the two to expel the existence of the ghoul restaurant, and they are the ace seeds of CCG. Okay, Merodisai's words made Uchiha Liwo nodded. Since he promised to come to District 11, he had to complete the task well. After finishing speaking, Merodisai left, and arranged the on-site personnel through the Bluetooth headset. They're about to attack the Bronze Tree. What, let's go. MM.HM. Yozo Suzuya nodded, wearing red slippers, followed behind Uchiha Liwoo. Arriving at the forefront of the battlefield, Merutisai was hiding behind the explosion-proof shield, looking seriously at the ghoul snipers in the unfinished building in front of him. There are a large number of ghoul snipers, densely distributed in the unfinished building. As long as someone shows up, they will launch an attack. Guns are of limited use to ghouls, but they are powerful against humans. After all, guns are used to deal with humans, and Quinky is used to deal with ghouls. Merutisai was thinking about how to break through the line of defense in front of him with the least casualties. Hum. A roar of the engine caught Merutisai's attention. He looked back and saw the scene he least wanted to see. The boy who was pranked by him was driving his favorite motorcycle. Stop, what are you doing on my motorcycle? Merutisai panicked. Can you lend me a loan? Yozo Suzuya was talking. The engine of the motorcycle started, and he took Yozo Suzuya forward on the road in the park at an extremely fast speed. Hey, stop, Merutisai shouted from behind. He was worried about his car and his old friend's adopted son. Stop. Suzuya Yozo was so fast that Merutisai's voice could no longer be heard. He shouted excitedly and moved forward wantonly among the crowd. When going through an upward staircase, he suddenly accelerated, and the whole person flew towards the unfinished building together with the car. Under the surprised eyes of many attackers, the motorcycle flew directly to the third floor and fell heavily on the ground. Yozo Suzuya jumped off the motorcycle and flew away with excitement on his face. Ghoul, here I come. Night morning good. Tumbling in the air, Yozo Suzuya smashed through the window and shot the ghouls guarding the third floor with guns. Immediately afterwards, Yozo Suzuya was holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, flying around the floor flexibly. In just a few seconds, the ghouls on the first floor were wiped out, and the ghouls on other floors had no time to care about the combatants downstairs, and hurriedly protected themselves. After clearing all the ghouls on the first floor, Yozo Suzuya appeared in front of the window, raised his hands in a gesture of love. Obviously he was holding a grudge. After Merutisai scolded him that day, he came back today and damaged Merutisai's car. Seeing the explosion of his beloved car, Merutisai burst into tears. He didn't expect that he would hold such a grudge. Enduring his grief, he gave orders to the investigators around him. Assault with all staff. Under the order of Merutisai, the investigators rushed into the unfinished building one after another, and went to expel the members of the Bronze Tree. We must make that guy pay for it. In the crowd, Merutisai knelt on the ground, praying for his beloved car. Uchiha Liwoo watched this scene, with a knowing smile on his face, and sighed in his heart. Even this guy is really going to take revenge, but at least he also helped the investigator break through the position. I should also complete my task. Uchiha Liwoo swept away, stepped on the wall and entered the unfinished building, easily took the lives of several ghouls with Mo Feng, and hid in one of the rooms. Bang, bang. Uchiha Liwoo separated two avatars, let the avatars follow the searcher's large army forward, and moved towards the brink of the battle between CCG and Bronze Tree. After going through for a while, one of Uchiha Liwoo's avatars appeared hidden on the edge of the 11th District branch, meeting with the manager of the antique shop. In another place, Dongxiang and Shiwujin were already wearing red robes. Taking advantage of the confusion, they got into the inside of the Bronze Tree. Who are you? The members of the Bronze Tree were heading to the fighting area for reinforcements, but found that their teammates disappeared one by one. The ghouls wearing Bronze Tree costumes actually killed their own people. Using Yuhi, Dongxiang easily harvested the voices of the surrounding ghouls. Before the other party intervened, he took off his mask and said lightly, Antique. Dongxiang and the others are all ghouls with strengths ranging from A to S. They belong to the elites in the ghoul world, and they are naturally brutal to ordinary Bronze Tree members. The body of the Bronze Tree ghoul fell powerlessly on the ground. Dongxiang looked at the floor and the movement nearby. Pointing to the nearest floor, his eyes showed tenacity. We are avoiding CCG, floor by floor, looking for Jinyu. Others in the antique shop did not reply, but silently followed Dongxiang's footsteps. Rapidly advancing through the floors, Tuka Kirishima kept an eye on every corner around her, trying to find Kaneki Ken's whereabouts. Jinmu, I will definitely find and rescue you. Uchiha Liwoo followed the troops of CCG and came to a floor that had been cleared. Suddenly, there was the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh and blood, followed by the sound of children laughing. Come on, don't die. Hearing Suzuya Jozo's voice, Uchiha Liwoo followed the source of the voice and came to a room. In the room, Yozo Suzuya finished off his opponent, and walked out covered in blood. The blood on his body was not his own, but the ghouls. He used to fight in the gladiatorial arena when he was young, and he developed the habit of treating his enemies cruelly, and he never showed mercy. Liwoo, why are you here? I have killed all the ghouls around here. Suzuya Jun made an expression of a broken toy, and looked at Uchiha Liwoo. Hush! Uchiha Liwoo made a gesture in a low voice, and then said, I'm going to find the S-rank ghoul. S-rank. Yozo Suzuya's eyes lit up, and he surrounded Uchiha Liwoo. I want to go too, I've never fought against S before. Be quiet and come with me quietly. Yozo Suzuya quickly covered his mouth, his eyes kept moving left and right. Uchiha Liwo and Suzuya Yozo walked out of the unfinished building and came to the laneway between the buildings, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. Suzuya Yozo was paying attention to whether there were S-class schools around, while Uchiha Liwo was looking for Kaneki-ken's whereabouts. It is very likely that Kaneki-ken is being tortured by a gecko at the moment, that psychopathic ghoul must be hiding somewhere in a closed corner at the moment. Suddenly, a light appeared on the wall. Because it was night, it was very clear. Uchiha Liwo noticed this, and looked in the direction of the light. There was a tightly sealed rooftop. Go there and have a look. Uchiha Liwo headed towards the light. There is a high possibility that the gecko is hiding there. Uchiha left the fire very quickly, using chakra to quickly jump from the first floor to the third floor, and rush towards the light. Liwo is so strong. Suzuya Yozo turned around, noticed Uchiha Liwo's actions, and was envious of Uchiha Liwo's physical fitness, but found that he seemed to have been left behind, and quickly chased after Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha appeared on the rooftop, but didn't go in directly, but stood outside and watched the good show going on inside. Kaneki-ken awakened, and under the torment of the gecko, he exerted his own strength. Kaneki-ken originally possessed a strength comparable to a big stomach, but because he couldn't get food for a long time and couldn't really hurt others, he couldn't fully exert his strength. 10 minutes ago, Kaneki-ken was dying, his consciousness gradually blurred, and memories of the past gradually began to emerge in his mind. Mom! In a trance, Jin Nguyen seemed to hear his mother's voice, and the gentleness of that voice brought him a little warmth. Is it mother? Kaneki-ken opened his eyes, but found that standing in front of him was not a gentle mother, but the culprit who caused his tragedy. God, on behalf of the world, the woman who caused her to become a ghoul but has no news. She is living a normal life, but she keeps appearing in her mind. Before he knew it, the surrounding scene had turned into a coffee shop where he met for the first time. Kami Torai was sitting at the dining table, looking at himself with an expression. Jin Mujun, what kind of person is your mother? Mom. Jin Nguyen's pupils slightly dilated, gradually recovering from numbness. Look, what is your mother doing? Jin Dairo sat on the dining table with his face propped on his hands, leading Kaneki-ken to fall into memories about his mother. The memory sleeping in his mind gradually awakened. Jin Nguyen still recalled the memory that had been dusty for a long time. He thought he had forgotten it. My mother is a hard-working person. After my father passed away, I raised myself and grew up alone. Although life is not rich, it is a happy little family after all. Under the care of my mother, I grew up happily. Every day after my mother went to work, I obediently studied in my father's study. My father passed away before he could remember, leaving only a few cabinets full of books. Looking at the books left by my father, I gradually developed a hobby of reading. Aren't you lonely? Kande Rishi appeared beside Kaneki-ken. Well, but there are books left by my father, and my mother is also very gentle. Such days, although lonely, are full of hope. Mom is a very good mother. Although she is a woman, she takes care of housework while going to work. But she didn't show disgust at all. She lived a peaceful life and never caused trouble to others. Mom is my pride. Yan, even if you suffer a loss, don't cause trouble for others. As long as gentle people are like this, they will be happy. That's what my mother told me, and I have always listened to my mother's words. Instead of hurting others, it is better to hurt yourself. As long as gentle people are like this, they will be very happy. That's what my mother taught me. Kaneki-ken lowered his head, thinking of his gentle mother, with a happy smile on his face. It's good to be gentle. Shende Lishi carelessly stroked his hair. That's why he suffered this crime. Ah! A sharp pain brought Kaneki-ken back to reality. Unlike the memories of warm sunshine, the reality is cold and cruel. There was still a lunatic standing in front of him, the masked lunatic, who had been torturing himself as hard as he could, not wanting to make himself unconscious. The nails are still growing after being pulled out, and the cracked flesh can still heal. Always remind yourself that you are no longer a human being, but a monster-like ghoul. Jin Mu-jun, you are amazing. The gecko praised. He coomed and pressed his fingers, making the sound of joint rubbing. Do you know why I have been obsessed with torturing you? I don't know if you have discovered that your resilience is easy for ordinary people. Dr. Garner did all of this. That doctor has been researching how to turn humans into ghouls. He transplanted Lishi's organs into your body, turning you into ghouls. One-eyed, the smell of Lishi. The gecko snapped its fingers and whispered like a devil in Kaneki-ken's ear. Have you heard of the centipede? I will put this in your body. A living centipede appeared on the gecko's hand. The color of red and black, with countless swaying lines, made Jin Nguyen feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His spinal cord was trembling, and he shouted loudly, don't let it go. Gecko would listen to Kaneki-ken's cry, and he likes to see the frightened expression on the tortured person's face the most. In a burst of severe pain, Jin Nguyen fell into a coma again, and he no longer wanted to wake up. Please, kill me. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching pain, Kaneki-ken yelled, his consciousness gradually immersed in memories. A pair of warm hands appeared in front of Kaneki-ken's body, gently brushed his face, and hugged his head. So warm, Kaneki-ken felt that his mind was peaceful, as if he was in the arms of his mother. Rather than hurt others, I would rather be hurt. Are you really living with such thoughts? Kande Rishi once again appeared in Kaneki-ken's mind. My mother taught me this way, so. Kaneki-ken's tone was low, and he wanted to refute, but the god Dailishi in his mind was ruthlessly interrupted. Are you just following my mother's teaching like this? What is this? It's so boring. Don't you think this is nonsense? Is your mother really gentle and wonderful? What's that? Kande Rishi opened Kaneki-ken's heart and led him towards the memories he didn't want to recall. The gentle mother is holding the money and handing it to a middle-aged woman, who is the mother's sister and Kaneki-ken's aunt. The money my mother gave to my aunt was the so-called living expenses. My aunt always said that she was financially stressed, so she kept asking her mother for living expenses. Jin Nguyen said. My mother works part-time during the day, cleans at night, and finds odd jobs in her spare time. Although she has been working very hard, my mother has always been gentle and has never been dissatisfied. And then? Shende Lishi asked in his mind. Then. Jin Nguyen was silent, his eyes became dull. Mom died from overwork, and I became an orphan. There is no shelter. No, I still have a place to stay. Kaneki-ken thought of his good friend, Ying. Ying and himself have been good friends since they were young. They went to school and played together with him, and he was always with him when he was loneliest. Ying is my only spiritual support. Kaneki-ken saw the time when he played with Ying, while Kande Rishi stood aside and watched quietly. He is your very important friend, but you will lose even this most important friend, because of your incompetence. The words of Jinde Lishi echoed in Kaneki-ken's mind. For him, Ying is undoubtedly the most important friend. The meaning gradually returned, and Kaneki-ken gradually returned to the reality of being tortured, being grabbed by the hair, and hearing that disgusting voice again. All the misfortunes in this world are due to the incompetence of the person concerned. Gecko was still preaching during the interval of torture, although the person who gave me the words is a scumbag, but I thank him unexpectedly now. In the past few days, it was you who made me realize this clearly. Not only are you physically tough, but you are also mentally tough. So, I thought of a good way. While speaking, Gecko's tone became penetrating, and it was only then that Kaneki-ken noticed that two kneeling ghouls suddenly appeared beside him. They are. Jin Nguyen looked at the wriggling ghouls on the ground, with no expression on his face. They are a man and a woman who love each other. Gecko whispered in Jin Nguyen's ear. Kill that one, you choose? Kaneki-ken was shocked for a while, his eyes were wide open, and he looked at the crying man and woman in front of him. He knew these two couples. They were the ones who had been taking care of him these days, and they were the ones who tried to get him out. Kaneki-ken looked at a man and a woman, speechless. He was in despair and didn't know what to do. You have always regarded them as benefactors, right? But now there is only one of them alive, so you choose. The gecko skillfully pressed the knuckles of his fingers. After being tortured by the investigators in the ghoul containment, he fell in love with this gesture, and liked the expression on others that was the same as his back then. Kaneki-ken had no choice, or they didn't know how to choose at all. His eyes tried to look at the gecko, at this lunatic. He couldn't imagine why such a person, ghoul, existed in the family. It was a complete psychopath, and this metamorphosis had power. Choose quickly, if you don't choose, kill them all. Seeing Kaneki-ken struggling, the gecko smiled and clicked his knuckles again. Let me put it another way, which one do you choose to save? Kaneki-ken lowered his head and looked at the two of them, who were also looking at Kaneki-ken with longing on their faces. Why is it me? I have to choose. Okay, hurry up and choose. The gecko pressed Kaneki-ken's head, and Kaneki-ken's eyes were full of tears. How do you choose this kind of thing? If you choose this way, isn't it like I killed them? Kaneki-ken couldn't make a choice, but the gecko helped him make a choice. The gecko rushed to the front of the two ghouls, and Hezi appeared instantly, piercing the bodies of the two ghouls. The vitality of the ghoul is tenacious. Even if it penetrates the body, it can still survive. Looking at Kaneki-ken with wide eyes, it seems to be blaming Kaneki-ken for not making a choice and not saving them. It's all your fault. After killing the ghoul, the gecko looked at Kaneki-ken, trying to stimulate Kaneki-ken even more. It's because you didn't make a choice. If you made a choice, only one of them will die. You killed them both. Gecko's words were like sharp knives, piercing Kaneki-ken's heart, causing his spirit to collapse. He is a person who doesn't want to bring trouble to others. It is enough to bear the troubles himself, so why involve others? At this moment, Jin Nguyen looked at the ghouls lying on the ground in front of him, as if his hands were stained with blood. Is this my fault? No. Kaneki-ken's voice was as thin as a mosquito, as if convincing himself. No, it's my fault. They died because I didn't make a choice. At this time, Kamde Rishi once again appeared in Kaneki-ken's mind, with a gentle tone without any emotion. Isn't it obvious that you are still like this now? You can only blame yourself like this. Keep blaming yourself, and blame everything together on yourself. Just blame yourself blindly, nothing will change. Just like your mother who died from overwork. You never thought about changing, it was all your fault, and you just blamed yourself and blamed it all on fate, which is ridiculous in just the interaction of circumstances. All of this is the result of your lack of ability as the person involved, is not it? The same words as the gecko appeared in Kaneki Ken's mind, echoing constantly. Kaneki Ken lowered his head. These words were so convincing that they denied all his previous life. Yes, everything is caused by the lack of ability of the parties involved. Kaneki Ken thought of his mother's death from overwork, Kagami Rishi who killed him, Dr. Kano who turned himself into a ghoul, and all the tragedies in these days. All of this was caused by his lack of ability, but if he had enough ability, all of this might not have happened. What's ridiculous is that I have been resisting the power of benefiting the world and the power of ghouls. These powers belong to me, but I don't know how to use them. As long as he develops this power by himself, he can kill the gecko, and the gecko will not be able to kill those two people. All this is without power. At this moment, Kaneki no longer resisted the part of his body that belonged to the ghoul, and threw himself into the embrace of God Dai Rishi, truly becoming a ghoul, not a heterogeneous hovering on both sides. As the RC cells in the body were activated, one eye of Kaneki Ken turned into a black eye, and a long tail grew out of the black bag on the back of his body, waving constantly in the air, breaking the iron chains that bound him. Kaneki Ken's hair turned white, which was the result of RC cells invading the brain, and he had truly turned into a ghoul. It was me who was wrong, not the world. Kaneki Ken stood on the ground, looking coldly at the gecko that tortured him into himself, without any expression on his face. I'm a ghoul. The gecko smiled, he smiled happily, and laughed wildly. He didn't pay attention to Kaneki Ken at all, but took out his pliers. Jin Mujun, the happy time is coming to an end, CCG will attack here soon, it is my duty to meet them. Now that you've broken the chain, let me help you recall the happy times and end your life. The goal of our bronze tree is to get rid of all those who get in the way. Whether it's human beings or ghouls who are in the way, even the antiques you work on are no exceptions, they are all the targets of our bronze tree. The gecko walked towards Jin Nguyen slowly, saw Jin Nguyen, and smelled the familiar disgust, as if seeing that annoying woman standing in front of him. Let me kill you and devour you. In order to become stronger, the gecko used to eat its own kind, and cannibalism can make ghouls stronger. At this moment, he has gradually evolved into a semi-heavy one. The S level is the limit of ordinary ghouls, and then to become stronger, there is only the path of hedge. Kaneki Ken didn't speak, but raised his head, looked at the gecko with cold eyes. The heza behind him was stretched, swimming on the closed roof like a snake's tail. Ah, the gecko shouted excitedly, with scales like tentacles growing behind him. He slammed into the ground, causing the broken stones to scatter and smoke and dust to rise. Amidst the smoke and dust, Kaneki Ken jumped from the ground dexterously onto the gecko's junior, and strangled the gecko's neck with a chain. While the gecko grabbed the chain with his hands to stop Kaneki Ken, Rinhyuk charged towards Kaneki Ken's attack. Linhe's attack was powerful and heavy, like a heavy fist punching towards Kaneki Ken, but Kaneki dodged deftly, even bit the gecko in midair, and jumped onto the table beside him. It's so unpalatable. Jin Nguyen wiped his mouth and said disdainfully from a distance. Kaneki Ken's behavior completely enraged the gecko. He stared angrily at the position where Kaneki Ken was, furious but secretly frightened at the same time. Why did this kid who could be crushed to death by himself suddenly become so powerful? Gecko. Kaneki Ken's voice did not contain any emotion. The moment he spoke, his feet bounced up, and he leaped directly into the air. Crack! With the sound of heavy footsteps, the gecko rushed forward, with incomparable anger in its eyes, and rushed towards Jin Nguyen. The current gecko is a crazy wild boar, desperate to tear Kaneki Ken in front of him. However, if a gecko is a wild boar, Kaneki Ken is a dexterous cheetah. The moment the gecko was about to attack, Kaneki Ken, who had been prepared for a long time, dexterously jumped behind the gecko, and slapped the gecko's back fiercely with the scales on his back. A blood stain instantly appeared on the gecko's back. He. With such scars, the gecko was still able to laugh. He bounced off the entangled Linhe with Linhe, grabbed Kaneki Ken's ankle with his backhand, and laughed wildly, as if he was going to tear Kaneki Ken to pieces in the next moment. His own strength is much stronger than Jin Nguyen. As long as he can attack Jin Nguyen, he will be hammered to the ground, and he has no power to fight back. However, things didn't go as planned. Kaneki twisted his body directly, turned his calf at an unknown angle, kicked the gecko in the face, and slammed it into the wall. This is a fighting technique he learned from Mr. Safang, and the effect is very good. It's just that his leg is turned into a twisted shape that if it was a human being, that leg might have been completely useless. But Kaneki Ken is a ghoul. I saw his body rotated a few times, and his calf returned to its normal shape. Twisting his feet like this is naturally extremely painful, enough to make people faint, but for Kaneki Ken, he has long been used to this pain. All this is thanks to the Mr. Gecko in front of him, it is all thanks to him. Now that things are going on, what is this little pain? Kaneki Ken mocked. The gecko walked out of the ruins, shaking the gravel on his body, but the pain in his body didn't bother him at all, and he felt very angry now. Kaneki Ken, who was teasing him in front of him, gradually merged with Li Shi, and his anger was doubled. Kill you. The gecko pressed his fingers, and with the crisp sound of joint friction, the third henna on his back gradually grew a henze. His eye turned into a group of tentacles, enveloping the gecko's upper body, and the gecko's eyes turned into bright red eyes. He stopped playing around, and wanted to show all his strength, absolutely not allowing Kaneki Ken to escape like Li Shi. Such humiliation, he does not allow a second time. As his eyes surrounded the gecko completely entered the form of a half-hell that he had swallowed a he-bag before, so he had the third he-bag. Ah. The gecko roared vigorously, and Kazuko, who turned into an orangutan and raised his fist, smashed towards Kaneki Ken. But Kaneki Ken dodged them deftly, and the heavy hammer could only land on the ground, carrying out the demolition work. Kaneki Ken lowered his body and dodged heavy punches, finally found an opportunity to attack, and then transformed into a swift shadow, appearing less than 1 meter in front of the gecko. The powerful punch hit the gecko's abdomen. The gecko was in pain, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Heze turned into a heavy hammer and attacked Kaneki Ken's position without hesitation, and directly smashed Kaneki Ken into the wall. He finally attacked this kid. The gecko adjusted its position, and rushed towards Kaneki Ken's position. On the other side, after the smoke cleared, Kaneki Ken appeared unscathed, causing the gecko's complexion to change suddenly. Next, it's my turn. Jin Nguyen smiled slightly. The injuries caused by the gecko did not pose a threat to him at all. Heze grew out of the back, and Heze danced wildly like a mad snake. Ken Kaneki learned the gecko's movements, clicked his fingers, and rushed to the gecko's side with the help of Heze. Boom! The hard Heze are colliding. As the hardest organ of the ghouls, the collision between Heze produces a symphony similar to gold and stone. Kaneki Ken's Kazuko was quite flexible, touching the ground and bombing Kaneki Ken into the air. In mid-air, Kaneki Ken took a deep leap, leaving several blood holes on the gecko's body while Heze was attacking. At this moment, the gecko is out of breath. His body is not as flexible as Kaneki Ken, so he can only be played by him, exhausting his physical strength and leaving many wounds on his body. The recovery ability of the ghoul is limited. In a high-intensity battle, he has no time to recover his body, but uses all his strength on Kazuko's display. Click! The gecko's Kazuko was broken, and the Kazuko that was like a heavy hammer was not as hard as Kaneki Ken's Kazuko. Heze is the most important way of fighting among ghouls. Without Heze's protection, the gecko has only the fate of being slaughtered. Puff! Gecko's body was pierced, and he lay powerlessly on the ground, but he still wanted to struggle and defeat Kaneki Ken. And Kaneki Ken ignored the gecko's struggle, walked slowly to the gecko's body, and began to walk on the road of becoming stronger. Gollum. Without Kaneki Ken's attention, a figure appeared outside the closed roof, with a strange red light in the eyes of that figure. Kaneki Ken is still awakened, defeated the gecko, and walked on the road to become a hero. Standing outside the rooftop, Uchiha Liwo hid his aura and silently looked at Kaneki Ken. After discovering the flickering light of the mirror, Uchiha Liwo arrived here and heard a huge movement inside. The battle between Kaneki Ken and the gecko was very dynamic. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was the demolition team. If it was normal, it would have already attracted CCG's attention. But at the moment CCG is fighting with the bronze tree, and the movement of the battle makes all the sounds small and difficult to detect. Stay away from the fire, stay away from the fire. I don't know when Suzuya Yozo appeared next to Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha Liwo jumped to the height of the 4 floors through agility. And what is the principle of Suzuya Yozo? The ghouls inside seem to be fighting, and there is also a one-eyed ghoul, which is so strange. Yozo Suzuya showed an interested smile on his face. He couldn't wait to go in and meet that one-eyed ghoul for a while. A one-eyed ghoul, but a rare species. This is the first time I've seen it. You can't beat him, and now you can only die against him. Uchiha Liwo saw Suzuya Yozo's thoughts, and poured a basin of cold water on him. The current Suzuya Yozo doesn't have a suitable weapon, so naturally he won't be Kaneki Ken's opponent. He can't even beat Jason. I still want to fight. Yozo Suzuya took out the knife and licked it with his tongue, showing a dangerous look. Go as long as you want, I won't interfere. Uchiha Liwo didn't intend to stop Suzuya Yozo from committing suicide, but he also wouldn't help him attack Kaneki Ken. Kaneki Ken is the most proud masterpiece of Dr. Kano, and he is always concerned by him. Uchiha Liwo wants to find Kano's whereabouts through Kaneki Ken. In the rooftop, Kaneki Ken was finishing mutual cannibalism, leaving behind a half-dead gecko, and left with the 2 struggling ghouls on the ground. Those 2 ghouls are not completely dead, they are still breathing. As long as they can get timely treatment, they can be saved. The moment Kaneki Ken left the rooftop, Suzuya Yozo jumped down, wanting to chase the ghoul that Uchiha Riho thought he couldn't beat. However, the struggling gecko on the ground attracted his attention. This ghoul seems to be an S-Class Jason. S-Class ghouls should be able to let me play well. Yozo Suzuya stopped in his tracks, unbuttoned his clothes, revealing dozens of quinker knives. I hope you can persevere, come on. Investigator, it's the investigator. The gecko was lying on the ground struggling to get up, looking at Yozo Suzuya with a ferocious face, as if looking at a moving piece of meat. Now he is close to death, his body has reached its limit and can no longer regenerate, and he must supplement food in time to restore his life. The gecko jumped up violently, using all its strength to pounce on Yozo Suzuya. An ordinary investigator would have no time to dodge. But in front of him was Suzuya Yozo. Suzuya Yozo jumped up lightly, and several throwing knives flew out of his hand in an instant, piercing into the flesh and blood of the gecko. Really, S-class ghouls are so easy to break. Yozo Suzuya tilted his head and looked at the gecko that was no longer moving, his tone filled with resentment. "I'll take you back." Yozo Suzuya dragged the gecko's body, looking back as if remembering something. Where did Liwo go? Yozo Suzuya was confused. 12, 13, 14. Uchiha Liwo's avatar followed the CCG troops, collecting the fruits of victory they left behind. Because of the ongoing war, the investigators didn't have time to collect the hezi left behind by the ghouls. All this is cheap for Uchiha Liwo, who is harvesting Kazuko from corpses. He is a principled person, harvesting only half of hezi, and will never let the investigators lose their spoils completely. Following the large army, Uchiha Liwo came to an upward passage. The corpses of investigators were lying here. These investigators were all holding gun-type quinkers in their hands. They were all third-class or assistant-level investigators. There were holes in their bodies and surprises on their faces. It was obvious that he was pierced by something and died instantly, and he died so concentratedly and suddenly. Only SS-level ghouls can do this, and the SS level of the Bronze Tree can do this. Only Nora. Nora has a powerful recovery ability that can be called immortal, and his whole body is made of Kazuko, and he has almost no fatal weaknesses. Even Uchiha Liwo's body is unwilling to face such an opponent. After all, it is undoubtedly a stupid thing to attack a dead person without wisdom. What's more, this is the clone of Uchiha Liwo, and the only weapon on his body is the quink that he picked up at random. If the avatar is blown up, the heza that I have collected for so long will also be wiped out. Who is this guy? Walking in the aisle, he looked at the ghoul with a white mask and a red robe in front of him. He just witnessed the guy in front of him kill more than a dozen investigators. His strength must not be underestimated. I don't know, but this guy is definitely not an ordinary ghoul. I was invited by the quartet to come to the Bronze Tree to rescue Kaneki Ken, but as a member of the Joker, he has another purpose. Let's go. Sifang rushed up and notified by at the same time. Since it is an enemy, there is no reason to let it go in vain. At least it must be tested first. Puff. Sifang and Bei shot at the same time, and the sharp heza directly split the masked ghoul's body in half. I saw the mysterious ghoul that was split into two halves, and the two parts of the body closed instantly, without even half of the scars. There is no need to get entangled with this kind of guy. The four sides changed slightly, so even if he and Bei teamed up to deal with the recovery power, it would take a lot of time. Now that he is in the battle between CCG and Bronze Tree, there is no time to delay. Sifang and Bai wanted to leave, but the mysterious ghoul in front of him also had a nonchalant attitude towards the previous attack, like an emotionless machine, walking slowly in the corridor, ignoring Sifang and Bai. And at this moment, the figure of Uchiha Liwo appeared from the passage below. In Uchiha Liwo's arms, with Kazuko slowly on his back, holding the broken quink in his hand, he appeared in front of the two sides. Go on, don't pay attention to me. Uchiha Liwo left in the opposite direction. Leave quickly. Sifang shouted. After the attack just now, he already knew the target of the mysterious ghoul. The mysterious ghoul had limited intelligence and would only attack humans, not ghouls. And Uchiha Liwo is undoubtedly a human being. If there is a conflict without warning, it will definitely destroy the weak alliance. But at the next moment, Sifang showed surprise on his face, only to see that the mysterious ghoul left the moment he saw Uchiha Liwo, and disappeared into the darkness. It seems that I don't have to leave. Uchiha Liwo turned his eyes away from the direction Nora left, and then glanced at Sifang and Bai. Sifang and Bai also stared at Uchiha Liwo with an expression of not knowing what to say. At the same time, he wondered whether Uchiha Liwo had contact with the Bronze Tree before. The leader of the Bronze Tree has not appeared until now. It seems that the members of these Bronze Trees are going to be abandoned. You have to rescue Kaneki Ken quickly, otherwise it won't be so easy for you to escape once the CCG people come. Uchiha Liwo passed Sifang and Bei, and walked towards the place where CCG and Bronze Tree were fighting. What's going on with the battle between Bronze Tree and CCG? Hiding on the edge of the battlefield, the store manager connects to the antique members who sneaked into the battlefield through Bluetooth, and becomes the strongest of the antique force. It's not optimistic. Bronze Tree is no match, and it's already showing signs of defeat, but Kaneki Ken's whereabouts are still unknown. From the voice of the Bluetooth, it can be known that the current situation is not optimistic. The ghouls that captured the 11th district are still not the opponents of the concentrated power CCG, and they have begun to retreat steadily. This is not good news for them to rescue Jin Muyan. So, is it just me? Go stop the investigator and buy time for those good-hearted kids. The store manager also wore Bronze Tree costumes, and they had made sufficient preparations to sneak into the Bronze Tree. After hanging up the Bluetooth, the store manager's eyes turned into Heian, looking at the place where there was a huge movement and battle in the distance. His gaze seemed to see through the walls and see the battlefield at this moment. Why can't ghouls and humans communicate well, let go of disputes and welcome peace together? The store manager had many ideas, but they were all hidden in his heart. He who had inspired Hebeo was already wrapped in Hebeo, turning into a hideous-looking war machine. The ghouls are born with 1 or 2 hyacinths, and a third hyphae can be grown by eating. When the number of hyphae reaches a certain level, the ghouls become heirs. The owl who did not kill stepped on the ground, and his whole body took off directly, flying to the roof of the 4-story building. Is that the store manager? Hina hid under the tree, watching the store manager who turned into a hedge fly up to the 4th floor. His eyes couldn't stop being surprised. The ghouls have Kazuko who can change according to their thoughts, but this is the first time she has seen Kazuko who is wrapped up all over the body to make her body bigger. Even if it was the first time I saw it, Hina could still feel the powerful power in the huge body, and the ghouls could smell the smell of RC cells, but the smell of the store manager couldn't be ignored anyway. I hope the store manager can rescue brother Jinmu. Xiao Hina clasped her hands together and prayed in her heart. Amaru, we will go to support right away. After several twists and turns, Heipan and Shinohara climbed to the rooftop on the 4th floor. As the high-end force of CCG, they are planning to support the battlefield and wipe out those powerful ghouls. Xiao Yuan, Heipan, Wusu and Yaman also appeared on the rooftop. They were covered in blood, and the battle with the ghouls left scars on their bodies. The S-level Bottle Brothers were solved by Wusu and Yaman. This pair of long-running partners is not weak in the investigator. Mr. Shinohara, what is the situation of the war? Quinky, who looked like he was holding a big knife in his hand, was a little out of breath from the previous battle. We have the advantage, but the leader of the Bronze Tree, the One-Eyed Owl, has not yet appeared, Chief Shinohara said, without stopping, and rushed towards the center of the battlefield. Rumble. At this moment, a huge figure descended from the sky, and immediately before the numerous investigators, the king of the Bronze Tree, the One-Eyed Owl, appeared. A huge figure of meters tall, spikes covered in dissatisfaction, and a strange red eye. Everything proves that the monster in front of him is the legendary One-Eyed Owl. One-Eyed Owl? Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Yuan's forehead. A few years ago, he had fought against Xiao. If they hadn't been killed in time by Kisho Arima, they would have died in the line of duty. Amon, hurry up. Shinohara turned his head abruptly, and shouted to Kotaro Amon, the only young person present. Only Amon Kotaro has never faced the One-Eyed Owl, and he doesn't know the horror of the King of Ghouls. No, I want to fight. Amon Kotaro held Quink firmly, and beside him, Mato Wyuzu was trembling with excitement, and his big and small eyes appeared crazy. One-Eyed Owl, One-Eyed Owl. Mato Wusu chanted the name of the man who killed his wife. For so many years, his only purpose in life was to kill One-Eyed Owl. And the One-Eyed Owl, appearing in front of him at this moment, undoubtedly fulfilled his long-cherished wish for many years. Kill you, kill you. Mato Wusu's runaway rushed directly in front of Xiao, and the chaotic attacks of the 2 quinkers in his hands could not hurt Xiao's body at all. This is Mrs. Liangzi and Mr. Dickow. The One-Eyed Owl who turned into a One-Eyed Owl was naturally the store manager, and he appeared here in order to hinder CCG's combat power. He himself is strongly opposed to war, but he smells a familiar scent from Wusu's Quinky. Is this the guy who killed Hinamai's parents? What a crazy person. The store manager waved his right arm, and his body swooped forward, rushing directly in front of Mato Wusu, and knocking him into the air. Senior Mato. Yaman narrowly caught his partner, while the 2 majors on the other side also activated their respective quinks and rushed up. The heavy quink and Heze collided, and the special investigator's attack was easily blocked by the store manager. As a veteran hedge, the store manager's combat experience was so rich that even the special investigator could not parry. The special investigators are powerful, and they can deal with SS-level ghouls together, but their role in the face of monsters of the store manager's level is limited. He could only barely crush Kazuko, who shattered the store manager's body, while resisting the store manager's attack. It is useless for Heze to be broken, and the speed of destruction cannot even keep up with regeneration. During the store manager's next attack, the special investigator was mercilessly repulsed, with Quinker's barely supported body. How could it be so strong? The investigators glanced at each other. They thought that after so many years of training, they had already reached the point where they threatened the One-Eyed Owl. But the reality is undoubtedly cold and cruel, and 2 special investigators alone cannot deal with the One-Eyed Owl unless another one comes up. Mato, amen, if you run away now, it's still too late. Shinohara turned around and advised again, relying on them alone is absolutely impossible to defeat the One-Eyed Owl, there must be someone in the back. Just like in the past, one person is left behind, and the rest leave with humiliation. They must not die meaninglessly. How could it be possible to escape? How much effort did I put in to kill the One-Eyed Owl? Mato Wusu held Quink, staring intently at the One-Eyed Owl. I think, as a search officer, you must never abandon your teammates. Yaman's tone was firm. Then, try to live on. Shinohara couldn't say anything more, and looked to his left, where Heipan was. Which one should you use? The two special officers looked at each other, knowing in their hearts which one must be used at such a critical time. Nu, codenamed Nu, is the Quinker armor, which can give the user ghoul-like strength and speed. It is an experimental product being developed by CCG, and only special-level investigators will have the opportunity to touch it. After taking off their white robes, the two special officers resolutely pressed the buttons on their bodies. Stab, stab. Electric currents swam on the surface of the body, and then the pitch-black haze completely wrapped the body of the special investigator, like a layer of hard armor. Hey Pan, we need to make a quick decision. The development of Nu is not yet stable. If it exceeds time, it will eat back our bodies. The special class knows the shortcomings of Kuken's armor. This kind of armor made by Heze will not only increase the speed and strength, but also devour the flesh and blood it uses. In the final analysis, the Heze weapon is still active through RC cells, and RC cells exist in the flesh and blood of the human body. Just as Shinohara and Heipan settled down to fight the one-eyed owl, a figure appeared in front of them. Second Uchiha, please be careful, this is the leader of the bronze tree, the one-eyed owl. The appearance of Uchiha Liwo made the two chiefs stunned for a moment, and they had a little more hope for the next battle in their hearts. Uchiha Liwo was able to wipe out the ghoul restaurants by himself, and this kind of strength could play a role in the face of the one-eyed owl. I know. It's just Uchiha Liwo's clone who came here, and his body is still looking for Dr. Kano's whereabouts. I came here just to exchange information with the store manager. Holding the coin picked up on the ground in his hand, Li Huo stood between the search officer and the store manager. Because he was a clone, he didn't carry a sunwheel knife, so he could only take some quinky to make do with it. Are you sure you can keep the one-eyed owl? Li Huoyun's calm attitude made the investigator hopeful. If Liwo can defeat the one-eyed owl like Arima Kisho, then their victory in this battle will be great. However, Liwo poured cold water on them and shattered their fantasy. No, if it's to protect myself, I can still do it, but if it's to defeat him, I can't. You can protect yourself. The eyes of the two chief executives lit up, as if they had grasped the point. If the second-class Uchiha can protect themselves, it means that they can retreat unscathed, at least until the arrival of large forces. Uchiha, Kuroban, the three of us go up together, Yaman and Mato will cover behind. If the situation is wrong, evacuate immediately. Shinohara was in command of the battle. As an investigator, when dealing with ghouls, he often used wisdom and brains instead of force. Under Shinohara's command, the three of them rushed to the one-eyed owl together, and the three Quinkers shot at the same time, intending to block the owl's actions. Bang, bang, three investigators stood at Xiao Xiao's front, back, and sides, and launched an attack from three directions at the same time. Roar, roar, roar. Xiao Xiao roared, and saw that he quickly opened the distance, and more Heze grew from behind, forming a crystal-shaped Yuhi. Sigh, feathers flew out one after another, as powerful as bullets, like raindrops falling on the bodies of Shinohara and Heipan, hitting tiny holes one by one. Fortunately, Shinohara and Heipan have the existence of Xin. If not for this, the human investigator would have died more than 10 times with the attack just now. After resisting Xiao Xiao's attack, the three attacked again. The attack speed is fast enough to dazzle the eyes, and only the sound of objects colliding can be heard. Sunen's attack frequency is very fast, and its power is not bad, but that's all. In the case where Liwo intentionally releases water, relying solely on Shinohara and Heipan, it is impossible to cause actual harm to Xiao. Even if they activated the Nu and temporarily possessed the same physical strength as the ghouls, what is the difference between ordinary ghouls and humans in front of the owl? Bang bang bang, the investigators were repelled. The high-frequency attacks made their physical strength limited, and their bodies were also wounded because of the existence of Nu. Failed by no luck, Shinohara and Heipan were repelled a few steps, kneeling on the ground with the body supported by Quinky. Uchiha Liwo was also uncomfortable. The shadow clone cast by Chakra was already a little unsupported living. Human investigators have limits. No matter how hard they try, they can't defeat the ghouls, unless they stop being human and go to the embrace of the ghouls together. Only ghouls can defeat ghouls. In fact, this is also the case. CCG has always developed biotechnology that turns humans into ghouls, and has bred ghouls that do not need to eat food. Damn it, Quinker doesn't work at all. Mato Wusu just wanted to sneak attack, but the Quinker in his hand was destroyed by the owl, and his body was hit hard, lying on the ground in a state of hanging up. Senior Mato. Yaman quickly went to help his immediate superior to barely stand up. What method should I use to kill the one-eyed owl? Mato was thinking about how to deal with the owl. You all retreat, I am the queen. Uchiha Liwo stood in front of Xiao Xiao, but was talking to the investigator behind him. Your strength is too weak, you should find other members of the bronze tree. Retreat. Nan Nan, the investigators, said. Second class Uchiha, can you resist the owl? The last time I faced Xiao, the person who spoke the words of the queen was Mato Uegzu's wife. The young quasi-special investigator passed away early, leaving behind a husband who was immersed in hatred all day long. Uchiha Liwo turned his head, gave them a firm look, and focused on the store manager. I understand. Chief Shinohara nodded, turned to the investigators behind him, and said, "Second-class Uchiha, stay here, we will go to other places to expel the bronze tree." After finishing speaking, Xiao Yuan and Heipan turned and left, while Mato Wusu was still struggling, with red eyes, wanting to tear Xiao Xiao, who had the revenge of killing his wife, to pieces. Kill you, yes, I'll. Amon Kotaro didn't speak, he directly carried his boss on his shoulders, and followed the special pace closely. Before leaving, he deliberately turned his head to look at Uchiha Liwo. "Second-class Uchiha, are you really sure to get out of your body?" On the rooftop, Uchiha Liwo and Xiao confronted each other, and the two were silent with each other, watching each other. After the investigator left for a certain distance, Uchiha Liwo took the lead in breaking the silence. "Manager, Kaneki has already killed the gecko and escaped. You antiques can retreat from this war." Through Bluetooth, Uchiha Liwo learned about the situation of the main body, and also knew that Kaneki-ken had escaped the claws of the gecko. Now, Ontology is closely following Kaneki-ken, hoping to find out the whereabouts of Dr. Kano. The store manager took a look at Li Huo, because he wanted to pretend to be a one-eyed owl. His face was covered with bone-like hezi, and he couldn't see any facial expressions. Kaneki kills the gecko, then the purpose of the antique shop has been achieved, and they have no reason to stay here. No matter it is bronze tree or CCG, there is no need to mix antiques. Antiques' philosophy is solidarity and mutual assistance, friendly communication with human beings, rather than wanton killing. Liwo. The store manager seemed to want to say something, but finally stopped, turned around, jumped off the roof, and disappeared among the buildings. What he wanted to say couldn't be about unity and friendship, and the peaceful coexistence of human ghouls, but those preachings were usually spoken by the strong. How can the words of the weak move the strong? After all, his strength is still not as good as Uchiha Liwo. Looking at the disappearing figure of the store manager, Uchiha Liwo stood on the roof. He knew that the store manager had something to say to him, but those words would not have much effect even if he said them. Compared with humans and ghouls, people like him who don't have RC cells in their bodies are truly different. Kaneki-ken's speed is very fast. After his transformation, his hair has turned white, and his strength has also grown to a level capable of defeating S-class ghouls. Uchiha Liwo quietly followed Kaneki-ken. As a ninja, being able to hide his body well is a basic quality. Before the world was invincible, Uchiha Liwo had always maintained a cautious attitude so as not to overturn. After arriving at a rooftop, Jin Nguyen stopped in his tracks, not because of enemies such as investigators, but because he saw a person. Wearing a rabbit mask, a blue-haired girl is going to talk about Kaneki-ken's partner on the road to work, Kiri's Himatuka. Kiri's Himatuka is very uncomfortable at the moment. She is being educated by her younger brother. Well, not that younger brother, but Kiri's Hima Ayato, her own younger brother, the younger brother who chose to join the bronze tree in order to become stronger. After the mysterious disappearance of Kiri's Hima Shin, the father, the elder sister Dong Xiang, got out of the gloom with the help of the antique shop and lived happily in the sunshine, but the younger brother could not forget his weakness and was working hard to become stronger step by step. The effect of hard work is remarkable. The talents of the siblings are similar, and hard work has become the standard for measuring the strength of the two. After years of fighting, Suanda naturally and easily defeated her sister. Dong Xiang was sitting slumped on the ground at this moment, covered with scars, and even a crack appeared in the special rabbit mask. Kaneki-ken rushed forward and re-educated the bastard who had taught him a lesson. Teach his brother not to bully his sister. After awakening, Kaneki-ken was powerful, and the scales growing on his back easily knocked Kiri's Hima Ayato into the air. Kiri's Hima Ayato stabilized her figure in mid-air, and jumped to the water tank with shock on her unruly face. He was amazed at Kaneki-ken's strength. Obviously he hadn't seen him for a long time, but the boy who was easily trampled by the gecko was able to injure himself. The gecko went there, how could he let this guy out? After all, Ayato Kiri's Hima thought of this. Looking at Kaneki who was attacking him, he quickly jumped up to dodge Kazuko who was as nimble as a snake from Kaneki-ken. An idea that made him feel absurd slowly emerged in his heart. Could it be that the gecko is dead? Ayato Kiri's Hima thought of this keenly, but because of his daze, Kaneki-ken caught his opening, and his neck was held by a blood-stained hand. Jin Nguyen, you made everyone worry, you know. Dong Xiang still looked arrogant, facing Jin Nguyen, but the joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed even though he was injured. Kinyu, let's go back to the antiques together, it's too dangerous here. Dong Xiang. Jin Nguyen looked at his companion who came to save him, and suddenly felt warm in his heart, and wanted to talk to Dong Xiang, and said something to make everyone worry. But now he can't do it. All the misfortunes in the world are caused by the different abilities of the parties. It's me who is wrong, not the world. I'm sorry. Kaneki finally said these few words, and turned his eyes back to Kiri's Hima Ayato. His eyes became more and more determined. I want to join the bronze tree. Kaneki let go of his fingers, and Kiri's Hima broke free of control, greedily sucking the air, and looked at Kaneki-ken. You are sure to join the bronze tree? Once you join the bronze tree, it will not be so easy to quit. I want to join the bronze tree. Kaneki-ken repeated, firmly saying. After understanding the importance of strength, he knew that he could no longer stay in any antiques. Only by joining the bronze tree to become stronger can he protect everyone in the antique shop. Okay, I see. Uchiha Liwo, who was hiding aside, received the message from Bluetooth and nodded. The avatar seems to have entered the depths of the bronze tree base, and is following an S-level ghoul. The S-level ghoul did not participate in the battle, and seemed to be protecting an important person. It seems that I don't have to follow Kaneki-ken closely. My avatar may find Dr. Kano earlier. But before finding Dr. Kano, Riho Uchiha wanted to meet his old friend, Ayano Kirishima. Kirishima Ayato used to sneak attack him with it. Kirishima Ayato, long time no see. Accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, Riho Uchiha appeared in front of Ayatsu Kirishima. Uchiha Liwo's tone was very flat, as if he was reminiscing about the past, but Imo Feng had already appeared in his hand. You were that person that day. Seeing Uchiha Liwo for the first time, Kirishima Ayato panicked, which was different from Kaneki-ken's surprise. He is really afraid of Uchiha Liwo. The guy in front of him can be on par with him just as a clone, and his real strength can beat it even more. During the battle that night, he also knew Ite's true identity, the leader of the Bronze Tree, the One-Eyed King. The leader of the Bronze Tree is a short guy. When he knew it, he was surprised for a long time, so that he was warned by Duo Liang and the leader. Xiandu, do you know him? Kaneki-ken frowned. He naturally knew this guy who ate and drank. But Suandu, who is the cotter of the Bronze Tree, also knows Uchiha Liwo. However, the acquaintance between them does not seem to be friendly. Kaneki-ken, long time no see. No, it's not very long, it's just been a week. By the way, did you dye your hair? Why did it turn white? Uchiha Liwo greeted Kaneki-ken. The words were still so polite. There have been a lot of changes, and now I am not who I used to be. Facing acquaintances, Kaneki-ken doesn't want to fight, but at the same time he doesn't want to delay the time to become stronger. If your hair turns white, you won't be your former self. Jin Mu, are you planning to join the Bronze Tree? Uchiha Liwo exerted force and used Quink to directly hold Kirishima Ayato, who wanted to escape, making it impossible for him to escape. Yes, I want to join the Bronze Tree, and I don't want to be a person with insufficient ability. Kaneki-ken directly stated his purpose. You don't need to join the Bronze Tree. People from the Bronze Tree can't give you the help you need. Uchiha Liwo opened his mouth, telling a fact in his mouth, but his footsteps did not stop. He was slowly walking towards Kirishima Ayato. Where are Ite and Tatara? Uchiha Liwo squatted down and asked Kirishima Ayato, who was immobilized on the ground. Compared with the small cotters of the Bronze Tree like Kirishima Ayato, Uchiha Liwo's hatred is more suitable to go to Yashimura, Ite and Tatara, who are the leaders of the Bronze Tree. One has force, one has a mind. Do you think I will tell you their whereabouts? Kirishima Ayato snorted unexpectedly, and did not answer Uchiha Liwo's question. Is he a bad boy after all? Although Kirishima Ayato is a ghoul, he shows the style of a bad boy, perhaps because he has no parents to accompany him, forming such a cool personality. However, this kind of personality will suffer in the end after all in society, and Kirishima Ayato's strength has not reached the point where he will be self-willed. Pulling out the sword fixed on Kirishima Suandu's body, Uchiha Riho cut off the wing like Uchi of Suandu with a single blow, and then put the sword on his neck. Feeling a burst of coolness on the neck, Kirishima Ayato only felt a coldness in his heart, and he couldn't think normally at all. If the body and the head are separated, even the ghouls will not be able to survive. Facing the threat of death, Kirishima Ayato dare not say the cruel words in his heart after all. Uchiha Liwo, what are you doing? Let go of my brother. Dong Xiang stood up and shouted at Uchiha Liwo. The sister and brother love each other deeply. Even though they were fighting fiercely one moment, they began to worry about each other the next moment. Ask about the whereabouts of the leader of the Bronze Tree. He is a cotter of the Bronze Tree and should know the whereabouts of the leader. Standing in front of Kanto Kirishima, holding Quinky, with just a little force, Kanto Kirishima's neck began to ooze blood slowly because of the sharpness. The problem with these blood is not big, but if you suppress it a little more, the problem will become big. I don't know where Ite and Tatara are. Kirishima Ayato turned his head, but he was finally persuaded and told what he knew. Look, wouldn't it be good to just say it? Uchiha Liwo withdrew his sword and walked away from Kirishima Ayatsu. Suandu, are you okay? Dong Xiang walked to Suandu's side and asked with concern. Go away, bastard old lady. Suandu pushed Dong Xiang away. His original intention was to let the old lady know the dangers of the ghoul world and stop having beautiful illusions. Therefore, in the previous battles, he had been merciful. It seems that I'm still a good person. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Liwo sighed, and put his eyes on Kaneki-ken. He didn't have much confidence in obtaining information from Suandu. His ultimate goal was to find Dr. Kano's whereabouts, but before that, he had to fulfill the agreement with the antique shop. Bring it back to Kaneki-ken. Ken Kaneki, please return to the antique shop. Uchiha Riho held a knife and pointed at Kaneki-ken. The expression on his face remained unchanged. Maybe there should be some expression now? Guilt? clearly aware of Kaneki Ken's tragedy, but changed because it happened in advance. But since the tragedy happened, according to Uchiha Liwo's idea, it should be forcibly reversed. Little Goldenwood Angel, you will forgive me. This may be a unique evil, and Uchiha Liwois planning to do this. Liwoo, please get out of the way. Jin Nguyen said with a cold face. He might have listened to opinions in the past, but now he only believes in power. The power made him defeat the gecko, find 2 ghouls, and even defeated Suandu who bullied Dong Xiang just now. In the past, he would have been beaten to the ground begging for mercy, begging the enemy to hurt himself instead of his companions. So the power thing is always intoxicating. The leader of the bronze tree is my enemy. If you join the bronze tree, you are my enemy. There was no emotion between Uchiha Liwo's words. The bronze tree had attacked him before, and if it wasn't for the shadow clone, he would have been seriously injured, and he might have died. So Fankenite and him are destined to be enemies. Since it is the enemy, there is nothing to say, and we can only do our best to destroy the opponent. Ken Kaneki didn't speak, but proved what he thought in his heart with practical actions. He put on a blindfold that covered half of his face, and dragged Ayano Kirishima away towards the opposite place of Uchiha Liwoo. Uchiha Liwoo had no intention of organizing, and watched him leave with Kirishima Ayano. Ayato Kirishima can only be regarded as a minor character, and he can't kill him in front of his sister. This is too cruel, almost like a villain. Uchiha Liwoo thinks that he has not yet reached the point of villain. Dong Xiang, do you need me to bring Kaneki Ken back, the kind that knocks you out? Uchiha Liwoo looked at Dong Xiang. Maybe, I can bring your brother back together. No, thank you. Dong Xiang seemed to be a little tired, physically and mentally exhausted. After this night, he was a younger brother and a friend, and none of them was a worry-free master. Kaneki Ken or something, it's best to die. It's a pity that everyone is still so worried about him. Dong Xiang's voice was very low, and she was squatting on the ground with her arms around her legs. She was in a very bad state, and Uchiha Liwoo didn't know how to comfort her. The bronze tree has retreated, CCG will find it soon, you should go back quickly. After thinking about it, Uchiha Liwoo said such words. Maybe he is not good at comforting people. However, the war in District 11 is about to end. After fighting for so long, the leader of the bronze tree didn't show up. The one-eyed owl who showed up was just pretending to be the store manager. Dong Xiang is a mature ghoul and should be able to take good care of herself. With this in mind, Uchiha Liwoo left the rooftop where Dong Xiang was, and rushed towards the location where the avatar was. The memory between the shadow clone and the main body cannot be shared, but no one stipulates that the shadow clone cannot use Bluetooth. Modern communication is always convenient, and it solves a lot of troubles. Prince Shinohara. On the way to find Kano, Uchiha Liwoo hesitated for a while, and finally made a call. Shinohara Yuki was supposed to be fighting, but there was a loud noise coming from the phone. Second Uchiha, are you okay? I'm fine. Just now I left the Broken Queen alone, maybe in their eyes, I was at least seriously injured. It's like this. After I escaped from the one-eyed owl, I found a strange thing. Don't you think that the ghouls that appeared tonight are too weak? There is no effective resistance at all, so I suspect this is a trap against CCG. Uchiha Liwoo emphasized trap and wanted to remind Shinohara Yuki that there is something strange about the bronze tree tonight. Uchiha Liwoo had known for a long time that the ghouls in District 11 were just bait, but he couldn't say it in advance, so he could only mention it at this time. Trap. It's a trap. If possible, I hope that the ordinary CCG investigators will evacuate now. Uchiha Liwoo repeated it, emphatically emphasizing that if the other party was indifferent, he would have done his best. Shinohara Yuki was silent for a while. The battle over there seemed to be over, and now he was thinking about Li Huo's words. Aki. Uchiha Liwoo hung up the phone and rushed towards the shadow clone. On the battlefield, Mr. Shinohara, who had just expelled several ghouls, stood in place and looked around, looked at his colleagues who were fighting bloody battles, and silently connected to Merudisai. Amaru, it's like this. Merudisai is the commander-in-chief of this battle, the think tank of CCG, only he can decide whether to fight or not. I understand. Merudisai sat in the command vehicle, with more than 10 monitors hanging in the vehicle, giving an overview of the situation on the battlefield. After receiving the call from Shinohara Yuki, Merudisai fell into deep thought. He was thinking whether it was necessary to continue the battle. At present, CCG has achieved huge results. Almost half of the ghouls in District 11 have been wiped out, and corresponding investigators have also sacrificed a lot. 1/5 of this figure has already been reached. In the war between ghouls and humans, the sacrifice of personnel is like a number, but for Merudisai, it is not just a number. They are still living beings one after another, their own colleagues. They cannot be sacrificed any longer. Merudisai made a decision and made an announcement from the commander-in-chief. The battle is drawing to a close. All fighters present, please ensure your own safety and be ready to evacuate at any time. AA in the underground passage of District 11, Li Huo was following an S-class ghoul. S-level ghouls can be regarded as the cotters of the bronze tree, and Kirishima Ayato is at this level, although to Uchiha Liwoo, they are no different from ordinary ghouls. The S-level ghouls came to a fork, and several ghouls appeared in front of them. The ghouls were very respectful to the S-level ghouls, and they should be ordinary members of the Bronze Tree. Have all the investigators of CCG led to the predetermined location? S-class ghouls spoke. I got it. The ghouls nodded. They were one of the few ordinary ghouls who knew the plan of the organization, and it was precisely because they knew the plan that they didn't have to die in vain. From the capture of the CCG-11 district branch to the current battle, it was all a strategy laid out by the top management of the organization. The intention was to use ordinary ghouls to consume the vitality of CCG and achieve the purpose of weakening CCG. You are doing a good job. The bomb will explode in 5 minutes, you'll have to be careful later. Understood, boss, thank you for your cultivation. This group of ghouls respects the S-class ghouls very much. If they were not selected as bait, they might die in the explosion like those ignorant ghouls and investigators. The bombs planted in this area shocked even their arrangements, and they couldn't help guessing the power of the bombs after they exploded. I didn't expect that following the S-class ghouls, there would be unexpected gains. Hiding in the dark, Uchiha Liwo secretly said, he didn't choose to show up immediately, but hid and waited for the next move of the ghoul. After exchanging a few pleasantries with his subordinates, the S-rank ghoul continued to move deeper into the underground pipeline. He still had a task ahead of him, so he couldn't delay. The boss is so kind to us that if it weren't for the boss, we would still be fighting the investigators foolishly. After the S-level ghouls left, the ghouls stayed where they were fighting and hadn't left yet, chatting on the spot, talking about those companions who fought foolishly. With a swipe sound, the ghoul who was talking loudly had a line of blood on his neck, and his head flew high in the next second. Who am I? Where am I? A question mark appeared in the ghoul's head, and he fell into eternal darkness. Why did the searcher appear here? The remaining ghouls were stunned. Fortunately, as members of the Bronze Tree, they had experienced many battles and quickly reacted. Run, run, he is the person mentioned by the organization. The ghoul who discovered Uchiha Liwo's identity hurriedly fled towards the other end of the pipe. And the rest of the ghouls were also reminded, knowing what kind of character the investigator is in front of them, and the character that even the organization cotters are afraid of is definitely not something they can fight against. The ghouls were running away, and Uchiha Liwo took their lives unhurriedly. Under Mo Feng's blade, the ghouls fell one after another. 954. Uchiha Liwo calculated the number of missions. As long as the collection of 1000 is completed, he can leave this world and return to the ninja world. Now this number is not far away. As long as his avatar sends his eye over, he can complete the task. After easily killing the ghouls, Uchiha Liwo continued to follow the steps of the S-level ghouls. He had a hunch that as long as he followed the ghouls, he would be able to find Kano's whereabouts. Whoosh! The blue Kazuko suddenly appeared and attacked Uchiha Liwo's position. Liwo narrowly avoided the blow and appeared in the middle of the passage. Have you been discovered? Uchiha Liwo looked at the ghoul in front of him. The S-rank ghoul in front of him has a big shoulder and a thick waist covered with muscles. It looks full of strength and is not easy to provoke. Is it you, the little reptile, following me? My men were killed by you, and even Xiao Jing didn't have time. The S-rank ghoul looked at Uchiha Liwo with an angry face. He recruited and trained his subordinates to make them respect his money, and now that his subordinates are all dead, he lost a major source of income, so he is naturally angry. The shoulders of the S-level ghouls appeared on the shoulders. After the thick armor appeared, it was like wearing a hard armor. Jiahe's defense is very strong, but his speed and dexterity are his weak points. Uchiha Liwo stepped forward with a knife, and the S-rank ghouls rushed towards him without hesitation. He had known about the rumors about the young investigator a long time ago, but he thought it was a lie from the senior management of the Bronze Tree. How could a young investigator defeat the SS-level ghouls? The two sides approached quickly, and Uchiha Liwo's pace was agile, and his speed was too fast compared to the thick and heavy Keikaku. He quickly circled behind the S-level ghoul. The S-level ghoul reacted, and the thick armor leaned back. The huge force caused cracks to appear on the wall. Uchiha Liwo easily dodged the attack of the S-rank ghoul, and quickly jumped in the air with his calf, and the long knife in his hand directly slashed at the neck of the S-rank ghoul. The neck is the weak point of ordinary ghouls, but the S-level ghouls in front of him are obviously not among them. His neck is completely protected by Jiahe. Uchiha Liwo's slashing attack could only barely cut off the superficial Kakyu. One shape, slashing on the water surface. Uchiha Liwo swung his knife and chopped on the ghoul's head. The hard skull made the slash slightly stiff, followed by a hot knife cutting butter with ease. Puffed. The S-level ghoul fell powerlessly to the ground, while Uchiha Liwo was regretting why he directly killed the S-level ghoul. Now that the clues are broken, I don't know where this guy is going and what his purpose is. Uchiha Liwo regretfully opened Sharingan, and after absorbing Kazuko of the S-class ghoul, the numbers in his eyes jumped. Ta-ta-ta. Just after Uchiha Liwo was annoyed and lost the clue of Dr. Kano, a burst of footsteps appeared behind Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha Liwo turned his head, and with the help of Sharingan, the pitch-black passage was extremely clear at this moment. There was only a little light in the underground passage, but with the help of Sharingan, Uchiha Liwo could see clearly. Two girls with exactly the same height and appearance appeared in front of him. The two girls were wearing white robes and black robes. Their single heian was very conspicuous in the dark. Nice Hero and Corona. Seeing the appearance of these two people, Uchiha Liwo breathed a sigh of relief. Aku Nabai and Ajiku Corona are the contemporaries of Suzuya Yozo. After Kaneki-ken was transformed into a ghoul, the two of them are the second batch of successfully transformed humans. Most importantly, they are the daughters of Dr. Garner, that mad scientist who has a special hobby of being a father. The sudden appearance of Nabai and Hina had a very clear goal, to take away the previous S-rank ghoul. But right now, that was killed by Uchiha Liwo. What should we do? The person who protected Dad died. Hina took off his black robe, revealing his jet black hair and tight face. Hey, our mission failed. The two sisters looked at each other, panic appeared in their eyes, not because of the killing of the S-rank ghoul, but because of the seemingly harmless young man in front of him. Together, the sisters' strength is only S-level, only to be ravaged by Uchiha Liwo. Where is Dr. Kano? Uchiha Liwo threw the corpse of the S-class ghoul into one place, and after the RC cells died, the Kiko on the S-class ghoul gradually softened and slowly disappeared. Uchiha Liwo didn't want to do anything to the sisters in front of him, he was afraid that he would lose his strength and kill them. In that case, Dr. Garner would be completely lost. At present, the S-level ghouls are no match for Uchiha Liwo at all, only the SS-level half-heroes can barely give him some pressure. Hey, what should we do? We are definitely not opponents, how should we escape? The sisters know that they are not opponents, and are planning how to escape. They are not fools, they have been trained by CCG for many years, and they can be regarded as people with brains. I'll stay, you run away quickly. Uchiha Liwo looked at the sisters' deep love and did not disturb them, and continued to walk slowly, his eyes changed into the form of Guyu. Hey, look here. Uchiha Liwo said, attracting the attention of the sisters, and the moment the latter turned around, they were controlled by Sharinan. Illusion is still omnipotent. Uchiha Liwo is quite emotional, he just used chakra to interfere with the other party's senses. At this time, in the eyes of the sisters, he is Dr. Kano. Take me to where we were just staying. Yes, Dad. The two sisters nodded, their eyes glazed over, they walked up to Uchiha Liwo and led him the way. Right here. The two sisters walked out of the underground passage, and Uchiha Liwo also walked out together. Looking at the collapsed house in front of him due to the explosion, Uchiha Liwo looked around, but did not find Dr. Kano. Where the hell is Dr. Garner? Take me to the lab. Unable to find any trace of Dr. Kano, Uchiha Liwo had no choice but to turn his mind to the laboratory. Dr. Kano has his own laboratory in District 11. Uchiha doesn't know the specific location of the laboratory, but the sisters next to him must know. Sharinan is easy to use after all, let Korone and Nebe wear hoods to hide the identity of the ghouls. Uchiha Liwo walks the streets of District 11. At this time, the battle between CCG and Bronze Tree is over. Because of the war, this place has been turned into ruins. The flames continue to burn in the ruins, causing bursts of smoke that envelop the sky in this area. The corpses of ghouls and investigators were no longer visible at the battle site, and they were all taken away by CCG. As a hero, investigators naturally want to be engraved on the memorial monument for people to pay homage to, and those ghouls are precious resources, materials for laboratory weapons. The road to the laboratory was very remote, and Uchiha Liwo didn't see a few people along the way. Sure enough, District 11 was once in the hands of ghouls. It was empty without any people. As early as a week ago, CCG helped evacuate the people here. After more than 10 minutes journey, Uchiha Liwo came to an apartment building, which was Dr. Kano's private property and his laboratory in District 11. As early as on the way, Uchiha Liwo used the transformation technique to transform himself into an S-class ghoul, and in the apartment building, Uchiha Liwo finally found Dr. Kano. Dr. Kano had white hair and stood leisurely outside the gate in casual clothes, looking at three people. Xiaobai. Kano looked at his adopted daughter, and then greeted Uchiha Liwo. You are the one sent by the Bronze Tree to protect me. Gianna and Bronze Tree had a secret deal a long time ago, but they didn't trust each other. Bronze Tree sent people here, under the name of protection, but in fact they were monitoring Gianna's every move. Kano is also well aware of this, and deliberately greets the S-rank ghoul transformed by Uchiha Liwo with a smiling face, but he is calculating in his heart to let the ghoul who is monitoring him retreat. How can there be two fathers? Xiaobai said in unison. In their field of vision, there were two Kana standing, facing each other with faint smiles. 2. Dr. Kano was stunned, but Uchiha Liwo controlled his mind immediately, and Guyu appeared in his eyes. Take me in. Uchiha Liwo ordered. Kano nodded dully, turned and entered the interior of the apartment building. The underground of the apartment building is unique. After passing the secret elevator, Garner came to a basement with a sci-fi style. A set of sophisticated scientific research equipment is placed in the basement, and in the huge medical cabin, the ghouls sleep in it. Dr. Garner is really rich, as expected of his ancestors who opened the hospital. Uchiha Liwo looked at the underground laboratory, feeling in his heart that these sophisticated instruments are expensive at first glance, and Dr. Kano has more than one laboratory like this. Open the medical cabin. Under Uchiha Liwo's order, Kano pressed a few buttons on the medical cabin, and after the liquid in the medical cabin was drained, the cabin door opened. Uchiha Liko strolled forward. The ghouls in the medical cabin gradually woke up, and the ghouls looked at Liko with a dull expression. Is it a failure? Uchiha Liko looked at this ghoul with a deformed body and a dull expression, and drew a knife to end its painful life. The number of collection tasks jumped again, but Uchiha Liko was not in a good mood. He had known for a long time that Dr. Garner secretly created a half-human, half-ghoul one-eyed ghoul, but after seeing the failed product, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. As a CCG ghoul anatomy doctor, Kano used the change of position to secretly transfer the organs of the ghouls into the bodies of dying humans. Although the dying people survived, they had to struggle between the positions of ghouls and humans. Dr. Kano operated the button to release all the semi-finished products in the laboratory, and Uchiha Liko killed them one by one to help them escape. On the side, Korone and Nashiro looked at Uchiha Liko in surprise that they didn't know what happened to Kano's father, and they destroyed their own works like crazy. Looking at the failed products of liberation all over the floor, Uchiha Liko was a little tired, not physically exhausted, but mentally haggard. After sighing slightly in his heart, Li Huo turned his attention back to Gianna. Information, give me a copy of your experiment information. Garner has been experimenting for so many years that although he has committed many crimes, his experiment still has merit, but it is a bit inhumane. Dr. Kano has been working on the experiment of human beings turning into ghouls, and there have been successful examples. Kaneki Ken, Akunabai, and Eiji Hina are his masterpieces. His experimental materials and data are what Uchiha Liko needs to obtain. Even if he can't understand it himself, it doesn't prevent the existence of other people who can understand. Good things come first, and Dr. Garner has not lost anything, but he has gained in real terms. Dr. Kano, who was under control, copied the data to the USB flash drive. Uchiha Liko took the USB flash drive and looked at the computer screen full of data. Sure enough, I'm still not good at these things. Seeing the strings of data on the computer, Uchiha Liko could not say that he had a headache, but he definitely couldn't bear to watch quietly. After getting the USB flash drive, Uchiha Liko looked at Dr. Kano again, and Dr. Kano stared blankly at himself. What else can I order? Hey, I need a lot of RC inhibitors, and potions that turn humans into ghouls. Uchiha Liko patted his head. Due to the long history, he can't remember whether Dr. Garner has developed a potion to turn humans into ghouls, but what CCG has, Dr. Garner must also have it. Hearing this, Dr. Kano walked into a room in the laboratory, while Uchiha Liko stayed where he was, looking at Zayahai Xiaobai. It's really pitiful for you to take orders from such a lunatic, or accept the thief as your father. Anji Ohina and Nabai were designed by Kano, witnessed the scene where their parents were killed by CCG, determined to avenge their parents, chose Kano as the adoptive father, and under the choice of the adoptive father, they became one-eyed ghouls. Nabai and Hina's bodies trembled slightly, but they quickly regained their composure under the control of Sherinan. On the other side, Dr. Kano found the items Uchiha Liko needed, and appeared in the laboratory holding a huge metal box. Here are Hebao and RC inhibitors. As for the medicine, I put it in Zone 6. Uchiha Liko nodded, got up and held the box full of inhibitor test tubes in his hands, and turned all the Hebao beside him into cold data. Then let's go to District 6. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Liko controlled a group of people to leave the underground laboratory and prepare to go to District 10. Looking at the remote street, Uchiha Liko frowned. Now comes the question, I don't have a car or a driver's license, how do I get to District 6? The area of the Tokyo Circle is very large, and with only my feet, I am afraid that I will not be able to reach the 6th district tomorrow morning. Fortunately, the problem was quickly resolved. Uchiha Liko is now sitting in the back seat of the private car, while Dr. Kano is driving the car in the front seat. It's here. Dr. Kano got out of the car first, and Uchiha Liko also got out of the car. A vertical manor appeared in front of Uchiha Liko. The manor is located in a remote area and is very large, covering a huge garden and a castle-like villa. This is Dr. Garna's industry and his largest laboratory. The laboratory is located underground, which is Dr. Garna's habit, and it is also to deceive people. Entering the villa of the manor, led by Dr. Garner, walked into the secret room of the villa, and a huge underground corridor came into view. The underground corridor is very wide, and a large part of it is a wall of wriggling flesh. Like the underground in District 24, the underground of Dr. Kano's house is also full of meat walls. This kind of meat wall is made of RC cells. It is hard in texture and can change shape at will. Kano's largest laboratory is hidden in the depths of the meat wall. After passing through walls of meat, he successfully arrived at Kano's laboratory. Just when Uchiha Liko was about to follow Kano in, a ghoul appeared in front of him. This ghoul is obviously the product of a failed experiment. While its body is deformed and mutated, its brain is also not very good, just like a wild beast. Clang! A flash of sword light flashed, and the ghoul's head fell round and fell, and its body fell to the ground weakly. Out of control. Uchiha Riho looked at the closed alloy gate. Dr. Kano had lost control, and Kurone and Nashiro beside him also disappeared. When did the illusion lose its effect, and Kano also transformed himself into a ghoul? Uchiha Liwo is puzzled. Ghouls are much more resistant to illusion than humans. It seems that the existence of RC cells can suppress the invasion of chakra. Uchiha Liwo can use illusion to control ordinary people for a long time, but he can only control SSS level Kazuko for a short moment. Behind Uchiha Liwo, the wall of flesh had a certain reaction, and began to gradually approach Uchiha Liwo's direction. Uchiha Liwo drew his sword and slashed at the fleshy wall. The fleshy wall was tough, with only a gap, and the gap was slowly healing. There is no other way. Uchiha Liwo set his eyes on the alloy gate in front of him. The alloy gate must be harder than the fleshy wall, but there is only one gate, but there are many fleshy walls, and he hasn't gotten enough from Kano yet. Picking up the shape, life and death. Uchiha Liwo took out Mo Feng. 10 slashes appeared at the same position at the same time, and there was a human-sized gap in the alloy gate. Too much power is used. Uchiha Liwo walked into the laboratory and came to a wide hall in front of him. In the hall were rows of medical cabins, and the cabins were full of ghouls that had failed experiments. Ms. A was killed by you. Kano's questioning sound came from the hall. Kano himself was hiding in the depths of the laboratory, observing Uchiha Liwo's actions through surveillance. Uchiha Liwo didn't deny it, but went straight to the medical cabin, and destroyed the activated medical cabin with a knife. With so many medical pods here, Dr. Garna's thinking speaks for itself. You stand over there, the bronze tree is still CCG. Dr. Garner activated the medical cabin, the hatch opened, and all the ghouls in the cabin came to life. These ghouls are all kinds of strange things, and each one has a different appearance, but they have a common feature, which is the failed product of the ghoul experiment. Walking out of the cabin, there were no less than 50 ghouls in the hall. All of them had red eyes, and tentacles like scales grew behind them. That is Zi, who was born on behalf of the gods, and they who have Li Shiheze, each of them is above the B level. If 50 of them go up together, even the special investigator can only die with hatred. Is this all your failed works? Uchiha Liwo looked up at the monitor with a playful smile on his face. The ghouls appeared around Uchiha Liwo, with fierce eyes, and surrounded him. These crazy beasts will be very troublesome for the investigators, but facing Uchiha Liwo is nothing more than a few ninjutsu. Uchiha Liwo didn't use ninjutsu, but held a knife in both hands, focusing all his attention on the ghouls. Ninjutsu is his trump card, and he will not expose his trump card unless necessary. These failures can be completely solved by knife skills. Uchiha Liwo took a deep breath, his chest heaved with a huge amount of oxygen, his body temperature rose, and he looked at the group of beasts. With the help of Sharingan, this group of beasts showed flaws everywhere. With a sound of swiping, Uchiha Liwo stepped on the ground with his toes, and rushed into the crowd. A deformed ghoul appeared in front of Uchiha Liwo that he barely had the characteristics of a human being, and more of it was a bulging deformed piece of flesh. Puff! The tip of the knife pierced the heart of the ghoul, and Uchiha Liwo directly penetrated the ghoul behind him. Kicking away the two deformed ghouls who lost their combat effectiveness, Uchiha Liwo drew his long sword and slowly advanced among the ghouls. While dodging the attack with his own dexterity, a series of sword lights appeared in the hall. There were bursts of screams that followed. Although these deformed ghouls were mentally retarded like beasts, they still had the basic ability to judge and knew how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. The sound of the blade cutting through the flesh appeared one after another, and the deformed ghouls fell to the ground one by one, and Uchiha Liwo was chasing the fleeing deformed ghouls. After finishing the last ghoul, Uchiha Liwo turned his gaze to the monitor. The monitor kept turning and flashing red light, and it didn't take long for Kano's voice to be heard in the hall. Thank you so much for defeating these defective products, so I can destroy them. Garna's voice obviously paused, and he seemed not to be calm behind the monitor. Is there any more? Uchiha Liwo took out a white towel and wiped the blood on Mo Feng. What a monster! Kano, who was hiding in the corner of the laboratory, looked at Uchiha Liwo on the screen with some admiration. He was surprised by Uchiha Liwo's performance just now, that he was able to fight against such a ghoul with a human bodied. He was simply another White Death. No, maybe he's not human. Kano saw the cursed eyes, which were more intimidating than the ghoul's eyes, and possessed the ability to control the mind. I was controlled by it just now, so I made an astonishing move. Looking at the other side of the screen, the various actions he made under the control, Kano secretly made up his mind in his heart that he must get those eyes. Taking out the communicator, Kano issued an order to the daughters who were resting at the other end of the laboratory. Xiao Hei, Xiao Bai, go to the hall and kill that boy. And on the corner of the screen that occupies most of the room, a message has been sent for half an hour. The alloy door driven by electricity opened, and two young girls walked out of the passage. They are the two sisters, Hina and Nebe, who appeared in the hall, with a black ring hanging around their white necks. Uchiha Liwo launched an illusion, and at the first glance with Kuro Nanashiro, the opponent fell into the illusion. Immediately afterwards, a blue electric arc appeared on the ring, awakening the two sisters directly from the illusion. So that's how it is. Uchiha Liwo said with emotion. The essence of illusion is to manipulate the opponent's 5 senses through chakra, and Sharingan is to accelerate this process. Under severe external stimulation, illusion will naturally be solved. As expected of Dr. Garner, it broke my illusion all at once. Uchiha Liwo's illusion ability is not outstanding, and the ability to control ghouls is also due to Sharingan. As the Sharingan of Blood's successor limit, the auxiliary ability is too powerful. Jana, it's just these 2 girls, they're not strong enough. Heinai and Naibai are so weak that they can't even beat Shizeo, let alone him. That's not necessarily true. Gianna's voice was playful, and he quietly pressed the button of the cage. It was a failure he hadn't had time to destroy, and it was also the most powerful member of the failure. Accompanied by the sound of machinery, the sealed metal cabin slowly rose from the center of the hall, and at the same time, the entire hall was covered by a layer of hard hezamite wall. Uchiha Liwo waited for the metal cabin to appear, and did not rush to make a move. Behind Xiaobai beside him appeared a world like Linhe. The number of black and white sisters is very small, far less than that of Kaneki-ken, and there is only one short scale. As the hatch opened, a crimson monster came out of the cage. Its body was similar to that of a human, its entire face consisted of only teeth, and it grinned at Uchiha Liwo. What is that? Uchiha Liwo asked Kano. A failed product born by chance, but its strength is quite strong. Kano looked at the experiment he had planned to destroy. Although the experimental product that was born by chance was powerful, it was out of control, so I could only force it to be imprisoned. Now it is a good choice to deal with this new investigator. The body of the uncontrollable monster heaved up and down, as if it had been starved for a long time, and its whole body exuded a dangerous aura. Uchiha Liwo didn't dare to be careless. He looked at the crimson monster, and secretly clenched the sun will knife in his hand. Mo Feng was still grinding, obviously not suitable for high-intensity battles. Ho ho ho. The scarlet monster roared, turning a deaf ear to Uchiha Liwo, and rushed towards the black and white sisters. The black and white sisters are staring at Uchiha Liwo, the great enemy, and they don't dare to be nervous for a moment. Uchiha Liwo, who can kill S-level ghouls, will not be too troublesome to kill them. Tear! A bloodstain appeared on Xiaobai's arm. She quickly jumped aside, and looked at the scarlet monster with doubts on her face. Together with Xiahei. If I hadn't blocked it with Ezi just now, I am afraid that the arm has been completely torn off by now. Obviously, the black and white sisters were puzzled by the scarlet monster attacking themselves. Why would they attack themselves even though it was the work of their father's laboratory? Dr. Kano, your work is really interesting. Uchiha Liwo stood aside, observing the farce. There was a small mistake. Gianna didn't expect this either. This monster was hungry and crazy. Normally, it would attack humans with fragrance first, but it didn't know why it attacked the black and white sisters. Sure enough, Uchiha Liwo is not human. Kano secretly said in his heart. The idea of capturing Uchiha Liwo alive became more intense. Go, and attack the humans over there. Gianna controlled the crimson monster, which was created by him, and naturally left a back door. Under Kano's control, the scarlet monster didn't continue to attack the black and white sisters, but rushed towards Uchiha Liwo. Noob! Korna whispered, looking at the scarlet monster. Xiaobai was injured because of it, her hands trembled slightly, and finally fought with the scarlet monster. Facing the attack of the crimson monster, Uchiha went head-on and got close to him within a few steps. He wanted to test the strength of this monster. The appearance of the opponent reminded him of a monster that only appeared later in the ghoul world. Abandoned by a dragon, it is a monster created by Kaneki-ken who transformed into Jackie Chan, a monster that has no mind and can only kill. After being killed, the whole body will turn into tiny spores, enter the human body, promote the division of RC cells, and turn human beings into ghouls. Only the complete form of hedge dragon can be made for the dragon abandoned son, and it appears here, which has to make Uchiha Liwo suspicious. How far has Dr. Garner researched? The two sides got close in an instant, and Uchiha drew his knife from the fire and slashed at Long Kazai. The texture was tough, just like RC meat. After Uchiha Liwo backed away secretly, he turned around and slashed the black and white sisters at the side, cutting off their robes directly, revealing the tights that wrapped their bodies. The black and white sisters are nothing to be afraid of. It only takes a dozen seconds to kill them. How can you be so tenacious? Looking at Ryako, who only had a scratch because of his chopping, Uchiha realized that the monster in front of him might be a special kind of Ryako, a monster made by Kazuko. The wound on Long Kazai is slowly healing, it recovers very quickly, and there is no expression on its face. The black and white sisters supported each other. Although Uchiha Liwo's attack just now did not cut them in half, there was still a half-finger deep wound on their abdomen. They are extremely weak at the moment, relying on the physique of ghouls to slowly regenerate. If ordinary people may have lost the ability to walk, but they can still fight. Blocking the wound with the back of the Hizai, the black and white sisters stood far away, not daring to step forward to intervene in the battle. Just that moment was enough for them to understand the difference in combat power between the two sides. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Liwo rushed forward, but this level of tenacity alone could not stop his attack. Puff! The long knife cut on Long Kazai's body, resulting in several huge wounds. Although the wounds heal quickly, there is still a limit. A series of pitch-black sword lights flashed quickly, covering Long Kazai's body like a violent storm. Under the fierce attack, Long Kazai retreated again and again, and his flesh and blood were rapidly decreasing to the extent visible to the naked eye. Immediately, Long Kazai's body was cut several times. After all, he was still a life of flesh and blood, so he couldn't resist such a slash. After half a minute of continuous attacks, Long Kazai fell to the ground, and his body gradually turned into a blood mist that filled the air. It started. There was a smile in Kano's eyes hiding behind the scenes. His goal had been achieved. He wanted to use Uchiha Liwo's hand to kill the monster and turn Uchiha LiwoInto a ghoul. However, the smile on Kano's face froze in the next moment, turning into a little astonishment. Wind escape, big breakthrough. As the chakra condensed, a strong whirlwind appeared in front of Uchiha Liwo, and after hovering for a while, it spewed out violently. Hoo hoo hoo. The strong wind gathered all the red spores together, and locked them firmly in a space less than the size of a basketball. It seems that it is almost there. Uchiha Liwoo let out a sigh of relief. His abdomen sank obviously, because using the wind escape, the breath in his abdomen was almost emptied. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Liwoo formed a mudra with his hands and used the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha family. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The intense high temperature directly burned the spores, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt spores and sparks flying everywhere. Too strong, this guy. Long Kazai was destroyed, but Dr. Kano was not angry. It was originally a defective product he destroyed. Humans with spores will die instantly. At this time, Dr. Kano was very happy, watching Uchiha Liwoo as if he had found a treasure, and Uchiha Liwo's use of various magical abilities was as fascinating as the ghoul itself. Dr. Kano lost his mother in his early years, and later studied in Germany and became a researcher of GFG, and then returned to Tokyo to become a researcher of CCG. Determined to use the recovery ability of ghouls in the field of medicine to treat those seemingly incurable diseases. Now that Kano's research has encountered a bottleneck, CCG has also discovered his suspiciousness, so he has to contact the Bronze Tree, wanting to join them to obtain more experimental materials, create more powerful ghouls, and change humans and ghouls the current stable situation. Create a powerful enemy that humans and ghouls are afraid of and have to fight together, and change the antagonistic attitude between humans and ghouls through cooperation. Now the appearance of Uchiha Liwoo has made Dr. Kano very excited. If the human body is so powerful, if he is transformed into a ghoul, what kind of power will he have after he becomes a hedge? Perhaps, the legendary dragon can't match it either. In the hall, Uchiha Liwoo raised his head and activated Sharingan, after ensuring that there were no remaining spores in the air. Holding a knife, he slowly walked towards the black and white sisters. The pair of sisters are now leaning against the Hezi wall, looking at Uchiha Liwoo in horror. Hey, run away. And Junei raised her hand, trying to push Heinai away, but she was already seriously injured and unable to push Heinai away. Please, let Nabai go. Hina hugged her injured sister, her slender body trembling constantly. The pupil of the normal eye shrank sharply, full of fear. It is a stupid act to beg for mercy in the face of the enemy, and it is undoubtedly the kindness of entrusting one's life and death to the other party. But in the current situation, Hina can only choose to beg for mercy. The strength gap between the two sides is too huge, just like ghouls and ordinary humans. They were proud of their bodies, which were transformed into half-ghouls because of revenge. Under the opponent's long knife, they were as fragile as a piece of paper. Uchiha Liwoo walked forward step by step, and with his good eyesight, he noticed the movement around him. Because of the injection of RC active medicine, the Hezi wall in the hall is growing rapidly, as if it is going to cover the entire hall. The family has money to open a hospital. Uchiha Liwoo secretly complained. He knew that RC active potion was expensive, and Kano was willing to use the active potion to stimulate Kazuko's wall. Trying to trap him here, or for another purpose. Uchiha Liwoo was calm, watching everything around him. His mission has been completed, and he can leave this world at any time. Chapter 7146. The emergence of the clown organization. Whereas Kano in the laboratory, the black and white sisters in a state of panic were easily controlled by Uchiha Riho, and told Dr. Kano's location, which was the control room area deep in the laboratory. At this time, Dr. Garner was watching him quietly. Ahead, Uchiha Liwoo looked at the gate made of alloy, ignoring the black and white sisters who were embracing him. His collection task had been completed. The alloy gate has been wrapped by Kazuko's wall, and when the two are added together, it is difficult to defeat even Uchiha Liwoo's slash. As Uchiha approached the fire, Kazuko's wall began to squirm, as if to swallow it. Uchiha Liwoo swallowed flames from the fire mouth, covering Kazuko's wall completely. Under the fireball, Kazuko lost his vitality, revealing the alloy gate behind him. Before, Uchiha didn't use ninjutsu outside, because he was afraid that the oxygen would burn out and endanger his life, but now he is in the lobby, and the oxygen should be enough to release a few fire escape ninjutsu. Cut open the alloy door with the water shape, and the passage to the control room appears in front of you. Uchiha Liwoo headed towards the control room, just before resisting the control room. Roar! A fierce attack suddenly attacked Uchiha Liwo. Who is it again? Uchiha Liwo avoided the attack, turned around and saw a figure running towards him. The visitor was holding a long knife-like quinkwa with a clown-like mask on his face. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, he stood there and watched Uchiha leave. Clown! Uchiha Liwo frowned, his eyes serious. The Clown organization is the mastermind behind the Ghoul World, promoting the history of the Ghoul World line. Its leader, Roma, is the SSS Ghoul, and the strongest is the investigator Juduurfu that I saw that day. That's right. The youth wearing a clown mask swayed, his body tilted back at a 75-degree angle, and he looked like a funny clown. The last laugh is the clown. Uchiha Liwo didn't dare to be careless. He clenched the Japanese sword in his hand and stared at the clown in front of him. Exaggerated tone and actions. He already knew the identity of the person in front of him, and Shieju Duo Zonta, also known as Urfu, the mastermind behind the Ghoul World, and the final boss. This person is extremely dangerous, has outstanding strategies, and is half as powerful as Arima Kisho. He is the strongest in the Ghoul World except Kaneki Ken. Why are you so serious? You're just a junior high school student, but you pretend to be an adult. It's really disgusting. Old Taji Fuku made a vomiting expression and looked at Uchiha Liwo. I'm going to catch Kano. Do you have to stop me, Clown Soda? Uchiha Liwo called out the old Terufuku's current name, opened Sharingan, and watched his every move. With the opening of Sharingan, the chakra in Uchiha Riho's body is gradually being consumed without any hesitation. Uchiha Liwo opened the third gate of the 8 gates Dunjia, Shenmon. The huge chakra spread in the body, and sweat steam appeared on the surface of Uchiha Riho's body. Oh, you actually know the identity of the Clown organization and meet. I just wanted to persuade you to leave, but now I can only kill you. Zonta took off his mask, revealing a handsome face. It has to be said that his appearance is above the passing line. Zonta clenched the long knife queen tightly, and rarely showed a serious expression on his face. That he has always been pretending to be a righteous investigator facing everyone in CCG. Now such a cold face is his true face. Second class Uchiha, you are my invitation to join CCG, so let me figure out your unstable factor. All events in the Ghoul World are under Zonta's control, whether it is the Steel Bridge incident at the beginning or the creation of the dragon at the end. Zonta has always been a manipulator behind the scenes, but the appearance of Li Huo now disrupts his plan, making everything unpredictable. Originally, he wanted to bring Liwo into CCG and be under his own supervision, but Liwo's various behaviors touched his bottom line time and time again. For example, Dr. Garner in front of you. Dr. Kano is the most critical part of his plan, even more important than Kaneki Ken. He must ensure the implementation of the plan and be aware of the unstable factor of Liwo. Zonta's eyes appeared, and a slender line appeared at the end of the spine, scales. That was Lishi's Hezi, who had been transplanted with the organs of the ghoul, and he has become a one-eyed ghoul. One-eyed ghouls are much stronger than ordinary ghouls. Zonta rushed towards Liwo. His movement was similar to running, but his speed was astonishingly fast. Li Huo stared at the long knife in Zonta's hand and Hezi behind it, both of which gave him a dangerous aura, so he had to guard against it. Bang! The smoke filled the air, and a shadow clone appeared beside Uchiha Liwo, who also held a long knife in his hand. This shadow clone consumed half of Uchiha Liwo's chakra, and it was the clone he released in advance, hiding in the dark place at the top of the passage. Two of you, sure enough, you are also a ghoul. Zontai had a clown smile on his face, which was a habit he had developed all year round and could not be changed. Uchiha Liwo didn't answer, and surrounded Sota with his avatar one after the other. Zonta's strength should not be underestimated. This guy can easily defeat Fankanite. Although he has the advantage of poor information, it is enough to prove his strength. Holding the Railun saber tightly with both hands, Li Huo took a deep breath, and slashed towards Zonta with all his strength. Clang! The two long knives collided with each other, making a crisp metal chatter. Liwo's slash was easily blocked by Zonta, and the shadow clone was also entangled by Hezi behind him. I blocked, I hid, and I can't hit me. Zonta's expression was extremely rich, and he still had the strength to do all kinds of weird moves during the battle with Liwo. It seems that my strength is unexpectedly strong. Sota didn't have the consciousness of being in a battle, but instead used various methods to block and avoid Uchiha Liwo's attack. Although his behavior and expression are weird, his physical fitness and fighting skills are extremely amazing, and Uchiha Liwo is far inferior to him in this respect. Able to beat him half a chip in skill, it is estimated that only the white god of death, Arima Kisho. Boom, boom. The opponent has no fighting spirit, so Uchiha Liwo will naturally not attack him with all his strength, but let the shadow clone entangle him. He slashed at the door of the control room with a knife. The door of the control room was not much harder than the hall, and soon Uchiha Liwo broke a gap. My goal is to catch Dr. Garner, not to fight with the behind-the-scenes boss. I said, can you stop ignoring me? Zonta's face showed anger, and his expression no longer seemed weird, and he began to fight Liwo seriously. Sutai's footsteps were fast, and when he attacked with the long sword, it was more like a phantom, appearing beside Uchiha Liwo with a very fast posture. Take 2 steps back from the fire, put the sun will knife horizontally in front of you, and prepare to block the opponent's attack. Zanta is a ghoul with strong resilience, and he is just an ordinary human being, so it is not worthwhile to exchange injuries for injuries. Zanta slashed at Liwo's abdomen with a knife. Liwo dodged the blow sideways, and pinched Zanta with his cat body and shadow clone. Puffed. There was a shallow blood stain on Zanta's arm holding the knife, and the blood flowed slowly from it. Although Zanta has Hezi, he is not yet proficient, so naturally he cannot escape the attack from both sides of Liwo. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, that's all. Zi Lu. Zongtai licked the wound on his arm, showing intoxicated eyes, as if he was tasting some kind of delicacy. Why is this guy as perverted as Yueshin? Uchiha thought secretly, taking advantage of the other party's flaws, and then flanked the other party with the shadow clone. Sota blocked with a knife. Although most of Uchiha Liwo's attacks were blocked, but there were still a small number of knife marks on Sota's body. Cut the opponent's handsome black suit to pieces. Zanta's body was covered in blood, and there were wounds everywhere on his body, but none of them was fatal. In other words, as long as a monster like Zanta doesn't decapitate it or consume its purse, the opponent will always be in a state of rapid recovery. I'm one-eyed, Uchiha-kun. Sota smiled. RC cells condensed, eyes appeared in the eye sockets, and the scars on the body began to recover gradually, and even the slightest trace of scars could not be seen. It's a tough opponent. Li Huo opened the door of the control room with a knife and entered the narrow environment of the control room. His goal is to catch Dr. Kano, not to tangle with Sota. However, after entering the control room, Liwo did not find Garna's figure, but saw an open door, which was half opened and half closed. Apparently Dr. Garner escaped from there. Run away again. Li Huo muttered, and quickly entered to catch up with the escaped Gianna. Don't run away. Zongtai chased after Li Huo's pace, while resisting the entanglement of the shadow clone. After chasing Kano all the way to the end, Uchiha Liwo returned to the original place, the hall full of Kazuko walls. Uchiha-kun, do you want to catch Kano? Sota stood in front of Kano, blocking Uchiha's way out of Liwo, and looked at him playfully. It seems that this battle is inevitable. Uchiha Liwo stared at Sota with stern eyes. With a slight bend of the body, Uchiha Liwo appeared in front of Sota in a flash, and with a deep leap, he slashed at Sota's head fiercely. Sota drew his sword to block. Even if Uchiha Liwo opened the 3 gates, he was still slightly inferior in terms of strength. Bang! The swords crisscrossed and collided with each other. Uchiha Liwo's figure exploded, and he retreated more than 10 meters. The fingers of both hands flashed quickly, forming ninjutsu marks. A huge fireball appeared in front of Uchiha in an instant, blasting towards Sota. There was a bang, accompanied by a burst of thick smoke, and a crimson figure walked out of the thick smoke. There is no smoke. Uchiha Liwo knew that ordinary ninjutsu couldn't hurt an enemy like Sota, but it could force him into the state of hedge. In the hedge state, the ghouls will more or less lose their minds, and their speed will also slow down accordingly. Sure enough, after the thick smoke dissipated, Zanta in hedge form appeared in front of him, still holding the B-grade quinqua in his hand. Zanta in hedge form is wrapped in hezi all over his body, his face is made of white matter and exposed teeth, and there are scales behind him like folding fans. This is Sota's strongest posture, and his strength and defense have increased several times in this state. Fighting Sota in this form, Uchiha Liwo would not be careless, and took out the RC inhibitor in his pocket. Throwing it fiercely on the ground, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the RC inhibitor began to diffuse in the air, exerting its application effect. RC inhibitors can inhibit the activity of RC cells in the ghoul's body, thereby achieving the purpose of reducing the strength of the ghouls. Even if he was as strong as Sota, he would not be immune to some influence. He used Kazuko's coat tissue RC agent to enter the body, and rushed to Uchiha Liwo with quinqua in his hand. Zongtai started to get serious. He couldn't maintain the hedge state for long, and he had to resolve the battle quickly. Bang! The swords crisscrossed. Uchiha Liwo blocked Sota's attack, while the shadow clone walked around behind Sota, and stabbed fiercely in the neck. Zanta's Heze coat was pierced with a hole, but the blade was entangled by Heze's coat, trying to get stuck on the long knife. The skill is good, but the strength is much worse. Rin Hyuka behind Sota started to wave, with great force forcing the shadow clone back, and Quinky in his hand stabbed towards Uchiha Liwo suddenly. This thrust was extremely fast, aiming at Li Huo's abdomen. Li Huo didn't even have time to dodge. Bang! A log appeared in front of Hung Liwo, and Zanta's attack directly penetrated the log. And Uchiha Liwo, with a sliding shovel, appeared below Sota, aimed at 3 inches below the abdomen, and stabbed with all his strength. Zanta yelled in pain. The attack was not slowed down because of this. He quickly reacted. Lin He behind him aimed at the ground. The light of the saber flickered, and Liwo's saber became faster and faster, using sword skills one after another to fight Zanta head-on. Zanta's power in hedge form has greatly increased, but his speed has slowed down a lot, and under the effect of the RC inhibitor, his speed has become even slower. Speed is Soda's advantage, but at this moment, he is on par with Uchiha Liwo. Uchiha and the clone are exchanging shapes, and it is impossible to tell which one is the real body. Having not identified his real body for a long time, Soda's mood gradually became irritable, but he was unable to effectively attack Uchiha Liwo at all, but he kept getting injured, and his RC cells kept losing. Quinker and Quinker collided with each other, sparks flew everywhere, and the two sides fought for more than 10 rounds in a short period of time. Uchiha Liwo's forehead was soaked with sweat, Sausta's Kazuko coat was peeled off piece by piece, and the regenerative ability could no longer keep up with the speed of destruction. The battle at this time has entered a state of anxiety. Uchiha Liwo is a little weak because of Salmon's physical strength, and Soda also feels weak because of the lack of RC cells. As the RC inhibitor passed through the wound, it gradually entered Soda's body. The RC cells in Zanta's body gradually became silent, and the Heze coat on his body began to show signs of loosening. Zanta felt bad, and set his sights on a bunch of failed products in the hall. Normally, he wouldn't take a look at these ghouls, but at this moment they were the best choice to replenish RC cells. Bang! Uchiha Liwo slashed on Soda's Kazuko's coat with a knife, and Soda used this force to appear in front of the failed product. Gyalu Gyalu. Zanta slowly swallowed the flesh of the failed product, but was surprised to find that the amount of RC cells in the flesh was not even as good as that of humans. There aren't enough RC cells. Li Huo was a little out of breath. The fierce battle put a heavy burden on his body, but he enjoyed the process. When he came to the world of ghouls, he felt like he was really fighting. There were only a few people such as Ite and the store manager. For the other ghouls, they were all just to complete the task, they were just crushing one-sidedly, and they didn't feel like fighting at all. And Zanta in front of him is undoubtedly the strongest opponent he has ever faced, and under the suppression of RC inhibitors, he still has good strength. It really made him feel excited. While his eyes were red, the chakras all over his body began to tremble. Sure enough, the blood of the Uchiha clan naturally loves fighting. In the hall covered by Heze's walls, Soda squatted on the ground, his hands were covered with blood. He is devouring flesh and blood, intending to restore the number of RC cells. Uchiha Liwo took this opportunity to constantly harass Soda's eating and slowed down his recovery. He took all the Heze of the failed products in the hall, leaving only a small amount of RC cells in the failed products. These cells are obviously not enough for Zanta to supplement Kazuko. After feeling that Kazuko's clothes were getting less and less, Soda made a decision. He opened his bone-like jaw, chewed and swallowed the Quinky in his hand. Quinker is made of Hebeo, and has a large number of RC cells, which can quickly restore the RC cells in the ghoul's body. However, there are also disadvantages in doing so. For example, the taste of Quink is worse than that of ghouls, and it will also increase the debuff of madness. He wouldn't have done it if it wasn't an emergency, but now is an emergency. Clang! Uchiha Riho swung his knife and cut off Soda's Kazuko coat, revealing his body in a white shirt. After exposing his body, Soda quickly retreated backwards. He had just swallowed Quink, and Heze's coat gradually regenerated, returning to his previous appearance. Looking at Uchiha Liwo as if facing a formidable enemy, Soda touched back with his right hand, and held a scale in his hand that turned into a sword. The Heze coat on Zanta's body gradually shrunk, and Linhe also retracted into the body behind him. The huge size will affect his speed and become a living target. The half-human state is the most suitable for him, with both speed and sufficient strength. Kano on the side was watching the battle. He wanted to escape at any time, but he didn't dare to stay too far away, for fear that Uchiha Liwo's clone would find him. He can't intervene in this kind of battle at all. He is just an ordinary scientific researcher, and occasionally helps people complete operations, save lives and heal the wounded. The battle between Zanta and Liwo was very fierce, with swords and swords making people dizzy. Seeing Soda's astonishing recovery ability, Kano's idea of using ghouls for organ transplantation to promote the development of medicine became stronger. Daddy, please save Ziobai. On the edge of the battlefield, Hina appeared next to Kana holding Nebe, begging him to save Nebe, who was seriously injured. I didn't hurt Ibao, and I can still save him. Go inject the RC active agent by yourself, and bring a few more bottles here. Dr. Gianna has seen Nebe's injury. He is a doctor and knows how to treat the injured. Hina nodded, and left the hall area with Ziobai in his arms, but Kano didn't dare to act rashly, because he felt a gaze was always watching him. Whether it's a clown or a search officer, they're all bastards, and they all want to use me. Gianna lowered his head, looking fiercely at the two sides fighting. The purpose of both parties is their own, but they have no right to speak. Zanta and Liwo are still fighting. They are not of the strength type, they are good at speed and skill. Therefore, their battles are often like two phantoms, intertwined with each other. The effect of RC inhibitors is gradually fading. Zanta can feel the activity of RC cells in his body, and has been in a stalemate with Liwo. In his opinion, Uchiha's Liwo state must not be maintained. As long as he persists, he can kill the opponent. Snapped. Another RC inhibitor shattered on the ground, spreading silently in the air. Not good. Feeling that his Heze was restrained, Zanta quickly looked at Liwo to guard against the opponent's attack. Good opportunity. Li Huo's figure flashed, and he rushed in front of Zong Tai. Zong Tai was restrained by his eye at this moment, and he couldn't stop him at all. Zonta hurriedly dodged sideways, but there were finger-deep wounds on both sides of his waist. Because of the RC inhibitor, the wound couldn't stop bleeding quickly, and the blood kept flowing, losing RC cells. However, Li Huo's attack did not end. He stepped forward and stabbed Zonta in the eye socket. The body surface of the ghoul is covered with a steel-like membrane, and only the corners of the eyes are the only weak point. If this blow hits, Sausta will be seriously injured even if he is not dead. Hezi appeared behind Zonta and protected his head. Puff! The long knife pierced Hezi, piercing Hezi out of a hole, but it also allowed Zonta to escape the fatal blow. Li Huo drew out the long knife that pierced through Hezi, and slashed at Zonta's unprotected leg. Zonta's Hezi's coat on the surface has been severely damaged, and he can't resist Li Huo's slash at all. The long knife smashed through Hezi's coat, cut through the hard skin, and chopped on Zonta's leg bones before barely stopping. Hulu Li Huo took a deep breath, lifted the 8-door Dunjia, which was a huge burden on the body, and stabilized the chakra in the body. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in Zonta's sight, and the evil chakra entered Zonta's mind through looking at each other, trying to disrupt the other party's ability to control the body. Zong Tai was slightly taken aback. He felt that his body seemed out of his control, and let go of Lin He's protection of his vitals. How is this going? Zonta quickly urged the RC cells to flood into the brain, and with the RC cells on the top, he regained control of the body. And at this moment, Li Huo's attack came out suddenly. He stabbed Zonta several times quickly, defeating Lin He's chest protection. Pfft sounded. The sharp blade was aimed at Zonta's heart, but because of the hard membrane, it slipped sideways and pierced Zonta's lungs. Cough, cough, cough. Zonta felt severe pain and rushed to the top of the hall with all his strength. Hanging on the top of the hall, Zonta held the wound with his palm, and while spitting out blood, he had an unbelievable expression on his face. It can even affect people's minds. Zong Tai's face showed fear that he had watched the battle between Li Huo and Bronze Tree, and knew that the other party possessed all kinds of magical powers, but he didn't expect to be able to control his mind. Although only half a second. But half a second is enough to decide the outcome. If it weren't for the toughness of his Hezi coat, he might have died. Li Huo looked at Zonta with satisfaction. Although he failed to kill Zonta, the blow just now was considered to have crippled most of the opponent's combat power. Chakra cannot be used if the 8 gates are opened, and the illusion is released through Sherinan. Li Huo's chakra control has not yet reached that level. He can only open the 8 doors to consume the opponent's physical strength, and then use the RC inhibitor to suppress the opponent's RC cells. Finally, use Sherinan to control the opponent's mind and get the opportunity to make a decisive blow. Do you still want to fight? Li Huo looked at Zonta, who was seriously injured, jumped on the wall, and continued to attack. Zonta didn't reply. Because of his lung injury, he couldn't breathe normally, let alone speak. He took a deep look at Li Huo, and the scale behind his back suddenly grew bigger, and he drew towards Li Huo. Li Huo dodged Ling He's attack, and Lin He left deep dents on Heze's wall. Zonta took advantage of this opportunity and hurriedly left from the exit of the Li Huo destruction laboratory. Boom! A huge blasting sound came from outside the laboratory, and the huge flame even spread into the laboratory, burning slowly on Heze's wall. Watching Zonta leave, Li Huo sighed leisurely. He set detonating symbols on the wall of Heze at the entrance, and those were the few pieces he brought from the ninja world. It was set at the door just in case. Unexpectedly, Zonta ran away in that direction, and tried to devour Heze's wall, triggering the detonating symbol in Heze's wall, and a small-scale explosion occurred. Li Huo appeared at the entrance, looking at Kazuko's wall that had a hole in it due to the explosion, and Sota, who was running away. The power of the detonating talisman was impressive. Several pieces of Zonta's body were exploded, and Heze's coat was detached from the body surface and turned into ashes. Uchiha Li Huo didn't choose to chase him. His mission has been completed, and he won't be in the ghoul world for too long, so there's no need to chase this behind-the-scenes boss. I just hope that Zonta can refrain from distorting the idea of separating the family. Because of the separation from the Shiyu family, Zonta wants to change this distorted world. Ghouls are afraid of the existence of CCG, and the higher UPS of CCG are ghouls. Such a world is undoubtedly distorted. Uchiha Li Huo turned and walked into the laboratory, looking at Dr. Kano, who was standing still in the hall without trying to escape. His support has been beaten away by Uchiha Li Huo. He is only a human being, and he can't resist the SSS-level combat power at all. It's time to have a good talk with Dr. Garner. Dr. Garner stood where he was, with no thought of resistance. Beside him, Heinai Ba is taking RC active medicine, and the wound is recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. You won. Jana spread out his hands, with a helpless wry smile on his face. He knows his own value, that is to help others study ghouls, and he will not be killed easily, but it is really uncomfortable to be controlled by others. Investigator, it's actually not a good thing that I fall into your hands. The clown organization and the Bronze Tree will both come to trouble you, Garner reminded. Uchiha Liwo ignored him and glanced at him lightly. Immediately, Dr. Kano fell into the illusion again. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Liwo left Kano's underground laboratory with a huge suitcase that he had obtained all the data of Kano's experiment. Kano has lost its use value, but Uchiha Liwo did not hurt Kano, but let the Black and White sisters take good care of him and let him continue to study. Only by creating food that allows the ghouls to eat normally, can there be real peace between the ghouls and humans. Walking to the outskirts of District 6, Uchiha Liwo made seals with both hands, and sealed the suitcase into the scroll that he carried with him. This kind of scroll is expensive, and Uchiha Liwo got it from his father. After the seal was completed, Uchiha Liwo glanced at the pitch-black night, and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Outside the battlefield in District 11, Antique and his group stood on the building, watching the closing action of CCG below. Although CCG's battle against the Bronze Tree was successful this time, it also paid a huge price. The search officer lost a quarter, and the dead ghouls were a bunch of minions, which was not worth it at all. Golden wood. Golden wood. Dong Xiang looked at the battlefield in a daze. She couldn't understand why Jinyu chose to join the Bronze Tree. On the other hand, little Lolita Hina was comforting. Sister, big brother Kaneki may have some difficulties. Shop manager, the rescue of Kaneki is considered a failure or a success. Irumi Xian walked to the side of the silent store manager. Like Yuenergu Jian, she didn't sneak into the Bronze Tree to rescue Jin Muken, but waited outside. If their identities of Demon Ape and Black Dog are found out, CCG will definitely not let it go, and the piece of antique will also be broken. Maybe. The store manager smiled wryly. He didn't know if it was successful, but Kaneki escaped from it after all and joined in again. The Bronze Tree was built by her ignorant daughter, who built the Bronze Tree with only a few words from the V organization, wanting to fight for the ghouls' right to survive. After a brief conversation, everyone in the antique shop fell silent, and finally chose to leave the battlefield full of gunpowder. On the other side, on the unfinished high-rise at the edge of the battlefield, Fankenite was wrapped in a bandage, watching the busy investigators below. Mr. Tatara, the bomb detonated and killed many investigators, and Kaneki joined the Bronze Tree as planned. But Dr. Garner is gone. Without Dr. Garner, how can we mass-produce Cyclops and start the next plan? Fankenite's voice was full of anger, and he seemed to be gnashing his teeth under the bandage, and Tatara, who was wearing a red mask beside him, didn't know what to do. It is true that he is the think tank of the Bronze Tree, but right now the key person, Dr. Garner, is missing, which makes him very headache. Dingling! The communicator on Tara's body rang, and when he answered the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, with panic in his tone. Tatara, I was attacked by an investigator named Uchiha. He destroyed my lab. I need to make some preparations before I can start the production plan of the one-eyed ghoul. After Uchiha Liwo left, Kano broke away from the shackles of the illusion. Looking at the messy laboratory, he wanted to cry but had no tears, and he could only clean up the mess with Zayahai Xiaobai. Before Uchiha Liwo left, he was only asked to study making ghoul food, and did not restrain him too much. Now he can only join the Bronze Tree, ask for a lot of money, and start to repurchase the instruments and equipment needed for the experiment. Well, okay. After a brief chat with Kano, the other party hung up the communicator, and Tatara looked at Ike blankly. This damn Uchiha ruined our plan a little bit. Ike seemed to remember the humiliating battle that day. His face under the bandage was heaving, and he said viciously, now the plan must be implemented quickly, so that Jinyu can grow as soon as possible and become a real hero. The strength of Kaneki Ken, who devoured Heze the Gecko, is only around S+, which is far from meeting the requirements of the plan. Fankenite's plan is to make Kaneki Ken the king of the next generation of ghouls, surpass Arima Kisho, and lead the ghouls towards revival. Fankenite jumped from the tall building, followed by Tatara, and the stronghold of the Bronze Tree in District 11 has been destroyed. They must go to a new stronghold, continue to unite the ghouls, and attack the next area of human beings. Brother Maru, how about the casualties? Sitting in the car back to the headquarters, Shinohara Yuki asked. There are a lot of casualties. If it wasn't for the reminder from the second-class Uchiha, we might have lost more than half of us. Merudisai was not in a good mood. Although the battle against the ghouls in District 11 was a great success, the cost of casualties was unacceptable to them. Low-level ghouls are randomly harvested leaks, but the investigators of CCG are their colleagues. Have you contacted the second-class Uchiha? I want to treat him to dinner and thank him face-to-face. Although Merut Isai was resentful, he was grateful to Uchiha Liwo. No. Shinohara Yukino shook his head. Second Uchiha fought Owl on the rooftop and then disappeared. Will you die in the line of duty? Probably not. When that guy fought with Xiao, he looked full of confidence, and he should be able to survive from Xiao's hands. After all, he wiped out the ghoul restaurant by himself. Although Uchiha Liwo was the ghoul restaurant that was purged together with Jizo, anyone with a discerning eye knows that most of the credit goes to Uchiha Liwo. In other words, Uchiha Liwo was the root cause of the destruction of the Tsukiyama family. That's right. Merudisai rubbed his forehead. There are still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with, and it is possible to work overtime until dawn. In another car, Amon Kotaro looked sadly at Mato Gore, who had lost his right hand. Senior Mato. His superior had already lost his qualifications as an investigator and could only stay in the logistics department of CCG. Mato Wasu had a smirk on his face and seemed to have fallen into a state of dementia. He didn't care about bandaging his aching arm and murmured, "Xiao, xiao. The one-eyed owl is already his obsession, and killing owl is his only purpose of living. Kunk, kunk, what will my kunk look like? I killed a lot of ghouls today." Shizao, who was sitting beside him, was wearing red slippers, humming and shaking his legs, his face full of disapproval. Quinker's vision. He ended Jason's last life, and while he was appreciated by Shinohara Yuki, he was promised a brand new Quinker. He was very happy today, killed many ghouls, and had a good fight with Jason. The only fly in the ointment is that Uchiha Liwoo has disappeared. Obviously the two of them are happiest killing ghouls together. Uchiha Liwoo sat in the temporary residence, meditating and recuperating. In the continuous battle just now, his chakra was almost exhausted, and his physical exhaustion was approaching the critical point. Although there are no obvious injuries, there are many muscle strains in the body, and the internal organs are also aching because of the Bayman Dungia. If it wasn't for his own RC inhibitor, he might not be Zonta's opponent, and he might be himself when he fled in the end. Uchiha Liwoo felt the injury in his body, and estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days for his body to recover to its peak state. During this period, he had to take supplements to nourish his body. I feel the chakra in my body go from lack to abundance. Uchiha Liwoo fell asleep peacefully, and it was dawn when he woke up again. His stomach growled, reminding him that it was time to eat. Uchiha Liwoo hurried out and walked into a barbecue restaurant. When he came out again, his stomach was full and his wallet had less money. "Prince Shinohara, what can I do for you?" Turning on the phone, seeing several unread messages, Uchiha Liwoo made a call. "It's nothing." Shinohara Yuki on the other end of the phone seemed relieved. "Thank you yesterday. If it weren't for you, it would be very difficult for us people to get out of here." Shinohara Yuki knew the gap in combat power at that time, and their investigators could not beat their opponents together. "Therefore, I am very grateful to Uchiha Liwoo. By the way, Mara-chan wants to treat you to dinner." Yukiki Shinohara recalled Maritisei's words yesterday. "Okay, let's set the time until the evening. How about 7 o'clock in the evening?" Liwoo considered that he would be leaving soon. Before leaving, it would be good to meet his colleagues from CCG. Good, that's it." Li Huo hung up the phone, stood still and meditated. He was thinking about what to bring back from the ghoul world. After thinking about it for a while, Liwoo walked to the apartment opposite the residence without realizing it. It was a 2-story apartment, where Kaneki used to live. It's a pity that today's Jinyu has devoted himself to the bronze tree. In order to protect the people in the antique shop, he has become stronger step by step. Returning to the temporary residence, Liwoo packed up all the items that should be carried, and stopped a taxi on the side of the road. Soon, Liwoo arrived in front of the branch office in District 20. Looking at the white and majestic building, Liwoo got off the car and entered the branch office. The branch is still busy as before. It just went through a war like the crusade against the 11th district, and the staff of CCG was transferred quite frequently. Second-class Uchiha. The staff of the branch hurriedly greeted Liwoo with reverence in their eyes. One night is enough to make Uchiha Liwoo famous. That he can escape from the hands of the one-eyed owl, and his strength is probably second only to the white god of death. In the eyes of everyone, Li Huo approached the logistics department of CCG directly, and he wanted to apply for guns and ammunition from the logistics department. "Sorry, Investigator Uchiha. The person in charge of the logistics department is a middle-aged lady." She told Uchiha Liwoo that there are no thermal weapons, because thermal weapons are ineffective against ghouls. Then, excuse me. Uchiha Liwoo didn't feel the slightest surprise. It is undoubtedly ridiculous that hot weapons cannot deal with ghouls. Under the heavy weapons, even the SSS level hedge can't last long. The reason why CCG restricts hot weapons is nothing more than because controlling CCG is the ghoul of the Hexio family. The Hexio family controlled the CCG, and while using the investigators to eliminate the bad elements in the ghouls, they also made the radical investigators disappear, indirectly protecting the ghouls. A strange balance is maintained between ghouls and humans. The bronze tree was targeted and suppressed by CCG because it wanted to break this balance. Li Huo left the logistics department and met the investigator with a skilled face in the investigator's office. "Li Huo, where did you go last night? Why did you suddenly disappear?" Shizao asked suddenly, pinching the marks of sexual assault on his body. "Kill the ghouls," Uchiha Liwoo said concisely. The time quickly came to the evening, after some fun time at the izakaya. Uchiha Liwoo took a deep look at the investigators, trying to remember their appearance. "He's coming back soon, and I don't know if there will be a chance to meet again in the future." Wandering aimlessly on the street, Uchiha Liwoo came to the antique coffee house, which was still open with bright lights. "Manager, have a cup of coffee." Uchiha Liwoo sat in the middle of the coffee shop and ordered a cup of coffee from the menu. "Okay." The store manager didn't speak, but silently boiled hot water and ground coffee. On the side, Toka Hinamai looked at Uchiha Liwo with a little nervousness, even though Uchiha Liwo participated in the rescue of Kaneki together. But they are ghouls, and as ghouls, they naturally distrust the investigators, and are even a little afraid. What happened to you? You look very unhappy. Holding a cup of coffee, Hina timidly walked to Liwo's side. She didn't have a bad impression of Liwo. Hina has short hair, and her clothes have also changed. Because she is wanted by CCG, she has changed her appearance. Yeah, I'm leaving here soon. Uchiha Liwo sighed, holding a warm cup of coffee in both hands, hesitating in his heart whether to drink it or not. Leave here? Hina asked, puzzled, and everyone in the antique shop was also puzzled. To be precise, it is to leave Tokyo. Uchiha Liwo explained. Shop manager, do you still plan to open here for antiques? As far as I know, CCG has already set its goal here. Don't you think it's suspicious that there are no ghoul activities in a place all year round? Uchiha Liwo looked at the store manager, who squinted his eyes, pondered for a while and said, antiques will not attack humans. He hopes that Uchiha Liwo can understand the antique shop, because he can kill antiques alone. Assault or not, it's not what you decide, but what the Shiyu family decides. Uchiha Liwo said the heavyweight information, staring into the store manager's eyes. Hexiu. The store manager was silent. He used to be the cleaner of Hexia's V organization, and he knew how powerful the Hexia family was in charge of CCG. Here you are. Uchiha Liwo threw out a USB flash drive, which landed firmly in the store manager's hands. This is. The store manager was puzzled. The research and treatment of RC cells, if the ghouls can stabilize the RC cells in the body, or produce food for the ghouls to eat, maybe there wouldn't be such a big divide between ghouls and humans. In the final analysis, the difference between humans and ghouls is only the number of RC cells. Uchiha Liwo spoke lightly, but in a flat tone, he told the news that shocked everyone in Antique. Ghouls are just like human beings. Everyone in the antique shop has never thought about this stuff. This is also the unique worldview of the ghoul world. Ghouls, like humans, are composed of RC cells, but they are deadlocked to each other. That is to say, in the later stage, through the existence of Lonkazai, human beings are turned into living ghouls, so that the human beings in the ghoul world can face this reality. Or, the ghouls are originally the species planned by the high-level human beings. Thank you. The store manager nodded heavily. But at this moment, Uchiha Liwo turned into a black shadow and left the area of the antique shop, leaving only a cup of warm coffee on the table. Naruto world. Uchiha Liwo stayed at home, but did not practice daily. He returned from the ghoul world and appeared in the bandit settlement. Looking at the bloodstained settlement, Uchiha Liwo returned to Konoha village, handed in the completion of the mission, and returned home. Liwo, it's not good to kill someone for the first time. Uchiha East saw that Uchiha Liwo's state was not right. Thinking that it was the first time Uchiha Liwo killed an enemy, there was a certain shadow in his heart. Sure enough, he, like me, suffered for several days during the first murder. Uchiha Toshi thought so, and went up to comfort his son. Uchiha Liwo nodded, acquiescing to his father's statement. In fact, his bad state was not because of the battle, but because of time travel. From the bustling Tokyo to the small town of Konoha village, he was a little uncomfortable. After 3 days of rest, Uchiha Liwo adjusted his state. Resurrected with full blood, he is also the most beautiful boy on the streets of Konoha. Let's go, hot-blooded youth. Uchiha Liwo was walking on the street, looking at the father and son of Mekmate who were practicing desperately. Well, you guys are the prettiest boys on Konoha Street. Uchiha Liwo complained in his heart. As a teacher, Dai discovered Liwo, and walked upside down to Liwo, let's practice passionate youth together. No, teacher Dai, I have other things to do. Uchiha Liwo shook his head and rejected Dai's proposal. He has never stopped training on Baemon Dungia, but today he really has something to do. The old guy of the third generation sent a message to him to go to the Hokage building. As a ninja in Konoha village, if he wanted to do well, he naturally couldn't arouse Hokage's dissatisfaction. As soon as he received the message, Uchiha Liwo set off for the Hokage building. After a while, Uchiha left the fire and arrived at the Hokage building. At this time, the third generation was watching Uchiha Liwo's mission report, thinking deeply. The Uchiha clan is the largest clan in Konoha village, and Liwo is the contemporary genius of the Uchiha clan. His attitude towards Konoha determines the future attitude of the Uchiha clan. As Hokage, he must ensure the stability of Konoha village. As the genius Uchiha Liwo of the unstable Uchiha family, he will definitely be firmly in his hands. Please come in. The third Hokage sensed footsteps outside the door. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Liwo put on a cute appearance. The third Hokage took a closer look at Uchiha Riho, and found that this kid looked similar to Minato, and was as handsome as himself. Thinking of this, the goodwill in my heart has increased a lot. Li Huo, I read your mission report, and the mission is well completed. You are an excellent ninja. Third Hokage had a kind smile on his face. But it's not enough just to complete the task. I hope you can team up with your fellow villagers. The strength of your companions is powerful. The third Hokage is going to let Uchiha Liwoo join his direct Jonin team and train him to be his own. Hearing this, Uchiha Liwoo nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Most ninjas fight in teams of 4, and there are still very few true Lone Rangers. He has not yet become an exception because of his lack of strength. Even if he doesn't have the strength, he can only obediently follow the rules of the village. He has the strength to graduate early, but he doesn't have the strength to refuse class assignment. Moreover, Konoha's ninja class is the best opportunity to win connections. People born in the same ninja class are often the closest friends. It's just that I don't know who my future teammates will be, who will be the leading teacher. Uchiha Liwoo secretly guessed in his heart. With his identity and talent, leading the team is at least a Jonin, and he will not follow a Chunin like a commoner ninja. Konoha's Jounin still has important matters for the time being, so you can temporarily join a Chunin team. After finishing speaking, the 3 generations of Hokage recruited a short-haired Chunin. This short-haired Chunin had the face of a passerby, and it seemed that there was no special blood succession limit. Master 3 generations. The short-haired Chunin said respectfully, Li Huo, I will take care of the child for the time being, and take him to familiarize himself with the process of ninja missions. Although Uchiha Liwoo has completed the sea-level mission, he has not really experienced ninja battles, and the 3rd generation also considered this point. Yes, Hokage-sama. The short-haired Chunin glanced at Uchiha Riho, with a little dissatisfaction in his eyes. He doesn't seem to have a good impression of me. Uchiha Liwoo had a keen sense and noticed the afterglow of the short-haired Chunin. Back off. The 3rd generation put everything in his eyes, but didn't say anything, making Liwoo and short-haired Chunin back down. After Liwoo and the short-haired Chunin retreated, the 3rd generation showed deep eyes and began to process the documents in the office. The border of Konoha has not been peaceful recently, and the friction between the villages has become more and more frequent. The 3rd generation has already smelled the smell of war. The situation in the ninja world that has been peaceful for many years may be broken again. After leaving the Naruto building, Uchiha Liwoo followed behind the short-haired Chunin, and now he is the subordinate of this Chunin for the time being. Captain, where are we going? Leaving Hokage's office, the other party motioned for him to follow, but refused to speak. Follow, the short-haired Chunin said flatly, as if he didn't have any emotion for Uchiha Liwoo. Uchiha Liwoo followed obediently. Although he didn't know where the dissatisfaction in the short hair came from, he could vaguely guess it. Short-haired ninjas are commoner ninjas, and commoner ninjas are born with envy and jealousy towards blood successor families. After passing through most of Konoha village, the short-haired Chunin came to an open space inside the village, followed by Uchiha Liwoo. In the open space, 2 ninjas, a man and a woman, had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the short-haired Chunin and Uchiha away from the fire, they hurried forward. Captain, is this our new team member? Yes, he will be our team member for a period of time in the future. His name is Uchiha Liwoo, and he is a genius of the Konoha giants. Looking at the 2 subordinates, the middle-aged ninja calmed down. He told them about the situation of Uchiha Liwoo. Before going to the Hokage building, he received a brief report on the situation of the new team members. Uchiha's rich family, our task should be much easier in the future. Unlike the short-haired Chunin, the male and female teammates are much more enthusiastic, with joy on their faces. Teaming up with the blood successor family, their survival rate after completing the task will be greatly increased. As a profession of ninja, the death rate has always been very high. Not many people care about the death of ninjas who were born as civilians. Liwoo-kun, can I call you that? The 2 ninjas tried to greet Uchiha Liwoo. According to the rumors in the village, although the Uchiha clan is powerful, their personalities are not easy to get along with. Usually, he has a cold appearance, which makes people unable to guess what's going on in his heart. Uchiha Liwoo looked at his team members for a period of time in the future. These 2 ninjas looked ordinary, there were no signs of mutation on their bodies, and their attire was not surprising. It seemed that they were really ordinary ninjas. Looking into Uchiha Liwoo's eyes, the 2 young ninjas seemed to have a little inferiority complex. They pale in comparison to the geniuses of the giants. Please give me your advice in the next few days, Uchiha Liwoo said with a smile on his face. According to the 3rd generation, before the new generation of ninja school graduates, he should have spent time in this ninja team. Therefore, it is quite necessary to have a good relationship with teammates. Well, Liwoo, what kind of ninjutsu are you good at? The man couldn't help asking. Uchiha Liwoo, who graduated early, is not a big news in the ninja circle. He wants to know where Liwoo is outstanding and can apply for early graduation. Hearing this, Uchiha Liwoo was stunned, just about to speak, but he didn't know what he was good at. He has dabbled in ninjutsu, illusion, and physical arts, but he has not reached the point of being outstanding. Seeing that Uchiha Liwoo didn't answer, the male ninja didn't ask any more. Ninjutsu is a very personal matter, which involves the inheritance in the family. It is an act of hatred to ask rashly. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Liwoo said, it's not really good at being good at it, but I have a lot of knowledge in swordsmanship. That's it. The male genin saw the long sword behind Uchiha Riho and nodded. After some gossip, the short-haired shinin who stood silently at the side spoke up and told about their mission. Uchiha Liwo listened carefully, not missing every detail. The task this time is actually very simple. It is to kill a group of wandering ninjas wandering on the border of the Land of Fire. Wandering ninjas lost the shelter of Ninja Village, burned, killed and looted everywhere, doing all kinds of evil, but their strength is usually very weak, and those who can refine chakra can call themselves ninjas. This kind of ninja may have an advantage in the face of ninja school students who have never fought, but it is not enough to face the ninja who has been tested by life and death. Whether it is taijutsu or ninjutsu, wandering ninjas are at a disadvantage compared to Konoha ninjas. The task this time is B-level. Please be careful and gather here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After briefly explaining the mission, the short-haired shinin issued an order to disband, and the task of exterminating the rebellious ninja was at the border of the Land of Fire, and it would take at least half a month to go back and forth. After leaving the gathering space, Uchiha Liwo had a wry smile on his face. He didn't want the third generation to arrange himself in the shinin team. A member of a wealthy Uchiha family like him should at least be a jonin leader, but fortunately, the ninja school graduation time is approaching, so he can be assigned to the jonin class and become Konoha's key training object. Leisure time always flies by quickly. After saying goodbye to his parents, Uchiha Liwo returned to the open space where he gathered. After waiting in place for a while, when the agreed time was reached, members of the team rushed over one after another, including the short-haired shinin. Sure enough, a guy like Obito who is late every day is a special case of Konoha. After complaining slightly in his heart, the short-haired shinin led them away from Konoha and set foot on the journey to the border of the Land of Fire. As soon as he left the village, Uchiha Liwo saw the speed of the ninjas. The ninjas were not walking on the ground, but jumping in the woods. Each jump could cover a distance of several meters. Think about it too, ninjas are doing tasks, not going on an outing, where there is no time to walk slowly on the ground. Uchiha Liwo jumped in the woods and chased after him. The group traveled for several days, from the bustling city of Fire Nation to the remote forest on the border. Looking at the sky gradually covered by night, the short-haired shinin asked everyone to find a suitable place to camp. The two ninjas nodded. They have been in the same team for many years, they get along well with each other, and they know the meaning of the short-haired ninja. After a while, the two ninja found a suitable place to camp, and a bonfire was lit in the camp, and Uchiha Liwo also went out to hunt and returned. He's not very good at setting fires and camping, but he's fine with hunting or something. After resting for a while before the bonfire, the prey was divided into evenly sized pieces of meat, and the pieces of meat were sizzling under the flames. At this moment, the short-haired shinin also came back from the woods. He set up simple traps around the camp. Although they can't influence the enemy much, they can serve as a reminder after all. The strength of the short-haired shinin may not be outstanding, but the common sense as a ninja is also extremely rich. He has experienced ninja battles and knows how to keep himself and the team's life to the maximum extent. Thanks for you. Seeing the campsite and the sizzling food on the bonfire, the short-haired shinin finally had a smile on his tired face, and he was no longer indifferent when facing Uchiha Liwo expression. After all, he and Uchiha Liwo have no enmity, it's just some civilian ninjas' resentment towards the rich. Most of the civilian ninjas died on the battlefield, but the wealthy children were able to survive through various secret techniques and props. Liwo is really outstanding, worthy of being a genius from a wealthy family. Eating the oily barbecue, the ninja team members were quite emotional. These days, they saw the scene where Uchiha Liwo practiced swordsmanship and understood the gap between them. Uchiha Liwo was powerless to refute their words. What they said was not unreasonable. It is undeniable that the bloodstained family's natural starting line is much higher than that of the civilian ninjas. Often, the civilian ninjas have exhausted their entire lives to achieve the strength of the bloodstained family's graduation from the ninja school. Just like Uchiha Liwo, if he wasn't from the Uchiha family, he might still be in the ninja school with the little kid, barely become a ninja after graduation, and has been working hard to obtain B-level ninjutsu all his life. Work hard. I believe that you will be able to become outstanding ninjas in the future, just like Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Liwo encouraged. At this time, in Konoha village, it is not that there are no civilian counterattacks, and Namikaze Minato, a disciple of Sun and Jiraiya, is the most eye-catching one of the civilian counterattacks. Excuse me. The two ninjas nodded. They have not been completely defeated by the cruelty of the ninja world, and they still believe in Konoha. With the example of Namikaze Minato, they are not hopeless. The short-haired shinin on the side was silent. He knew Namikaze Minato, the talented and terrifying young jonin. He and Namikaze Minato were at the same time, and grew up under each other's shadow since childhood. However, how many people like Namikaze Minato are more talented than wealthy geniuses? How many leaves are there in the whole Konoha? Commoners like Namikaze Minato only have geniuses, but elites from wealthy families emerge in endlessly. Unable to disturb the dreams of his subordinates, the short-haired Kiren silently walked outside the camp to check the trap defense he had just set. In the early morning, the bonfire in the camp was extinguished, and the group continued to set off towards the mission target site. Uchiha Liwo followed at the end, learning the valuable experience of the members of the ninja team. The experience of observing details does not help to improve strength, but it can save lives at critical moments. By observing the grass and the mud marks on the road, the short-haired Kirenin can deduce when someone is passing by here. These short-haired Chunin are teaching by precept and deed, and Uchiha Liwo also deeply remembers them in his mind. In the morning, the team arrived at a hillside, looking at the small mountain town under the hillside. That was the target location of their mission. The group of wandering ninjas was wreaking havoc, causing people to live in dire straits. With the crowdfunding of the local people, Konoha's ninjas were invited. Master Ninja. The mayor of the small town is a short and fat old man that when he saw Konoha Ninja coming, he hurried over respectfully. Where are those wanderers? As the captain, the short-haired Chunin needed to understand the situation before he could make a plan for the next step. They're on a mountain not far away. Thinking of the cruelty of the wandering ninja, the mayor's hands and feet trembled involuntarily. Obviously, the wandering ninja brought him a lot of shadows. After a little understanding of the situation, the mayor invited the ninja team to his home and expressed that he would treat them well. The mayor's house is very dilapidated, even the walls have traces of violent damage. It looks like it has been robbed by wandering ninjas. The ingredients are simple, please forgive me. The mayor's wife brought the food. The food was not much, but it was very delicate, and it was served with a little sake. Uchiha Liwo instinctively sensed something was wrong, but the leading Chunin didn't say anything, but signaled him not to act rashly. It seems that the captain has his own plan. Uchiha Liwo secretly said, facing the food on the table, pretended to eat a few mouthfuls, then stood aside, thinking about his own affairs. From the ghoul world to returning to the ninja world, it took several months, but my own strength has not improved in essence. It is nothing more than mastering the ninjutsu that I had before. Now, there are 3 ways to improve Uchiha Liwo's strength. One is the amount of chakra. Although the upper limit of chakra of the Uchiha clan is naturally higher than that of ordinary people, it has not reached the level of terror like the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, Uchiha Liwo is still young, and the amount of chakra has reached its peak. It takes a lot of time. The second is Sharingan. Uchiha Liwo has already been able to open a hooked jade Sharingan. He is an out-and-out genius among the Uchiha clan. If he can continue to develop his eyes and reach the point of kaleidoscope Sharingan, he will also I can protect myself in the ninja world. However, the conditions for the evolution of Sharingan are harsh and require great mental stimulation to make a breakthrough. He couldn't find a way to stimulate his own spirit. The third is the further development of the Beiman Dunjia, but the facts have proved that the development of the Beiman Dunjia takes time, stronger than Kai, and I finally opened the last few doors of the Beiman Dunjia through decades of hard training. Brother, would you like some sake? Just as Uchiha Liwo was thinking, the mayor walked up to him with a glass of wine. I can't drink alcohol. Uchiha Liwo resolutely refused. Drinking alcohol will cause people to lose control and affect their combat effectiveness. His strength has not yet reached the point of ignoring alcohol. You little brat who doesn't know what's good or bad. The mayor thought to himself, his eyes flashed viciously, and he put on a smiley face on the surface. That's right, brother, you're underage, you can't drink alcohol. Drink, just keep drinking. The short-haired Chuo Shinobu appeared in front of Uchiha Liwo with a drunken appearance, his body smelled of alcohol, and his face was flushed. The 2 genin also looked like they were drinking too much, lying curled up on the ground. Why do you feel a little dizzy? Uchiha Liwo pretended to be dizzy, drew out the long knife behind him, put it on the mayor's head, and pretended to chop it off. Say, what are you doing? Why did my teammates faint? Uchiha Liwo's eyes were 7 points perplexed, 3 points perplexed, with a questioning tone. At this moment, outside the mayor's house, a wandering ninja was slowly walking in. Most of the wandering ninjas are composed of rebel ninjas from major ninja villages and broken ninjas from small ninja villages. They lost the source of mission rewards, and most of them are weak in strength, so they had to do some activities of robbing houses. You did a good job, Lord Mayor, we will send your daughter to the house safely. The leader of Ren Ren with a scar on his face, biting his mouth, walked in Kuwui, watching with malicious intent. Uchiha Liwo, little devil, your captain and team members are poisoned, why don't you join us as Renren? Uchiha Liwo didn't deny it, held the knife in his hand, stood still, looked at the captain lying on the ground. Captain, the traitor has come, and I haven't woken up yet. Hearing this, panic appeared on the face of rebellious ninja. They pursued safety before poisoning, but they didn't expect that Konoha's ninja had already seen through their plot. All the members of the ninja team stood up. They had experienced the baptism of war, so naturally they were not so easy to be recruited. The reason why they pretended to be poisoned and fainted was to lure fish into the bait. Looking at each other, the Konoha team didn't talk nonsense with Rebel, they all took out their weapons. Call out! Call out! Call out! The short-haired Chunin and the 2 genin are the most orthodox ninjas. They use kunao to fight head-on, and slowly form the imprint of the 3-body art with their hands. Although it is simple, it is effective. Uchiha Liwo drew out his long sword, and he solved the rebellious nin with 3 or 2 swords. He didn't even use Sharingan. The strength of these rebellious nin is too weak. The rebels outside the house fell to the ground one after another. Uchiha Liwo turned his head and looked at the chunky mayor. I was persecuted. Affected by Uchiha Riho's murderous aura, the mayor's feet twitched, and his face was full of fear. Let him go. Luo. The short-haired Zongren glanced at the mayor, and put the kunao in his hand back into the bag. After all, they are the people of our country of fire. You lied about the mission this time, and even joined forces with wandering ninjas to attack Konoha ninjas. It would be no problem to kill you. The short-haired ninja walked towards the mayor. He had also been coerced by wandering ninjas, and he felt the same for the mayor, which was why he chose to let him go. Seeing the short-haired shinin walking towards him, the mayor had an unfathomable smile in his eyes. Let me go, I won't dare again. However, a long knife directly pierced the mayor's heart, and then Uchiha Luo kicked him away. This is a civilian from the Nation of Fire, how can you do this? The two ninjas were puzzled at the same time. The short-haired shinin didn't make a sound. Looking at the wound caused by the penetration in front of the mayor's chest, there was no trace of blood on the wound. It's Sakai. The short-haired Nikinobu's eyes were serious. He had already realized that the mayor in front of him was a human puppet. Although he still had flesh and blood, part of his body had been transformed into a mechanism. Shane is going to invade Konoha, or is it just a traitor? Uchiha Luo looked at the mayor in front of him, and saw the mayor took off his coat, revealing the true face of the puppet, and at this moment, a team of 4 appeared around the yard. Although the team didn't wear forehead protectors, judging by their attire, they were undoubtedly Cheyenne from the Land of Winds. The 4 of them did not hide their whereabouts, scattered around the Konoha team, completely surrounded them, and looked at them carefully. The leader of these 4 is a middle-aged ninja who controls the puppet mayor through chakra lines. Cheyenne rashly invaded the Nation of Fire and killed civilians. What exactly are you trying to do? The short-haired shinin was a little flustered at the moment. He just cleared the wandering ninjas, but encountered the sand-hidden ninjas. The difficulty of this mission is already quite difficult among B-level missions. Uchiha Luo was looking at the sand-hidden ninja in front of him. The sand-hidden ninja in front of him didn't behave like a bit of rebellion. It should be a sand-hidden ninja. What do the ninjas of sand-hidden want to do when they come to the border of the Land of Fire? Recalling carefully, Uchiha calculated the time from the fire, and now it is not far from the start of the Third Ninja World War. In memory, the country that first provoked the war was undoubtedly the Kingdom of the Winds. The Kingdom of the Winds lacked in products and was weak. It had already reached the point where it would collapse if it did not launch a war. This group of ninjas should be the reconnaissance team sent by Cheyenne to the Land of Fire. The reconnaissance team is usually not weak. It is usually composed of 4 elite Zongnin. It is very happy that there will be special Zongnin. Their team is in danger. Hey, there's a big fish here. Sand-hidden team noticed Uchiha Luo. Uchiha Luo's appearance attracted their attention. He looked only the age of a ninja school student, but he could take part in missions on the frontier. The strength has definitely reached the level of genin, and genin at this age, in the non-war years, only the geniuses of big families. With a sinister smile on his face, Captain Sagakushi approached Uchiha Luo quickly. Little devil, which family of Konoha are you from? Uchiha Luo didn't wear the flamboyant Tuanfan clothes of his family, and without strength, being a maverick could only be a matter of death. Luo, can you escape? Pass the news to the village. The short-haired Chuyunin lowered his voice next to Uchiha Luo's ear, and then turned to face the sand-hidden team. War between we are just a group of wandering rebels, without feelings. Of course, the Cheyenne team will not admit that they are from Cheyenne, and they cannot bear the consequences of provoking a war rashly. However, at this time, the idea of a village war is fermenting, and the real war is not far away. Hearing this, the short-haired ninja's face was uncertain, staring at Sandyen's opponent. He knew that he was not the opponent's opponent, and wanted to create an opportunity for Uchiha to escape from the fire and pass back the information. Among their 4-person team, Luo, a member of the Uchiha family, had the greatest chance of surviving and helped the village the most. Run away, Luo. The 2 kinsmen took out kunao and held them tightly, with struggling expressions on their faces. They knew they couldn't send the information back to Konoha, and wanted to let Uchiha Luo escape. Uchiha Luo is a genius in the village, and he will make much greater contributions in the future than ordinary ninjas like them who stop here. Listening to the team members' words, Uchiha Luo felt a warmth in his heart, and he didn't move his feet. Later, we will charge up, and you will take the opportunity to escape. The short-haired Chuyunin took out the detonating symbol from his backpack, and looked at Uchiha Luo with a determined face. And when the sand-hidden ninja saw the detonating talisman, he also faintly retreated half a step. The detonating talisman was powerful enough to kill a Chinin, but the range was not far away. Give up resistance. Maybe it's easier to die, sand-hidden team said. Their whereabouts have been exposed, and it is naturally impossible for Konoha team to leave safely. The strength of the Konoha team in front of them is far from their opponents, but with short-haired ninja, they may be injured. Let me say, Uchiha Luo slowly stood up, pulled out the Japanese sword behind his back, and a hooked jade was jumping in Shilunian. Where do you have the ability to leave us here? It's over, Luo exposed Sharinan. The short-haired Chuo Shinobu said, covering his face. Uchiha Luo's possession of Sharinan is well known among the ninjas in the village. After all, the Uchiha family spares no effort to promote it, and it is a genius in their own family. But in the eyes of the enemy ninja village, this is a genius that needs to be wiped out in advance. Be careful, don't look into his eyes. Seeing those eyes, the sand-hidden team showed seriousness and reminded each other. Sherinan Daimyo and the others naturally know that these cursed eyes possess powerful power. Sherinan, Shayin team murmured, with surprise appearing in their eyes again. Sherinan is the USB of the ninja world, plug and play. They may have a pair of Sherinan in Shang village. Let's go. The short-haired ninja looked at the surrounding sand-hidden, and reminded the two ninjas beside him, at least die with dignity. After all, the short-haired Chunin and two genin rushed to the sand-hidden team and launched an attack. Struggling helplessly, Sandyen's team pulled out their respective ninja tools, and the leader of Sandyen also controlled the puppet to fight. Be careful, don't hurt those eyes, it's best to capture them alive. Before the battle, Captain Sandyen reminded. Because of the mission, they did not carry the eye-preserving potion, and they wanted to save the lives of the Uchiha tribe as much as possible to keep those precious eyes. Looking at the ninja tools of Sand-Hidden team, Uchiha Liwo secretly estimated the opponent's strength and calculated who to attack. After sizing it up, Uchiha Liwo finally set his target on Captain Sagakure. The opponent manipulated the puppet, and as the captain, if he killed it, it would definitely hit the morale of the opponent's team. It's just that Chunin's words, he hasn't paid attention to yet. Little ghost, do you have good eyesight, and you actually met me as the captain? Captain Shayan took out Kunao, hesitantly wanted to lick the sharp blade to show his cruelty. But in the end he let go of Kunao, because Sand-Hidden has a passive skill of poisoning. He didn't want to experience what his own toxins were like. You seem to be very confident. Uchiha Liwo slowly walked in front of Captain Sagakure. With Sherinan opened, he could easily see the chakra lines shaking in the air. As long as all the chakra lines are cut off, the opponent will lose control of the puppet. A puppet master who has lost his puppet will lose at least half of his combat power in the battle. I just don't know how many puppets the opponent has. Looking at the Seiga ninja who was manipulating the puppet in front of him, Uchiha Liwo would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. After all, he is just a ninja who just graduated from ninja school, and he is not yet familiar with the battle between ninjas. What's more, the Shayin team in front of them is not weak at first glance, but they are not strong enough to fight. Rather than surrendering your back to the enemy, it is better to fight with dignity. Come on, Uchiha Liwaksen said. Then, without hesitation, he opened the 8-gate dungeon, and suddenly a huge power burst out, and green steam lingered around Uchiha Liwo. Feeling the huge power in his body, Uchiha Liwo opened the Sherinan, and looked at the chakra line that Captain Sandyen used to connect the puppet. As soon as he lowered his figure, he swooped directly to the side of Captain Sand-Hidden. The sun-will knife shone with a dazzling cold light, and waved his hands at it. Uchiha Liwo's sword was fast and possessed great strength. Captain Sagakure did not dare to meet him, but retreated slightly, manipulating the puppet to counterattack. Clang! The long knife slashed on the puppet, making a sound of iron and stone. There was no actual damage on the puppet, only scratches appeared. Sandyen is good at puppetry, and the puppet is made of high-quality metal that, taking into account the ninja's attack on it, the texture is very hard. Little ghost, your knife is very fast, but it doesn't do much against the puppet. Seeing that the puppet was fine, Captain Shayin showed a sneer on his face, but the next second his eyes were stern. He felt that several of his chakra lines had been broken, and he could no longer control the puppet as flexibly as before. Isn't the target a puppet, but a chakra line? Those eyes are truly terrifying. Captain Sand-Hidden didn't underestimate the young ninja in front of him. He manipulated the chakra line to control the puppet to open its mouth, and the tiny senbon shot towards Uchiha Liwo like raindrops. The puppet is a war machine made by Shayin, which contains a large number of killing weapons, most of which are coated with special poison. Uchiha Liwo naturally didn't dare to take it head-on, and quickly dodged to the side, holding a long knife to block Komodo, who was following him, and hid behind a tree. Ding! 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 After Senbon was exhausted, Uchiha Liwo walked out from behind the tree, looked at Captain Sagakure with cold eyes, and rushed up. Of course, Captain Sandyen didn't dare to look into the eyes of Sherinan. That was undoubtedly an act of courting death. He backed up while manipulating the puppet, using the corner of his eye to watch for Uchiha Liwo's attack, slashing the puppet with a knife, and the chakra wires connecting the puppet. As the chakra wires were broken one by one, the puppet fell to the ground and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the puppet being scrapped, Uchiha Liwo approached Sagano Jonin, and the other party also pulled out his short sword as a gesture, and competed with Liwo in physical skills. Liwo naturally has the upper hand in the competition of physical skills. With the help of Sheringan's dynamic vision, Captain Sandyen's attack is more than a bit slower, and because of the need to guard against Sherinan, many of them are almost defeated by Uchiha Liwo. Huo cut it, and only barely escaped the catastrophe by using a substitute technique. Come and help me. Captain Shayan gradually became unable to hold on, and the sharp blade cut through his clothes several times. Although he is a very high-ranking ninja, in terms of overall strength, he is not much stronger than the Chunin. Hearing this, Sandyen's team members rushed over. He had just cooperated with another team member and was about to close Kanaha's Chunin. Captain! The Shayan team members came to the captain's side, and the Shayan captain said with lingering fear, "Be careful, this brat is very strong, probably not inferior to you and me. The sand-hidden team members nodded, looked at the ground where Uchiha Liwo was, and formed the imprint of Feng Dun on both hands. Immediately, a strong wind blew up the dust on the ground, and swept away towards Uchiha Liwo. Have you finally used ninjutsu? Uchiha Liwo's mouth cracked an arc, silently separated the shadow clone, and quietly walked around behind Sandyan. Wind escape ninjutsu is actually not terrible. The power of wind escape that can be used by Chunin is really limited. What is really dangerous is the attack of thousands of copies and toxins hidden in it. Concentrating on the dust, Uchiha Riwo calculated the positions between each other, lowered his footsteps, and walked quietly towards Captain Sagakure. Captain Sandyan can manipulate puppets to fight. Although there is only one puppet at the moment, there is no guarantee that he will have a puppet sealed in the scroll. To the right. Captain Sandyan suddenly shouted, as if sensing Uchiha Liwo's position. He turned his head quickly. A sharp kunao appeared in front of Captain Sandhidden, and he couldn't resist at this distance. With a bang, Cheyenne turned into a log, and when the stand-in got behind the tree, he breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time faced a pair of Sharinan. Uchiha Liwo appeared in front of Captain Sandhidden, and the sharp long knife slashed from top to bottom. Captain Sandhidden managed to avoid it, but still lost an arm. Losing an arm means that the other party has lost the ability to form seals. Not everyone can form seals with one hand. A ninja who has lost the ability to use ninjutsu can only be regarded as a senior ninja at best. But in Cheyenne village, old age is a luxury, and in the future his life can only be in dire straits like that of ordinary people. A sand ninja loses the ability to fight, and Uchiha Liwo can always take a break for a while. In a one-on-one duel, Uchiha is terrible. Looking at Captain Sand Ninja who was being protected by the team members, Uchiha Liwo slowly walked in front of the opponent with a knife in his hand, and stopped. On the other side, Kanaha's two Chunin are struggling in the hands of the Zongnin, and the short-haired Chunin is confronting the Zongnin of Sandyan. Captain, come here. Uchiha Liwo shouted towards the short-haired Chunin, who hesitated a little, and came to Liwo's side, his face full of surprise. Liwo, you can actually deal with the special Jonin. The short-haired ninja knows Captain Sahik who lost his arm. In each ninja village, there will be corresponding information on enemies who have reached the special level of ninja. The short-haired Chunin is also the captain who knows Sandyan, so he was surprised by Uchiha Liwo's strength. It's just a fluke. Uchiha Liwo pointed to his eyes and waved his hand. These eyes have helped me a lot. After all, Uchiha Liwo looked at Sagakure's captain, his broken arm was bleeding. I'm curious, are you rebels, or the reconnaissance team that Sagakure sent to invade Konoha? At this moment, Captain Sagakure no longer had the arrogance he had just now. He realized that he had been planted in the hands of the kid from Konoha Uchiha's family, and lowered his head, as if he had no intention of continuing to fight. Captain Sandyan, who had lost his arm, suddenly appeared detonation symbols one after another in his hand, and threw them towards Uchiha Riho. Rumble! Easily dodging the explosion of the detonating talisman, Uchiha Liwo looked at the fleeing sand-hidden team. The strongest captain had lost his arm, and the rest of the team had to retreat first. Uchiha Liwo chased towards Sandyan's team, and said to himself, I didn't deny it, it seems that you are Sandyan's ninjas. Captain, I'm going to chase someone alive. After leaving these words, Uchiha Liwo ran towards the sand-hidden team and entered the forest outside the town. The short-haired Chunin wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Be careful where you are. Watching Uchiha Liwo chasing the enemies back, the short-haired Chunin was always a little uneasy. After ordering the team members to stay put, they chased Uchiha Liwo into the forest. Run! Captain Cheyenne covered his injured arm and kept jumping in the forest, explaining to his team members. He is Sandyan's special Jainin, not to mention that he is not the opponent of the Uchiha boy, and it is even a dead end for the slightly inferior team members to face the boy alone. Thinking of the previous battle, Captain Cheyenne was afraid for a while. If he hadn't been covered by his teammates, he would have lost more than just an arm. That Uchiha boy has such fierce sword skills at a young age, and I'm afraid he will be another Konoha White Fang in the future. No, it might even be stronger. Konoha doesn't have those weird Sharinan eyes. Captain, the Uchiha isn't that strong, right? I think if it wasn't for those eyes, he wouldn't be your match for Captain. Sand Yinshu said doubtfully. Just now he had wounded two of Konoha's ninjas, and he was almost able to kill them, but he was puzzled by being called away by the captain. You don't understand. Captain Sagakure retorted with a serious tone. If the Uchiha boy continues to grow up, even if he is not as good as Shirado, it won't be too bad. It was said that the members of the Cheyenne team couldn't say anything more. The captain's strength was stronger than them, so what he said naturally made sense. Since the opponent may be comparable to Konoha in the future, there is no shame in losing a group of Chunin to the Genin. Konoha, that man is an existence that frightened Sand-Hidden Village. He once killed Chosama's son and daughter-in-law with his own power, and even made the village issue a rule that you will not be punished even if you give up the mission when you meet Konoha. Today, the legend of Konoha slashing puppets and defeating ninjutsu on the battlefield is still passed on by word of mouth among the old people in Sand-Hidden. Konoha's prestige can be seen from this. Just when the sand-hidden team recalled the legend of Konoha White Fang, a figure quietly appeared on the tree trunk in front of them. It's Uchiha. A member of the sand-hidden team just wanted to resist, but found that his body could not move, and he had obviously fallen into an illusion, stagnant on the tree trunk. Solution. The sand-hidden ninja walked to his teammate and released the illusion for him. The cracking of the illusion is very simple. As long as you have a little understanding of the illusion, you can break the control of the illusion chakra in the body with a shot. The same is true for the illusion cast by Sharingan. But Uchiha Liwo's specialty is not illusion, but sword technique. As long as illusion can affect the opponent for a moment, he has the confidence to cut off the opponent's neck. Sai, Kimoto shot out like raindrops, attacking Uchiha Liwolike flying feathers all over the sky. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Using the wind attack to disperse the 1,000 copies thrown by the opponent, Uchiha Riho bullied himself and rushed in front of the sand-hidden team members, trying to kill the sand-hidden ninja who had just escaped from control. Puffed. Sand-hidden ninja slashed forward, and there was the sound of kunao slicing through flesh and blood. Sand-hidden players were stunned, looking at the seriously injured captain in front of them, holding the stabbed kunao in their hands. Sacrificing oneself for others is really a good team leader. Uchiha Liwoo pulled out his long sword and swung it back, blocking the attack from behind kunao. Clang! Uchiha turned away from the fire, and the long sword collided with kunao. The members of Seiyin only felt a strong attack, and while the tiger's mouth was slightly numb, even kunao couldn't hold it steady. This Uchiha is so powerful. The Sahid team wanted to release ninjutsu, but they were hesitant about the teammates around them. Stupid. Uchiha Liwoo said indifferently, fighting him is undoubtedly a stupid thing. Although his saber skills have not reached the point of perfection, but he has made some achievements and is quite powerful. With the help of Baemon Dunjia, Water Breath, and Sharingan, his sword skills are fast and precise, and the strength contained in it is not something ordinary ninjas can resist. Even the puppet manipulated by Captain Saiyin just now, he is confident that its joints will be destroyed within half a minute, losing the ability to fight. Run away, run back, and tell the village about him. Captain Saiyin held the detonator in his hand and ordered to the team members behind him, "Boss." The Sagakushi team members looked at the captain, and then at Uchiha Riho. The opponent's sharp sword skills and Sharingan made them fearful. "I've been poisoned, and I won't live long." Captain Shayan's face turned blue, and the wound caused by kunao had already turned purple. That was the wound caused by kunao. Sahikari likes to use poison, so he smeared the poison on the weapon. Although there is an antidote, it is impossible to take it under the current situation. After hesitating for a moment, Sandyan's teammates resolutely gave up on the captain and headed deeper into the forest. They wanted to tell the village about the appearance of the genius boy Uchiha, and let the village formulate a plan to eliminate the genius. Uchiha Riho watched Sangakur run away, but didn't chase after him. Right now, there was a threat holding a detonating talisman just around the corner. They're gone. Captain Saiyin, holding the detonating talisman, breathed a sigh of relief. He lost an arm, and the toxin from the wound spread in his body again. Now he has only two choices: surrender or death. The news that the village intends to attack Konoha must not be leaked. He is just a wandering ninja who came to Konoha to make trouble. Captain Sandyan put the detonating talisman close to his head, trying to completely conceal the village's secrets. In the ninja world, even the dead can talk, and the umbu of the major ninja villages can see the memory of the dead through the brain of the dead, so it is absolutely impossible to leave a complete body. A flash of cold light flashed, and the arm of Captain Saiyin flew 10 meters away. The huge explosion echoed in the forest, startling countless birds and beasts that were roosting. Want to commit suicide in front of Sharingan? Uchiha Liwoo sneered. He invaded the opponent's brain directly through his eyes, interfered with the opponent's judgment, made the opponent misunderstand the sound of the explosion of the detonating symbol, and cut off the remaining arm of the opponent in advance. The enemy has lost the ability to fight. Looking at Captain Sagakure, who was unconscious, Uchiha Liwoo dragged the other party's body to the shaded tree. He was considering whether to kill the other party directly or take him back to Konoha as a prisoner. At this moment, rustling footsteps came from far away in the forest. The person who came was the Chunin captain. He heard the movement of the battle, so he came here in a hurry. Uchiha Liwoo's eyes fluttered, and he was a little hesitant about whether to hand over Captain Sagakure. With a bang, after the smoke dissipated, an identical shadow clone appeared beside Uchiha Liwoo, and the shadow clone took over the Japanese sword and walked out from the bushes. "Who is it?" The short-haired Chunin looked at the bushes vigilantly, with madras in his hands, and the ninjutsu was ready to go. "It's me." Looking at Uchiha Liwoo, the short-haired Chunin looked suspiciously at Uchiha Liwoo up and down, until he saw the long knife in the opponent's hand. He was relieved and walked to Liwoo's side. Ninjas can use transformation to deceive the enemy and achieve the goal of victory. If they are not careful, they will be tricked. But the transformation technique has limitations, and the person imitated through the transformation technique has some flaws no matter what. "Liwoo, are you okay?" Confirming Uchiha Liwoo, the short-haired Chunin had a worried face. He is the captain and is responsible for his team members. "It's okay," Uchiha Liwoo nodded, with regret on his face, "but let those Sagashi escape." It's good that you're fine, those ninjas are not something that a team like ours can deal with. The short-haired Nakshin heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at Uchiha Liwo with a different look than before, full of inexplicable meaning. To be honest, I really didn't expect you to be able to deal with special Jonin. Perhaps this is the reason why Master Sandai asked you to graduate early. I understand what Master Sandai means. A wealthy genius like you stays in my Chunin squad just to learn some mission experience. Only the Jonin-sama in the village can teach you well. Uchiha Liwo nodded, without denying that the third generation made him join the team was only temporary. As a child of the Uchiha family who could open his eyes, he was destined to stay in the ninja class. Captain, when I left, I seemed to see that the players were injured, so it shouldn't matter. After using the shadow clone to send the short-haired captain away, Uchiha Liwo walked from the dark to the shade of the tree, preparing to seize his spoils. However, Li Huo didn't directly attack him. Instead, he created a shadow clone and asked him to touch the corpse of Captain Cheyenne. The items carried by the ninja are not safe. They may contain toxins or detonating talismans. As a killing machine, ninjas will do everything they can. After some exploration, Uchiha Liwo found a sealed puppet, a bottle of medicine, many sundries, and some money. Captain Sandyan doesn't have a lot of money, only 10,000 plus taels. Uchiha Liwo didn't find ninjutsu cheats from him, and the rest are all killing weapons related to combat. Controlling Captain Cheyenne, let him untie the seal scroll. After a puff of white smoke dissipated, a puppet appeared in front of Li Huo. This puppet has a round appearance, looks chubby, and is very cute, but with the manipulation of chakra, the captain of the hidden sand, the cold thousand kunao appeared from the abdominal cavity of the arms, which made people shudder. According to Captain Cheyenne's manipulation, Liwo learned that this puppet has 3 attack methods. One is the long knife blade on the arm, the other is the 1,000 copies in the abdominal cavity, and the last is the poisonous smoke swallowed from the puppet's mouth. Looking at this puppet, Li Huo felt scared when he thought about it. If Captain Cheyenne took out this puppet just now, maybe the Cheyenne team could really keep him. You must know that although my Sharinan and saber skills are sharp, they have not reached the point of crushing the Chunin. I can still deal with the special Jainin who only has the strength of the Chunin. If there is no shortcoming in all directions Jonin, he could only run away without hesitation. The lower ninja and the middle ninja may have the strength of the upper ninja, but they will not be promoted if their merits are not enough. But the Jainin is different. Every Jonin is the pillar of Ninja Village. In addition to making enough contributions to the village, they must also have strong strength. As strong as Heitake Sakumo and Namikaze Minato are just Jonin. With emotion, Uchiha Liwo sealed the loot into the scroll, and it will always be useful in the future. Even if it is not needed, it would be great to sell it on the black market. After dealing with the loot issue, it was Sand Yinja himself's turn to deal with it. Both of his arms were cut off. Although he had been treated briefly, blood was still oozing slowly. If he is left alone, within half an hour, he will become the blood of birds and beasts in the forest. Tell me, the purpose of your coming to the land of fire. Uchiha Liwo activated Sharinan and began to gather information. Under the gaze of Sharinan, Captain Sandyan couldn't hide any secrets. He slowly opened his mouth and revealed a secret that everyone in the upper echelon of Sandyan village knew. 3 generations of adults? Uchiha Liwo's brows were tightly frowned, and what Sanda Hidden was talking about was definitely not the 3rd Hokage Hiruzuru Sarutobi, but the 3rd Kazekage of Sanda Hidden village. The disappearance of Sandai Kazekage from Sand Hidden village is not good news. Uchiha Liwo remembers clearly that the 3rd Ninja World War was triggered by the disappearance of Sandai Kazekage. This means that his peaceful daily life is broken, and he has to experience the tragic battlefield. The ninja war is cruel. Not only the registered ninjas have to go to the battlefield, but even the ninja school students who have not yet graduated have to take up the kunao in their hands and contribute to the village. At that time, the ninjas will suffer heavy casualties, and death cannot be controlled by humans. Even the elite jounin of Konoha village will inevitably not lose their lives in the war. However, the Ninja World War has not yet started so soon, and the 3rd generation of Kazekage of Sand Hidden village has just disappeared, and the situation where the dragons have no leader can also be maintained for the time being. But if the news is known to Cloud Hidden village, it may not be certain. I still have time to practice, and if I remember well, in the 3rd Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan did not all go out. Most of the clan members who opened their eyes stayed in the Konoha Guard to maintain the peace of the village. While ensuring the strength of the Uchiha clan, it also paved the way for the future extinction of the clan. Uchiha Liwo continued to ask, but he didn't get much useful information from the mouth of the leader of Sandyan, especially when the ninja was not really a high-level person in Sandyan, and the secrets he knew were extremely limited. After emptying out all the secrets of Captain Sand Hidden, Uchiha Liwo looked at Captain Sand Hidden, who was on the verge of death due to poisoning and blood loss. After struggling for a moment, he took out the sealing scroll and took out the test tube filled with blood-red liquid. The blood-red liquid in the test tube is active RC cells that when injected into the human body, it can turn humans into ghouls with a certain probability. It is still in the experimental stage, and the mortality rate is quite high. Give it a go. Anyway, I have no way to save your life. Uchiha Liwo looked at the bright red RC active potion with a faint tone. Captain Sandhidden is currently seriously injured. The severe blood loss and poisoning made him unable to recover. I am afraid that only the adult can save this situation. The blonde adult who loves gambling is the most skilled medical ninja in Konoha. I hope you can survive and let me know the effect of RC cells in Naruto world. Uchiha Liwo picked up the potion and injected it into Captain Sagakure's body, and then connected the only remaining arm for the other party. The other arm had been destroyed by the explosion just now. Seeing the RC cells gradually injected into Captain Sagakure's body, Uchiha Liwo Guyu spun, staring closely at Captain Sagakure's reaction. As the RC cells took effect in the body, Captain Sandhidden felt a burst of intense pain, making him out of the control of the illusion, and looked at Uchiha Riho with both eyes. Little Konoha, what did you do to me? Captain Sandyan only had the memory of when his arm was cut off, and the memory was blurred afterwards. And now the burning pain in his body made him gnash his teeth and resist the pain with all his strength. My arm is back together again. The time of pain passed quickly, followed by itching. Captain Sandhidden could feel that his wound was slowly healing, and the broken arm was glued together again. RC cells are obviously more active in the ninja world than Tokyo's rivals, and their recovery ability is also greatly reduced. Uchiha Liwo muttered verbally, looking at Captain Sandhidden's scarlet eyes with black lines. He picked up the bitter wu aimed at the thigh of the Sandhidden team and drew a knife. Flesh and blood can be cut easily, and there is no hard membrane like a ghoul at all, Uchiha Liwo said. Just now Uchiha Liwo didn't use any strength, but he easily cut through the flesh and blood of Captain Sagakure. Konoha's sharpness was far inferior to that of a samurai sword. This proves that in the world of Naruto, the RC cells are not too strong, and the strength of the membrane is also greatly reduced, which cannot reach the toughness of steel. Hey, brat, what did you turn me into? Hibao appeared behind Captain Cheyenne, who was in a state of excitement, and Hibao turned into a hijia and danced behind him. What's this? Feeling the bloody flesh growing on the back of his spine, Captain Sandyan was shocked and frightened. At the same time, a feeling of palpitation came to his mind, because the recovery of the wound consumed a lot of RC cells. He was very hungry now, and needed to replenish RC cells in time. But there are no creatures with RC cells in the ninja world, which means that he can only endure the extremely restless hunger in his mind all the time. When people are extremely hungry, they will turn into irrational beasts. Captain Sandyan, who cannot be satisfied, shrank his eyes and wantonly destroyed the surrounding vegetation. Roar! 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 The frenzied Captain Sagakushi turned his gaze to the only living creature in front of him, Uchiha Liwo, who was calmly recording data. The ninja's physical fitness is already much higher than that of ordinary people, and the physical fitness of Captain Sandhidden, who is blessed with RC cells, is even more powerful. He stepped on the ground with his toes, and his figure suddenly rushed forward, trying to kill Uchiha, remove from heat and shred. The sharp blade was like a flash of light. After the silver-white blade flashed, a line of blood appeared on Captain Cheyenne's neck, and then he staggered and fell to the ground, losing his vitality. Wu's hixing, the rain of kindness in the dry sky. The ninja who has lost his mind, his strength has been greatly reduced, and as a puppet master, there are no puppets around him. Uchiha Liwo easily took the life of Captain Uchiha, quickly killed the opponent, and avoided struggling under the recovery ability of RC cells. From the very beginning, Uchiha Liwo had no intention of letting Captain Sandyan go back alive. The battle between ninjas was cruel, and the battle between ninja villages was even more so. What's more, Uchiha Liwo used RC cells on Captain Sandhidden. The RC cells were brought back from Tokyo Ghoul World, and they were related to his biggest secret: wind escape, vacuum jade, fire escape, fireball. A vortex compressing the fireball appeared in front of Uchiha Liwo. Under the continuous rotation of the vortex, the space of the fireball was further compressed, reaching the size of a fist. Looking at the ninjutsu that cost less than half of his chakra in front of him, Uchiha Liwo blasted towards Captain Sagakure's body without hesitation. The huge explosion smashed the corpse into pieces, and the human form was completely invisible. But Uchiha Liwo was not satisfied, took out the detonating talisman in his pocket, and blasted directly on the spot. After the blast, he used the fire escape to burn the nearby ground again. That should be enough. Looking at the plowed ground nearby, Uchiha Liwo clapped his hands in satisfaction and left the forest. In ninja world, the dead can be brought back to life, and you can never be too careful. Besides, Uchiha Liwo was a little worried that if the RC cell fell into the hands of someone with a heart, it might bring disaster to the ninja world. After walking out of the forest, Uchiha Liwo rushed to the town cautiously. He wanted to withdraw his shadow clone in exchange for his own body without the captain's knowledge. Uchiha Liwo's pace was very fast, and he rushed to the mayor's house in a short while. At this time, in the mayor's house, his teammates were anxiously sitting in a group, discussing loudly. Looking at the short-haired shinin with his back turned to him, Uchiha Liwo didn't speak rashly, but exchanged a glance with the shadow clone, walked to the corner and released the clone. With the memory of the avatar fed back to the brain, Uchiha Liwo finally understood why the captain and his teammates all looked anxious. In the temporary team I joined, the male ninja was poisoned and is now in a coma. Uchiha Liwo hurried over, looking nervously at the poisoned genin. Barely able to save his life, but it is possible that he will never be able to be a ninja again in the future. The female ninja took care of her injuries with a heavy face. She is the medical ninja in the team, so she naturally knows the situation of her teammates at the moment. Can't be a ninja. The male ninja woke up from a coma, and he heard such bad news just after waking up. Yes, the toxin has invaded the nerves of your right hand, and it will be difficult for you to move your hand from now on, unless you can form mudra with one hand. The female genocide said softly, with sadness in her tone. One-handed mudra. The male genin fell silent, the short-haired Chunin kept silent, and Uchiha Liwo even turned his head away. It is quite difficult to form mudra with one hand, and the effect is far less good than with both hands. This is basically a death sentence for the ninja career. It's good to be alive. It seems that I can retire early. There was a bitter smile on the face of the male ninja. Compared with his colleagues who hardly died in the last Ninja World War, he was already satisfied to be alive. Go back to the village. The captain, who had been silent for a long time, spoke that he didn't want to mention these uncomfortable things, so he could only hand over the task quickly. Take care, it's good to be a guard in the village in the future. Uchiha Liwo stepped forward and patted the male genin on the shoulder, comforting him. It's a blessing to lose the horse, but this temporary teammate of mine, although losing the ability to fight as a ninja, can avoid the upcoming Third Ninja World War, which is considered a blessing. Thank you. The male genin thanked, not only because of the words of comfort, but also because Liwo defeated the Wandering Ninja team before and saved their life. Are those people wandering ninjas, or are they ninjas from Hidden Sand Village? On the side, the short-haired ninja was thinking about a group of ninjas that just appeared. Although there were people from Hidden Sand Village in that group of ninjas, they didn't know if they were rebellion. Forget it, let Hokage-sama judge it. The short-haired Chunin finally decided to hand over the troubles to Hokage-sama, and as a Chunin himself, he just needs to obey the order obediently. Uchiha and his party were preparing to return to Konoha. Unlike the cautious approach when they came, the Chunin team with important information traveled quickly, and returned to Konoha's gate in less than a week. In Hokage's office, the third Hokage was smoking a pipe, looking at the Chunin squad who was reporting information. After hearing all the details of the battle and the news of the Sand-Hidden squad, Sandai Hokage nodded. I know. You have done a good job. Because of the special Jonin encountered in this mission, the mission level has been raised to A level. The mission of a ninja is an important item in measuring the promotion of a ninja's level. Completing a grade A mission is quite important in the consideration of a lower ninja being promoted to a middle ninja. The third generation of Hokage took the initiative to increase the task level, which can be regarded as an extra resume for them. However, there was not much joy on the faces of the team members. The teammates lost their qualifications as ninjas, which diluted their joy. Okay, let's go. Sandaime waved his hand, signaling the team members to retreat, but left Uchiha Liwo alone. Looking at Uchiha Liwo, recalling Uchiha Liwo's excellent performance in the mission report, Sandai Hokage's face was filled with a smile. Uchiha Liwo, you did a good job on this mission. You completed the mission and saved your companion. Completing the mission is the bounden duty of a ninja, and choosing to stay for the sake of his companions is a manifestation of the will of fire. He became the third Hokage precisely because he chose to protect his companions, so he naturally has a good impression of Liwo, who also has the will of fire. Born in the Konoha wealthy Uchiha clan, but not as extreme as the tribe, he also chose to help the teammates of the commoner ninja. 3 generations of Hokage feel more and more that Uchiha Liwo is a material that can be made, and is the best candidate who can convey the will of fire. This is what Konoha ninja should do. Uchiha Liwo said in a flat tone, as if he took it for granted. Liwo, you should stay at home for the time being. After all your classmates graduate, I will assign you to the Jonin class. Yes. Uchiha Liwo nodded quickly, and left the Hokage building under the signal of Sandai Hokage. Liwo, this child can get key training. After Liwo left, Sandai Hokage, who stayed alone in the office, looked at the expression in his hand and filled in Uchiha Liwo's name. That form is the list of Konoha's ninja class, and every ninja student who can join the ninja class is an extremely talented person. Most of them are members of the bloodstained family or ordinary students with outstanding talents. They are trained by Hokage's direct lineage, and they will naturally become the backbone of the Hokage lineage in the future. Uchiha Liwo, the Uchiha clan's talent is second only to Uchiha Shisui's clansmen. They are attached to Konoha and have the will of fire. Hyaga Zhang, a member of the Hyaga branch, the strongest student of the branch today. The third Hokage was preparing for class division when there was a knock on the door. Come in. Third Hokage opened his mouth to let the person behind the door come in without raising his head. The person who came was a ninja with half of his body and head wrapped in bandages. He was the leader of Roots, Chimera Danzo. Because he had been injured, he showed his face like this. The real reason is that he is undergoing physical transformation, and the third Hokage cannot be aware of his abnormality. Son, the Root organization needs to be further expanded, otherwise it will be difficult to deter the blood successor family in the village. As soon as he opened his mouth, Danzo stated his purpose. He came to seek authorization from the third Hokage to expand the scale of the Root organization. The shadows of the major ninja villages all have their own special operations force Umbu, which is used to assassinate or investigate intelligence, but in Konoha, there are Umbu, and Root. The Root is subordinate to Hokage, but it is directly under the leadership of the Root leader in front of him, and even Hokage has no room to intervene. It has to be said that it is a deformed organization. It's impossible. The third Hokage rejected Danzo's request. Danzo is his good friend, but things like expanding the Root are out of his control. Being rejected, Danzo didn't have the slightest surprise on his face as he stared at Hiruzura Sarutobi Hireza. The blood-stained family in the village is getting stronger and stronger. In the last ninja war, all the civilian ninjas who died in our strength. Nowadays, the power of Naruto and the rich ninjas can no longer maintain a balance. Have you forgotten what teacher Tokima said? No. Seeing Danzo using Tamaga-sensei to suppress himself, Sandai Hokage fell silent. He remembered the wish of Togema-sensei's life, so that the ninjas in the village would no longer have family distinctions, but have a unified title. Leaf Ninja. In order to achieve this goal, he and his old friend Danzo suppressed the blood-stained family in the village overtly and secretly, supported the commoner ninjas, and promoted the Will of Fire. Everything is for the prosperity of the village. Danzo, Hiruzura Sarutobi still softened his heart, exhaled smoke rings from his mouth, and said, "There is not enough fund in the village. I'll find a way." You can't use coercive means to recruit root ninjas. That's natural. Having achieved today's goal, Danzo left Hokage's office satisfied. When he left the office, Danzo looked at Hokage's position with a flash of light in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are too weak to agree to my request so easily. People like you are not suitable to stay in Hokage's position. As soon as Uchiha Riho left the Hokage building, he passed by Shimura Danzo, and the two looked at each other for a moment. Naturally, Uchiha Liwo doesn't have a good impression of this root leader who has always been prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. It was Danzo's wrong and extreme thinking that led to the decline in Konoha village's strength. Whether it was Konoha Baiga's suicide a few years ago, or the death of Yahiko in the future, and the Uchiha extermination, they all had a great relationship with this gloomy old man in front of him. Connect. Danzo took a look at Uchiha Liwo, and greedy eyes appeared in the eyes of this Uchiha family's legendary genius. He wanted to bring this kind of young man with potential into the root organization, but because of the 3 generations of Hokage and the Uchiha families exists, there is no way to do this. After a brief encounter, the two left in different directions. Danzo went to find Hokage, and Uchiha Riho wanted to stroll around Konoha village and go home to continue his practice. Today's Muye village is still extremely peaceful. The long years of peace have made the villagers gradually forget the pain of war. Uchiha Liwo was walking on the street, but saw a figure wearing goggles, talking with a ninja. "You mentioned Kakashi, right?" Obito Uchiha appeared in front of the ninja and asked. "Yes, what's the matter?" The ninjas looked at Obito, who was half his head short. "I'm Kakashi's former classmate, can you tell me how Kakashi is doing?" Uchiha Obito eagerly wanted to know Kakashi's current situation, and how he looked like he was not close to anyone recently. "You are that guy's classmate. It must have been hard when you were in the same class with him. After all, he is a bad character. That guy completely disregarded his companion's life in order to complete the task. Such a guy, who dares to form a team with him to complete the task, now he probably can't even make up the 4 members of the ninja team." The ninjas are discussing Kakashi's behavior in the mission, and obviously don't like Kakashi, who completes the task regardless of the life and death of his teammates. No, Kakashi is not such a person. Obito was unwilling to believe such a fact, but the appearance of the ninja in front of him made him unable to refute. Kakashi was his best friend, and it was hard for him to accept the slander from others, so he had to trot away from the group of ninjas. "Obito, long time no see." Seeing Obito running towards him, Uchiha Liwo greeted with a smile. Hearing this, Obito Uchiha stopped in his tracks, patted the non-existent dust on his body, looked at Liwo and frowned slightly. "Liwo, didn't you just bear it now?" Apparently, he was a bit brooding about Li Huo's teasing of him. Uchiha Liwo nodded. "It's true to go to the present, but I haven't found a suitable teammate to form a team yet, so I'm staying at home." Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up. "I heard that Kakashi can't find teammates, why don't you form a team with him?" Li Huo thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't quite get along with his current personality. The current him has not yet come out of that accident." "What happened?" Obito Uchiha asked. Kakashi was his friend since he was a child, and like Lin, he was the person he cared about the most. "You don't know?" Liwo looked at Obito suspiciously. Logically speaking, Obito should know Kakashi's state, maybe his own memory went wrong. "After all, it has been too long since I came to the world of Naruto, and my memory of some details has been blurred." Seeing Obito's confused look, Liwo finally opened his mouth to explain. "Konoha Baiga, Kakashi's father failed the mission because of protecting his companions and committed suicide. This happened a few years ago. After that incident, Kakashi graduated early." "I see." Obito seemed to understand why Kakashi became indifferent, and at the same time he was a little lost, thinking in his heart how to get Kakashi back on track. Kakashi in this state is not only worried about him, but Lin is also the same. Obito doesn't want Lin to be unhappy. Uchiha Liwo looked at him indifferently. By the way, Obito, where are you going in a hurry? Yeah, what am I going to do? Obito woke up from his thoughts, and fell into doubt again. He seemed to have forgotten what he was doing when he went out. After a while, Obito seemed to remember something, clapped his hands together, and showed an anxious expression on his face. Today, I made an appointment with Lin to practice at the training ground. It seems to be late again now. And Uchiha Liwo looked at him with a suppressed smile. Obito was late for a day or two. Every day there was an old woman squatting on the side of the road watching him, known as Women's Friend. That guy Kakashi seems to be back today, and he agreed to meet me and Lin at the training ground. Obito hesitated for a moment, then said to Liwo, do you want to go together? Kakashi, I don't know how much strength I have compared to Kakashi. When he fought Kakashi last time, Kakashi was still his opponent in the graduation assessment, and almost forced him to use all his strength. Of course, Kakashi didn't use all his strength. After a little thought, Uchiha Liwo decided to go to the training ground with Liwo. Maybe he could meet Kakashi's lifelong friend Matekai. That guy always locked Kakashi's position and suddenly appeared. After Liwo agreed, the two set off to the training ground. They were all ninjas, and they walked quite fast. After a while, they came to the training ground. It's a training ground, rather it's an open space in Konoha village. In the center of the open space, there are several targets for kunao throwing. As soon as they entered the training ground, a young girl appeared in front of them. The girl had short brown hair and 2 lines of purple paint on her face. She looked at Obito with dissatisfaction in her tone. Obito, you're late again. Did you go to help the old lady cross the road again? That. Choked in local language, he hesitated for a while Nohara Lin looked at it gently, and said helplessly, forget it, isn't this the first time? After waiting for Rin Obitohara to play around, Uchiha Liwo asked, where's Kakashi? Only then did Rin Nohara notice the existence of Uchiha Liwo, or in other words, she only had Obito and Kakashi in her eyes. Kakashi is competing with Kai over there. Nohara Rin pointed out a direction for Liwo. Kakashi and Kai fought again, and Uchiha Liwo didn't feel the slightest surprise. These two are lifelong enemies. After knowing the location of Kakashi and Kai, Uchiha Liwo headed towards their position. He was going to see the battle between Kakashi and Kai. The whirlwind of Konoha. Uchiha Liwo had just arrived at the place where Kakashi and Kai were fighting, and a sidekick full of great power struck. Faced with such a sidekick, Uchiha Liwo didn't dare to take it hard, so he had to stretch out his arms to block it. Even though he was well prepared, when Uchiha Liwo took Kai's sidekick hard with his hands, his arms still felt a little numb, and his body also took 2 steps back. With this strength, he avoided the attack. Uchiha Liwo's wrist was sore. Looking at the thick eyebrows and pothead in front of him, Uchiha Liwo thought to himself, obviously everyone is practicing Baemon Dunjia, why is your strength so much greater than mine? Stop! Seeing that Kai wanted to attack, Uchiha Liwo was not ready for the exchange and organized him. Might Kai, you are fighting Kakashi now, not me. Hearing this, Mate Kai realized that he was attacking the wrong person, scratched his head, and showed his big white teeth. Yes, I was sparring with Kakashi. But you are also my lifelong enemy, you are all the same. Mate Kai said with a smile, looking at Liwo. Since Uchiha Liwo became apprentice to Mai today, they often discussed taijutsu together. Although Uchiha Liwo was at a disadvantage at the beginning, Liwo was soon able to keep pace with Kai in taijutsu. But this did not dampen Kai's confidence, but regarded him as his lifelong enemy like Kakashi. This thick eyebrow is really upright. Uchiha Liwo said with emotion, although it would be annoying to be a partner with such a person, but it is very reassuring, and there are not so many twists and turns. Finally I can rest for a while. Kakashi came out from the grass. He had white hair at a young age and always wore a black mask on his face. Looking at Mate Kai, he had some headaches. He finally returned to the village on vacation, and wanted to meet his old classmates, but he didn't expect Kai to pester him, and wanted to discuss with himself to verify the results of his practice in the past few months. I had no choice but to agree. Kakashi, long time no see. Uchiha Liwo came forward to say hello with a smile, looking at Kakashi, who was depressed because of the loss of his father. For Kakashi, the death of his father may be very difficult, but what is even more painful is that his father Konoha by Fang failed in the mission because of saving his companions, but the rescued companions in turn accused by Fang of not giving up the mission, resulting in suicide. He saved his companion, but was accused by his companion. Because of such a ridiculous reason, the mighty Konoha committed suicide aggrieved. Such a thing dealt a serious blow to Kakashi and seriously affected his 3 views. Liwo. Kakashi spat out 2 words lightly. At this moment he was already taciturn, believing that completing the mission is the bounden duty of a ninja. Whether it is a companion or yourself, they are all tools that can be discarded in order to complete the task. Seeing Kakashi like this, Uchiha Liwo didn't know what to say. After all, he was not a strong man who had mastered the Zudon, and he couldn't use his mouth to persuade him to return to the right path. Of course, the premise of realizing mouth escape is to completely subdue the opponent, and there is no credible reason for the weak. The same sentence, what the first Hokage uttered, is completely different from what was uttered by Liwojui, because the two are not at the same level at all. Seeing Kakashi falling into a depressed state again, Kai was actually anxious in his heart. Unlike Uchiha Luo, he wanted to change Kakashi's current negative state with practical actions. Gearing up, Kai entered a state of incomparable confidence and enthusiasm. He showed his signature smile and said loudly, "Kakashi, Luo, let the three of us start a bloody melee." "No," Luo and Kakashi said in unison, and after finishing speaking, they looked at each other at the same time, surprised that the other party and themselves had the same idea. This guy, Mate Kai, is far inferior to himself and others in strength now, but he is like a tenacious Xiao Qiang during the sparring, as if he doesn't know fatigue at all. "Let's fight again." Uchiha Luo looked at Kakashi. He wanted to continue the battle that day, and they hadn't decided the winner of the battle that day. On the day of the early graduation assessment, Kakashi appeared as his own examiner, the purpose of which was to test whether he had the level of ninja. But obviously the strength of both of them surpassed Genin, and because of the exams and tasks, they didn't use their full strength. "Okay." Kakashi nodded. He also wanted to know how strong Li Huo, a classmate who graduated early like himself, was really strong. Unlike Kai, facing an opponent like Uchiha Luo, he can use all his strength, not just physical skills. In the battle with Kai, both Luo and Kakashi had the same idea, that is, they only use ninjutsu when fighting Kai, because once they use other methods, Kai is not their opponent at all. At this time, Kai Lun's overall strength is actually similar to that of other ninja school students, and only after more than 10 years of hard work day after day and year after year can he widen the gap with other ninjas. Be careful, in front of Sharinan, all your actions will be seen through. Uchiha Luo reminded. "Let's start." Kakashi looked indifferent. He knew that there was a huge gap between himself and his peers, and only a small number of his peers could compete with him. Hearing that, Uchiha Luo didn't talk nonsense. He appeared in front of Kakashi in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. Both Uchiha Luo and Kakashi are ninjas, and their main means of attack are weapons of various colors, not their bodies. The speed is so fast, Kakashi's strength has risen again. Uchiha drew his sword from the fire to resist, his eyes throbbed, and he entered the state of Sharinan. Suddenly, the whole world slowed down. Kakashi's Kunao attack is very fierce, but in front of Sharinan, his attack speed is acceptable, to the extent that Uchiha Luo can resist. But Kakashi's attack is not just physical skills, he is proficient in ninjutsu, and he pressed the place with both hands. Earth escape, earth flow wall. With the release of ninjutsu, the huge chakra reacted on the ground, and a wall of earth appeared behind Uchiha, blocking his retreat. Immediately afterwards, Kakashi separated into two clones and attacked in three directions, left and right, before Uchiha Luo used the avatar in front of Sharinan. Uchiha Luo used Sharinan to try to distinguish the difference between the avatar and the main body, but to his surprise, he couldn't tell that Kakashi was the main body. After all, Sharinan is not a white eye, and it cannot directly see through the shadow clone. It can only distinguish the main body clone through subtle changes. However, if the caster changes the clone exactly the same as the main body, it is still impossible to distinguish it with Ubuyu's Sharinan. If you can't beat them, join them. Use the clone to deal with the clone. Uchiha Luo knew this very well. After the seal, two clones also appeared around Uchiha Luo, cutting towards Kakashi. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by bursts of crackling sounds, the shadow clones of the two turned into smoke one by one and dissipated. A clone is a clone, and the clone formed by chakra will dissipate soon after being attacked. Uchiha Luo confronted Kakashi with a sword, using all abilities except Hachiman, without the slightest sarcasm. There is no doubt that Kakashi is a genius. He inherited his father Konoha Shirato's outstanding talent. He has great strength at a young age, which is only a thin line away from Jonin. Taking advantage of the moment when the shadow clone disappeared, Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Luo, and he quickly threw more than 10 shurikens. Uchiha Luo slashed down with his sword, but this was just a feint attack. Kakashi approached Uchiha Luo, held the long sword with two kunao, and kicked towards Luo fiercely with his feet. Uchiha Luo could feel the authenticity of this kick, and he didn't dare to be careless in his heart, so he quickly fought against Kakashi. The physical skills of the two are not weak, and they are both at the same level, so they can't help each other at all. After experiencing dozens of attacks, they each took a few steps back, looking at each other, full of fighting spirit. As time progressed, Uchiha Luo could feel his rhythm getting faster and faster, and the originally unskilled taijutsu and swordsmanship were also changing from unfamiliarity to harmony. Fighting against opponents of the same level can quickly improve the strength, Uchiha Luo sighed. When he was in the Tokyo Ghoul world, he had never encountered any decent opponents. The fighting skills of those ghouls were pitifully rough, just like street gangsters. Can't give him any pressure at all. It was only in the last battle that the opponent Juduo Erfu was facing, that he put enough pressure on himself. But during that battle, he used RC inhibitors to suppress the strength of the old Duerfu, making it impossible for him to use his full strength, and easily defeated the opponent. So that I don't have the feeling of life and death at all, but a unilateral crush. But Kakashi is different. Kakashi is a young genius. The so-called genius is not just a certain aspect of taijutsu and ninjutsu. Kakashi's genius is all-round. He is proficient in taijutsu and ninjutsu, and he knows tactics. He can bring enough pressure to Uchiha Liwoo, and the strength of both sides is at the same level. It is Uchiha Liwoo who can find the best opponent at this moment. Sure enough, what Kai said was right. Kakashi is really the enemy of life, and he can feel the improvement of strength when fighting against him. Before his thoughts further improved, Uchiha Liwoo adjusted his breathing rhythm, clenched the Japanese sword in his hand, and took a deep breath. Breathing of water, flowing and dancing. In an instant, Uchiha Liwoo turned into a spirit snake, jumping back and forth in every corner of the forest, attacking Kakashi's various flaws. With a long sigh of relief, Uchiha Liwoo controlled the rhythm of his breathing, and made water-shaped sword moves one after another. The water-shaped sword move is not so much a sword move, but rather a method of following the rhythm of breathing and maximizing the potential of the body. With the help of breathing, Uchiha Liwoo's swordplay gradually produced a certain rhythm, as if alive, changing the shape of the sword move with breathing. So fast, so dexterous. While Uchiha Liwoo was honing his sword skills, Kakashi felt bitter in his heart. On the surface, he appeared to be able to do a job with ease, but in fact he had put all his mind on the battle. As time went by, it became more and more difficult for him to resist Uchiha Liwoo's attack. From the beginning, he was evenly matched, and now he is struggling to support. Kakashi has always been a person who lacks mana. Even when he was a child without Sharingan, his chakra was often insufficient and he could not squander it wantonly. After all, he is a skillful and tactical comprehensive ninja, not like Kai and Uzumaki. Can I only use that ninjutsu that hasn't been fully developed yet? Kakashi didn't want to lose the exchange, and he didn't want to use that ninjutsu that was still in its infancy. The ninjutsu that was born in Thunderbolt is still under development. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it is also a heavy burden on oneself. If you are not careful, it will bite you back. Just when Kakashi was thinking about whether to use Chidori, Uchiha Liwoo put down the long knife in his hand and stood in the open space beside him. As expected of Kakashi, I have exhausted my chakra, but you are able to handle it with ease. Uchiha Liwoo stopped the discussion. He had already figured out the strength of Kakashi and himself, and used a new skill for the sword technique perception. There was no need to fight anymore. Through Sharingan, Uchiha Liwoo saw the restless chakra that was condensing in Kakashi's body. That was the trace of the thunder attribute chakra activity, and he remembered Kakashi's own ninjutsu, Reikari. That kind of ninjutsu with huge attacks and extremely fast speed is not something he can resist. The flickering Chidori was enough to penetrate his body, and it was difficult for Kakashi to keep him under the circumstances of equal strength. Instead of someone getting hurt, it's better to go to the end and take the initiative to admit that you are not as good as the other party. In Konoha village, where Danzo haunts, it is best not to be too sharp. If you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. Being targeted by such a schemer will give anyone a headache. I lost, but I will challenge you again in the future. Uchiha Liwoo looked at Kakashi and smiled. For a sparring tool like Kakashi, it would be great to have the opportunity to compete again in the future. But if it's someone like Kai, forget it. If you compete with him, you still don't know who is the real tool person. Liwoo, you are very strong. Kakashi's expression was very serious. Through fighting, he knew that Liwoo's strength was definitely not inferior to his own. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan has a profound background and can give birth to a ninja with the same talent as himself. Obviously, when he was in the ninja school, he was still an ordinary member without any shining points. After opening Sharingan, it was like a different person, and his strength suddenly improved too much. Kakashi was unable to explain this phenomenon, and could only attribute it to the strength of the Uchiha lineage. It's the same with you, Uchiha Liwoo said. There seemed to be a feeling of sympathy and loneliness between the two of them. However, hot-blooded youth should be like this. You are worthy of being my enemy for life. Kai, who was standing on the sidelines watching the battle, gave Liwoo and Kakashi a thumbs up, with a sparkling smile on his face. It has to be said that looking at Kai's passionate and youthful appearance can always inspire the sunny side of people's hearts and sweep away the gloom in their hearts. Looking at Kai, Uchiha Liwoo had a smile on his face, but the smile was more helpless towards Kai. After the sparring, Kakashi was going to meet Obito and Lin in the training ground. This was an agreement in advance, and he couldn't keep the appointment. Kakashi is undoubtedly a popular guy in the class. The students in the class are very social. I hope to get to know the number one of the ninja school. In contrast, Obito and Kai are not so lucky. They are at the end of the age, and they are the last and second. Liwoo, I'm going to practice. Today's 500 laps goal has not been achieved yet. After Kakashi walked away, Kai also left. The sparring is to prove one's own strength. After knowing one's own strength, Kai went on to carry out arduous training. Those physical exercises that make others fearful when they look at them are physical tasks that Kai must complete every day. Only by practicing day after day in this way can the 8 doors Dunjia be opened. Beiman Dunjia is the simplest but also the most difficult secret art. After a brief farewell, Uchiha Liwoo prepared to return home and start a day of practice. It was another simple and boring day. Uchiha Liwoo was practicing at home. Bang! After successfully knocking down his shadow clone, Uchiha Liwo put down the long knife in his hand, and frowned slightly. It has been a month since he completed the Wandering Ninja mission. During the month, he stayed at home for a long time, working hard to practice body jutsu and increase the upper limit of chakra. But the gains were quite small, and he didn't feel that his strength had improved significantly. In other words, the growth rate of his strength had slowed down, and he began to enter the state of water grinding kung fu. Saber skills, body skills, and chakras can only increase slowly over time. Now, his 8-door Dunjia cultivation has also come to a standstill, and there has been no progress. The pair of sharing eyes in the eye box also stayed quietly, without any evolutionary reaction. The evolution of Sharingan requires extremely strong negative emotions to activate and stimulate evolution to a higher stage. As an ordinary member of the Uchiha with good 3 views and a happy family, he has no deep hatred, nor is he as extreme and crazy as many tribesmen, so it is extremely lucky to be able to open Sharingan. Then. The only things that can improve strength are ninjutsu and illusion. I don't have much talent for illusion, so I can only improve my strength in ninjutsu. The so-called ninjutsu is the art of mobilizing the chakra of the attributes in one's body through the way of seals, flowing in a specific way, and exerting a huge destructive power of chakra. There are many types of ninjutsu, and they are divided into many levels because of the difficulty and power of performing them. Among them, Sanshinju is the lowest level E, and Haohuakyu is C level. The lower the level of ninjutsu, the less difficult it is to perform, and the less damage to the body, but this does not mean that the power of low-level ninjutsu is weak. The power of ninjutsu is linked to the amount of chakra. For the same kind of fire escape ninjutsu, if Ninja Shura and him release it at the same time, the power must be very different. Moreover, there is a saying that ninjutsu has proficiency. When a ninjutsu is used hundreds of times and forms a fixed flow in the body, the ninja does not need to release ninjutsu through seals, but become a natural habit. This is how most of the blood succession boundaries were created. At that time, after chakra was running in the body to form a fixed template, it could be passed on to the next generation and form the so-called blood succession family. The Sharingan possessed by the Uchiha clan is the blood succession limit, which is a powerful blood succession limit that has been handed down from the era of Indra. And Uchiha Liwo is not satisfied with this. He has a bold idea in his heart. He not only wants to evolve his own Sharingan, but also to create his own blood succession limit. So ambitious, but Uchiha Liwo is well aware of his current strength. Everything still has to be down to earth. Thinking about it, Uchiha Liwo left the house. He was going to find a clean place in the clan area to practice ninjutsu. With the improvement of his strength, the small space in his backyard is no longer enough for daily practice. The ninjutsu he is exploring and developing is powerful and uncontrollable, and it is easy to cause the evil consequences of demolishing the house. He didn't want to be a displaced child, so he left the family and came to a small lake in the family land. Standing by the lake, looking at the sparkling lake, feeling the oncoming breeze, Uchiha Liwo stretched his brows. He couldn't help feeling that this is a good place to practice, remote and quiet. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and then slowly mobilized the chakra in his body, following the established route to flow in the body, secretly running. At this time, the wind attribute chakra and fire attribute chakra in Uchiha Liwo's body began to operate at the same time, and gathered together at the throat according to the plan. Feel the burning in the throat, and the great danger contained in it. Uchiha Liwo started to form seals. The seals are the same as the ordinary fireball technique, only 2 more seals are added at the back. It was these 2 seals that made Uchiha Liwo aware of the danger, opened Sharingan, and always paid attention to the flow of chakra in his body. At least before casting, there cannot be the slightest mistake. Fire escape, vacuum break. With the completion of the seal, Uchiha Liwo shouted the name of his ninjutsu, and the ninja would always say the name of the ninjutsu when he cast ninjutsu, perhaps because this could increase the power of ninjutsu. Uchiha Liwo is no exception. He didn't say the name of the move with any shame. A basketball-sized fireball appeared in front of Uchiha Liwo, and then, at an extremely fast speed, it flew towards the lake, and finally flew into the sky, exploding violently in the air, making a loud noise and shock waves. Boom! 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 The huge shock wave caused a depression on the lake's surface and began to rippling around. At the same time, faint ripples appeared in the air. It was the scene of the air being distorted by high temperature, which also confirmed the power of Uchiha Liwo ninjutsu. The power is not bad. Uchiha Liwo nodded. The power of the fireball compressed by the wind tunnel is really good, the speed is elusive, and at the same time, it has a strong destructive ability, enough to compare with the power of the wind tunnel and the thunder tunnel. This proves that there is nothing wrong with the development direction of Uchiha Liwo ninjutsu. Uchiha Liwo only has fire attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra in his body, so he can only use these 2 types of ninjutsu before he can understand the change of chakra attribute. As for the combination of wind escape and fire escape, there can't be only 2 ways. One is to compress the power of ninjutsu to achieve the effect similar to spiral pill. The second is to expand the scope of the fire escape ninjutsu as much as possible, making it like fire escape ashes accumulate, increase the temperature of the surrounding environment as much as possible, and use the high temperature and the oxygen reduced by the high temperature to burn and suffocate the enemy who dared to break into the residence of the Uchiha clan without authorization. We must catch him and teach him a lesson, knowing that our Uchiha clan is not easy to mess with. I just fell asleep, but I was woken up by a loud noise. If I caught him, I would kill him. The huge movement caused by ninjutsu caught the attention of the ground ninjas of the Uchiha tribe. They left their homes one by one in an instant, looking for the culprit in the tribe. Ordinary clansmen practice ninjutsu, but the movement is actually very small. Even the Huajinhao fireball can only splash a splash of water. Like the ninjutsu used by Uchiha Liwo, the movement is so loud that it is hard to avoid thinking of enemy attacks. After all, this is the land of the Uchiha clan, and it is located in a remote place. How many people in Konoha village can make trouble here? Individual. Uchiha Liwo smiled helplessly, and quickly hid himself in the nearby woods. He didn't expect that his ninjutsu would make such a big difference. It's a real nuisance. Uchiha Liwo knew he was wrong, so he hid, which was a bit less embarrassing when facing his clansmen. Walking in the clearing in the forest, Uchiha calmly looked at the bushes from the fire point. Come out. In the bushes, a figure came out from the grass. It was a child with a short knife on his back. His eyes were shining, and the clothes in front of him had the Uchiha clan's emblem. Uchiha Liwo looked at the child in front of him, noticed his appearance and eyes, and asked with some uncertainty, Uchiha Shisui? The clansman in front of him was not much younger than himself, and in his memory, only Uchiha Shisui and Itake could open Sharingan at this age. Itake is still at home and hasn't reached the age of ninja school, so the person in front of me can only be Shisui. For a while, Uchiha Liwo thought a lot through Shisui's name. He remembered the title of Instant Shisui, and the opponent's pair of kaleidoscope pupils with the ability to modify will. Don't God. It is a powerful illusion that can modify a person's will, enough to completely change a person's mind, but it is a pity that it fell into the hands of an indecisive tribe. Uchiha Liwo couldn't help but feel a little pity, and at the same time secretly lamented that the spirit of the Uchiha clan is frequent, and the scary thing is that those clansmen with abnormal brains often have powerful power. It's no wonder that it aroused suspicion and jealousy from others, and they worked together to suppress it. Uchiha Liwo stared at him. Uchiha Shisui felt that he was seen through, and his heart was a little hairy. Brother Liwo, Uchiha Shisui said quite sincerely, do you think there is a gap between our clan and the village? Uchiha Liwo looked at Shisui. Why do you say that? Uchiha Shisui showed a smile on his face. He finally met a clansman who listened carefully to what he said. Our Uchiha clan is stationed in the corner of the village. Although the clan has a large area, due to the remoteness, there is very little communication with the village, and the people of the clan always think about the Uchiha clan in their hearts. They didn't try to communicate with the people in the village, and they were always out of tune with the village. Uchiha Shisui spoke his mind in one breath. He is a person who can't hide secrets. Hearing this, Uchiha Liwo laughed. He didn't expect Shisui to notice the estrangement between the tribe and the village at such a young age. Shisui, then tell me the reason for the real estrangement between the tribe and the village. Uchiha Liwo wanted to know what Shisui's vision was at the moment. Maybe it's because of the arrogance of the tribe. Uchiha Shisui gave an ambiguous answer. Uchiha Liwo shook his head. Shisui is still too young at the moment, and he doesn't know the real reason for the estrangement between Uchiha and the village. Guard. Uchiha Liwo said the real reason for alienating the Uchiha clan from Konoha. The Konoha Guard is the organization responsible for the security of Konoha, and all of them are in charge of the Uchiha clan. It is the big pit left by the second generation of Hokage for the Uchiha clan. It is true that the Konoha Guard has great power and is fully responsible for the security of Konoha Ninja Village. It exists as a law enforcement team and is very prestigious on weekdays. But there are huge pits in it. Although the security team is usually very prestigious, what they do is to offend people. In addition, the Uchiha clan is arrogant, and the handling of cases is simple and rude. It can be said that in the position of the security team, it is the duty to guard the village diligently on weekdays, but once there is a problem, it will be scapegoated. It is a typical thankless profession. The only advantage other than prestige is that during the war years, some clansmen can fish in the garrison to avoid the threat of war. But this has caused dissatisfaction among other ninjas. Why did the Uchiha clan stay comfortably in the village during the war, but they wanted to go to the front line and fight to the death? The Konoha Guard simply offended the common people and wealthy families in the village. As expected of an Uchiha expert, the huge hole set between Senju's door. After briefly talking to Zishui about the pit of the guard, Zishui saw Liwo in a different way. This brother of mine is obviously different from other clansmen. He has a talent who can see through the village structure. Zishui leaned forward slightly, and asked respectfully, Liwo, can you tell me how to eliminate the barriers between the village and the people? Hearing this, Uchiha Liwo was stunned for a moment. What could he do now? But looking at Uchiha Shisui's eager eyes, he had to pretend to be calm. Hokage, only to become Hokage, we Uchiha become Hokage, the gap with the village is naturally gone. Hokage. Shisui was thoughtful, and then looked at Uchiha Riho, who had a serious look, as if he wanted to become Hokage himself to eliminate the barriers between the tribe and the village. Is it only by becoming Hokage that the barriers between the village and the tribe can be eliminated? Shisui murmured. For him, Uchiha Liwo is one of the few people in the clan who has no opinion on the village, and what he said deserves to be taken seriously. Family, village, Hokage. Zishui kept thinking about the connection among the three, and the Sharingan in his eye socket could not help turning, shedding tears of blood. In the next second, Zishui's eyes turned into Shuanguya Sharingan, and after opening Shuanguya Sharingan, Zishui left the forest on his own. Looking at Shisui's leaving figure, Uchiha Liwo couldn't help but sighed. Just talking about Uchiha and the village with him stimulated the opening of Shuanguya Sharingan. This talent is really enviable. But thinking that this talent was bought by Zishui's character, Liwo suddenly felt a little pitiful for Zishui. Zishui is too kind and naive. Because of his kindness and innocence at a young age, he awakened Sanguyu and even Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This should be something worth celebrating. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is the most powerful eye of the Uchiha clan. It has the power to control the battlefield, and it comes with two powerful pupil techniques. Shisui should never have to, and told Konoha about the pupil technique and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The pupil technique of other gods is something that anyone in power is afraid of, and must be suppressed and eliminated. Just as Li Huo was feeling emotional, outside the woods, the conversation of the Uchiha clan came. Many Uchiha Jounin noticed the explosion and came, and saw Uchiha Shisui slowly walking out of the woods. Shisui lowered his head and looked at the ground. He was thinking carefully about Uchiha Liwo's words, looking for the possibility of eliminating the gap between the tribe and the village. It's Shisui, did the explosion sound just now mean you were practicing ninjutsu? Seeing Shisui, Uchiha's Jounin had a smile on his face. The Uchiha clan looked cold to outsiders, but they were quite concerned about their clansmen. What's more, Shisui is the descendant of Master Uchiha Kagami, who was once Uchiha, the strongest of the Wave clan. His descendant Zishui is also a super genius who awakened Sharingan at a young age. Yes, Shisui nodded subconsciously, and looked up at the Uchiha tribe. Although the tribe looked enthusiastic in their clothes, they were arrogant when facing other people. It would be great if the enthusiasm among the clansmen could be shared with the villagers. Shishui couldn't help thinking that while he loved his people, he also deeply loved Konoha, and he hoped that the two could live in harmony. Ergudama Sharingan. Uchiha Jounin, seeing the pair of Ergudama Sharingan in Shisui's eye sockets, couldn't help exclaiming, Erguyu right sharing eyes. When the clansmen heard Jounin's voice, they all looked at Zishui with surprise in their eyes. Although there are not many Erguyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan, they are not uncommon. But the Erguyu Sharingan was opened by the young Zishui, which is worthy of surprise. One must know that Zishui awakened Erguyu just 2 years after entering school. It is not impossible to awaken those legendary kaleidoscope sharing eyes in the future. Legend has it that Uchiha Madara awakened those eyes, and was able to pacify the ninja world with the first generation and establish Konoha Ninja Village. The Uchiha tribe was surprised, but Shisui didn't think too much. He walked slowly through the crowd and walked towards home. Compared with these narrow-minded clansmen, I hope to change Uchiha and Konoha with like-minded people. We must report to the patriarch that Zishui opened Erguyu. The Jounin of the Uchiha clan looked at each other and made a decision. At this time, Uchiha Liwo also came out of the forest. In front of the Uchiha clan's Jounin, he had nowhere to hide. Instead of letting the clan suspect the enemy's attack, he should take the initiative to stand up. Looking at the same young Uchiha Liwo, Uchiha Kamishino could not help guessing in his heart, the huge explosion just now was caused by the fight between Liwo and Shisui? As expected, he was indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha Jounin looked at Liwo with friendly eyes. Since Uchiha Liwo awakened to Sharingan and graduated early, the clan has listed him as a key training target, and resources have begun to tilt towards him. Li Huo, work hard and win honor for the clan. That's right, the name of the Uchiha clan has to be inherited by your younger generation. The open space by the lake was filled with optimism. Okay. Uchiha Liwo nodded again and again, pretending to be calm and leaving in front of the clan Jounin. It's good that I didn't pursue the matter that disturbed the people, and the guilty Liwo quickly disappeared into the clan. In Hokage's office, Sandei hangs a pipe and handles Konoha's government affairs with the help of Jounin. With a slightly tired face, Konoha has a lot of government affairs, enough to pile up a big pile on the table. Every important thing needs Hokage to look over it, and issue appropriate instructions. Judging from the exhaustion on the faces of the 3 generations, the position of Hokage is not easy, and only those who truly love the village can take it. Come in. The 3rd Hokage looked towards the door. The door opened slowly, and a cold man walked in. His skin was not as fair as normal people's, and when he spoke, he sizzled like a snake. The visitor was one of Konoha's Sunin, Konoha Research madman Orochimaru. Orochimaru stood in the middle of the office, staring at the 3rd Hokage with several pupils, and said hoarsely, "Old man, what do you want me to do?" Orochimaru was doing research in the laboratory, but was informed by Umbu that the teacher wanted to see him, and rushed over in a hurry. Third Hokage took a deep look at his disciple. The disciple's temperament became more and more gloomy, and his feelings seemed a little indifferent. Was it because of Ryoji Cave? After a while, Sandai Hokage said, Ashimaru, I have a task for you. What task? Orochimaru didn't take it seriously, but he still needs to conduct experimental research, learn ninjutsu, and strengthen his own strength. Except 3 disciples. After finishing speaking, Sandai Hokage took out a list with the names of the ninja school students recorded on it. Orochimaru didn't catch it immediately, but looked at Hokage sadly. Teacher still dares to let me take in an apprentice. Aren't you afraid it will be another tragedy? Hearing this, Sandai Hokage's eyes dimmed, and he knew what the tragedy Orochimaru was referring to. Noeki, the younger brother of his apprentice Tsunade, and the grandson of the first Hokage. In the last battle, Nakoki was unfortunately killed by the detonating talisman, which directly caused his apprentice Tsunade to suffer from hemophobia. After being silent for a while, the third Hokage said solemnly, that was just an accident. I believe in your ability to teach children. With your ability, you can definitely cultivate talents for Konoha. Among the 3 apprentices, Orochimaru is the most valued by the 3 Hokage. Unlike Tsunade Jiraiya, Orochimaru is good at learning and has mastered many ninjutsu, which can be regarded as inheriting the mantle of the 3 Hokages. It should be noted that the third Hokage has the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu, but among the apprentices, except for Orochimaru, the other 2 are not good at ninjutsu. They specialize in medical ninjutsu and senjutsu. The third Hokage went on to say, these 3 children are the genius Uchiha Riho of the Uchiha family, the genius Hayagazo of the Hayaga branch, and the commoner genius Mitere Anko. They all have the potential to become Jounin. Konoha's J-nin is not a Chinese cabbage. Only 1 out of 100 ninja school students becomes a J-nin, or is it just a special J-nin? Of course, only those students who have the potential to become Jounin will be assigned to the J-nin class for training. More students can only be assigned to Chunin as the leader of the team, and use Sanshinjutsu and Kunao throwing to fight. Genius. Orochimaru smiled without saying a word. A student who can become a Jounin can indeed be called a genius, but ordinary Jounin is nothing to a ninja like him. But this is the task given by the teacher after all. The 3 generations are still in their prime, and they have successfully quelled another ninja war, and they are in full swing in the village. Orochimaru took the list, flipped through it twice, and saw the information on Uchiha Liwoo at the top. A Uchiha boy with a cheerful personality and the will of fire? Looking at such a comment, Orochimaru said casually, old man, there are also cheerful boys in the Uchiha family? The people in the village have a stereotyped impression of the Uchiha clan, who are taciturn, cold, and powerful. This is not a label, but the fact that it is the case. Although the Uchiha clan also loves the village, they always put on a high-ranking appearance, which is not pleasing to the eye. The third generation nodded, and said, Li Huo is a rare and cheerful person in the Uchiha clan. Although he can't be called enthusiastic, he is undoubtedly a normal person. In the last mission, while protecting my teammates, I completed the mission of the village. It's interesting to be able to fight against the special Jounin. When flipping through the missions experienced by Liwoo, Orochimaru showed an interested expression. The Uchiha family is the top wealthy family in Konoha, with strong men coming out in large numbers. There are more than 20 Jounin alone, and countless elite Chunin. But like Uchiha Liwoo, who is still at the age of ninja school students, he can deal with people who are particularly ninja. Even in the Uchiha clan, he can be regarded as a genius. For the talent and blood of the Uchiha clan, he has been coveting for a long time and wants to experiment. In other words, for a commoner ninja like him, any blood successor limit boundary is an object of eager research. Take a look at the difference between the blood successor family and ordinary ninjas. Looking into Orochimaru's eyes, Sandai said, the task is entrusted to you, Orochimaru, you must train them well. Orochimaru smiled. He didn't object to such an apprentice, and said in a low voice, I know the old man. Among the 3, Uchiha Liwoo should focus on training, and the rest are just extras. It doesn't matter if you die during the training, right? The third Hokage's face sank, and he said, they are all the future of Konoha. Understood, teacher. After collecting the list, Orochimaru glanced at the teacher and left Hokage's office. After Orochimaru left, Sandai Hokage sighed. He was disappointed by what Orochimaru said. The village treats all ninjas equally. At least, that's the case on the surface. How can I give you the position of Hokage if I say it so bluntly? The Hokage series is to unite the village commoner ninjas and small and medium-sized families to suppress those stubborn large wealthy families together. In the small quiet courtyard of the Hayaga clan, Hayagazo, who was wearing training clothes, faced the rows of wooden stakes in front of him, posing in a soft fist posture. Ruquin, Bagwazang. Hayagazo rushed in front of the wooden post, aimed at the standard acupuncture points on it, and used chakra on his palm. Bang bang bang. A series of blows landed on the stake, one after another, aiming at the vital points on the stake. The vital points marked on the human-shaped stakes are exactly the same as the acupuncture points on the human body. The purpose of Hayaga Yarakun is to hit the enemy's acupuncture points, achieve the purpose of sealing the enemy's chakra, and then defeat the enemy. Call after hitting a series of soft fists at the stake, Hayagazo's forehead was covered with fine sweat. The practice of soft fists put a heavy load on the body. The soft fists that appeared soft and weak were actually powerful. Watch for. After resting for a while, Hayagazo looked at the wooden stake, lowered his body and said, Rukwon Bagwazang, I can only hit 36 palms, but I can't hit 64 palms. How can I defeat that guy and get back the Hinata family's face? The guy Hinata Zhang mentioned was not someone else but Uchiha Liwoo. After he was defeated, he practiced hard at home, looking forward to defeating Uchiha Liwoo one day. Keep practicing. Feeling the recovery of physical strength, Hinata Zo opened his eyes, and the world he saw suddenly turned gray and white. This is the ability of the Hinata family. Bien can see through the chakra in the ninja. The range is about 1 kilometer, which is the best choice for Konoha as a scout. Bang! 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 Recalling the humiliation of being defeated by Uchiha Liwoo and the disappointed look in the eyes of the Zanjia uncle, Hinata Zo's mind gradually emptied, and he devoted himself to the practice of softboxing. In the quiet small courtyard, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure was wearing the robe of the Hayaga family, but there was no light blue X-shaped mark on his forehead. He was obviously a member of the Hayaga clan. For the branch family, the Hayaga clan is like a heavenly existence, and members of the branch family who are engraved as caged birds can only truly get out of the cage on the day of their death. Of course, the main purpose of the bird in the cage is to protect the members of the branch family. Most of the members of the Hayaga family can wake up and roll their eyes. If it weren't for the bird in the cage, they wouldn't know that they would die with mediocre talents. For ordinary Hayaga sex, the bird in the cage is protection, but for a genius like Hinata Zo, it is a kind of restraint that prevents him from flying into the sky. The patriarch of the clan stood under the eaves, quietly watching Hayagazo, who practiced hard. Hayagazo was his only relative, but he did not have the fate of becoming a clan member, so he could only be forced to engrave the bird in the cage. The elders of the clan thought of Hinatazo's father, the brother who died protecting him in the last battle, and his brother also practiced soft fist so hard, wanting to break the shackles of fate. This child is just like his father. It's obviously just a branch. Isn't it good to live a mediocre life? Why do you want to spread your wings and fly high? The elders of the sect secretly thought in their hearts, but when they saw the strong figure of Hinata Zhang, they couldn't help suppressing the weakness in their hearts, and put on an indifferent expression. Zhang, today's practice is quite hard, but there is still room for further improvement. Remember that the soft fist of the Hayaga family is the strongest. You didn't beat the younger generation of the Uchiha family just because you were not strong enough. Yes, elder. After punching soft fists, Hinata Zhang wiped the sweat from his cheeks, under a head of loose hair, revealing a delicate face, and a very conspicuous light blue mark on the center of his brow. The elder of the sect said coldly, I have prepared a medicine bath and food for you in the room. After dinner, you should continue to practice Rukwon hard. After all, soft boxing is physical training, and physical training will inevitably cause hidden injuries to the body. At this time, medicinal baths are very necessary, which can heal hidden injuries in the body, so as not to affect future practice. Of course, the price of medicated baths is also extremely expensive. In the ninja world, only the big families and ninja villages can pay these fees, so that they will not lose their fighting power due to hidden injuries in their prime. The family land of the Uchiha family, the head of the Uchiha clan, and the home of Uchiha Fuyu. Uchiha Fugaku sat on a high position, and standing in front of him was the jonin of the Uchiha clan. They gathered together at this moment, performing traditional arts and holding a clan meeting. The clan association is a tradition of the Uchiha clan. Whenever a major event occurs in the village or the clan, they will gather together to discuss countermeasures, which also proves the unity of the Uchiha clan. After the arrival of many Junin, the meeting officially began. Jonin, who had just witnessed Shishui watching Erguya, was the first to stand up. His face was excited, and he said a surprising fact. Zishui, he has awakened Erguya to write Sharing Eyes. Erguya's writing Sharing Eye is worthy of being the offspring of that lord, and her talent is extraordinary. The eyes were opened at a young age, and with a little stimulation in the future, it is possible to awaken those eyes. The faces of the Uchiha Jonin are full of excitement that when they were young, they were the elites of the ninja school, and when they grow up, they become the Jonin who have awakened the Sangodama Sharinan. But in all fairness, at this age, it is very difficult to awaken Sharinan, let alone Erguya Sharinan. Uchiha Fugaku stretched out his hand to stop the excited conversation among the clansmen, and turned his attention to the young child in front of him. The person concerned, Uchiha Shisui, asked softly, Shisui, have you awakened Erguya Sharinan? Zishui didn't speak. Since Erguya was awakened, he was brought here by his tribe, and they started talking about him in front of him. Using chakra, he silently opened his eyes, and two Guya slowly emerged. Seeing Shisui's eyes, the quiet Junin couldn't calm down. Shisui really opened Erguya Sharinan, and in time, it's not impossible to open those kaleidoscope Sharinan. Kaleidoscopic Sharinan. The eyes of the Uchiha tribe were full of yearning. Those are a pair of legendary eyes. According to legend, Uchiha Madara awakened those eyes to pacify the ninja world with the first generation of Naruto. However, due to Uchiha Madara's behavior of rebelling against the village, the legend of Madara has gradually become a taboo of Konoha, and now only the major families and the village's high-level people have an impression of him. When Uchiha Fugaku saw Shisui's eyes, he thought a lot in his heart, and his tone became softer. Shisui, work hard, must awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and win glory for the Uchiha clan. That's right, it's time to suppress those ninjas who don't like it and teach them some lessons. It's also time to let the people of Naruto know that we Uchiha are not easy to mess with. All the shinin around agreed. Their tone didn't have any respect for the Hokage family, but rather sneered. But if they are allowed to speak ill of the Hokage series in public, they still dare not. The strength of the Hokage family is strong. There are older generation powerhouses such as Danzo Hiruzen, the backbone generation has Sunin, and the younger generation also has characters like Namikaze Minato. The strength of the Uchiha family is too different. But this is the land of the Uchiha clan, and no one knows about it casually. Ask for a recommendation ticket. It's fine if you can't collect it. If you don't recommend it, I don't expect it to go up. Looking at the clansmen who were arguing endlessly around his opening Urguyu Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui was extremely disappointed with the clansmen in his heart. Everyone in the clan hopes to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but they all fight for power and profit for the status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village. Almost no clansman wants Konoha to be more prosperous, just for selfish desires. How can such clansmen integrate into Konoha? Thinking about it, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but think of Uchiha Liwoo, that clan brother who is not much older than himself. He is completely different from the clansman. He is a clansman with Konoha in his heart. At this time, a figure who was half a head shorter than Zishui walked to Zishui's side, pulled his corner, and said childishly, "Stop the water." Uchiha looked down at Uchiha Itachi, knowing that the child in front of him was the son of Patriarch Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi Uchiha is now 3 years old and has already started ninja training. He is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, unlike other Uchiha clansmen, Uchiha Itachi is still young and not as extreme as his clansmen, and he seems to be on the right track in the future. Relying on the advantage of the Patriarch's son, he will definitely be able to lead the Uchiha clan to the right path in the future. Uchiha Shisui looked at Itachi, and an idea came to his mind. After briefly talking about Zishui Urguyu, the clan meeting hastily disbanded, and the opening of the clan meeting was just a routine communication within the clan. Walking inside the clan ground, Shisui was thinking about how to lead Itachi to the right path, and at the same time he was still thinking about Uchiha Liwoo's words. Becoming Hokage, disbanding the Konoha Guard, and recruiting small and medium ninjas, will this allow the clansmen to integrate with the village? These are not simple things. The streets of Konoha. Orochimaru had just finished working in the laboratory, and he was walking on the streets of Konoha with a list of apprentices in his hand. Looking at the bustling Konoha, walking on the bustling streets, Orochimaru is like a ghost, and has no idea of talking to anyone. He set his eyes on the list of apprentices and carefully flipped through them. Now that the old man has promised to accept the students, he will teach them seriously and will never be perfunctory. His Orochimaru is a very serious ninja. Uchiha Liwoo, with a more cheerful personality, has awakened Sharingan, and in the execution of tasks, he has shown strength that is not inferior to Chunin. Hayagazo, a member of the Hayaga branch, opened his eyes, and his Taijutsu ninjutsu ranks at the forefront of the elite class. Mitere Anko, commoner ninja, Taijutsu phantom ninjutsu, all have a certain talent and the potential to be a ninja. After reading the apprentice's information, Orochimaru looked flat, and said slowly, "The old man gave me geniuses, especially Uchiha Liwoo. I don't know what this genius of the Uchiha clan can bring me. Surprise." Orochimaru thought in his heart, preparing to go to Mitere Anko's home to see his future apprentice. Although he showed a casual attitude in front of the third Hokage, Orochimaru actually cared about his apprentice. Master Orochimaru, a ninja wandering the street, spotted Sunin, who was famous in the ninja world, and saluted quickly. Orochimaru glanced at the passing ninja, without any emotion in his eyes, nodded slightly, and walked forward. Master Orochimaru is really indifferent. After saluting, the ninja sighed towards his companion with a look of lingering fear. The ninja beside him looked adoring, watching Orochimaru's leading figure, and retorted, "Don't look at Ashimaru-sama, he is actually a quite capable ninja. Although his personality is a bit cold, he is extremely concerned about his subordinates and has done a lot of things to benefit Konoha." "Is that so? It seems that I misunderstood Master Ashimaru. Is it too late to apologize now?" It's okay, Master Ashimaru doesn't care about these things. That master will become the seat to inherit the third Hokage in the future." Orochimaru, who was walking in front, heard the conversation between the two verbatim, without the slightest fluctuation on his face, and he didn't take the words of others to heart at all. It's just that the word Hokage finally touched his heartstrings. "Hokage, I'm really not interested in it." Orochimaru is pursuing ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, and he really doesn't have much interest in the position of Hokage. Sitting in that position will not only be troublesome but also delay the time of the experiment. However, the guy in Danzo is quite interested in the position of Hokage. Orochimaru thought of Danzo, the root leader who worked with him. Although Danzo was cunning, he coincided with him in some aspects. For example, human experiments. When Orochimaru was thinking about life, a figure appeared from behind Orochimaru and patted him on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru. The person who came was none other than Jiraiya, who was also a Chunin, but although Jiraiya often went out to collect materials, he suddenly came back today. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, looking at the white-haired man in front of him with oiled forward protectors, both disciples of the third generation of Hokage. They had fought side by side, and they were very close. Why are you back? Don't go to collect materials? He. Zilla also said haha. He was very proud of the matter of collecting materials, but he felt a little uncomfortable when it was said by others. Ha! Jile also saw the list in Orochimaru's hand, and quickly changed the topic. Ashimaru, what is it in your hand? The list of students. The old man asked me to accept 3 ninjas as students. Zilla was also a little interested. Ashawan, since you agreed to accept apprentices, don't you think apprentices are the most troublesome? In his eyes, Orochimaru was obsessed with research all day long, so where will he accept apprentices? In terms of accepting disciples, Orochimaru and Tsunade are no match for him. Not only did he cultivate a genius ninja like Minato, but he also accepted the legendary Prophecy's son as his apprentice. Those 3 apprentices from Yuyan village are all very talented, and they will all be outstanding ninjas in the future. I don't know, how are they doing now? Has the wooden sign for going out been turned back? Orochimaru didn't hide it. It's rare for the old man to ask, so I agreed. Besides, they are all talented, and 1 or 2 of them are Uchiha and Hinata. Uchiha and Hyuga are one of the most wealthy families in the village, and even Chunin cannot ignore their existence. Chunin is just an example, but strong men of the wealthy clan emerge in endlessly. Jiraiya thought for a while. Uchiha and Hyuga, they are the pillars of the village, and they really need to be appeased. Orochimaru nodded. This is also what the old man thinks. As the disciples of the 3 Hokages, they are inevitably exposed to politics, and they are not ignorant of politics. Orochimaru continued, you come here yourself, why are you willing to go back to the village? When asked why he returned to the village, Jiraiya no longer had a hippie smile on his face, but a serious face, and said in a low voice, the 3rd Kazekage of Hidden Sand Village is missing. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, although he often travels outside to obtain writing materials, actually secretly investigates information from various countries and gives timely feedback to Konoha. Hearing this, Orochimaru's face remained the same, and he said casually, the 3rd Kazekage is missing, isn't he known as the strongest Kazekage? Jiraiya waved his hand and explained, I discovered this when I was collecting materials in the Kingdom of Sand. Because of this incident, the garrison troops in Hidden Sand Village have decreased a lot, and they are all out looking for the 3rd Kazekage. In fact, Jiraiya was also shocked when he first heard the news about himself. He hurried back towards Konoha without even caring about experiencing the customs of the Land of Wind. You must know that the disappearance of the shadow of a village does not only mean disappearance, it is very likely that he has died somewhere. As the leader of a village, it is impossible for Feng Ying to disappear without a trace. The disappearance of Kazekage, the leader of the 5 major powers, will undoubtedly bring restlessness to the peaceful ninja world. The ninja world has been peaceful for almost 10 years now. With the growth of a new generation of ninjas, it is time to grab resources again. Orochimaru looked at Jilla and teased, old man, do you know about this? Zilla also nodded, and the first time he returned to the village, he reported to the 3 generations of teachers and let the teachers make a decision. Let's go drink together. Jiraiya also saw the izakaya, smelled the aroma of sake, and suggested. Orochimaru nodded, without refusing. He and himself have not been together for some days. Walking into the izakaya, the shop owner came over to entertain them warmly. He knew the identities of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, because he respected them very much. As the Chunin who obtained the title of Chunin from the hands of demigods in the 3 wars, he is undoubtedly a prestigious existence in the ninja world. Master Jiraiya, Master Ashimaru. The shop owner came over, brought a jug of good wine, and pointed to the corner of the izakaya. At this time, in the corner, the young blonde female ninja was half lying on the table, looking at the half-empty wine jug, letting the cold wine pour over her. Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyes changed, his gaze towards Tsunade was full of tenderness. He walked slowly to Tsunade, and took the flagon away. Looking at Tsunade's decadent appearance, Jiraiya said righteously, Tsunade, you can't drink anymore. Tsunade's eyes were blurred, he wiped the drink off his face, and saw who was coming. It's Jiraiya, let's drink together and gamble. Tsunade said as he took out the dice from his bag and shook them in the air. Jiraiya grabbed the dice, shook Tsunade's shoulder, and said, Tsunade, calm down, the 3rd Kazekage has disappeared, war may break out in the ninja world at any time, and Konoha needs you, the Slug Princess. Tsunade didn't cheer up, but mocked himself, Princess Slug, I can't even protect Broken and Rope Tree, who else can I protect? At the end of the last Great War, Tsunade lost his younger brother and lover one after another, so he suffered from hemophobia, and became dizzy when he saw blood. Jilai also heard the words, fell into silence, and was a little speechless. Tsunade continued, the disappearance of the mere Kazekage does not necessarily mean the beginning of the war. Besides, if the war starts, won't there still be you and the old man? Tsunade was indeed a little drunk, and she had already begun to vent her emotions. Jiraiya didn't know how to comfort him, but Orochimaru was busy studying the personality of future students, so as to prepare the way of teaching. Even drunk, the ninja's perception is still keen. Tsunade noticed the list in Orochimaru's hand, and asked, Ashimaru, what are you holding? Orochimaru said lightly, the list of disciples that the old man wants to train. Student? Tsunade wanted Orochimaru's former student, his dead brother, but quickly suppressed his inner emotions. Speaking of which, the old man of 3 generations also asked me to go to the ninja school to train a disciple? The 3 ninjas are all idle now, and they have no disciples under their knees. As the 3 generations of teachers, they naturally have to make plans for the future of the village. After all, the disciples carefully cultivated by ninjas of the level of Sunin are at least at the level of special ninja. Seeing that Tsunade's mood improved, Jiraiya also said, the old man also asked me to go to the ninja school to accept apprentices, but I refused. Those 3 little fellows from the land of rain have given me a hard time. The 3 little guys in Jiraiya's mouth are at the end of the last war. After losing the demigod, they met 3 children who wanted to learn ninjutsu by chance. At that time, Orochimaru wanted to end the painful life of the 3 children, but Jiraiya stayed to teach them for 3 years. Tsunade and Orochimaru were naturally impressed. Tsunade asked, how about the 3 children? Jilai also shook his head. He hadn't been to the land of rain for many years, and he didn't know their whereabouts. Jilai also picked up the wine glass and poured himself a glass of wine. When the hot wine poured down his throat, he felt much better. It's been a long time since I saw my apprentices, whether it's the little guy from the land of rain, or Minato, and Pepper. Seeing that Jiraiya seemed to have lost something, Tsunade put down the wine glass in her hand. She thought that the 3 children had lost their lives in the chaos of war, and explained, they have their own destiny, and we have no power to change it. Jiraiya nodded. He thought of Nagato's eyes of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Until now, he still thinks Nagato is the son of prophecy. The great Toad Immortal once said that the son of prophecy can save the world, and he is the one who finds the son of prophecy. Holding up the wine glass, he poured down another amount of wine. Zile also asked, Ashimaru, show me your future disciples. As an uncle, I must at least know them. Orochimaru didn't speak, and handed the list to Jiraiya, and Jiraiya casually flipped through it a few times, and Tsunade also leaned over to look at it. When seeing Uchiha Liwo's name, Tsunade couldn't help frowning. How can there be people from the Uchiha clan? Senju and the Uchiha clan have always been at odds. Although they founded the village together, the grievances between them that have lasted from the Warring States period are not so easy to let go. Even though today's Senju has merged into Konoha because of the withered blood, Tsunade, who is a descendant of Senju, always has colored glasses for the Uchiha clan. The second generation of Hokage once said that the Uchiha clan is a family full of love, but love is deeply hated. When the Uchiha clan loses love, they will go to extreme evil and start to have powerful writing-sharing eyes. It can be said that the more extreme the members of the Uchiha clan, the greater their power, which is a rather unstable factor in the village. Leaning against the window, Jiraiya looked out of the window, and suddenly said, Ashimaru, the child is your future disciple, Uchiha Liwoo. Hearing this, Tsunade and Orochimaru also looked out the window. Tsunade's eyes were filled with disdain, and Orochimaru looked at his future apprentice with great interest. Jiraiya said, your future apprentice doesn't look like a member of the Uchiha tribe, and gets along very well with the ninjas in the village. Orochimaru spread his hands and said, it's all the old man's task. On the one hand, it is because of the task, and on the other hand, it is obsessed with scientific research. At this time, Orochimaru is very interested in the blood succession boundary, and wants to explore the secret of the blood succession boundary. Would you like to take a look at this, Liwoo? Ji-Lai also suggested. Orochimaru and Tsunade didn't speak, but stood up, obviously moved. Outside the izakaya, on the bustling street, Uchiha Liwoo was thinking about ninjutsu. Walking aimlessly on the street, when passing a corner of a house, 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared. The visitors were members of the ninja team before Uchiha left the fire. They came to Konoha Street to enjoy the tranquility after the mission. The headed short-haired shinin saw Uchiha Liwoo, and greeted him with a smile. It's Liwoo, how is it? Have you found the leader of the Jonin? The short-haired shinin knows the identity of the Uchiha Liwoo clan, and the genius of the Uchiha clan must at least be taught by the Jonin. Uchiha Liwoo shook his head. Master Hokage hasn't been assigned yet, we have to wait until today when the ninja school graduates. With that said, Uchiha Liwoo looked at the 2 shinin behind the short-haired shinin, and asked, is he better? The short-haired shinin showed a regretful expression. The toxin has almost been cleaned up, but it's just a ninja or something. I can no longer be a ninja, I can only stay behind Konoha. Uchiha Liwoo's expression darkened. That day, the poison ninja injured the meridian on the wrist, which is undoubtedly a death sentence for the ninja. Don't worry about me. That the money I have accumulated over the years is enough for me to spend the rest of my life, and I can also accept some D-level tasks on weekdays. Hearing this, Uchiha Liwoo nodded. In fact, the village has preferential treatment for ninjas who are unable to fight. Those D-level missions that seem like jokes are prepared for this type of ninjas. A ninja who cannot fight due to injury. Muye village handled this aspect quite properly. After the simple exchange of greetings, Uchiha Liwoo continued to walk towards the depths of the street. He saw a dessert shop, and the desserts on the signboard attracted his attention. Coming out of the dessert shop and sitting on a bench by the street, Uchiha Liwo was about to open the box and enjoy the delicious food. Just as he was eating dessert with his head down, figures appeared in front of Uchiha Liwo. Looking at the shadow on the ground, Uchiha Liwo became vigilant, opened Sharingan, and at the same time silently clenched the Ryland saber on his waist. Ashimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, why are they Sunin looking for me? Uchiha Liwo put down the Japanese sword. This is Konoha village after all, it's not good to make a big move, and in front of Sunin, any resistance by oneself is meaningless. Raising his head, Sharingan undisguisedly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Uchiha Liwo said, Master Orochimaru, Master Tsunade, Master Jiraiya. 3 legendary ninjas appeared in front of him, and Uchiha Liwo was not sure what they were going to do for a while. In short, it is correct to release good intentions first. As a successor of the Will of Fire, a child of the wealthy Konoha family, I can't be regarded as a traitor. Ashimaru, it's Sharingan. Looking at Uchiha Liwo's Sharingan, Zille also looked surprised. Sharingan is not uncommon, but it is quite rare to open Sharingan at this age. Orochimaru didn't answer, his eyes were thoughtful, and Tsunade beside him was silently looking at the pair of ominous eyes. Sharingan had a dark aura, which made her uncomfortable with the blood of Senshou. That kid. Jiraiya was also hesitating about what to call Uchiha Liwo, and finally replaced him with Kid. Uchiha Liwo responded immediately, Master Jiraiya. Uchiha Liwo knew very well that Jiraiya's strength, among the Sunin, was the strongest in front of him, the carefree and greasy uncle that he was known as the Toad Immortal, but he was a strong man who could activate the immortal mode. Can you give me some of the dessert in your hand? Ah! Uchiha Liwo was stunned, and finally distributed half of the dessert to the middle-aged uncle. Zille also took the dessert, and he was not polite, he ate the dessert in one go, showing a satisfied expression. The taste of this store is still the same as before. Jiraiya commented like a rogue uncle. Even Orochimaru and Tsunade beside him had black lines on their faces, unable to look directly at the shamelessness of their companions. Sensing the slightly contemptuous eyes of Orochimaru and Tsunade, Zilla didn't take it seriously, and patted his chest. Boy from the Uchiha family, I ate your food. If you have any troubles in the future, you can come to me. Uchiha Liwo said, it's good that Jiraiya-sama likes it. He doesn't think that Zilla is also the kind of person who makes promises casually because of desserts. There must be something tricky about it. Could it be that the Jonin who the third generation arranged for him to lead the team was Jiraiya? Uchiha Liwo couldn't help but think of this idea. If it is true, he can be regarded as entering the Hokage, but the current Jiraiya should not accept apprentices. Shaking his head, to dispel the distracting thoughts in his brain, Uchiha Liwo focused his eyes on the other 2 Sunin. Tsunade's appearance is not much different from what he remembers, with the yin seal, the youthful face, and the life-threatening necklace still hanging around his neck. At this time, she should be suffering from hemophobia, and her mood is at a low point, which is also proved by the strong smell of alcohol on her body. I don't know, if I can meet Tsunade going to the casino, it would be good to make a good fortune. And the gloomy man on the other side is Orochimaru. Uchiha Liwo looked at Orochimaru, full of fear in his heart. As one of the 3 ninjas, this person is not clear with the leader of the roots, develops and learns forbidden techniques, and participates in human experiments. He is an out-and-out scientist. Scientists are not scary, but a scientist who has no moral bottom line is really scary, and at the same time he is rational and scary, and he can do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. 3 adults, if there is nothing to do, I will take my leave first. Noticing Orochimaru's scorching eyes, Uchiha Liwo felt his heart trembling. The guys who were being targeted by Orochimaru were miserable, and he had to leave as soon as possible. Sunin didn't make a sound to stop him, and watched Uchiha Liwo leave. The purpose of their meeting had been achieved. Looking at Uchiha Liwo's gaze, Jiraiya, who was smiling just now, was full of emotion. Ashimaru, your disciple is different from other Uchihas. Jiraiya is also a principled ninja, and he will not make promises to others casually. The promise he made to Liwo just now is also because the other party shared food with him, and Liwo is the future disciple of Orochimaru. It's okay. Orochimaru looked at Liwo, wondering what he was thinking. Make up the second update. Last night, I was too tired and dizzy last night lying on the comfortable tatami at home. Uchiha Liwo was thinking about the encounter just happened. Sunin's sudden appearance made him a little flattered, and of course it was more of a shock, especially at the end of Orochimaru's vague gaze, which made him jealous. Orochimaru at this time should not be interested in Sharingan yet. Uchiha Liwo vaguely remembered that the reason Orochimaru spied on Sharingan was because Itachi restrained him, and he should be pursuing the technique of immortality right now. What's more, the Uchiha clan is still there, and because they have done things against Konoha, even if Danzo wants to attack the Uchiha clan, it is quite difficult. The Uchiha family has always been gentle and united internally, and they are all aggressive externally, so that other families have faintly expressed dissatisfaction. After thinking about it, Uchiha Liwo stood up directly, walked to the backyard, and prepared to practice taijutsu sword art. Instead of worrying about the vague threats, it is better to seize every minute and every second to improve one's strength. When the strength is sufficient, all problems and contradictions will be easily resolved. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Liwo also practiced at home for a full month, and did not go out to do missions. This month, his body and sword skills did not improve much, but the newly developed ninjutsu has already been mastered quite proficiently. The amount of chakra has also increased a lot, enough for him to release one more ninjutsu. Uchiha Liwo let out a long sigh of relief. After going through the morning exercise, he only felt refreshed, and his whole body was much more energetic. According to the usual practice, he should have breakfast and continue his daily practice, but today he has something important to go out. Just a few days ago, the ninja school had a graduation exam, and today is the time to award the ninja quota for graduation. Although Uchiha Liwo graduated early, he still has to be divided into classes with his classmates and accept the guidance of Jonin. After a simple farewell to his parents, Uchiha Liwo came to the familiar ninja school and entered the classroom where the award ceremony was being prepared. In the classroom, this year's graduates arrived early, and Uchiha Liwo sat in the middle, sizing up this year's graduates carefully. This year's graduation is undoubtedly a class with excellent quality. Not only will there be Asuma Sarutobi, Kurina Ui, Moonlight Hayate, and Genma Shiranui in the future, but also have Meikai, Obito, and Kakashi. Such characters who changed the form of the ninja world. You can call it a monster-like graduate. Uchiha Liwo watched the future protagonists, but Kai's voice came from behind. Liwo, Liwo. When Uchiha Liwo turned back, Kai had already sat beside him, and his voice also attracted the attention of his classmates. The students gathered around, with envious eyes on their faces. For them, Uchiha Liwo, who graduated early, is a man of the school just like Kakashi. Even if he is no longer in school, mentioning graduation, the legend, but it's still circulating. Sarutobi Asuma also reluctantly leaned over. After Uchiha Liwo graduated early, he went to his old father to apply for early graduation, but was ruthlessly rejected. Uchiha Liwo greeted them eagerly. He used to be inconspicuous in the ninja school, like many wealthy ninjas, but after he opened Sharingan and graduated early, everyone's attitude was completely different. Seeing Uchiha Liwo, Asuma became angry with Hokage, as if she knew the difference between Uchiha Liwo and herself, and asked, Liwo, how many missions have you completed? Yes, how many tasks have you completed in Liwo? The graduates present were very interested in the tasks, and they hoped to show their skills after studying in ninja school for many years. Uchiha Liwo briefly talked about the experience of the last mission and deleted some of the plots, but it still made the students hooked and wished to experience it for themselves. Has Li Huo already done so many tasks? I want to realize my youth well, Kai shouted in his heart. Staying aside and sitting silently, Hinedazo listened to Uchiha Liwo's word for word, with a look of fighting intent in his eyes. Is he already that strong? Sure enough, I still have to fully practice Rokuin to defeat him. A-level tasks. Asuma muttered carefully. He is a child of Hokage, so he naturally knows the levels of tasks. For Li Huo, who is the same age as himself, but can complete A-level tasks, he is a bit small acid. Just as everyone gathered together, talking about future tasks, the teacher from ninja school came over with a serious face. What are you doing here? Hokage-sama is coming over soon, go back to your seat. Okay. Everyone reluctantly returned to their seats. They did not forget the most important thing today, graduation and class placement. Soon, the third generation wearing a Hokage had appeared in the classroom, stood in front of the podium, looked kindly at the graduates of the ninja school, and began to speak. As Hokage who manages a village, he is supposed to manage a lot of things every day, and there are countless things waiting for Hokage to deal with, but compared to those busy trivial matters, the graduates of ninja school are undoubtedly more important. They are the future of the village, and the amount of graduation must be given by Naruto personally issued. After a drowsy explanation of the will of fire, I finally came to the most important part of today, the distribution of ninja quotas and graduation. The third generation began to read the name of the graduated ninja Hayagazo. After hearing his name, Hinata Kuro stepped forward to take the forehead guard from Hokage, put it on his forehead, and bowed slightly. The third generation nodded with a smile. Sarutobi Asuma. Humph. Asuma Sarutobi looked at Sandemu in displeasure, but in the end he didn't dare to show his father face in this situation, so he took the forehead guard and put it on his head. The ninja foreheads were distributed quickly, and soon the third Hokage called the last person, Uchiha Obito. Hokage's call did not receive a response, and the face of the ninja school teacher changed. He did not expect that Uchiha Obito would be late for the graduation ceremony. If you offend Lord Hokage, the consequences will be disastrous. Obito Uchiha. The third Hokage repeated several times, but no one responded, which made him a little embarrassed. Master Hokage, Obito may have gone to help the old lady cross the road again, Lin whispered. It turned out to be like this. After Lin's reminder, Sandai Hokage thought of that naive Uchiha boy. Although he was not very talented, he had a kind heart. Then Lin, I'll give you the forehead protector with soil, please forward it on your behalf. After the ninja forehead was awarded, the 3 generations of Hokage left, and the next step was the extremely important division. Every student in Uchiha Liwo's class will be led by Jonin, which was determined early on by the third Hokage. As a powerful jonin with a special temperament appeared in the classroom, the graduates in the classroom couldn't help but have their hearts beat faster, wondering who their future jonin leader would be. In the ninja world, the jonin and the students who lead the team at graduation are not so much the team leader, but more like the relationship between master and apprentice. Whether it is performing tasks or learning ninjutsu, students have to rely on themselves to lead the jonin. Only the bond of master-student relationship can give each other their lives and unreserved trust in the battlefield of a team of 4. In the classroom, Asuma Sarutobi and others were taken away by a powerful jonin, while Mat Kai, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu followed behind the jonin. Kakashi and Rin were assigned to Namikaze Minato's sect, and it was precisely because of their existence that I saw Konoha's yellow flash for the first time, the future 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato's smile is very gentle, the whole person is like sunshine's big brother, and the smile alone gives people a feeling of healing. Namikaze Minato, who was born as a commoner, not only has a gentle personality, but also has excellent talent. After learning from Sun and Jiraiya as his teacher, he has gained a great reputation on the battlefield. Kakashi, Rin, please give me your advice in the future. Namikaze Minato stretched out his hand and looked at the gloomy Kakashi. Well, Obito hasn't come here yet. Lin whispered. He was worried that Obito was late, and he was annoyed to lead the jonin. It's okay, Obito is a kind-hearted person, it doesn't matter if you're late, it's just that you're going to gather in the village tomorrow, please tell him, linear. Namikaze Minato said gently, and couldn't find any flaws in his words. The students in the graduating class were taken away by the jonin one after another, leaving only Hayagazo, Enko, Uchiha Liwoo, and Lin, who was waiting for Obito to arrive in the classroom. While waiting in the seat, Uchiha Liwoo saw Hongdu, who was also in the classroom, and strange thoughts emerged in his heart. Hongdu is not a student of this year, but for some reason, she skipped a grade, and now she graduated at the same time as Hinedazo and the others. Hongdu has the talent to release illusions, and her body and ninjutsu are also remarkable. She can be regarded as an outstanding ninjutsu school student. The presents. But these are not important. What is important is that the jonin led by Anko, Uchiha Liwoo, remembers clearly that Anko's teacher is that scientist, Orochimaru. Doesn't that mean that the last 3 of them are likely to be Dashawan's disciples? Speaking of Orochimaru, Orochimaru arrived. As one of the Sunin, Orochimaru appeared in the classroom, and immediately attracted salutes from the students. Master Orochimaru. The ninja school students cared not only about the opponent's Sunin status, but also because of his outstanding military exploits. Orochimaru stared at the 3 ninjas in front of him, and said in a hoarse voice, Zhang Luo, Hongdu, you will follow me from now on. Yes, teacher Orochimaru. Anko and Hayagazo showed ecstasy on their faces. Being able to take Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, as his teacher and become his disciple will increase their status. Uchiha Liwoo also showed a joyful expression, but he kept thinking in his heart, why Orochimaru would become the jonin who led the team by himself. This is not to say that Orochimaru is not as good as Namikaze Minato in teaching his disciples. In fact, Orochimaru is very good at teaching his disciples. Whether it is the 4 Otonin, Yakushido, or Uchiha Suzuki in the future, they will all be the real strength of elite jounin, and their own strength will train many elite jounin. Orochimaru's educational ability is probably only inferior to its too late. But Orochimaru's education method is very dangerous. To improve the strength of his subordinates, it is often not through formal channels, but through experiments. They become stronger like mice, and if they are not careful, they will fall into the abyss. Orochimaru glanced at his 3 future disciples, his eyes plundered from the front of the red beans, stayed in front of Hinedazo for a while, and finally placed on Uchiha Liwoo's body. Feeling Orochimaru's substantive gaze, Uchiha Liwoo broke out in a cold sweat as if being stared at by a poisonous snake. Teacher Orochimaru, do you need us to introduce ourselves? Generally speaking, before leading the team, the jonin will introduce themselves first, and then let the students introduce themselves. While getting to know each other, they also deepen their relationship. Uchiha Liwoo's opening reminded Orochimaru of the scene when he first met the 3 generations of old men. The 3 immature ninjas back then have now become independent ninjas. At this time, when Orochimaru hadn't reached the cold-blooded state, he was just a little colder. Well, my name is Orochimaru, you come with me. Speaking of Orochimaru, he brought the 3 of them to the open space of the ninja school. After talking about his interests and hobbies in the open space, he set his sights on the 3 of them. My name is Hinedazo. I like soft fists and hate being lazy. My dream is to become the strongest ninja in the Hineda family. Hinedazo introduced himself seriously, and set his eyes full of fighting spirit on Uchiha Liwoo. Noticing Hineda Zhang's eyes, Uchiha was ashamed and remembered the last time he had a fight at the ninja school. It seems that the public defeat last time left a deep impression on him, so he had to fight back first. Matere red beans, love glutinous rice balls, hate not being able to eat glutinous rice balls, dream is to eat glutinous rice balls every day. Matere Anzuki spoke out her interests and hobbies without any scruples, her appearance was very forthright, and her feelings were like a glutinous rice ball digestion machine. In the end, it was Uchiha Liwoo's turn to introduce himself. Anko and Hinedazo also looked at Uchiha Liwoo. They wanted to know what kind of hobbies and dreams Liwoo, who graduated early, had. My name is Uchiha Liwoo. I like delicious food. I hate enemies who can't die. My dream. When talking about dreams, Uchiha Liwoo paused for a moment. He has many dreams, but he hopes that they are dreams rather than unrealistic fantasies, all of which depend on his own strength. The dream is to become Hokage and improve the relationship between the village and the clan. Uchiha Liwoo said one of his hopes, he hoped to change the fate of the Uchiha clan, but all this can only be done by becoming Hokage or possessing the strength of Hokage. It's a good dream, Orochimaru said, with a gloomy personality that was difficult to move, just because Uchiha Liwoo's words reminded him of his first disciple, Nikoki. Before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, gather in the Death Forest, where the team's first test will start. After leaving this sentence, Orochimaru turned into an instant and left. He was still in a hurry to carry out the experiment, and he didn't have much time to deal with the disciples' affairs. Death Forest. After hearing the place name, Hongdu's face changed. As Konoha ninjas, they knew exactly where the Death Forest was. It is the forbidden area of Muye village, a place with extremely many ferocious beasts. Uchiha Liwoo didn't care that much. Having experienced actual ninja combat, he naturally wouldn't care about the Forest of Death where the Chunin exam was held. For him, the most important thing at the moment is to quickly improve his strength and figure out what Orochimaru thinks. When looking at Orochimaru just now, Uchiha Liwoo clearly felt the huge amount of chakra in Orochimaru's body, as well as the evil aura in his body that was not inferior to Sharingan. Compared with the ominous nature of Sharingan Yindun, the chakra in Orochimaru's body is even more gloomy. The next day, before dawn, Uchiha Liwoo came to the Death Forest. The Death Forest is a forbidden area around Konoha, and there are many ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in it, which are considered dangerous for genin. The agreed meeting place was the edge of the Death Forest, where Hayagazo and Hongdu had been waiting for a long time. Although the agreed meeting time was 9 o'clock, all three of them arrived ahead of time to give the teacher a better impression. Walking into Hongdu and Hinatazo, Uchiha Liwoo found that they were chatting, revealing each other's abilities and living habits. After all, they are a team of ninjas. They will do tasks together in the future, and they must cultivate a certain tacit understanding. Uchiha Liwoo looked towards Hayagazo, who was wearing the Hayaga family's robe, with long hair, and the forehead guard on his head covered the imprint of the bird in the cage. It seems that he is still very concerned about the bird in the cage, otherwise he would not use the forehead to cover it. Hayagazo noticed Uchiha Liwoo's gaze, and walked over, with veins bulging around the white eyes, and looked at Liwoo with a complicated expression. Uchiha Liwoo, I will definitely defeat you. Uchiha Liwoo didn't take it seriously, but he didn't want to hurt his teammate's self-confidence. Then I'll wait and see. Hayagazo was not his opponent in the past, and he will not be an opponent in the future. Among the same generation, the only one who can be taken seriously by him is Kakashi. Hayagazo clenched his fists, as if aware of Uchiha Liwoo's indifferent attitude. Seeing the tit-for-tat situation between Hinata Zhang and Uchiha Liwoo, Hongdu realized that he had to adjust the conflict between the two parties, so he changed the subject and said, Liwoo, Zhang, I heard from the ninjas in the village that after the ninja school graduates, it's okay. If you pass the assessment of being a jonin, even if you become a ninja, you will be rejected by the jonin and return to the ninja school to study. So, we should now unite as one to deal with the next assessment. Li Huo nodded calmly. He knew that there are various types of assessments for leading a jonin, but most of them test the trust between companions, the will of fire and so on. It's just that what kind of assessment method Orochimaru will propose. With Orochimaru's brain circuit, the assessment will definitely not snatch the bell. It is a traditional art handed down from the line of Hokage. During the long wait, Orochimaru finally showed up, but he did not appear in the normal way, but after his body circled the big tree, he suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Liwoo and others. Looking at his students, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his tongue, expressionless. Very well, none of you are late. Completing missions is a ninja's vocation. For teammates, leading a ninja is an order, which must be executed by a qualified ninja. Hinata looked at Orochimaru, and said cautiously, Teacher Orochimaru, what is our assessment task? Hongdu also looked expectant. For them, if they fail the assessment, they will be sent back to the ninja school for retraining, which is really embarrassing. Orochimaru didn't answer, but walked step by step towards the depths of the Death Forest. Follow up. Uchiha Liwoo and the three followed Orochimaru and jumped on the big trees in the forest, and Orochimaru also deliberately slowed down so that the three could keep up. Orochimaru, what the hell is he going to do? Uchiha Liwoo looked at Orochimaru's back, thinking about it, and followed Orochimaru closely. After more than 10 minutes of walking, the team came to the depths of the Death Forest. The ninja's footsteps were very fast, and it was already more than 10 or 20 kilometers away from Muye village. From time to time, the sound of wild animals roaring appeared. When reaching a cliff, Orochimaru stopped, stood on the rock, looked down at Uchiha Liwoo and the other three, and said slowly, My assessment is very simple, as long as you can successfully return to Konoha, just the village. Saying that, Orochimaru left in a blink of an eye, and only the three lower ninjas left on the cliff looked at each other. Hayagazo and Red Bean were surprised at Orochimaru's indifference and ruthlessness, and Uchiha Liwoo was the purpose of Ashimaru's move. Do you want us to cooperate sincerely and work together to get out of the forest of death, or do you want to see our true strength? In any case, just keep the will of fire and don't give up your companions. The Death Forest is still under the surveillance of the third generation. That old guy has a technique called the telescope, and he always takes advantage of the name of Hokage and the convenience of this technique, and does some things to spy on ninjas. After roughly determining the purpose, Uchiha Liwoo looked at his teammates who still hadn't figured out a countermeasure and stood there in a daze, and said, Hayagazo, Adzuki, Teacher Orochimaru has already said that as long as we return to the village, the assessment will be considered completed. But the assessment is not that simple. As the forbidden area of the village, the Death Forest must have many beasts waiting for us. Before that, we should cooperate. Okay. Hayagazo and Honda nodded. They didn't have much opinion on this, and agreed with Liwoo. Who? There were roars in the Death Forest, and the owner of the sound was approaching step by step. The Death Forest is very dangerous for ordinary people and ordinary ninjas. There are many beasts living in it, and many of them are powerful beasts at the level of psychic beasts. When Orochimaru was there, they were afraid of the terrifying aura exuded by Orochimaru, but when Orochimaru left, they set their targets on the 3 members of the team. Ferocious beasts walked among the low bushes, making rustling noises. All the ninjas present had experienced the professional training of the ninja school. As soon as they heard the sound of the beast, they climbed to a high place, condescending, and observed the situation. Roar! With a deafening roar, a brown bear appeared in front of Uchiha Liwoo. The brown bear is more than 3 meters tall, with a strong build, red eyes, and the blood of its prey on its mouth. Judging from the freshness of the blood, it should have just eaten. You guys, or me? Uchiha Liwoo asked Hinatazo and Hundu. Looking at the brown bear in front of him, Hinata Kang swallowed nervously. He hadn't really fought life and death yet, but his heart was always eager to try and encourage himself. Let me do it. Hayagazo took over the task of dealing with the brown bear, jumped off the steep cliff, and with the help of chakra, he landed on the ground smoothly. Soft fist, 8 diagrams, 32 palms. The speed at which Hinatazo drew his palms was astonishing, and only after images could be seen in the air. Under the continuous attack of 32 palms, the brown bear fell directly to the ground, losing the ability to fight. After solving the brown bear, Uchiha Liwoo and Honda walked to Hayagazo's side, while the former glanced at the brown bear. Hayagazo, why didn't you kill this brown bear? Hayagazo said, it has lost its combat effectiveness, and it attacked us because of the instinct of the beast. Hearing such an answer, Uchiha Liwoo didn't say much. He wanted to eat the bear's paw just now, but since the brown bear is not dead, he let it go. But now the task is to return to the village as soon as possible to complete the assessment of Dashuan. First change. Uchiha Liwoo was still wanting to eat some wild game just now, but the appearance of more and more wild animals made him give up this idea. These beasts not only include the huge beasts of the system, but also the poisonous insects lurking in the corners. Compared with the beasts, the poisonous snakes and poisonous insects are the biggest threat. Uchiha Liwoo came to a relatively empty space in the depths of the Death Forest by using Sharingan to cut off Zuyeking disguised as a leaf with a knife. Uchiha Liwoo, Hayagazo, and Red Do sat on the ground, took a short rest, and began to refine chakra. Since Orochimaru left, fierce beasts and poisonous insects appeared one after another, making the 3 of them tense all the time. Although these poisonous insects and ferocious beasts were not very threatening, they were too numerous. Even though they were very cautious, the claw marks of ferocious beasts and the rampant poisonous insects gradually appeared on Hayagazo and Hundu. Stabbing the poisonous insects wriggling on the ground with a knife, Uchiha Liwoo carefully collected the poisonous insects into test tubes. The venom on these poisonous insects is an expensive material and weapon, and it will be useful on the battlefield in the future. Separated from the shadow clone as a warning, Uchiha Liwoo watched the beasts and poisonous insects approaching calmly. Unlike Hinatazo and Red Bean, who are facing enemies, these beasts and poisonous insects pose a limited threat to him, and hunting them is worth more. Threatened. Speaking of which, Orochimaru is really rich, able to raise so many poisonous insects and beasts for us to join forces. Uchiha Liwoo felt emotional in his heart. Poisonous insects and beasts appeared one after another. Even Hayagazo and Hundu felt something was wrong. There are so many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts in the Death Forest, and if there are so many, this place is not a forbidden place but a Jedi. The only possibility is to cultivate them artificially and send them to deal with them. Then, the instigator is only Mr. Orochimaru, who gave the assessment. After collecting the venom in the slow test tube, Uchiha Liwoo stood up and looked at the team members who were refining chakra beside him. How is the recovery of chakra? Hayagaku and Hundu opened their eyes, nodded, took Kunao in their hands, and looked in the direction of Kanaha. Opening the white eyes, blue veins bulged around the eye sockets. The world in Hinata Zhang's eyes turned into 2 colors of gray and white, and no living thing within a kilometer around could hide from his eyes. After scanning the surroundings, Hayagazo pointed to a direction and said slowly, "Go in this direction." Led by Hayagazo, the 3 of them headed in the direction of Kanaha, and Hayagazo pointed out that there were fewer poisonous insects and beasts on that road. Bien is really easy to use, as expected of Kanaha's scout. Jumping on the big tree in the forest, Uchiha Riho looked at Hayagazo's white eyes and said with emotion, Shirakuken and Sharinan are the only two I-type blood successors in Konoha Ninja Village that they both have the ability to directly observe chakra. But in terms of observation, Bien is obviously better than Sharinan. Bien can not only see the flow of chakra, but also see through objects to see everything around him. Of course, Sharinan is far incomparable to Bien in terms of copying ninjutsu and assisting illusion, not to mention the powerful abilities after awakening the kaleidoscope. After all, the area covered by poisonous insects and ferocious beasts is limited. After opening their eyes for a period of time, the three of them came to a safer place in the Death Forest, and then they went on their way. Hayagazo, who was at the forefront of the team, turned around and looked at Uchiha Liwo. "Thank you just now." Hayagazo refers to the poisonous insect that just threatened him. The poisonous insect happened to appear in the only blind spot of Hinedazo's vision. "It's nothing," Uchiha Liwo said. Seeing this, Hineda Zhang didn't say much, and then hurried ahead. It didn't take long for Konoha's towering city wall to appear in Uchiha Riho's sight. Konoha's city wall is made of huge tree trunks, and the defense is not outstanding. It is not so much the defense of Konoha, but the specific scope of planning Konoha Ninja Village. The real defense of Konoha is the huge perception enchantment that hangs over Konoha, as well as the Konoha garrison and the ninja class. Walking to the gate of Konoha Ninja Village, several Chunin were holding manuals and registering the list of people coming and going. Konoha Ninja Village is a war machine, and people coming and going must undergo strict scrutiny to avoid the intrusion of spies. Uchiha Liwo and the three are ninjas registered in Konoha. After showing the ninja manual, they easily approached Konoha's gate. At this time, behind the Konoha gate, Orochimaru was standing there, watching the three ninjas walking towards him. "It seems that your assessment went well." Orochimaru's voice was still very low, without any emotion. He looked at Hinedazo and the others whose clothes were stained with stains, and smiled. "Teacher Orochimaru," the three of them said in unison. After formally passing the assessment, they are considered to be students of Orochimaru, and they have become disciples of Sunin who are famous in the ninja world. Cannot help but look excited. Orochimaru is a disciple of the third generation of Hokage, and they became disciples of Orochimaru, which is undoubtedly a hardcore member of the Hokage series. Members of the Naruto family have a lot of preferential treatment in Konoha Village, and it will be very convenient for them to be promoted in the future. Eyes wandering over the disciple, Dashimara noticed Liwo, who was unharmed, and Hinedazo and Hundu, who were slightly injured, and fled a bottle of potion from his arms. "Drink it. If the toxin breaks out, it will be very troublesome." Hineda Zhang and Red Do took the medicine, opened the cap and took it directly. Many places on their bodies were bitten by poisonous insects. At this moment, their bodies are still numb and itchy, which are symptoms of poisoning. "Lord Liwo, you look very relaxed." Orochimaru set his eyes on Uchiha Liwo. Liwo is the object that 3 generations of old men asked him to take care of, and he is also the most important member of this team. Therefore, in the assessment just now, he focused on controlling the poisonous insects and beasts attacking Uchiha Liwo. But Uchiha Liwo not only didn't fall into a predicament, after easily beheading the vicious insects and ferocious beasts, he didn't look at all embarrassed. This made Orochimaru look up at Uchiha Liwo a little bit, and believed in the fact that Uchiha Liwo defeated the special Jonin in his mission history. Being able to defeat a special Jonin means that the victor also has the strength of a special Jonin. The so-called special Jonin means that a certain special talent has reached the level of Jonin, and has become a special Jonin. Although this kind of ninja is not comparable to the real Junin, it is definitely not something that ordinary Kunin can deal with. "Teacher Orochimaru, when will we start the mission?" Uchiha Liwo asked. After formally forming a team, logically speaking, they should be ready to complete the mission, usually starting with a D-level mission, so that the ninjas can get familiar with the mission process and cultivate the tacit understanding of the team. Uchiha Liwo asked. Orochimaru didn't answer immediately, but looked at the gate of Ninja Village, looking far into the sky, and even the flowing clouds in the sky. The second Hayagazo and Red Bean looked at Orochimaru expectantly. They were fledgling and wanted to perform tasks like ninjas. "I'm not interested in those house-playing missions. Liwo, you've done missions before, so you can guide them to familiarize themselves with the mission process." Orochimaru said disapprovingly that he is not interested in the task of finding cats and dogs, and he has to focus on other places. "Aren't you even interested in carrying out missions with students? Is Mr. Ashimaru really naughty?" Uchiha Liwo secretly said, but said respectfully, "Yes, Mr. Ashimaru, I leave everything to you." Orochimaru glanced at Li Huo, as if he was very reassured by him, and disappeared in front of Konoha's door before saying a word. The sudden disappearance of Orochimaru made Hinedazo and Hundu's faces full of astonishment. They didn't expect such a development, so they could only focus on Uchiha Liwo. The teacher just explained that he should lead the two of them to complete the task. Liwo saw the confusion on Hineda Zhang and Hundu's faces, and said, "Zhang, Hundu, let's go to the mission center to get the mission. Don't worry, the mission we have to do is definitely beyond your expectations." Hinedazo walked up to Liwo, thinking that Liwo in front of him had been a ninja for more than several months and must have completed many tasks, so he asked doubtfully, "Uchiha Liwo, what is the highest level of tasks you have performed?" Uchiha Liwo said without hesitation, "A-level mission." Speaking of it, was that mission the first time I killed a ninja? A-level mission. Hinata Zhang kept silent, secretly thinking about Uchiha Liwo's current strength. As a member of the wealthy Hinata, he naturally knows the classification of ninja missions and the meaning contained in them. A-level missions are already the top-level missions in the peaceful era, and they are generally the mission levels that are only set up when encountering ninja teams from other ninja villages. Being able to complete such a task shows that Uchiha Liwoo has become a qualified ninja. How can I catch up with him and surpass him? Seeing Hayagazo's restless gaze, Li Huo smiled and said in an unquestionable tone, "Okay, let's go." Hongda nodded, and Hayagazo did not express any objection. In this way, under the leadership of Uchiha Liwoo, the three of them prepared to go to the mission center. The mission center was on the other side of the village, and they needed to cross the bustling Kanaha Street. "There's a dessert shop there, let's go eat something first, I've been hungry all day." Seeing the dessert shop on the street, Hongda suggested with expectant eyes. "Coo." Touching his empty stomach, Uchiha Liwoo agreed with this suggestion. His body lacks energy and needs to be replenished in time. But right now there is one person who does not agree, Hinata Tibetan. "Zhang, let's go eat." Hinata Zo nodded, and walked into the store together. After half an hour, the three of them showed satisfied smiles on their faces, and recovered to a state full of energy. Then go to the mission center. As soon as Uchiha and others walked into the gate of the mission center, they heard a noise. "Minato-sensei, why do we have to perform the task of finding cats and dogs? We are ninjas, not here to play house." In the lobby of the mission center, Obito looked at his teacher with an unhappy face and complained. "Stupid," Kakashi said disdainfully, looking at Obito with disappointment in his eyes. "I didn't even see the teacher's intentions. The teacher wants us to be familiar with the task process so that we can complete the task in the future." "Bastard Kakashi, what are you talking about?" The rustic jumped up, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Kakashi. He wanted to teach Kakashi a lesson. Kakashi easily dodged the attack, and appeared behind Obito, attacking mercilessly. The incompetent rage of the weak. "If Obito can have the strength and aura of Uchiha Liwoo, you will never again. There's a lot of nonsense here." Kakashi, I found the cat hunting mission just now, you are not as good as me, a weakling." Obito put down the goggles, and counterattacked unceremoniously. Lin, who was on the side, watched Obito and Kakashi confront each other, with anxiety and helplessness on her face, and hurried to the middle of the two. "Obito and Kakashi, stop arguing. Minato-sensei and Hokage-sama are still here." Naturally, not only the four members of the Minato team were present, but also the third generation of Hokage who issued tasks for them. The Minato class was the key training object of Kanaha, and the tasks were all issued by Hokage himself. Looking at Kakashi and Obito who were arguing, Sandai Hokage smiled. "Young children are really energetic, don't you think so, Minato?" Namikaze Minato scratched his head in embarrassment, and echoed, "I made Hokage-sama laugh." He is also very troubled by the fact that there are two people in the team who are often noisy. That he must always pay attention to the conflicts between them, although they don't have much malice towards each other. At this time, Uchiha Liwoo walked in with the team, and when he saw Hokage, he leaned slightly. "Third Hokage-sama. It's Liwoo." The third generation looked at the three-person team, and asked suspiciously, "Where's your leader Jonin, Orochimaru?" Obviously, he didn't know about Orochimaru's sudden escape. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Liwoo replied, "Teacher Orochimaru has left, saying that he wants us to complete the task by ourselves, and we will not officially lead the team until the sea-level task." "That guy Orochimaru's character is still so bad." Sandai Hokage said with emotion that he is familiar with Orochimaru's character and knows that the other party will not waste time on trivial matters, so he can be regarded as a guy with a bad personality. "But I am afraid of comparison in everything. Compared with my other two apprentices, Orochimaru is much more reliable." Recalling his three apprentices, Sandai Hokage not only shook his head. Although the apprentices he cultivated are powerful, their personalities are all top-notch. Seeing Liwoo's figure, Obito, who was still arguing with Kakashi just now, came over and said loudly, "Uchiha Liwoo, I want to fight you." After the farewell that day, Obito has been training hard. Under the intensive training, he not only mastered the Sanshin Jutsu, but also learned the Uchiha family's gatekeeping stunt, the fireball technique, and now is the time to be full of confidence. Uchiha Liwoo looked at Obito, a ruthless person, but he opened the double Godama as soon as he opened his eyes, but he jumped directly from the double Godama to the kaleidoscope. But that was because of the loss of his beloved, and now he is still a happy weakling. "Let's talk about it after you open your eyes." After speaking, Li Huo ignored Obito, but asked the third Hokage, "Does Master Hokage have any missions?" The third Hokage nodded, and took out a few task lists. After receiving the list of tasks, Li Huo glanced at them, and saw that they were all D-level tasks, but they were all within his expectations. After picking a few relatively less troublesome tasks, Uchiha Liwoo left with Hinatazo and Hundu. The scorching sun scorched the earth fiercely. Uchiha Liwoo and others hid in the shade of the trees to enjoy the shade. They had just finished the task of plowing the fields, and they plowed a large circle of fields around them. Even though Hinatazo and Anko didn't speak, Uchiha Liwoo could still feel the resentment under their calm faces. They are all new ninjas who have just graduated from the ninja school that they can bear to do some chores of weeding and plowing the fields that what they want to do most at the moment is to really do a mission. But the ninja can only accept the C-level task after completing a certain D-level task, and also needs to be the leader. There are only 3 of them in front of him, so the idea of doing the C-level task is considered to be a failure. Oh, Mr. Orochimaru is really irresponsible that he hasn't appeared in front of us for 3 consecutive days. Sighing secretly in his heart, Uchiha Riho looked at Hinatazo and Anko. We have successfully completed it again. A D-level mission, come on, there are 2 more missions waiting for us to complete today. Hinatazo glanced at Uchiha Liwo, and asked with a puzzled expression, Liwo, why don't you have any complaints about doing these D-level tasks? Obviously these tasks are of no help to us. Hinatazo felt that the D-level mission was meaningless, not to mention wasting time, and it still couldn't improve his own strength. Uchiha Liwo thought to himself, of course it's because it's my body that appears here, and the shadow clone is still practicing hard at home. Of course, these words cannot be said to Hinata Zang. Uchiha Liwo can only show a face of righteousness, and his eyes seem to be shining. This is the arrangement of Master Hokage, and it is also a kind of training. The real strong not only possessing strong strength and an equally tenacious heart, perhaps Hokage-sama wants us to train us from simple tasks and truly embark on the path of the strong. Hinata nodded, half understanding. Since Uchiha Liwo had no complaints, as his pursuer, he had nothing to say. As for the Red Bean, she was still busy eating dessert, completely unaware of being a ninja. The scene where Hayagazo and Uchiha Liwo talk simultaneously appears in the crystal ball of the third Hokage. As the terminal product of the barrier in Konoha village, the third Hokage can observe every corner of the village where there is no seal barrier through the technique of a telescope. This kid Liwo really understands the old man's thoughts thoroughly. The old man is such a wise person that the purpose of assigning the D-level mission is to hone your low-level forbearance. But why don't the Minato team members understand? Looking at the crystal ball, the third Hokage laughed, and quickly switched the camera to observe the other squads. Realizing that the feeling of peeping disappeared, Uchiha Liwo, who was in the shade of the tree, was relieved. He didn't know what happened, but he was able to perceive the third Hokage's telescopic technique. Li Huo is quite afraid of this kind of large-scale ninjutsu that covers the entire Konoha. After thinking and thinking, Uchiha Liwo shouted to Hinatazo and Hungdu, Kara, Hungdu, come with me. Hayagazo and Hungdu were puzzled that it was clear that it was not time for the next mission, but right now Liwo was the leader of the team. This was the order left by teacher Orochimaru before he left. Following in the footsteps of Uchiha Liwo, the 3 of them came to the river behind Konoha Mountain. Watching the breeze blowing across the river, they immediately felt much refreshed. Seeing the river in front of him and the big tree beside him, Uchiha Liwo said, Adzuki, Zang, do you know how to climb trees and tread water? Hinatazo nodded. Climbing trees and treading water are the basic skills of a ninja, and it is a sign of a ninja's precise control of chakra. Hungdu shook her head. She is still young, and she doesn't know what climbing trees and treading water are. Uchiha Liwo showed a smile. He didn't give too much explanation. He came directly to the river, gathered chakra behind his feet, and walked towards the river. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Uchiha Liwo stood firmly on the surface of the water. Even the occasional splash of waves could not affect his balance. Seeing Liwo standing on the surface of the river, Hayagaza was silent for a while, and followed Liwo's footsteps to the river's surface, but his steps were very careful, and the way he stepped on the water was more secure, and it took 3 times longer than Liwo's time to finish. Come to the center of the river. Hayagazo can tread water. Uchiha Liwo didn't feel the slightest surprise. Soft fist is a secret technique to precisely control chakra, and it is precisely because of this that the Hayaga clan can block other people's acupuncture points. But the Red Bean is different. After eating the last glutinous rice balls, she came to the river with great interest, but she stepped on the air and fell into the water. Her body was soaked. Adzuki's foundation is still not solid enough. Uchiha Liwo sighed with emotion, and with a bang, a shadow clone was created, dedicated to tutoring Amoko's chakra control. Zo, come with me. Saying that, Uchiha Liwo walked towards the depths of the forest. Hayagazo hesitated for a while, then followed suit. Standing on the clearing in the forest, Uchiha Liwo observed Hinata Zang and said, Zuru, you want to defeat me, right? Hinata Zang immediately replied, yes, I want to prove to the people in the village that the white eyes are not worse than the Sharingan. Then work harder and prove to me that with your current strength, it's very likely that you can't even beat Matkai. Uchiha Liwo taunted unceremoniously. Hinata Kang's face changed slightly. How is it possible? How could that kind of crane tail that is not much better than Obito beat me? That's the fact. Matekai's attainments in physical arts are among the top 3 in our class. If you only use physical arts to fight, you are no match for him. Kai's taijutsu is beyond the reach of the current genius Kakashi, and even the other students cannot compare. Hinatazo was silent. He had seen the scene of Kakashi and Kai in the class sparring. The 2 showed physical skills, indeed above him. Uchiha Liwo continued, Zo, if you want to defeat me, you shouldn't stick to soft fists. The function of white eyes is not just as simple as observing chakra. Bin is Konoha's special blood succession boundary, which can observe all objects within 1 kilometer around it, and can even penetrate the obstruction of objects. It is an extremely powerful blood succession boundary. But with Baiyan, the members of the Hinata family only use it for punching, which is too wasteful. If Baiyan is given a sniper rifle, it will be truly powerful, and it is born with perspective. And it just so happened that Uchiha Liwo used such a sniper rifle in his hand, which was the harvest of the ghoul world. If it was handed over to Hayagazo, it would improve the team's strength a lot. But he has to face the village's questioning and troubles that keep coming. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Liwo dismissed the idea, but it is very necessary to improve the overall strength of the team. Classes at graduation are different from temporary squads. They will fight with each other for a long time until they form a bond. Even if Mr. Orochimaru has other plans, there is nothing wrong with teaching some common sense in the ninja world. Make up for the second update yesterday. Your practice has not fallen. The 3-person team had just completed the task, and Orochimaru appeared like a ghost, probing and sticking out his tongue. Seeing Orochimaru, the 3 quickly lowered their bodies and said together, "Teacher Orochimaru." Although they were dissatisfied with Orochimaru in their hearts, for example, the other party did not lead the team on missions, and did not guide themselves and others, but considering the identity of the other party's Sunin, perhaps it was because Master Orochimaru was too busy with his official duties. Looking at his students, a few vipers spit out the letter suddenly appeared at the feet of Orochimaru, and the vipers meandered and crawled to Uchiha Liwo and others. Sign a psychic contract with Viper, and you can contact me if you have anything to do in the future. Speaking, Orochimaru showed Uchiha Liwo and others the contract method of necromancy, and the 3 signed the contract without any hesitation. After signing the psychic contract, Uchiha Liwo felt a faint connection between himself and the viper in his hand, and suddenly had a wonderful feeling. The existence of psychic beasts is not uncommon in the ninja world. In theory, any chakra animal can become a psychic beast, but it is not easy to get the recognition of psychic beasts, and it is even rarer to have a large number of snakes as psychic beasts like Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru is closely related to the 3 Holy Lands, Ryaji Cave, and it is not surprising that there are a large number of snake-like psychic beasts. At least Uchiha Liwo knows that their Uchiha clan is also closely related to the Ninja Cat clan, and it is quite simple for them to own a ninja cat. Watching the students sign the contract, Orochimaru said, "Come with me, it's time to teach you something." Hearing this, Hayagazo and Honda showed joyful eyes, and hurriedly followed behind Orochimaru. The ninjutsu that can be learned in the ninja school is extremely limited. There are only common 3-body jutsu and kunao throwing jutsu. As for other ninjutsu, they need to pay a certain price and can be acquired in the hands of Konoha or ninja. Although Hayagazo and Red Bean do not lack ordinary ninjutsu, they are still looking forward to the ninjutsu of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. Uchiha Liwo also followed Orochimaru. He was thinking about what kind of ninjutsu Orochimaru would teach them, and how far Orochimaru's research has reached. Orochimaru, as the second-generation true successor, has researched and developed many forbidden techniques, whether it is the study of wood escape cells, curse seals, reincarnation of undead, or even an improved version of reincarnation of dirt. These are forbidden techniques that can change the ninja world in the future. Following in the footsteps of Orochimaru, a group of people came to an extremely large underground space, surrounded by ninjas wearing animal masks and scientific researchers in white clothes. Is this the root organization? Uchiha Liwo secretly thought, the dark environment and the taciturn Anbi ninja wearing a mask should be the base of the root. At this time, Orochimaru is still working with Danzo to conduct research on muton cells. For the powerful blood successor of the first Hokage, Konoha's high-level executives are still quite eager, even the third Hokage is no exception. The muton cell is the glory of Konoha Ninja Village. The first Hokage relied on him to fight all over the world and establish the system of Ninja Village. Because there is no shortage of volunteers for the muton cell experiment, there are countless ninjas who want to be guinea pigs with reverence. But later, because of the high mortality rate, this experiment was stopped by the third Hokage. Even if Danzo and Orochimaru secretly studied it in the future and consumed a lot of resources, only Tenzo was the only case. There are many passages in the underground space, and a group of people also followed the pace of Orochimaru to an independent basement. Orochimaru is the node-figure in the root, and the power in the root is only under the darkness of the ninja world, so it has its own independent place. There are rows of books in the basement. From the labels above, it can be seen that there are a wide variety of books, covering almost all aspects of ninjas. Sitting on the armchair at the side, Dashimara flipped through the open books on the table, read the contents carefully, and said to the 3 of them at the same time, "Liwo, Zhang, Hongdu, you can read all the books here. You can also learn ninjutsu. Come to me when you encounter problems you don't understand. Of course, I won't easily answer questions that are too advanced." Understood, Ashimaru-sensei. Teacher Orochimaru's teaching is really simple and rude. The 3 of them complained silently in their hearts. They could only obediently accept what Orochimaru did. After calming down, the 3 of them began to look through the books on the bookshelf, found a few books each, and found a place to sit down. After flipping through the books recording ninjutsu and cell experiments, Uchiha Liwo secretly said, "As I expected, the things recorded in these books are very shallow, and the ninjutsu recorded are all sea-level simple ninjutsu. The cell aspect is also briefly mentioned a few words. Sure enough, it's impossible to go whoring for nothing like Mr. Ashimaru." At the beginning, Uchiha Liwo was happy to see the dazzling array of books on the bookshelf, but as time passed, more and more books were read, and Uchiha Liwo realized that the things recorded in these books were all simple reminders to a few points, and did not explain in depth. These books may be very precious to ordinary ninjas, but to rich children like Liwo, they are dispensable. As for what Uchiha Liwo wanted to know about, there were very few books on cells. At this time, has Mr. Orochimaru started to pay attention to trading? Uchiha Liwo thought to himself. He knows what Orochimaru is like. Orochimaru does not teach people things for no reason, it is often for a certain purpose. Teaching Otonin 4 people is to satisfy their desire for research, and teaching Suzuki is to covet her body, both have profound purposes. It seems that we can only trade with teacher Orochimaru, otherwise the research on ghoul cells will not be possible at all. Regarding the ghoul cells, Uchiha Liwo wanted to conduct research to see if he could maintain that powerful recovery ability while getting rid of the negative effects of the ghoul cells. The body of a ninja is extremely fragile, no different from ordinary people, but the ghouls are different. The ghouls have an extremely powerful recovery ability. Even if the heart is pierced, there is a probability of surviving. After thinking about it for a while, Uchiha Liwo put down the book in his hand and walked towards Orochimaru's position. Walking in front of Orochimaru, Uchiha Liwo's tone was low, and he said respectfully, "Teacher Orochimaru, Liwo, what can I do for you?" Orochimaru glanced at Liwo, put down the book in his hand, and stared at Liwo with a pair of snake eyes. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Liwo organized his words, "Teacher Orochimaru, it's like this, I want to ask you a question. The first update, it is said that there are fewer book reviews and votes now, is it because everyone is raising books? I'm still too cold, woo woo woo."